The cruise ship that the company organized for the trip suddenly capsized. When I woke up, I found myself on the beach, and a disheveled woman was lying not far away. It turned out to be my goddess boss Yen Shushin. She was only wearing a suspender dress that was damaged by the waves, and her beautiful figure was vaguely visible. I hurried over to help her clean the sand off her body, and found that she seemed to have stopped breathing, so I started cardiopulmonary resuscitation and later had to give her artificial respiration. When she woke up, she slapped me and called me a hooligan. I explained to her that I was saving her and that we might be stranded on a desert island. After that, I put an SOS sign on the beach, went to the jungle to make a fire, and built a simple tent. Yen Shushin also sorted out her clothes, and we ate the wild fruits I found. However, what will happen next? Can we survive on the desert island? Qin Hao suddenly woke up, his dizzy mind went blank. Where is this? How did I get here? Qin Hao looked at himself on the beach, with the vast sun in front of him. Then he came to his senses and realized that his company had organized a trip, but the cruise ship they were on suddenly capsized. Among the hundreds of people in the company, am I the only one who survived? Qin Hao couldn't believe it and quickly looked around, only to find a disheveled woman lying not far away. Perhaps it was because the ship accident happened suddenly. The woman was only wearing a thin halter dress that had been damaged by the waves. Her beautiful figure instantly came into view. If it hadn't been covered by sand, every part of her would have been visible. Qin Hao didn't think much about it and quickly got up and walked over. However, he was still a little exhausted after just going through the gates of hell. However, the graceful figure looming in the sand made this naive man feel excited. Hey! Isn't this the goddess boss Yen Shushin? She is the general manager of the company, and is known for being aloof and arrogant. However, because she is so beautiful, there are still countless rich second generations and children of high-ranking officials chasing after her. But at this moment, she no longer looked like a goddess. Not only was there grains of sand on her pretty face, but even her thin halter dress had been washed away by the waves and was left hanging on one shoulder. Qin Hao couldn't help but reach out to help her get rid of the sand on her body. The wet suspender skirt clung to her body, showing a perfect curve. Damn it, it's already this late, it's more important to save people first. Seeing that Yen Shushin seemed to have stopped breathing, Qin Hao immediately performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation. The close contact made Qin Hao a little overwhelmed, but he tried hard to control his wandering thoughts and pressed it down again and again, but Yen Shushin showed no sign of waking up. No way, do you want me to give you artificial respiration? Qin Hao used to have some bold ideas about this goddess boss in front of him, but now that it was really in front of him, he hesitated a little. Damn it, I'm obviously saving people, why am I thinking about this all the time, damn it. Qin Hao didn't care about so much anymore. Saving a life was better than building a 7-story pagoda. He took a deep breath and kissed Yen Shushin. Countless fantasies of kissing flashed through Qin Hao's mind, and his heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Ahem. At this moment, a series of coughs pulled him back from his endless fantasy. He saw a pair of shocked and unbelieving eyes staring at him, and then a crisp and loud slap hit his face firmly. Bang. Rogue. Qin Hao covered his slapped face. Although the numbness didn't hurt much, he still felt a little uncomfortable after being slapped so suddenly. Oh, I'm a gangster. Yen Shushin didn't care about all that and just shrank her body tightly. However, the thin suspender skirt couldn't hide her perfect figure at all. She had to hug her thighs and cover her important parts with her arms. Looking at your wretched look, I know you are not a good person. You even wanted to take advantage of me while I was unconscious, to flirt with me. If Qin Hao hadn't taken into consideration that Yen Shushin was the general manager and a top goddess, he would have slapped her back long ago. Miss Yen, you should take a look at your situation. If I hadn't saved you just now, you might have died and your body would have been left in the wilderness. Yen Shushin looked around in shock, and realized that there was nothing but the beach and the sun in front of her. She suddenly felt something was wrong. Where is this? Qin Hao saw that Yen Shushin looked a little down and out of pity, so he kindly reminded her, we might be stranded on a deserted island. Stranded on a deserted island? How is that possible? Yen Shushin was obviously a little bit unbelieving. Qin Hao was very sensible and did not explain too much. He looked at Yan Xuxin's wet suspender skirt that was tightly attached to her body, showing off her figure, and shook his head helplessly and said, "You should tidy up your clothes first." Yan Xuxin hurriedly pulled at her clothes, but the thin suspender skirt could cover very little. But she had no choice because she was taking a bath when the ship capsized. If she hadn't reacted quickly and put on the suspender skirt, she couldn't imagine what the scene would be like at this moment. Qin Hao shook his shoulders helplessly and looked away, because he knew that this was a deserted island with no one living here, so he had to find a way to ask for help as soon as possible. Qin Hao immediately did what he said. He used some branches and stones to make a big SOS sign on the beach. Then he went to the jungle behind him to find some dry grass and branches and started to make fire, because he knew that the temperature difference between day and night on the deserted island was very large, and they had no warm things, so using fire to keep warm was the best way. Although Yan Xuxin looked cold on the surface, she knew what Qin Hao was doing and was very excited inside. "I didn't realize you knew so much." Qin Hao was not too modest and told the truth, "I joined your company after I was discharged from the army." Yan Xuxin couldn't help but look at Qin Hao a few more times and asked, "What's your name?" "Qin Hao, Qin from Qin Shi Huang, Hao from Hao Tian." "Qin Hao." Yan Xuxin muttered to herself and silently memorized the name in her heart. The stick in Qin Hao's hand drilled faster and faster, and soon the hay next to him began to emit thick white smoke due to his unremitting efforts. Then a flame suddenly appeared, causing a smile to appear on Yan Xuxin's cold face. She quickly leaned over, wanting to dry the suspender skirt on her body quickly so that it would not stick to her body. However, Qin Hao did not care about these. He turned around and went into the jungle to find many long sticks and fix them next to the fire. After a while, a simple tent frame had been set up, but unfortunately there was no cover on the top of the tent. Even so, it was not a difficult task for Qin Hao, because when he was looking for tree sticks just now, he saw many cannas with large branches and leaves in the jungle, which were more than enough to make a tent roof. Seeing that Qin Hao had gone into the jungle again, Yan Xuxin was not idle either. She found a lot of relatively soft hay and spread it inside the tent, then lay down inside exhausted. When Qin Hao returned from the jungle, he not only had canna branches and leaves in his hands, but also some red wild fruits. He looked at Yan Xuxin, who was lying peacefully in the tent. She was graceful and had perfect curves. His heartbeat quickened and he said, "Goddess Yan, you are really not afraid that I will eat you?" A hint of astonishment appeared on Yan Xuxin's cold face, and she hurriedly pulled at her dried suspender skirt a few times to cover as much as possible. Qin Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he had to hand over a wild fruit to ease the situation and said, "Here, stop pulling it. It will be bad if it breaks." Yan Xuxin awkwardly took the wild fruit handed to her by Qin Hao. It was bright red, and she was a little reluctant because she was worried that it might be poisonous. Of course Qin Hao also noticed Yan Xuxin's reaction, so he picked up one and started eating it in big bites. "Don't worry, I've already eaten it, it's not poisonous." Yan Xuxin finally felt relieved and started eating because she was hungry. Qin Hao put the remaining wild fruits aside and continued to place the branches and leaves of canna neatly on the tent. As a result, at this moment, Yan Xuxin's lower abdomen swelled, and she crawled out of the tent with a rosy face and walked into the jungle. Qin Hao looked at the setting sun and the gradually darkening sky and asked with concern, "Goddess Yan, what are you doing? It's almost dark." Although Yan Xuxin looked mature, steady, and cold, she still felt shy about some things. She said coldly, "Why do I need to report to you about what I do?" Qin Hao showed joy on his face, because when he saw Yan Xuxin's anxious look, he had already guessed what she was going to do, and he was just teasing her on purpose. "It's not impossible for you to report it if you want." "Humph." Yan Xuxin snorted coldly and ignored Qin Hao. The pain in her lower abdomen made her rush into the jungle quickly. Qin Hao shook his head helplessly. Seeing Yan Xuxin in such a hurry, he knew how anxious she was. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a scream came from the jungle. "Ah, help!" Qin Hao was horrified, knowing that something bad had happened. He no longer cared about the canna leaf in his hand and immediately rushed towards the jungle. "Yan Xuxin, where are you?" "Ah, Qin Hao, help me, Qin Hao." Qin Hao quickened his pace and rushed into the jungle 2 steps at a time. Just as he was looking for the source of the sound, he saw Yan Xuxin sitting on the ground struggling desperately, moving her body backwards. "Ah, Qin Hao, help me, Wu, help me." Qin Hao looked at Yan Xuxin, who was at a loss, and rushed forward, hugging her in his arms. "What's going on?" Just after he finished speaking, Qin Hao discovered that not far from Yan Xuxin there was a sea snake more than 1 meter long, with its triangular head raised high and breathing heavily. Qin Hao quickly picked up a stick nearby and killed the sea snake, then kicked it aside. But soon Qin Hao discovered something was wrong, because Yan Xuxin in his arms was weak and collapsed in his arms. Qin Hao knew that something was wrong and hurried to check on Yan Xuxin's condition, but no matter how he checked, he could not find the location of the wound. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the weak Yan Xuxin suddenly said, "It's inside the suspender skirt." After Yan Xuxin finished speaking, she fell into a coma, and no matter how Qin Hao called out, it was of no use. "This damn sea snake is so damned powerful." Qin Hao was helpless. He didn't want to take advantage of anyone at all, but he knew in his heart that sea snakes were extremely poisonous, and if he didn't find a way to get the venom out as soon as possible, Yan Xuxin's life would be in danger. He had no choice but to suppress his inner struggle and took a look inside the suspender skirt. He actually found 2 dark tooth holes on the back of Yan Xuxin's thigh. Damn it, this sea snake must be doing this on purpose. It bites everywhere else. Qin Hao knew that sea snakes rarely attack people on their own initiative. It must be that Yan Xuxin was too anxious just now, and it was dark and she didn't notice the sea snake, which led to the current result. But Qin Hao became anxious when he saw the 2 dark tooth holes that had already dyed the area around his thighs black. "What should I do? Are you asking me to suck it out? Men and women shouldn't touch each other, and this position is too damn tricky." Although it was difficult, Qin Hao knew in his heart that this was a deserted island with no one living here, so the most primitive method was the best way to deal with it. He had no choice but to suppress his inner restlessness and slowly approach the place where Yan Xuxin was bitten by the sea snake. However, the unique fragrance of the woman wafted towards him, making Qin Hao's heart beat faster. "It's already this late, and I'm still thinking about this." Fortunately, Qin Hao was a veteran and had great self-control. He did not look away and directly blocked the liquid with his mouth and took a deep breath. "Yeah." Yan Xuxin cried out in pain, her face pale and weak. Qin Hao had northwest choice but to close his eyes, suck out the black blood mouthful by mouthful, and spit it aside. Qin Hao didn't stop until he felt that the color of the blood he sucked out had returned to normal. However, the unconscious Yan Xuxin showed no signs of waking up. She lay quietly in the jungle, which was fascinating. "Hey! Yan Xuxin, wake up, Goddess Yan, wake up." Qin Hao called out several times, but seeing that Yan Xuxin didn't move, he had no choice but to carry her back to the tent. He also hurried to the beach to clean his mouth to prevent the poisonous blood from remaining in his mouth and harming him. "Ah!" A soft cry was heard, which startled Qin Hao. Only then did he realize that Yan Xuxin had suddenly regained consciousness and sat up in the tent. Qin Hao felt incredible and thought Yan Xuxin was fine, so he asked with concern, "Goddess Yan, are you okay?" But Yan Xuxin had no intention of paying any attention to him, which seemed unusual in the dim firelight. Qin Hao frowned, not knowing what was going on with Yan Xuxin. He always felt that something was wrong, so he slowly walked from the beach to the tent, wanting to find out what was going on. As a result, just as he was observing carefully, Yan Xuxin suddenly became dazed, waving her hands desperately and kicking the sand with her feet, as if she was frightened by something and out of control. "No, go away, you snakes, get out of here now." "Yan Xuxin, what are you doing?" "Hey! Goddess Yan." But no matter how Qin Hao shouted, Yan Xuxin acted as if she heard nothing. She did not stop her actions, and her face was full of fear. When Qin Hao saw Yan Xuxin's expression, he knew something was wrong. It was obviously an illusion. "It's unbelievable. I've already sucked out all the snake venom, how come it's still working?" However, the development of the situation did not allow Qin Hao to think too much. Yan Xuxin struggled more and more fiercely, and even began to scratch her body, as if she was bitten by snakes and insects all over, which was unbearable. How could Qin Hao just sit there and wait for death? He rushed into the tent and held Yan Xuxin's hands tightly, trying to prevent her from hurting herself. "Hey! Goddess Yan, wake up quickly, I have killed the venomous snake, you are fine now. But Qin Hao's shouting was like playing the lute to a cow to Yan Xuxin, and it had no effect at all. Ah, don't come over here, all of you go away. Yan Xuxin even spoke incoherently, talking to herself, saying some irrelevant things. In such an emergency situation, Qin Hao actually felt like laughing. He didn't expect that the goddess Yan, who had always been as cold as ice, would actually have such a miserable moment. Moreover, at this moment, Qin Hao held Yan Xuxin tightly and controlled her hands. With such close contact, some touching was inevitable, which made his heart beat. Qin Hao looked carefully at Yan Xuxin, whose face was full of fear, and shook his head helplessly. Seeing her helpless look, he immediately gave up the evil idea. It's a waste of such a beautiful scenery. It's a crime worthy of death. Yan Xuxin struggled desperately, and she didn't know if it was the snake venom that caused the hallucinations to reach their peak, but she almost broke free from Qin Hao's restraints. Qin Hao was also helpless. He looked at Yan Xuxin in front of him along the faint firelight. Her thin suspender skirt was looming, so he had to move behind her so that he wouldn't be annoyed. A gentleman is open and honest. He doesn't want to take advantage of someone's misfortune, so he has to suppress his inner anxiety and hug her tightly from behind to prevent Yan Xuxin from hurting him or doing anything wrong. After a while, Yan Xuxin, who had struggled in vain, became exhausted. She collapsed weakly in Qin Hao's arms, and the expression of fear on her face gradually calmed down. Qin Hao knew in his heart that the snake venom in Yan Xuxin's body had dissipated, but he felt the warmth in his arms and the faint fragrance that came over him, which made his whole body tremble, and his heart began to be confused again. Especially since this is a deserted island, with no one around and darkness, Qin Hao's gray side completely overturned his wisdom, and the claws of darkness stretched out to Yan Xuxin uncontrollably. Suddenly, Qin Hao was cheered up, slapped his cheek, and regained a little rationality. This snake venom is really strong. Even I almost got bit by it. In the end, Qin Hao persevered with his strong will, tidied up Yan Xuxin's clothes, and blocked the beautiful scenery that was so close. The next morning, a drop of crystal clear dew slid down from the tent and landed right on Qin Hao's forehead. Qin Hao suddenly woke up and couldn't help but touch his forehead, which was wet. Then he discovered that the canna branches and leaves on the tent had collected a lot of dew. This may be due to the large temperature difference between morning and evening at the seaside, coupled with heavy humidity, which leads to this phenomenon. Qin Hao looked at Yan Xuxin, who was still sleeping beside him, and felt relieved when he saw that her complexion had improved a lot. But Qin Hao wanted to laugh when he thought of the scene last night. He suppressed his inner excitement and left the tent. After adding some dry firewood to the dying fire, he went to the jungle to pick many canna branches and leaves, folded them into a box shape and placed them where the dew was dripping. Precious fresh water, I hope we can collect more. Qin Hao was thinking about it, but soon Yan Xuxin in the tent suddenly woke up and started crying and shouting in grievance. Woo woo woo, snake, there's a snake, help! Qin Hao quickly ran into the tent and wanted to hug Yan Xuxin, but he quickly retracted his half-extended arm and comforted her. Okay, it's okay, everything is over. Yan Xuxin suddenly woke up from her dream and found herself back in the tent. Snake, what about the snake? Qin Hao did not hide anything and told the truth. I beat him to death and threw him away. Yan Xuxin breathed a sigh of relief, but she suddenly felt a pain in the back of her thigh. Her face turned red and she couldn't speak. Did you see anything last night? Qin Hao certainly knew what Yan Xuxin meant, but he didn't dare to admit it casually. He quickly waved his hand and objected, No, I didn't see anything. How could Yan Xuxin possibly believe Qin Hao's words? The location where the snake bit her was so hidden, it would be strange if she didn't see anything. Humph. It'd better be this way, otherwise I'll destroy you. But she also understood that it was not Qin Hao's fault, it was all her own fault. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Qin Hao suddenly started to tease, I didn't see it, but I took advantage of you a little bit when I helped you take drugs. Yan Xuxin instantly flew into a rage, and said angrily, Here, you're actually taking drugs from me. Yan Xuxin clearly felt that the location of her injury was unique, and she gritted her teeth in anger. Ah, you big pervert. Qin Hao didn't care at all. He shook his shoulders and said righteously, No need to thank me. These are all my responsibilities. I can't just watch you die without helping you. Yan Xuxin's face became even redder, extending all the way to the back of her neck. You bastard. Hee. Qin Hao smiled slightly. He was teasing, but seeing that Yan Xuxin was really angry, he quickly picked up the wild fruit beside him and handed it to her, changing the subject. Come on, eat some wild fruit. This way your injury will heal faster. Yan Xuxin was very upset when she thought about last night, and shouted angrily, Get out, get as far away as you can. Don't be so irritable. You are still injured and you need to be calm. Qin Hao comforted. Humph. Yan Xuxin snorted coldly, but she also knew that Qin Hao took drugs in order to save her. Although she still looked angry, her heart had already calmed down a lot. She couldn't help but roll her eyes at Qin Hao, and after taking the wild fruit he handed over, she said angrily, Thank you. Qin Hao clearly felt that Yan Xuxin's tone was a little strange, and said with a smile on his face, Thank me for what? You. Yan Xuxin was really angry, but she didn't continue to get angry. Instead, she said coldly, Even so, I still want to thank you for saving my life last night. Qin Hao nodded wisely, especially after seeing Yan Xuxin's calm face return to normal. He knew that she didn't remember what happened in the tent last night, so he didn't continue to tease her, and he was not stupid enough to tell her out loud. You still have some conscience and are not an ungrateful person. Yan Xuxin swallowed her dry throat and responded, Of course, you need to tell me that. After experiencing this, Yan Xuxin also felt how important it was to survive, and especially she became more wary of Qin Hao. She even began to believe in Qin Hao, and comforted herself in her heart that as long as Qin Hao was there, she would be able to leave this deserted island alive. Qin Hao, I'm a little thirsty and want to drink some water. Qin Hao was stunned, wondering how this woman could change so quickly, but he didn't think much about it. Looking at the box of cannas that had just received a little dew, he had to reluctantly hand it to Yan Xuxin. I haven't found a source of fresh water yet. All I have to drink now is this little bit of dew. Just make do with it. Yan Xuxin was very surprised. She didn't expect that Qin Hao had collected fresh water so early in the morning. It's unbelievable. I didn't expect dew could turn into so much. What's the big deal? Haven't you heard that a drop of water can make a river? Hearsay is not shocking in practice. Yan Xuxin was just shocked, but she was not too polite. She took the box of cannas handed over by Qin Hao and saw that the dew inside was a little turbid, which made her feel nauseous. But she also knew that the fresh water was hard to come by, so she held her breath and drank it. As a result, a drop of dew leaked out from the corner of Yan Xuxin's mouth, slowly slid down her chin and into the suspenders. Much more comfortable. Qin Hao looked at everything in front of him and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. He suppressed his inner excitement and responded, That's good, you rest here in the tent first. I'm going to check the situation in the jungle and see if I can find fresh water. Yan Xuxin looked at the desolate surroundings and felt a little scared. She quickly stood up from the tent and objected, That won't do. I'll follow you wherever you go. Otherwise, I'll be scared alone. Qin Hao picked up the last 2 wild fruits, handed one to Yan Xuxin, and said with a wry smile, What's there to be afraid of? Are you afraid that I will run away and not want you anymore? A hint of redness appeared on Yan Xuxin's fair face. She really had no way to deal with the shameless Qin Hao in front of her. Boring. Who would be afraid that you would run away? I'm just worried about such a big jungle. What if you run into any danger or get lost? Ha ha. Qin Hao sneered. Seeing that Yan Xuxin was determined to follow him and he couldn't refuse, he had no choice but to take her into the jungle. Although Yan Xuxin still felt a slight pain in the thigh where she was bitten by the poisonous snake, she did not slow down and followed closely behind. Soon, Qin Hao took Yan Xuxin to a pile of weeds, because although the purpose of his trip was to find water, he also wanted to set some hunting traps. Qin Hao did not waste any time. He picked up a flat stone, walked to the chosen location, and started to set a trap. He first used a stone chip as a shovel to dig a round hole in the ground, then inserted many small branches around the round hole, and finally covered it with dry leaves. Any small animals passing by would fall into it and be trapped inside. Yan Xuxin, who had always lived in a big city, couldn't understand this at all, She asked with a puzzled look on her face. Qin Hao, what are you doing? Qin Hao looked at Yan Xuxin, who was squatting in front of him. The cicada wing-like halter dress could not hide her perfect figure at all. She was so beautiful that it was a feast to the eyes. Qin Hao shook his head, suppressed the excitement in his heart and said, I'm making a trap. I'll see if I can catch a hare or something. Yan Xuxin is the general manager of the company. She is good at reading people's expressions. Seeing Qin Hao's evasive look, she said tactfully, no way, can this catch a rabbit? Qin Hao was very upset when he saw Yan Xuxin look down on his trap. Thinking of the illusion of, once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of the rope for 10 years, he quickly pointed at her feet and threatened, snake, there is a snake. Yan Xuxin was caught off guard by this sudden change. Without any hesitation, she threw herself into Qin Hao's arms. Ah, there's a snake. Quick, hurry and chase it away. Qin Hao felt Yan Xuxin hugging him tightly in his arms. She was obviously really scared, so he patted her on the back and comforted her. Okay, the snake is gone. But even so, Yan Xuxin did not dare to get off Qin Hao. She still hugged his neck tightly and even wrapped her legs around his waist to prevent herself from slipping off. How could Qin Hao not be excited by such a posture? Coupled with the thin suspender skirt and the faint fragrance that wafted towards his face, he felt completely refreshed. Yan, Goddess Yan, you are making it difficult for me. Yan Xuxin was stunned for a moment. As the general manager of the company, how could she not understand men? She blushed and felt ashamed. Qin Hao, you are, a bastard. Qin Hao was also very embarrassed, but for a normal man, how could he resist such temptation? What's more, the person in his arms is a cool and aloof boss who is as good as a goddess. How can he not be moved? Goddess Yan, I can't do anything about you. Although Yan Xuxin was furious, she was very afraid of poisonous snakes and did not dare to go down. Snake, is it really gone? Qin Hao was both excited and wanted to laugh, so he had to force himself to stay calm and explained, I was just trying to scare you. There is no snake at all. Come down quickly. When Yan Xuxin heard this, she was immediately furious. Without hesitation, she twisted Qin Hao's arm hard and even turned it around. Ah! Qin Hao felt a sharp pain in his arm and couldn't help but scream. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Yan Xuxin felt much better when she saw Qin Hao suffer a loss, as if she had gotten revenge, so she jumped off his body. Humph! Let's see if you dare to scare me like this again in the future. Qin Hao looked at Yan Xuxin, who was originally cold as ice, and now she was glaring at him angrily, which made her look very cute. This made him smile bitterly, so he had to suppress his inner impatience, and instantly pointed at the soles of Yan Xuxin's feet, and shouted in fear, Snake, poisonous snake. Ah, where is it, ah? Yan Xuxin was so frightened that she held her head and screamed, stomping on the ground desperately, interpreting the illusion of, once bitten by a snake, one will be afraid of ropes for 10 years vividly. Haha, here, bye. At this time, Yan Xuxin realized that Qin Hao had run far away and was grinning at her with a sly look on his face. She knew that she had been cheated again. Qin Hao, you dare to scare me. I will catch you and kill you, you big bad guy. But before Yan Xuxin had taken a few steps, she suddenly missed a step and fell directly into the grass. Ah! Qin Hao was shocked and hurried back to check on Yan Xuxin's condition. Goddess Yan, are you okay? Yan Xuxin punched Qin Hao in the chest twice angrily and said angrily, it's all your fault, my feet hurt so much. Qin Hao was afraid that Yan Xuxin had really sprained her foot, because this was a deserted island and that would be very troublesome, so he comforted her, okay, it's all my fault, I'll help you back to the beach first. Although Yan Xuxin was a little arrogant, she also knew that she had difficulty moving, so she nodded reluctantly. Qin Hao had no choice but to support Yan Xuxin and walk slowly towards the beach. The thin suspender skirt fluttered slowly in the breeze. Not long after, Qin Hao brought Yan Xuxin back to the tent. Qin Hao asked Yan Xuxin to move her ankle a little, and felt relieved when he felt there was no big problem. However, Yan Xuxin was disappointed and said, it's been a whole day and a whole night, why hasn't anyone come to rescue us? Qin Hao looked at Yan Xuxin, who was hugging her knees tightly, and said soothingly, "Don't worry, you are the general manager of the company, a first-class talent. The company will do its best to report for rescue. We just need to survive and wait patiently for the rescue team." "Real?" Qin Hao said firmly, "That's a must." "I hope so." Seeing that Yan Xuxin had calmed down a lot, Qin Hao didn't say anything more. He then went to the beach and picked up many shells and sea fish that were washed ashore by the waves, and roasted them next to the fire. Soon, the fishy smell of grilled fish filled the air. Yan Xuxin didn't care about these smelly seafood, but ate the only remaining wild fruit to deal with it. "Qin Hao, where are you going after eating?" Qin Hao was worried that the rescue team would not come in the next few days, so he wanted to think of a strategy to survive for a long time. He said bluntly, "We can't keep wasting time like this. I'll go to the beach and see if I can pick up any floating objects left behind when the ship sank." Yan Xuxin became interested and said, "Really? Then I want to go and have a look too." Qin Hao was worried about Yan Xuxin's foot injury, so he asked worriedly, "Is your foot injury okay?" Yan Xuxin deliberately shook it a few times and felt okay, so she said bluntly, "The beach is soft, it's not a big problem." Qin Hao lost interest in the charred seafood. He ate a few bites and stood up. "It's up to you then." Yan Xuxin has been living in the city and has been busy all the time. It is rare for her to have some free time after surviving the disaster, and of course she doesn't want to miss the beautiful scenery on the beach. Aha! Qin Hao had no choice but to take Yan Xuxin along the beach and head eastward. As time passed, they were already several miles away from the tent. Just when Qin Hao thought he would return empty-handed, he suddenly saw a black box next to a reef with his sharp eyes. Yan Xuxin was so happy that she felt that such a big black box must contain a lot of good things. But when Qin Hao opened the black box, Yan Xuxin was disappointed. Apart from a few tools, there was nothing useful to her inside. Although Yan Xuxin was not very happy, these things were like adding wings to a tiger for Qin Hao. The most important thing was that there was an axe in it, which was the best tool for survival on a deserted island. How could he not be happy? Haha, not bad, not bad, these things are so practical. Yan Xuxin, who was standing aside, crossed her arms and looked indifferent and as if it had nothing to do with her. Qin Hao was very sensible. He put the toolbox on the beach first and continued to lead Yan Xuxin forward to search, hoping to find something that would make her happy. As a result, before they had gone far, Qin Hao saw something completely different following the sunlight, slowly drifting towards the shore in the waves. "Goddess Yan, it looks like something is about to be washed ashore by the waves ahead." Yan Xuxin also noticed it, but it was too far away to see clearly, so she said anxiously, "Hurry up, maybe it's something good that can help us subsidize our survival supplies." Yan Xuxin thought as she spoke, she really hoped it was something like clothes, so that she wouldn't have to cover herself up every day. As they moved forward and got closer, Qin Hao realized that something was wrong, because the white thing slowly revealed its original shape under the impact of the waves. At this moment, a huge wave swept in and directly washed the white object onto the beach. Suddenly, Yan Xuxin's face turned pale with fright, and she threw herself into Qin Hao's arms and screamed. "Ah, a dead person." Although Qin Hao is a big and brave man, he couldn't help but feel frightened when he saw that the white object was actually two corpses hugging each other tightly. As a result, Yan Xuxin turned around and hugged him, pressing tightly against him, with only a thin layer of summer clothes between them, which instantly turned his fright into excitement. Qin Hao suppressed his wild thoughts. He knew Yan Xuxin was frightened, so he quickly comforted her, okay, I'm here, it's okay." Yan Xuxin's face turned pale, her hands were shaking, and her limbs were weak. If Qin Hao hadn't held her tightly, she might have fallen on the beach. Her face was full of grievance, and she sobbed, "Woo, I want to go home. I don't want to be here anymore." Qin Hao looked at Yan Xuxin who was crying, and without much hesitation, he picked her up by the waist, away from the two dead bodies, and comforted her. "Such a large ship sank, it is certain that not everyone can survive, and many people will definitely die." Yan Xuxin, who had always lived in a big city, had never seen such a scene before. She was so frightened that her whole body was shaking, and she didn't even notice that her whole body was pressed tightly against Qin Hao. Qin Hao had no choice but to carry Yan Xuxin back to the toolbox before putting her down. Don't worry, everything is fine now. Yan Xuxin sat on the beach in fear, holding Qin Hao's hand tightly, and said worriedly, "Don't leave, I'm scared." Qin Hao wanted to laugh a little, because the person in front of him was the general manager of the company, who was originally high and mighty, cold and selfless, and the most beautiful goddess. He could never have imagined that people from two different worlds would meet each other because of a disaster. "As long as I'm here, I will never let anything happen to you, so don't worry, my goddess Yan." Yan Xuxin was stunned when she heard this, and her frightened face slowly turned into surprise. She looked at herself holding Qin Hao's hand tightly and was stunned. She hurriedly let go and said, Who is yours? You are taking advantage of me again." Qin Hao showed a look of contempt, and looked at Yan Xuxin back and forth without any concealment. "Yes, if you don't take advantage of such a beautiful woman who comes to your door, do you think I'm stupid?" Yan Xuxin was so angry that she said, You big pervert, get out of here." Qin Hao stood up quickly, because he knew that Yan Xuxin would definitely slap him after scolding him, and as he expected, Yan Xuxin did so, but he happened to have predicted it in advance and dodged it. "Haha, my goddess Yan, you just rest here for a while. I'll go take care of the two bodies. I feel a little guilty about leaving them lying in the wilderness like this." Although Yan Xuxin was a little scared, she also knew what Qin Hao meant, so she regained a bit of her coolness and urged, "Go quickly and come back quickly, don't delay too long." Qin Hao was also worried that Yan Xuxin would be scared alone, so he didn't want to waste any time. He took out the axe from the toolbox and agreed, "Okay, got it." Yan Xuxin looked at Qin Hao's back, thinking about the slight changes in her heart during the past 2 days, and murmured to herself, "He doesn't seem to be bad, and he even seems pretty good." Qin Hao had no idea what Yan Xuxin was thinking at this time. He walked to the two dead bodies with an axe. Seeing that they were still hugging each other tightly after death, he knew that they had a deep relationship. "Forget it, the dead are the most important, let's bury them first." Because it was a beach, Qin Hao quickly dug a huge deep pit with an axe, then pushed the two dead bodies swollen by sea water into it and directly filled it with sand. The waves came one after another, and soon wiped out the traces that had just been buried, as if nothing had happened here. Yan Xuxin held the toolbox and looked around in fear, not moving a step. When she saw Qin Hao turning back, she hurriedly ran up to him. "Well, do you know them?" Qin Hao shook his head slightly, because in such a big company, he was just a small employee and didn't know many people, not to mention there were two dead bodies that were already swollen by sea water. Besides being able to tell the difference between a man and a woman, I also knew they were hugging each other very tightly, just like you were hugging me just now. Yan Xuxin's face suddenly turned red, and she said arrogantly, "You are still making such a joke at this time, humph, I will never talk to you again." After that, Yan Xuxin ran towards the tent without looking back. Qin Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry, so he had to hurry to catch up. He looked at Yan Xuxin who was walking angrily in front of him, and suddenly thought of the toolbox in her arms, which was made of iron and was not placed on the fire to boil water or cook food. Although he had the thought, after they returned to the tent, Qin Hao did not rush to boil water. Instead, seeing that the sun had become much weaker, he went into the jungle alone. Originally, Yan Xuxin wanted to follow, but because she was frightened by the two dead bodies, she had to lie down in the tent to rest and calm down. Qin Hao walked to the trap he had made in the morning with ease. Looking at the empty trap, he sighed helplessly and walked towards the wild fruit tree. Because it was already afternoon and the sun would set soon, if he didn't prepare some food, the two of them would have to go hungry tonight. But Qin Hao was surprised to find that the wild fruit tree had been targeted by a group of wild monkeys. Although the monkeys were scared away by the noise he made, most of the fruits on the tree had been destroyed. "You damn monkeys! These wild fruits are my most important source of food, and they were destroyed by you bastards. Don't let me catch you, or I will roast you." However, by the time Qin Hao finished cursing, the group of wild monkeys had disappeared without a trace. Qin Hao had no choice but to weave a scarecrow out of leaves and vines and place it under the wild fruit tree to scare the group of wild monkeys and prevent them from continuing to destroy the remaining wild fruits. Moreover, he knew that the deserted island jungle was full of dangers and it was not advisable to stay there for long, so he quickly picked some wild fruits, wrapped them in leaves, and brought them back to the beach. But before he could walk out of the jungle, he suddenly heard Yan Xuxin's heart-wrenching cry on the beach. Ah. Qin Hao, help me, don't come over here, Qin Hao, where are you, help me, ah. Qin Hao was horrified and thought that Yan Xuxin had met some pervert. He threw away the wild fruit in his arms, took out the axe from his waist and rushed out of the jungle. You big pervert, let go of that girl and let me come. Bah, let go of my goddess Yan. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is cruel. Everything in front of Qin Hao was completely beyond his expectations. He saw a seriously injured wild wolf, covered in blood, approaching Yan Xuxin step by step. At this time, Yan Xuxin's body had already retreated into the sea. The waves hit her body mercilessly, soaking her cicada wing suspender skirt, revealing her curves. Woo woo woo. Help, Qin Hao, help. Qin Hao knew that something was wrong and felt that this ferocious wolf would attack Yan Xuxin at any time. Without thinking twice, he kicked up a stone and smashed it at the wolf's body, then let out a loud roar. Beast, come at me if you dare. When Yan Xuxin saw the tall and straight Qin Hao, a glimmer of life appeared on her originally desperate face again. Qin Hao. However, the wild wolf was not a good guy. When it felt something hitting it, it instantly turned its head to look at Qin Hao, then turned around and pounced on him. Qin Hao was a real veteran. He just held the axe tightly, and all his strength burst out. Without any fancy moves, he directly chopped the wolf's head with the axe. With one move, the wolf fell to the ground instantly. It was staggering and wanted to stand up, but Qin Hao didn't give it any chance. He grasped the axe tightly with both hands, raised it high, and chopped it down with force. The wolf tried to struggle to get up until its death, but its bleeding head was no longer under its control, and before it could stand firmly on its feet, it fell straight down and was motionless. Qin Hao was overjoyed. Just as he was thinking about how to eat the wild wolf, Yan Xuxin slowly fell into the sea. He was panicked and ran over to carry Yan Xuxin back to the tent. As the sun set, gusts of sea breeze blew by, and Yan Xuxin huddled herself tightly, trembling. Well, it's cold. Qin Hao was stunned, wondering if the girl had a fever. But before he could touch Yan Xuxin's forehead with his hand, Yan Xuxin had already shrank into his arms. It's so warm. After Yan Xuxin felt a hint of warmth in Qin Hao's arms, she pressed even tighter against Qin Hao's chest, wishing she could shrink in his arms. Qin Hao was completely stunned, because the person lying in his arms at this moment was the general manager of the company, the goddess Yan. The stimulating fragrance filled his nose, coupled with the thin suspender skirt. How could he not be excited and thrilled? Cold, cold. Qin Hao came to his senses instantly when he heard Yan Xuxin's soft cry from the trembling body in his arms. He obviously realized that something was wrong with her. She didn't even care about their close contact, so he quickly reached out and touched her forehead. No way, this girl actually has a fever. Hey! Goddess Yan, are you okay? Yan Xuxin did not respond at all, but just huddled tightly in Qin Hao's arms, mumbling incoherently, "It's so cold, I'm so cold." Qin Hao knew that something was wrong, but this was a deserted island with no one living there, so he was helpless for a moment. But soon, Qin Hao thought of a good idea, which was to cool down first. Qin Hao did what he said. He hurriedly walked out of the tent, followed the setting sun to the beach, took off his shirt and soaked it in the sea water. Yan Xuxin in the tent couldn't bear it for a moment. She huddled tightly and trembled. Well, it's so cold, Qin Hao, I'm so cold. Qin Hao shook his head helplessly, because he really had no other choice but to put the shirt soaked in sea water on Yan Xuxin's forehead. A cool feeling appeared, and Yan Xuxin's trembling body instantly calmed down a lot. Qin Hao looked at Yan Xuxin, whose face was flushed and whose breathing was heavy, and he was very worried. Water, water. Yan Xuxin called out to Qin Hao with difficulty for water to drink. Qin Hao did not hesitate and quickly picked up the little bit of fresh water he had just received in the morning and brought it to Yan Xuxin's mouth, but Yan Xuxin had little consciousness at all, so it was even more difficult for her to drink water. What should I do? Do you want me to feed it with my mouth? For a moment, Qin Hao was in a dilemma, but as he looked at Yan Xuxin who was unconscious in front of him, there was no solution if the fever did not subside. Forget it. Anyway, there are only two of us on the deserted island. We have seen everything we should and shouldn't have seen. There is nothing wrong with a kiss. What's more, I was trying to save someone. Qin Hao looked around, mustered up his courage, took a sip of fresh water and held it in his mouth, preparing to put it into Yan Xuxin's mouth. But when he bent down and looked at Yan Xuxin's soft and fragrant lips, he couldn't help swallowing his saliva and drank the fresh water in his mouth. Fuck, what's wrong with me? She's just a woman, and I'm acting like I've never seen the world before. It's just a kiss, what's the big deal? It's not my first kiss. After saying that, Qin Hao felt lost, and couldn't help but sigh and said to himself, alas, it seems that this is really my first kiss. I am also drunk. I have lived for more than 20 years in vain. Qin Hao slowly calmed down, took a deep breath to keep himself calm, took a big sip of fresh water without hesitation, and directly blocked the corner of Yan Xuxin's mouth, gurgling the fresh water in his mouth into her mouth. Yan Xuxin was in a daze. When she felt the water, she swallowed it without realizing where the water came from. Qin Hao's heart was pounding and he reluctantly left Yan Xuxin's sweet lips. Even so, the scene just now still made him linger on his memory and the fragrance lingered at the corners of his mouth for a long time. As expected of a top-notch goddess, this feeling is different. But after Yan Xuxin drank a sip of water, she continued to shrink and showed no improvement at all. Well, it's cold. Qin Hao felt very distressed when he saw the frail Yan Xuxin, and quickly added more dry firewood to the fire, hoping that she would feel more warmth and get better. As a result, Yan Xuxin remained the same, shouting incoherently that she was cold. What can I do? It's already dark, and it's not easy to find something to keep you warm. But Qin Hao really couldn't bear to let Yan Xuxin suffer, so he made up his mind to walk into the tent, slowly lay down beside her, and hugged her in his arms. Yan Xuxin seemed to feel a hint of warmth as well, and she hugged Qin Hao tightly without hesitation, unwilling to let go. At this moment, Qin Hao not only did not feel any joy, he was even in great pain, especially Yan Xuxin's graceful figure, which was tightly pressed against him, which made him forget himself for a moment and unable to calm down for a long time. Moreover, only Qin Hao himself knew the embarrassment he felt at the moment. That kind of pain and suffering was simply not something a normal man could endure. Especially Yan Xuxin, she only knew where there was temperature, and where the temperature was high, she would curl up there without any worries at all. This made Qin Hao feel very aggrieved, especially when he was hugging a top goddess so tightly, who was also the general manager of his own company and a cold boss. This made him feel very innocent. He secretly tried to stop himself from thinking too much and stay calm. Finally, Qin Hao fell into a deep sleep without realizing it. He didn't know what Yan Xuxin would look like when he woke up tomorrow. When Qin Hao opened his eyes again, the sky in the east was already turning pale and the morning glow was shining. Qin Hao hurriedly checked on Yan Xuxin's condition. Seeing that she was still sleeping soundly and her breathing had become much calmer, he felt relieved. But soon, Qin Hao became excited, because at this time Yan Xuxin's figure was fully displayed, graceful and delicate face was pressed tightly in his arms, like a couple in love. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Yan Xuxin, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly began to tremble all over. Qin Hao knew that Yan Xuxin might be having a nightmare. Ah, Qin Hao, help me. Yan Xuxin woke up instantly with a scream, tears in her eyes. But when she found Qin Hao in her arms, she did not distance herself from him like before, but hugged him even tighter. Qin Hao, I just dreamed that a wild wolf wanted to eat me. I was so scared. How could Qin Hao, who was flattered, refuse such a goddess who came to his door? However, he knew that Yan Xuxin was really scared, so he patted her back and comforted her. Don't worry, I'm here, everything will be fine. Yan Xuxin's body trembled, and she was obviously struggling inside, not knowing how to make a decision. But a sense of maturity hit Qin Hao's mind, making him very excited. Especially last night, Qin Hao had used his shirt to soak up water to cool Yan Xuxin down. At this moment, they were only separated by the cicada wing halter dress, and an unusual atmosphere was created. Xuxin. Qin Hao called out affectionately, which made Yan Xuxin feel excited. Yan Xuxin looked at Qin Hao with a red face and her breathing became rapid. She instinctively wanted to push Qin Hao away, but what she never expected was that she seemed to have suddenly lost all her strength and could not exert any strength. Moreover, this gentle pushing and shouting not only failed to dispel Qin Hao's evil thoughts, but made him even bolder. Qin Hao instantly hugged Yan Xuxin, taking the initiative and holding her tightly in his arms. Feeling a hint of tenderness, he could no longer control his heart and directly blocked Yan Xuxin's gentle little mouth with his thick lips. Qin Hao. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a conversation was heard outside the tent, which completely interrupted Qin Hao's good thing. Li Meiyan, there is a dead wolf here. Oh my god, it's true. Yan Xuxin, who was lying in the tent, panicked when she heard the sound. She quickly pushed Qin Hao away and hurriedly straightened her suspender skirt. Qin Hao was very angry, and cursed his bad luck. Why did he show up at this time? He couldn't have come a little later, even 10 minutes would be fine. Although Qin Hao was a little reluctant, he knew he couldn't continue when he saw Yan Xuxin's expression. Li Meiyan, look, there are tents and fires ahead. Just at this moment, Qin Hao bent down and walked out of the tent. His face was originally full of anger, but when he saw that there were 2 women, he was overjoyed. Sister Meiyan, it's you. It turned out that the person who came was none other than Qin Hao's immediate team leader Li Meiyan, who was 28 years old this year, at the prime of her life when a woman was mature, steady and in her prime. When Li Meiyan saw that it was Qin Hao, she was shocked at first, and then she said ecstatically, Qin Hao, I was wondering who has such great ability to clean up this place so well and even build a tent. You are indeed a retired soldier. When Qin Hao first joined the company, the person who helped him the most was Li Meiyan. Although she was his team leader, she always took good care of him and even often brought him some breakfast. Sister Meiyan, how did you 2 get here these days? Li Meiyan did not hide anything and told the truth. When I woke up, I found myself lying on the beach, but I had no food and was extremely thirsty, so I had to go to the jungle to look for food. I happened to find a stream and caught some small fish by instinct, which helped me survive. What, you actually found a stream? Qin Hao was very surprised. He had been worried about the water source. Now that Li Meiyan found a stream, it couldn't be better for him. However, at this time, Yan Xuxin, who had tidied her clothes, slowly walked out of the tent. When Li Meiyan saw Yan Xuxin, she was even more surprised, because she knew Yan Xuxin's character. She was a completely cold and domineering general manager. She never expected that she would lower her posture and squeeze into a small tent with Qin Hao at this time. Li Meiyan looked at Qin Hao with a questioning look on her face, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if she was watching a good show. But before Qin Hao could respond, the woman next to Li Meiyan suddenly ran towards Yan Xuxin, hugged her tightly, and burst into tears. Wow, Manager Yan, I finally found you. I thought I would never see you again, woo woo woo. Yan Xuxin was also shocked when she saw the crying woman in front of her. You are Xiaoro, let me see you, how come you have lost so much weight in just 2 days? Wang Xiaoro is Yan Xuxin's secretary. All the little matters concerning Yan Xuxin in the company are decided by her. Outside the company, they are like sisters. Wow, Manager Yan, the ship was in distress and I almost died in the sea. If Li Meiyan hadn't found me on the beach, I would never see you again in this life. Yan Xuxin looked at Li Meiyan. They knew each other, but they were not very close. They nodded to each other to say hello. Yan Xuxin was also glad that she met Qin Hao, otherwise she would not be much better than Wang Xiaoro. Li Meiyan looked at Qin Hao and said sincerely, well, Qin Hao, we are all in trouble now. Do you think we can join together? Although Qin Hao was angry that they had ruined his good plan, how could he refuse the 2 beauties to join him? He nodded and agreed quickly. Of course, we can all take care of each other. When Wang Xiaoro saw that she could be with Yan Xuxin, she was so happy that she cheered. Qin Hao also took out the wild fruits he had just picked last night and handed them to Li Meiyan and Wang Xiaoro. Li Meiyan and Wang Xiaoro had indeed been hungry for a day and a night. When they saw the wild fruits, they were no longer reserved and started to eat them immediately. Seeing this, Qin Hao knew that Li Meiyan and the others must have suffered a lot, so he comforted them, you guys take a rest first, I'll go clean up the wolf's body and make it into food for breakfast. How could Li Meiyan let Qin Hao work alone? She quickly finished the wild fruit in her hand and went forward to help pull the wolf's body to the beach. But when Li Meiyan sat in front of Qin Hao, the low-necked mini dress was perfectly presented and attracted everyone's attention. If Qin Hao hadn't had experience with Yan Xuxin in the past 2 days, he would not have been able to endure such confusion and slowly shifted his gaze. However, just when Qin Hao thought everything was fine, Li Meiyan, a mature woman, noticed his evasive gaze, but she did not rush to tidy it up. Instead, she smiled and looked at Qin Hao and said, "Does it look good?" Qin Hao was obviously stunned. He was immediately excited when he saw Li Meiyan, who was deliberately not covering her body. But before Qin Hao could be happy, Li Meiyan changed the subject and said, "Haha, I'm just teasing you. Look how excited you are." Qin Hao was extremely embarrassed and had to clean the wolf's body to ease his embarrassment. He quickly cut the wolf meat into more than a dozen pieces and placed them neatly on the wolf's skin. Then he poured out all the tools in the toolbox, took them to the beach to clean them, and boiled a large iron box of wild wolf meat with sea water. After a long time, the aroma of meat spread everywhere, attracting everyone to gather around, because they had not had a hot meal since they were stranded on the deserted island. Wang Xiaoro, who had been hungry for 4 meals in 2 days, saw the wolf meat and shouted excitedly, "Wow, this meat smells so good." Li Meiyan was no exception. Without further delay, she quickly found a blade from the pile of tools and spread the cooked wolf meat. Everyone ate with relish, not caring about their appearance at all. Qin Hao finished eating very quickly and hung the remaining wolf meat on a branch nearby to keep as food reserve. "Sister Meiyan, please take me to the creek and let Wang Xiaoro stay to accompany Yan Xuxin." Qin Hao has always been concerned about the stream that Li Meiyan mentioned and didn't want to delay for a moment. Good. Of course Li Meiyan would not object. She stood up and took Qin Hao into the jungle according to her memory and headed towards the stream. Along the way, Qin Hao and Li Meiyan chatted about many topics. He also knew that Li Meiyan used to like camping in the wild, so she knew a lot about survival in the wild. Taking bird eggs and catching some small fish were easy for her. Soon, Li Meiyan led Qin Hao along the direction and found the clear stream. Qin Hao was so happy that he was very excited watching the little fish swimming back and forth in the stream. He no longer had to worry about the water supply, especially the small fish in it, which were definitely enough food for everyone. Li Meiyan looked at the excited Qin Hao and was just about to speak when a roar came from not far away. Roar. Li Meiyan was horrified. She knew something was wrong and she must have encountered some ferocious beast. Just when she didn't know what to do, Qin Hao suddenly pushed her from behind and pressed her tightly under him. "Shoo, don't talk." Li Meiyan, who was about to resist, quickly remained silent after hearing Qin Hao's words. But when she felt Qin Hao's strong body pressing on her, she actually felt a little shy. "Qin." Before Li Meiyan could finish her words, Qin Hao quickly covered her mouth. "Shoo, this is not good." Li Meiyan, whose mouth was covered instantly, felt a little embarrassed, but before she could react, a huge roar came from right in front of them. Roar. It was then that Li Meiyan discovered that it was actually a huge black bear standing opposite their stream. Perhaps because it was thirsty, it was bending over and drinking from big gulps, occasionally making low growls. Qin Hao felt the warmth of Li Meiyan in his arms. The comfort was even better than that of Yan Xuxin, and it soon made him distracted. Li Meiyan is an experienced person, mature and steady. When she felt the change in Qin Hao, she couldn't help but chuckle. Soon, after drinking the water, the big black bear looked around and roared. Seeing that there was no movement, he turned around and walked back into the depths of the jungle. But after the big black bear left, Li Meiyan did not let Qin Hao get up immediately. Instead, she turned around and hugged him, whispering in his ear, "I didn't expect you, kid, to be so capable." Qin Hao, who had been distracted for a long time, of course understood what Li Meiyan was talking about. Looking at her mysterious big eyes, he was captivated and just wanted to develop the relationship further, but Li Meiyan suddenly thought of something and stood up quickly. "Good boy, you actually dared to attack me. I think you are tired of living." After hearing what Li Meiyan said, Qin Hao's impulsive mind instantly sobered up, and he couldn't help shaking his shoulders and said, "How dare I? It's because you are too attractive that I can't control myself. You just like to talk nonsense." After saying this, Li Meiyan's face was full of smiles. However, Qin Hao was not in a hurry, because he knew that the rescue team would not arrive for a while, and maybe something would really happen between him and Li Meiyan on the deserted island, which made him excited. But before he could think about it, a bolt of lightning struck from the blue sky, followed by a deafening thunder in the sky. Boom. Although Li Meiyan is a mature woman, she has been afraid of thunder since she was a child. She was so frightened by the thunder that she threw herself into Qin Hao's arms. Ah. Qin Hao asked worriedly, "Sister Meiyan, are you okay?" Li Meiyan's thin pocket-sized clothes could not hide her seductive figure at all. She trembled and said, "Is this going to change?" A huge white lightning flashed across the sky above the deserted island, followed by a thunderous roar that resounded through the world. Boom. Qin Hao is a veteran and well-informed. Looking at the dark sky, he knew that this was a sign of a coming storm. And he knew that this was a deserted island, surrounded by the sea, and the weather was unpredictable. "Sister Meiyan, it looks like a storm is coming, let's find a place to take shelter from the rain." Li Meiyan looked around and instantly thought of a place to go, so she said bluntly, "I do have a place to go." Qin Hao was so excited when he heard it. "Where is it?" "There is a cave not far to the west of us." Qin Hao saw that the sky was getting darker and darker, dozens of lightning flashed across the sky, and the wind was howling. He hurriedly said, "What are you waiting for? Lead the way." But before they could take a few steps, the wind howled and the rain poured down. In just a few seconds, Li Meiyan was already soaked all over, and her thin shirt was clinging to her body with perfect curves. In order to ease the embarrassment, Qin Hao asked, "Sister Meiyan, are you not here yet?" Just at this moment, Li Meiyan, who had just climbed up the slope, saw the hill not far away, standing tall among the swaying jungle. "Here we are, right in front of us." Qin Hao was overjoyed and quickly jumped onto the slope in a few steps. However, because of the storm, Li Meiyan, who was about to move forward, slipped and fell backwards into Qin Hao's arms. Qin Hao, who had not yet stood firmly, was caught off guard and fell down the slope while holding Li Meiyan tightly. Because of the heavy rain, there was a lot of water under the slope. The two people, covered in mud, hugged each other tightly, especially the intimate contact. People who didn't know would think they were doing something in the heavy rain. Qin Hao could clearly feel Li Meiyan's heartbeat and warm body, so he couldn't help but hug her tighter. Li Meiyan's body trembled when Qin Hao hugged her like this, and she was a little eager to move, but when she thought of her boyfriend, she tried her best to restrain herself and stay awake, and stood up from Qin Hao's arms in a panic. "Qin Hao, are you okay?" Qin Hao seemed very relaxed, and said with a wry smile, "It's okay, let's go to the cave quickly to hide from the rain." Li Meiyan had no objection and had to pull Qin Hao up and run towards the cave in the storm. Qin Hao followed closely behind, looking at Li Meiyan in front of him, who was wet all over, with curves in all the right places, and a figure that was indeed comparable to Yan Xuxin, and even better because of her mature femininity. The more he watched, the more excited he became. He even got a little excited when he thought of the scene of a man and a woman hiding from the rain in a cave. Boom. A storm accompanied by thunder and lightning raged over the deserted island. This time Qin Hao was very sensible and held Li Meiyan tightly to prevent her from falling again. Qin Hao looked at the hill in front of him. Although the mountain was not high, it gave people a very majestic feeling. "Sister Meiyan, this is the place you are talking about, right?" Li Meiyan nodded slightly in the heavy rain. It was summer and people were wearing thin clothes. A thin pocket-sized fur could not hide her seductive figure. "Wang Xiaoro and I came here once last time to look for food, but we two women were a little scared of this cave, so we didn't go in to check it out." Qin Hao knew what Li Meiyan was worried about, so he slowly took out the axe from his waist. Li Meiyan was a little scared and asked, "Qin Hao, are there any wild animals in here?" At this moment, a flash of lightning passed over their heads, which really scared Li Meiyan. The flash also illuminated the dark entrance of the cave. The messy scene inside instantly came into their eyes, and then a roar resounded through the world. Boom. The wind was howling and the storm was getting stronger. Qin Hao felt a little cold and was too lazy to think about it. He quickly picked up a stone beside him and threw it into the cave. Thunderbolt. The sound of rocks colliding echoed in the cave, but there was no response for a long time after the sound. After Qin Hao glanced at Li Meiyan and saw that everything was calm, he slowly took her into the cave. Boom. Lightning flashed across the cave, and Qin Hao and Li Meiyan gradually got used to the darkness inside. They then discovered that the space inside the cave was quite spacious, especially the ground was quite flat. Li Meiyan said happily, "Qin Hao, this place looks pretty good." Qin Hao nodded slightly and responded, "Yes, it's good. It's not bad, rain or shine, much better than living on the beach." Whoosh! Li Meiyan looked at the howling storm outside and said worriedly, "It's raining so hard outside, I wonder how Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiaorou are doing." It was impossible for Qin Hao to say that he was not worried. It was great that the tent he built on the beach could survive the storm, not to mention providing them with shelter from the wind and rain. However, Qin Hao still underestimated the power of the storm. At this time, the beach, without any trees to block the view, had already been completely unrecognizable. Qin Hao was also helpless and said helplessly, "We can only pray now, hoping that both of them are okay and can get through this safely." Of course Li Meiyan knew it, so she didn't say anything more. Because of the storm, she felt a little cold, so she just found a place to sit down, hugging her knees and huddling her body. Qin Hao, standing at the entrance of the cave, didn't know why the weather on the deserted island was so abnormal, nor did he know what to do in the future. After thinking about it for a while, he turned around and walked towards Li Meiyan, intending to sit beside her and rest for a while. But at this moment, Li Meiyan suddenly felt something moving in her hand, so she slowly picked it up and took a look. Boom! A ray of lightning shone in, and Li Meiyan suddenly discovered a black spider crawling on her hand. She was immediately frightened. Ah! Before Qin Hao could react, Li Meiyan threw herself into his arms and yelled, "Spider, it's a spider!" Seeing that Li Meiyan made such a big noise, Qin Hao knew that the spider must have been thrown away by her long ago. But Li Meiyan's body jumping up and down, rubbing against him, made him forget himself for a moment. "No, it's okay. I'm here for you." Li Meiyan was still very scared, so she hugged Qin Hao tightly and said delicately, then don't leave me." Qin Hao also didn't expect that Li Meiyan, the always mature and steady woman, would actually be afraid of spiders. But he thought about it and understood that one thing can overcome another, and it was normal for a woman to be afraid of insects, so he patted her back gently and comforted her, "Don't worry, I won't leave." But Qin Hao could clearly feel Li Meiyan's proud figure and the faint fragrance of that woman, which immediately made him distracted. Li Meiyan is an experienced person, mature and steady. She noticed that the atmosphere was not right and her pretty face gradually turned red. But to Qin Hao's surprise, the beautiful team leader did not leave his arms, but whispered in his ear, "Haha, I never thought that brother Qin Hao is quite excited." Qin Hao was a little embarrassed, but looking at the delicate Li Meiyan in his arms, he didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. He put his arms around her waist and pulled her closer to him. Yeah. The incident happened suddenly. Li Meiyan, who had not yet reacted, let out a seductive hum and looked at Qin Hao with misty eyes. She was a little moved. Qin Hao kissed her without hesitation, and as soon as the thick lips touched her, he felt an obvious electric shock. Ah! As a result, at this moment, Qin Hao, who had not yet had time to enjoy it, suddenly screamed, took a step back, covered his mouth and said, "Why are you biting me?" Li Meiyan was thinking about something. She suppressed her inner desire and said apologetically, "Qin Hao, we can't do this. You know, I have a boyfriend. I don't know how worried he is because of the shipwreck. I can't let him down." After hearing what Li Meiyan said, Qin Hao's thoughts became clearer. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, knowing that he and Li Meiyan were too impulsive just now. However, Qin Hao didn't know why, but he always felt that this deserted island was vaguely strange. His intuition told him that it might be difficult for them to leave this deserted island. If this was true, perhaps something might really happen between him and Li Meiyan on this deserted island. Not long after, the storm outside the cave subsided. Qin Hao was not unhappy about the incident just now. Seeing that the storm had stopped, he walked out of the cave with an axe. Li Meiyan, who had just walked out of the cave, was still a little worried, so she patted the miniature fur on her body, fearing that there would be more spiders crawling on her. When Qin Hao saw Li Meiyan's expression, he couldn't help but want to laugh. They had just talked a lot about Li Meiyan's past in the cave, and it was also a topic Qin Hao casually brought up to ease the embarrassment of being bitten just now. At this time, the jungle washed by the storm turned green, especially on the ground, where a lot of water accumulated. Moreover, the water in the pond on the back mountain was very turbid and fast-flowing. Chirp. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the sounds of chickens and birds could be heard. Qin Hao was overjoyed because he saw some movement in the pond from afar. It looked like a pheasant or some other bird. Sister Meiyan, there seems to be food we want over there. Let's go and take a look. When Li Meiyan heard this, of course she did not object, and hurriedly followed Qin Hao and ran towards the pond. The two people who ran to the pond and saw the scene inside immediately became excited. Perhaps because of the raging storm just now, there were actually several pheasants and wild birds that had fallen into the pond. They were floating on the water and flapping their wings, as if trying to break free from the water. Qin Hao, they are actually wild chickens and birds. Hurry, we must catch them. Of course Qin Hao would not miss such a good opportunity. He quickly took off his wet clothes and prepared to jump into the pond. But Qin Hao was only wearing a pair of casual shorts. When he took them off, he felt a chill and was immediately embarrassed. However, Li Meiyan did not intend to avoid the gaze. Instead, she unexpectedly stared at Qin Hao for a long time before her face turned red with shyness. Brother Qin Hao, you look so embarrassed. Do you think I've never seen a man before? But you're pretty well developed. No wonder you dare to touch me again and again. Qin Hao had never seen such a scene before. He didn't dare to respond and jumped into the turbid pool water with a splash. There happened to be a 2-meter-long stick on the water. He grabbed it without hesitation and smashed it directly at the pheasant closest to him. Pa! The water surface splashed more than half a meter high. The pheasant, which was struggling just now, suddenly became motionless and was thrown directly at Li Meiyan's feet by Qin Hao. Sister Meiyan, take them. I'll catch a few more. Li Meiyan happily picked up the pheasant, but she was a little worried about Qin Hao in the murky water, so she said with concern, Qin Hao, be careful. Qin Hao understood that although he was walking towards the wild bird that fell into the water, this was a deserted island. He also had to pay attention to the situation under his feet at all times, and was afraid that there might be something deadly in the water. Bang! Another wild bird was thrown onto the shore by Qin Hao. Li Meiyan couldn't help feeling happy when she saw the 2 pheasants in her hands. But at this moment, she clearly saw some movement on the other side of the pond, so she looked a few more times out of curiosity. It would have been fine if you hadn't looked, but when you did, you were suddenly shocked. You saw a python several meters long swimming down from a tree into the pond. Qin Hao, come back quickly, there is a big python opposite you, and it is swimming towards you. When Qin Hao heard this, he was startled and looked up quickly. He really saw snake-shaped ripples on the water surface, moving towards him. Qin Hao didn't care about the pheasants or birds at all. He just threw the stick in his hand at the python, turned around and swam quickly towards the shore. Maybe Qin Hao was blessed by God, the stick he threw actually hit the python's head, slowing down its speed, which just happened to win Qin Hao a chance to survive. Li Meiyan quickly pulled Qin Hao out of the pond. Qin Hao was frightened, so he picked up his clothes and ran away with Li Meiyan. The python that quickly rushed out of the water was still a step slow, but it was hit on the head by Qin Hao with a tree stick, and traces of blood actually appeared. After being frightened, Qin Hao and Li Meiyan dared not stay any longer until they were exhausted, and then they stopped to rest. Seeing Qin Hao panting, Li Meiyan couldn't help laughing. Qin Hao, how does it feel to have escaped death? Qin Hao waved his hands weakly, took a few deep breaths, and then responded, such a big python, it's too scary. Ha ha. Li Meiyan was amused by Qin Hao and laughed out loud, but she also knew that it was indeed dangerous just now. However, at least they had gained something, which could be considered as surviving a disaster, and there would be good fortune in the future. Qin Hao didn't want to face Li Meiyan naked, so he quickly put on his clothes. Maybe because they were in such a hurry to escape just now, Qin Hao and Li Meiyan didn't pay any attention to their surroundings at all. Only now did they take a closer look. As a result, at this moment, they actually saw a figure lying not far away. Anyone else? Qin Hao and Li Meiyan were both surprised. They saw that it seemed to be a man wearing a green coat, so they hurried over. Qin Hao looked at the green coat and felt vaguely familiar with it, but it was difficult to remember what it was for a moment. And for some unknown reason, the guy's clothes were torn to pieces. Out of curiosity, Qin Hao turned the man over, but unfortunately, the man was already dead. Qin Hao looked at the man's body and felt sad, thinking that he had probably not been dead for long. After seeing the dead body, Li Meiyan was suddenly frightened, so she moved away from here and walked up the hillside, wanting to breathe some fresh air. Qin Hao thought that there might be something useful on the man, so he started searching. He actually found a dagger, and even disinfectant alcohol, bandages, and so on. These tools surprised Qin Hao very much, but he quickly reacted. Could this be a rescue team? Qin Hao felt a chill in his heart when he saw that the men had been dead for not long. He knew that he must be a member of the rescue team who came to search for the victims. But as a member of the rescue team, how could he die here? Qin Hao felt something was not good when he thought of this guy's tattered clothes and his bleeding head. He must have fallen from a great height and his clothes were torn by the branches above his head. All of this was full of strangeness, and Qin Hao felt more and more that this deserted island was unusual. But before he could react, Li Meiyan made a new discovery. Qin Hao, come quickly, there is something going on here. Qin Hao heard Li Meiyan's cry and no longer paid attention to the male corpse in front of him. He quickly ran up the hillside. When he stepped up the hillside, he was shocked to find that Li Meiyan's eyes were dull and she was staring straight ahead. Qin Hao looked in the direction she was looking without saying anything, and was shocked at heart. Because right in front of him, the wreckage of a crashed helicopter appeared clearly. It was a rescue helicopter, scattered in pieces on the hillside, and the broken metal blades reflected a dazzling light under the sunlight. Li Meiyan hid in Qin Hao's arms in fear. The fear in her heart made her whole body tremble uncontrollably. Qin Hao hugged Li Meiyan gently. He already knew the origin of the male corpse just now, and even the rescue helicopter had crashed. The entire rescue team must have been wiped out. Qin Hao understood that this deserted island was indeed unusual. Sister Meiyan, it's a rescue helicopter, and the body just now was also a member of the rescue team. Li Meiyan seemed to have been hit hard. Her face suddenly turned very ugly. She trembled and said, Qin Hao, can we never go back? Qin Hao couldn't help but hold Li Meiyan's smooth little hand and comforted her, don't worry, maybe they had an accident. The new rescue team should come to rescue us soon. Qin Hao was just comforting himself. He already knew how dangerous this deserted island was. It would be almost impossible for them to leave here. Li Meiyan was somewhat distraught, but also seemed to understand something. She was stunned for a moment, but then she said with tears streaming down her face, Qin Hao, we may never be able to leave this deserted island. There was a trace of despair in Li Meiyan's big watery eyes, which made Qin Hao feel distressed. He comforted her, it's okay, we will definitely go back. Everything will pass. You still have me, Miss Meiyan. Qin Hao couldn't help but comfort her a few more times, but Li Meiyan ignored him and said sadly, Qin Hao, do you find this island strange? Our ship must have a fixed route, why did it capsize here? And this rescue helicopter, such a professional team can also crash. Qin Hao was also puzzled, but he knew that there were many places that could not be observed using scientific phenomena. Perhaps this deserted island had a unique geographical location, coupled with the nearby cold current, which caused the weather to change unpredictably, which could be regarded as a geographical miracle. Maybe it's just a coincidence, don't worry too much. Qin Hao thought he was the only one who discovered it, but he was shocked when he didn't expect Li Meiyan also discovered it. Impossible, we definitely can't go back. Li Meiyan shouted with some trembling, and then tightly grasped Qin Hao's hand and said fearfully, how can there be so many coincidences, and the rescue team members also crashed? This is really not in line with common sense. Qin Hao also held Li Meiyan's hand tightly, comforting her and letting her sit on a rock nearby. Sister Meiyan, calm down first. The rescue team may have encountered some kind of accident that led to the plane crash. It's useless for us to think about it now. We should save our strength and survive first. Only then will things turn around. Li Meiyan, who had just sat down, hugged Qin Hao again. Her mood not only did not ease at all, but she became even more worried and scared. Qin Hao, I'm so scared. Qin Hao did not deliberately feel Li Meiyan's proud figure, but in order to better comfort her, he had to hug her, gently patted her smooth back and comforted her, it's okay, I'll take care of everything, don't worry. Li Meiyan's warm body trembled gently in Qin Hao's arms, and the fragrance of a mature woman instantly filled Qin Hao's nostrils. Because the storm had just passed, and Qin Hao was still wet from catching some pheasants and wild birds, and Li Meiyan was also wearing thin summer clothes and had been drenched by the rain. The two of them hugged each other like this, and their adrenaline and hormones were soaring. Originally, Qin Hao and Li Meiyan just hugged each other and comforted each other, and did not think about it in that direction. However, with such close contact, an unusual atmosphere emerged after a while. Qin Hao clearly noticed that Li Meiyan's breathing became a little rapid, especially her ears were slowly turning red. Li Meiyan finally reacted. She wanted to struggle and push Qin Hao away, but her limp body could only snuggle tightly in Qin Hao's arms. Her slender little hands were completely powerless, especially when she pushed and yelled. It was like a cat's claw, which instead aroused Qin Hao's burning passion. Qin Hao couldn't help but hug Li Meiyan tighter, and his hands could no longer hold back. Qin Hao, don't. Li Meiyan said subconsciously, but her eyes were looking at Qin Hao in confusion, and her sexy little mouth was slightly opened, exuding a strong temptation. Qin Hao looked at Li Meiyan's bewitching eyes and couldn't hold back any longer and kissed her hot lips fiercely. Yeah. Li Meiyan is mature and charming, with an alluring moan. As the company's most beautiful woman, a goddess-level existence, although she is already taken, she is still the object of fantasy for many men. As she is Qin Hao's immediate team leader, he is no exception. Qin Hao had not expected that a disaster on a deserted island would allow him to win the favor of two goddesses, and how could he not be moved with such beauties in his arms? However, just when he was anxious and couldn't wait to do something big, a wooden stick suddenly flew towards him and hit Qin Hao's back of the head, causing a wave of pain. Qin Hao was at a loss and thought that he had been discovered by the person in distress and was deliberately trying to ruin their good time. But Qin Hao looked around and didn't see any figure. It was quiet all around, without a trace of movement. Li Meiyan, who was full of desire, saw Qin Hao stopped and said shyly, "Qin Hao, what's wrong?" Qin Hao looked at Li Meiyan, who was looking forward to it, shook his head and said, "It's okay." Just as he was about to continue his relationship with Li Meiyan, he was hit hard on the back of his head again. This time it was not a stick, but a stone. The back of Qin Hao's head was swollen. "Whoever has the guts, get out here." Qin Hao roared angrily. Such a beautiful scene was ruined. He felt very anxious and unhappy. At this moment, Li Meiyan suddenly laughed and pointed at a big tree behind Qin Hao and said, "Haha, it's actually a monkey." Qin Hao looked back in the direction Li Meiyan pointed, and saw that it was actually a blonde, long-haired monkey with a tail longer than its body. It was squatting on a tree branch, grinning with a smug look on its face. Qin Hao, who had a vivid memory, discovered that this wild monkey was one of the ones that had destroyed his wild fruit trees before, and they looked exactly the same. This guy is too rampant. Qin Hao was angry and quickly picked up the stone beside him and threw it at the wild monkey. However, Qin Hao missed the attack because of his posture, and the wild monkey also took out a stone and threw it at him again. How could Qin Hao tolerate this? He quickly stood up, picked up a few stones and threw them over. This time, the wild monkey was hit hard by several bullets, and it let out a series of screams and ran away. Qin Hao felt very comfortable in his heart, and was about to go back to his old job while hugging Li Meiyan with great joy. However, what Qin Hao never expected was that suddenly, a large number of sticks, stones, and pine cones fell from behind him like crazy raindrops. What's going on? Qin Hao was surprised to find that dozens of wild monkeys had suddenly emerged from the big tree behind him and were arrogantly throwing things at him, looking as if they were seeking revenge. Qin Hao was really frightened by this scene. If he and Li Meiyan continued to be bombarded like this, even if they were not seriously injured, they would definitely suffer some physical pain. Qin Hao suddenly lost interest and picked up the clothes on the ground and pulled Li Meiyan down the hillside, picking up the pheasants and birds at the foot of the mountain. A large group of wild monkeys wanted to chase them, but Qin Hao and Li Meiyan were fast and soon left them far behind. Qin Hao and Li Meiyan stopped only when the wild monkey had completely disappeared. Qin Hao looked at Li Meiyan, who was panting, with her delicate face and perfect curvaceous figure. When he wanted to continue, Li Meiyan resisted. Li Meiyan pushed Qin Hao away in opposition, lowered her head with shyness, and said apologetically, Qin Hao, I'm sorry, I saw the crashed rescue helicopter just now and I was too impulsive when I thought I couldn't go back. I'm 5 years older than you, and I have, a boyfriend. I can't hold you back, let's not do it. Qin Hao knew that after experiencing the farce of the wild monkey, Li Meiyan had obviously recovered a lot, and her will to refuse was very firm, and there was no hesitation in her eyes. The great opportunity had been missed. Qin Hao felt very regretful and hated the wild monkeys. However, no matter how depressed he was, he nodded gloomily and started to pack clothes with Li Meiyan. Because of the storm, Li Meiyan didn't know the situation of Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiaorou, and said worriedly, Qin Hao, we have wasted a lot of time, let's go back quickly. It was such a heavy storm that Qin Hao was very worried about the safety of Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiaorou, fearing that something might happen to them. So he agreed, took the pheasants and wild birds, and started to return in the right direction. But on the way back, Qin Hao was worried that Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiaorou would lose hope of survival if they knew about the crashed rescue team helicopter, so he agreed with Li Meiyan that they would never mention the matter when they returned. Li Meiyan also readily agreed, because she was very clear about the depressed mood she had just felt, it went without saying. But when Qin Hao returned to the beach, he was stunned. He never expected that the destructive power of this storm would be so strong. He looked at everything in front of him, especially the tent and the campfire he had built, which had long disappeared. Only the SOS distress signal and a few large stones were left there. Only then did Qin Hao realize that this was where they had stayed before. Li Meiyan covered her mouth and said in disbelief, Qin Hao, are you sure it's here? Could we have gone to the wrong place? Qin Hao pointed to a few large rocks not far away and said, I moved those rocks there to signal for help. It took me a lot of effort to do that. After listening to Qin Hao's words, Li Meiyan reluctantly accepted the fact. However, apart from the beach that had been restored to its original state by the storm, there was no trace of Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiaorou. Goddess Yan, Wang Xiaorou, where are you? Hey, Yan Xuxin, if you hear me, please answer. Qin Hao tried calling out a few times, but there was no response. He was amazed at the destructive power of nature. Li Meiyan was also very worried about the safety of Yan Xuxin and the others, and she shouted along with Qin Hao. Manager Yan, Wang Xiaorou, please answer if you hear me. Anxious shouts rang out on the beach, and soon, hard work paid off, and a response came from the jungle. Qin Hao, Sister Meiyan, we are here. After hearing Wang Xiaorou's voice, Qin Hao immediately rushed into the jungle. He saw that Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiaorou were already soaked and hugged each other tightly, just like hugging each other for warmth in the cold winter. Especially Yan Xuxin, although she was hugging Wang Xiaorou, her completely wet cicada wing suspender skirt seemed to be non-existent, and her entire body curves were perfectly presented. Qin Hao felt so distressed watching her, thinking of how she used to be the arrogant general manager of the company, with that domineering and overbearing aura. He never thought that she would end up in such a miserable state. Yan Xuxin was still shivering as she leaned against a wet tree trunk. The noble aura of a domineering CEO was gone. Her pitiful appearance made people feel pity for her. Qin Hao looked at Yan Xuxin's body, which was as white as jade and still shivering, and felt extremely distressed. He quickly took off his shirt and covered her with it, then gently helped them up. Yan Xuxin, Wang Xiaorou, are you okay? Yan Xuxin quickly put on the wet shirt that Qin Hao handed to her, but it still couldn't hide her perfect figure, and she felt a little embarrassed. No, it's okay. Wang Xiaorou was fine. Although it was summer, she was wearing a long skirt, which was relatively conservative. Just now there was a sudden storm, and the tent was blown over in an instant. Fortunately, Manager Yan was here and took me to hide in the jungle in time. I was able to escape the disaster by snuggling under this big tree. Yan Xuxin didn't intend to take any credit for it, and quickly explained, it's nothing, I just saw the storm coming fiercely, and felt that it would be dangerous to continue staying on the beach. I thought that I could hide behind the big tree to avoid the wind and rain, so I hid here. Li Meiyan was relieved to see that the two were fine, and quickly comforted them, it's good that you are fine. Qin Hao was not idle either. He checked the situation around and felt that the damage was quite serious. Not only was the tent uprooted, but the fire and toolbox were also gone. Even the wild wolf meat that had just been cleaned up in the morning was missing. 2 or 3 days of hard work had gone to waste, and the situation was back to the time before liberation. Even so, Qin Hao was not discouraged. Looking at the big sun above his head, he walked into the jungle and brought out many branches and leaves and spread them flat on the beach. Li Meiyan was puzzled, because the branches and leaves Qin Hao brought out were completely wet, and it was impossible to make a fire. She asked with some doubts, "Qin Hao, what are you doing?" Qin Hao knew what everyone needed most, so he explained, "The storm has passed, and the sun is so bright. I'll get some branches and leaves to dry. Maybe they can be dried before sunset." Qin Hao also knew that none of the 4 of them had dry clothes. Even if they could dry their clothes before the sun went down, he could not guarantee that they could survive the night on the deserted island. "Sister Meiyan, leave the fire issue to me. Just clean up the pheasants and birds." After saying that, Qin Hao handed the dagger in his trouser pocket to Li Meiyan. He had found it on the man's body. Seeing that Qin Hao was so persistent, Li Meiyan did not object. She took the dagger, the pheasant and the bird and walked towards the beach. After Qin Hao picked up the branches and leaves, he was not idle. He took an axe and chopped many more sticks and rebuilt the tent. This time, because there were more people, the tent was much larger than before. The weather on the deserted island was so changeable that it was beyond everyone's imagination. The sun after the storm was surprisingly bright. At sunset, everyone's clothes were almost dry, especially the branches and leaves that Qin Hao placed on the beach, which had also dried. Qin Hao did not waste any time. He ignited the fire in just over 10 minutes by rubbing 2 sticks together. Seeing that there was a fire, Li Meiyan hurriedly took the cleaned pheasants and wild birds. Since she didn't have a toolbox, she had to skewer them with sticks and slowly roast them next to the fire. Yan Xuxin looked at the sea deeply and said sadly, "Qin Hao, when can we leave this deserted island, and when will the rescue team come to save us?" Qin Hao was stunned. He thought of the rescue helicopter that he and Li Meiyan had discovered at noon, and he knew that the rescue team had arrived, but an accident had just happened. "Don't worry, the rescue team will definitely come, and we will definitely go back." Li Meiyan just looked at the food beside the fire quietly, not knowing what to say. Yan Xuxin felt it was not real, and asked doubtfully, "Really? That's for sure?" Qin Hao said it decisively without any hesitation, which made Yan Xuxin believe it a lot. Soon, the pheasants and wild birds were roasted to golden brown and the fragrance filled the air. Although Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiaoro didn't have much appetite due to surviving the disaster, Qin Hao still gave them 2 chicken legs. Qin Hao and Li Meiyan were eating the remaining pheasant meat. Due to the thrilling day and his frequent restlessness, Qin Hao was already starving and he ate without hesitation. In the end, there was still 1 wild bird left, so Qin Hao had to hang it on a branch nearby and keep it as a food reserve. By the time he finished cleaning up, the sky had already darkened, with the bright moonlight replacing the daytime sun. Qin Hao spread some dried leaves inside the tent and let Yan Xuxin and the other 3 women sleep in them. He himself just spread some leaves next to the fire and rested in the moonlight. Unexpectedly, late at night, a slight sound was heard, waking Qin Hao up from his sleep. Squeak! Qin Hao was startled by the sound of crunching chewing, and he hurriedly picked up the axe beside him and prepared to attack. "What's that sound?" Qin Hao was so confused that his hair stood on end. However, as a retired soldier, how could he be afraid of such a noise? He slowly stood up, raised his axe and slowly moved towards the source of the sound. As soon as he entered the jungle, Qin Hao found a bobcat in the weeds following the moonlight. It looked to be at least half a meter long and much larger than an ordinary domestic cat. Suddenly, a bold idea popped up in his mind. "You stole my wild birds, so I have no choice but to be rude to you." Qin Hao took the axe and quietly walked towards the mountain cat step by step. He knew that if he could kill this big guy, they would not have to worry about their food for the next 2 days, and the chance of waiting for rescue would also be greatly increased. But this is a jungle, and the ground is covered with leaves. Although there was a storm during the day, every step Qin Hao took still made a rustling sound, and he was discovered when he got a little closer to the mountain cat. The bobcat was very wild, especially when eating. It instantly bared its fangs and let out a low growl. It walked back and forth beside the haystack with a wild bird in its mouth, looking at Qin Hao with hostility. But how could Qin Hao be afraid of a small mountain cat? He also didn't want to miss such a good hunting opportunity, so he held the axe tightly in his hand and slowly moved forward step by step. But the sharp mountain cat didn't give Qin Hao any chance at all. The closer Qin Hao got, the more it retreated, just not letting him get any closer. Qin Hao had no choice but to try his best. He exerted force suddenly and threw the axe in his hand towards the mountain cat, hoping to kill it with one blow. Although the imagination was beautiful, the reality was cruel. The bobcat dodged easily by jumping back quickly, and ran into the depths of the jungle with the wild bird in its mouth without looking back. Qin Hao was reluctant to let the meat fly away, so he quickly exerted force on his feet, ran to the axe in 2 steps, picked it up, and increased his speed to chase the mountain cat. The mountain cat was running around in panic, as if it was frightened by Qin Hao. Its steps were obviously a little disordered, but its speed was not slow, and it soon disappeared in the moonlight. Qin Hao had no choice but to return to the beach dejectedly after finding no trace of the bobcat. Moreover, his only reserve of food, wild birds, was also taken away, and he was very angry. But when he saw the 3 beautiful figures in the tent, with their collars half open and skirts turned up, revealing their seductive figures, he felt a little more balanced. The next morning, the sun was hazy. After Yan Xuxin and others woke up, they learned that the wild bird had been taken away by a mountain cat last night, and they felt extremely disappointed. Moreover, Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiaoro didn't eat anything last night, and they were already starving. Yan Xuxin slowly sat down next to the fire. Even though she was wearing Qin Hao's shirt, it couldn't hide her perfect figure, especially the thin suspender skirt that showed off her long and slender legs. "Qin Hao, is there any food left? I'm a little hungry." As Yan Xuxin spoke, she took off Qin Hao's shirt and handed it to him. How could Qin Hao resist such temptation? He wanted to take out countless foods and put them in front of Yan Xuxin for her to choose. However, this was a deserted island and food was the most precious thing. For a moment, he was at a loss. "It looks like I have no choice but to go out and find food." Qin Hao helplessly took the shirt handed to him by Yan Xuxin and said bluntly. Now that Yan Xuxin has Wang Xiaoro with her, she is no longer afraid. "Thank you for your hard work. Be careful." Li Meiyan took the lead and recommended herself, "Qin Hao, I'll go too. More people will bring more strength." Of course Qin Hao would not object. He nodded slightly, picked up the axe beside him, stood up and walked towards the jungle. Li Meiyan took the lead and waved goodbye to Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiaoro, then quickly followed. But soon, Qin Hao and Li Meiyan regretted their decision, because they had been searching for more than an hour and could not find any food at all. "Qin Hao, what should we do? We have been searching for so long and found nothing." Qin Hao was also very anxious. He looked up at the sky, but unfortunately it was blocked by the dense jungle. "We can only keep looking. If that doesn't work, we can go to the stream and maybe catch a few small fish." Li Meiyan thought of the big black bear and python beside the stream, and shook her head repeatedly in objection. "Forget it, I'd rather walk around in this jungle a few more times." Qin Hao looked at Li Meiyan and smiled. It was summer, and Li Meiyan was not wearing much. She only wore a thin top and a slim mini-skirt, which was very comfortable and convenient. Her perfect figure also attracted attention. Maybe she might have worn something like stockings under her short skirt before, but after being stranded on a deserted island, they were probably scratched too much and she threw them away. "You little rascal, what are you thinking about? Why are you looking at me like that?" Li Meiyan clearly saw through Qin Hao's bad intentions and said without any disobedience. Qin Hao didn't mean to avoid the topic, and said in a very precise manner, "What can I think? I just didn't realize before that Sister Meiyan, you have such a good figure, with curves in all the right places, and you are so charming and graceful." Li Meiyan was praised by Qin Hao. Although she looked reserved, she was very happy in her heart. "It seems that you got the upper hand yesterday. Today you are so well behaved and talkative." When Qin Hao thought about what happened between him and Li Meiyan yesterday, he felt a little anxious, but he quickly calmed down and looked around. "Hey, this place seems to be quite close to the wild fruit trees. I wonder if there are any wild fruits left and whether they have been destroyed by the wild monkeys. Although Li Meiyan didn't know what the wild fruit tree Qin Hao was talking about, she knew that as long as there was something to eat, it would be fine. Whether there is one or not, just go and take a look and you will know. Qin Hao thought it made sense, so he took Li Meiyan towards the wild fruit tree. The two of them walked forward without encountering any danger. Soon Qin Hao saw the wild fruit tree, and discovered from a distance that there were many bright red wild fruits on the tree. Li Meiyan was so happy when she saw the food that she hugged Qin Hao and was overjoyed. Qin Hao felt itchy, but Li Meiyan had no idea in that direction, so he had to suppress it. Qin Hao took Li Meiyan to the fruit tree. Although there were still many wild fruits on the tree, the scene under the tree made him shudder and his back felt cold. What's going on? I saw a large circular nest made of leaves next to the fruit tree, and the dummy that Qin Hao made with rotten last time, which was originally intended to scare the wild monkeys, was also damaged and placed next to the nest. Not only that, but there were also several monkey brains in the round nest, covered in blood, which was very creepy. Li Meiyan also saw it clearly and said in horror, "What kind of guy is this? It's too disgusting. Does he think this place is his home?" Qin Hao did not object to Li Meiyan's words. Looking at the horrific remains of the wild monkey, he felt very uneasy. "We can't stay here for long. Sister Meiyan, you take the axe first. I'll pick the wild fruits from above, and then we'll leave." Li Meiyan was very scared, but hunger made her feel that what Qin Hao did was right, so she did not object and quickly took the axe he handed over. "Then hurry up." Qin Hao did not dare to delay for a moment and climbed up the fruit tree directly. However, the remaining wild fruits were at the highest point and the branches were relatively small and could not bear his weight at all. But even so, Qin Hao did not back down. He simply stepped on the wild fruit branch and broke it, and the wild fruit fell off the tree along with the branch. Li Meiyan picked the wild fruits from the branches on the ground, held them tightly in her hands, with a look of joy on her face. Qin Hao felt that this method was feasible, and kicked 2 more wild fruits off the tree. Li Meiyan didn't even want the axe. She quickly picked up 3 wild fruits and held them in her arms, cheering and jumping for joy, forgetting that there was any danger here. Qin Hao looked at the last few wild fruits on the top of the tree and was just about to climb a few more steps, but standing on the high place, he saw from afar a big black bear lazily walking towards him. This scared Qin Hao so much that he didn't care about the last few wild fruits and quickly slid down from the wild fruit tree. Li Meiyan was holding the wild fruit in her arms when she saw Qin Hao jumping down. She asked with a puzzled look on her face, "Hey, there are still a few up there, why did you come down?" Qin Hao picked up the axe on the ground. Fearing that Li Meiyan's words would be heard by the big black bear, he quickly put his finger to her mouth and whispered, "Shoo, don't talk, come with me quickly." Before Li Meiyan could figure out the situation, Qin Hao pulled her and started running quickly. When she reacted, she immediately felt that something was wrong and looked behind her. It was no big deal when they looked over. Not far behind them, they saw a big black bear standing up with its feet off the ground. It had already spotted them, and with a roar, it chased after them. Roar! Ah! Qin Hao, it's the black bear. The black bear is chasing us. Qin Hao was shocked and looked back quickly, only to see the big black bear dragging its heavy body and running towards them quickly. "Oh my God, Sister Meiyan, run!" Li Meiyan was pulled by Qin Hao and ran, but their speed was no match for the big black bear, and soon the distance between them was getting closer and closer. Qin Hao felt that this was not going to work. If they delayed any longer, they would definitely be caught up by the big black bear. Qin Hao and Li Meiyan ran desperately, not daring to relax for a moment, but their speed was no match for the big black bear. Roar! The big black bear had a strong sense of territory. It roared, increased its speed, and chased after the two of them. Qin Hao felt that he couldn't escape, and he just happened to think of a solution. He spotted a big tree and rushed over with Li Meiyan. "Sister Meiyan, get ready to climb the tree." Li Meiyan saw a big tree in the direction of her progress, but she was holding 3 wild fruits and had no extra hands. "Qin Hao, I can't climb up with the wild fruit in my arms." Qin Hao sighed, anxiously pulling her to the bottom of a big tree. Seeing the huge black bear rushing towards him with its bloody mouth wide open, he didn't care at all. "It's already this late and you're still caring about the wild fruits. Throw them away quickly and climb up by stepping on my back. Li Meiyin looked at Qin Hao sitting under the big tree, but she was reluctant to throw away the wild fruits she had found with great effort. However, her dress had no pockets. While she tossed and turned, she suddenly thought of an idea. She tucked the pocket fur into her short skirt, then put the 3 wild fruits from her chest into the pocket fur and put them in her arms. Then she stepped on Qin Hao's back and climbed up the tree. Qin Hao did not expect that this team leader was quite smart and would actually use this kid's method to collect the wild fruits. Roar! But before Qin Hao could climb the tree, he suddenly felt the coolness behind him. Years of military service taught him that it was best not to move at this time, so he had to slowly turn around. The big black bear was seen lying on all fours, 2 meters away from Qin Hao, panting and staring at him fiercely. Qin Hao was intimidated. He did not expect that the big black bear would catch up with him so quickly and keep confronting him without even coming forward. He knew that this might be related to the environment on the deserted island. No humans had ever appeared there, so it was normal for the big black bear to be a little wary. It was then that Qin Hao realized that if he encountered a bear, he might be able to escape by pretending to be dead. But he didn't dare to try it easily, and this was just a rumor, and no one had really confirmed it. Qin Hao tightly gripped the axe in his hand, trying to bluff and scare the big black bear, looking for a glimmer of hope. As long as he was given 2 seconds, he would be absolutely sure to climb up the tree. But at this time, the big black bear was staring at him closely. As long as Qin Hao made the slightest movement, it might pounce on him and tear him apart and eat him alive. Li Meiyin, lying on a big tree, looked at everything in front of her in disbelief. She felt uneasy and a little self-blaming. If she hadn't wasted some time, Qin Hao would not have lost the best chance to escape. But Li Meiyin did not give up and was trying to find a way to help Qin Hao. Roar! As a result, the big black bear suddenly opened its bloody mouth and roared at Qin Hao, as if trying to find out whether it could attack him. But at this moment, a bright red wild fruit fell directly on the black bear's head from the air. The big black bear was startled and stepped back in fear, but he quickly reacted, bit the wild fruit rolling on the ground and swallowed it. Li Meiyin hurriedly shouted, "Qin Hao, come up quickly." Qin Hao finally reacted, turned around and chopped the tree with an axe. He stepped on the axe with force and jumped up instantly to grab the branch. The big black bear, who had swallowed the wild fruit in one gulp, saw Qin Hao jumping onto the tree, and rushed up instantly, standing up on his feet and pounced on Qin Hao. Qin Hao's escape was dangerous, but in the end the black bear's claws missed his feet by a hair's breadth. Qin Hao felt relieved after climbing up the big tree. He couldn't help feeling happy and having a refreshing feeling as if he had survived a disaster. Li Meiyin felt relieved when she saw that Qin Hao had escaped the disaster. She asked excitedly, "Qin Hao, are you okay? I really didn't expect that the wild fruit that I would not even want to throw away when I died would actually be willing to throw away just now." Li Meiyin was still a little angry, but she still patted the wild fruit inside her clothes and said, "Yeah, it's a pity to throw one away. But, if I compare the wild fruit with you, you are much more important to me." Qin Hao smiled slightly but didn't say much. Instead, he looked down at the big black bear lying on the tree at his feet, which was roaring at him angrily. "Fuck, I was afraid of you just now, am I still afraid of you now, you stinky bear, bah." Qin Hao fully and vividly interpreted the word, dominant. The big black bear seemed to understand Qin Hao's words and roared a few times to express its anger. Qin Hao was not angry but happy. He broke the branch beside him and smashed it on the black bear's head. "Haha, let's see if you dare to bully me." Li Meiyin was standing at the top, and when she saw Qin Hao's actions, her mouth opened into an O shape. "Qin Hao, I didn't expect you to have such a lovely side." Qin Hao said bluntly, if it weren't for the lack of weapons and equipment, this guy wouldn't be able to be so arrogant at this time. After saying that, Qin Hao seemed to have thought of something in his mind. He clapped his hands and said to himself, "Yes, on this backward deserted island, without advanced technology, I can't make guns and cannons, but I can make a bow and arrow. Its power is more than enough to kill some prey." The more Qin Hao thought about it, the more feasible it seemed to him, and he couldn't wait to start making it. Unfortunately, the big black bear had to guard them under the big tree for 4 or 5 hours, until the sun reached overhead. The sun was scorching and the big black bear could not stand the high heat, so it reluctantly left. Qin Hao didn't want to delay for a moment, so he jumped down from the tree, pulled out the axe, and urged Li Meiyan to get down from the tree and leave quickly. Ah! When Qin Hao heard Li Meiyan scream, he thought something emergency had happened to her and looked over quickly. Li Meiyan hurriedly hugged the tree with one hand and pressed the bottom of her skirt with the other hand. Why are you yelling for no reason? I thought you were going to fall. Li Meiyan had no choice but to hold up her short skirt with one hand and slowly slide down. As soon as she steadied her feet, she took out a squeezed wild fruit from her arms. It's because, you see, it was squeezed between my stomach and the tree. Qin Hao also felt distressed, because they had exchanged their lives for these two wild fruits, and it was a pity that one of them was ruined. Okay, it's broken, but we can still eat it. Let's get out of here and find a safe place first. Because Qin Hao knew that it was not advisable to stay here for long, and matters involving life should not be underestimated, he quickly took Li Meiyan away from here. More than half an hour had passed since the big black bear started chasing them. At this time, Qin Hao and Li Meiyan hid behind a big rock. Because of the black bear incident, they were both scared and prepared to return to the beach with two wild fruits. Qin Hao, there are only these two wild fruits, and one of them is rotten. Let's go back now. What are we going to eat tonight? Qin Hao thought that since he had no food before, he could go to the beach to pick up some seafood, which would be enough to last him a day. Let's talk about it after we get back. If it doesn't work, I'll go catch the mountain cat at night. Li Meiyan had no better idea, so she took a wild fruit in each hand and followed Qin Hao back to the beach. The sun was shining brightly and the jungle was very hot. Li Meiyan was already sweating profusely, soaking her miniature fur, which clung to her body and showed off her graceful figure. Unexpectedly, at this time, Li Meiyan's abdomen felt extremely unbearable, with pain and itching. She kept scratching it with her hands, but it was of no use and the condition did not improve. Qin Hao, I suddenly feel itchy. Qin Hao was walking in front, and he kept looking around to prevent the big black bear. He didn't pay much attention to Li Meiyan behind him. When he heard what she said, he stopped and looked at her miniature breasts soaked with sweat that were tightly attached to her body, with bumps in all the right places. It seems that you put the wild fruit inside your clothes just now, and the fine hair on the outside of the wild fruit got on your body, so this happened. Li Meiyan did not expect that the fine hairs on the wild fruit would be so itchy, and she felt an unspeakable pain in her heart. What should I do? It's so painful. Qin Hao looked around. Now he was familiar with the nearby terrain. It might take another half an hour to get back to the beach. Looking at Li Meiyan's expression, he knew how uncomfortable she was. She would definitely not be able to endure it for that long. Sister Meiyan, please stop scratching it. The more you scratch it, the more itchy it will become. If I remember correctly, there is a stream on our left that leads to the cave. It only takes a few minutes to get there. I think you should go there to clean it. When Li Meiyan heard this, there was no need to hesitate, and she hurriedly urged, then what are you waiting for, let's go quickly. Qin Hao imagined the scene of Li Meiyan standing in the stream to wash herself, and his blood suddenly boiled. He could not contain himself, so he identified the direction and hurriedly took her over. A few minutes later, Li Meiyan really saw a stream with clear water flowing slowly. Li Meiyan didn't want to show off in front of a grown man, so she called out to Qin Hao from a distance. Okay Qin Hao, just wait here, but don't peek, or I will not let you go. Qin Hao was helpless and agreed reluctantly. He had to find a tree root to lean on, lay down lazily on it and squinted his eyes. Li Meiyan smiled knowingly upon seeing this, placed two wild fruits beside him, and walked towards the stream impatiently. But Qin Hao, who had his eyes closed, had no intention of resting at all. All he could think of was the image of Li Meiyan playing in the water, with her perfect figure, her skin as white as cream, and her graceful body perfectly displayed. Yes, it would be perfect if I could take a look at it. Qin Hao thought about it, but he would not do it. Li Meiyan walked to the crystal-clear stream and could not help but scoop up a handful of stream water and sprinkle it into the jungle sky. Under the sunlight, the drops of water looked particularly beautiful, like scattered diamonds and pearls. She was still worried that Qin Hao was not honest, so she turned around to check. Seeing that he was still leaning against the tree roots with his back to her, she slowly took off her clothes. Especially when the bare miniskirt fell to the ground, Li Meiyen's smooth figure was clearly visible. Not to mention, although Li Meiyen is almost 30 years old, she is in very good condition, with a slender figure and snow-like skin, which gives off a unique feeling. Coupled with her pair of straight legs, which are slender and white, extending all the way to her enviable place, it makes people forget themselves. She stepped out her jade feet and stepped into the stream. After washing her body, the itchiness was much relieved. Li Meiyen was also worried that there would be some fine hairs from the wild fruits left on her clothes, so she washed them all just in case. Qin Hao, who was lying beside a tree root to rest, couldn't rest peacefully at all. Not only was he thinking of the beautiful scene of Li Meiyen emerging from the water, he was also worried that danger might come. He opened his eyes and looked around. Seeing that everything was calm, he felt relieved. He also looked back at Li Meiyen, only to see her head sticking out of the water. It was not what he imagined, so he shook his head and continued to lean against the tree roots with his eyes closed. Ah! Unexpectedly, at this moment, Li Meiyen screamed, scared Qin Hao so much that he jumped up and rushed over with an axe without thinking. "Sister Meiyen, don't be afraid, I'm here to protect you." But when Qin Hao rushed to the stream, he saw Li Meiyen holding her chest tightly, cowering in the stream, looking at the frog in front of her in horror, and she was not in any crisis at all. No way, that's it. But Li Meiyen was born with an inexplicable fear of small animals, and urged, "Ah! Qin Hao, get it away quickly, I'm scared." Qin Hao was speechless for a while, realizing that Li Meiyen was not in any danger, and she was now dressed in pure white without any clothes. He didn't dare to stay here for long, for fear that the other party would abandon her after she had done her job. "Sister Meiyen, I think you should handle it yourself. You are so naked, I will withdraw first." Li Meiyen blushed and hugged her chest tightly, afraid of being exposed, but what she feared most were animals like frogs, spiders, and toads. Seeing Qin Hao was about to leave, she became even more worried. "Woo-woo, Qin Hao, don't leave, help me drive the frogs away quickly." Qin Hao slowly turned his back, embarrassed to look at Li Meiyen's current appearance. "You are taking a shower now. It's not convenient for a man like me to do this. Besides, the stream is so clear and you are not wearing any clothes. The frog is so close to you. If I see something you shouldn't see, wouldn't it be a heinous crime?" After saying that, Qin Hao couldn't help but look back at Li Meiyen. Her devilish figure curled up in the water left him with an endless aftertaste. Li Meiyen became anxious. Seeing the frog hopping towards her, her eyes were filled with tears and she looked like she was about to cry. "Ah, you bad Qin Hao, is there anything I haven't seen yet? Hurry up and get it away from me." Li Meiyen was forced into a corner, and her domineering aura instantly emerged, and she directly ordered Qin Hao to take action. Qin Hao had no choice. Since the other party had already said such things, what else could he do? He could only walk slowly into the stream and reach out to grab the frog. Quack! As a result, in order to avoid Qin Hao, the frog cried out and jumped up suddenly, falling directly into Li Meiyen's arms. "Ah, help!" In an instant, a miserable scream like a pig being slaughtered resounded through the jungle. Li Meiyen instantly stood up from the water, flapping her arms desperately, trying to drive the frog away. Qin Hao was stunned. Looking at Li Meiyen, who was flapping her arms desperately in front of him, she was all white, a little dazed, and a little surprised. He wondered what good fortune he had accumulated in his previous life to have such good benefits today. Li Meiyen was so scared that she clapped her hands and feet for a while before she reacted. She found herself standing out of the water, and Qin Hao was right in front of her, very close and clear to see. "Ah, you big pervert." Qin Hao came to his senses when he heard Li Meiyen's roar. He quickly turned around and walked away without looking back. Li Meiyen sat down in the stream with a blushing face, still looking around for the frog in fear, but she didn't know where it had gone. Li Meiyen had no choice but to quickly put on her wet clothes, walk to the shore, put on her miniskirt again, and walk to Qin Hao's side with an angry face. "Humph, you big pervert." Qin Hao was too lazy to say anything more. He had made a good deal anyway, and he had seen everything he should have seen. Moreover, Li Meiyen's figure was still fresh in his memory. Can we go back now? Li Meiyan was still very depressed. She picked up 2 wild fruits on the ground and led the way. But Qin Hao didn't move a step. He just watched Li Meiyan stride forward quietly. He only shouted when he saw her walking farther and farther away and slower and slower. "Hey! You're going the wrong direction. This is the way back." When Li Meiyan heard this, she stomped her feet in anger. No wonder Qin Hao didn't catch up with her. It turned out that she went in the wrong direction, so she yelled. "Ah, Qin Hao, you are such a bad guy." Qin Hao smiled slightly, turned around, and headed back towards the beach. "Hurry up, I won't care if you lose me." Li Meiyan was furious. She trotted a few steps to catch up with Qin Hao and punched him hard a few times. Only then did she feel a little relieved. However, when they returned to the beach, they found that there were no longer just Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiaoro, but 3 more people. The 5 of them were sitting around the fire, talking and laughing, and they didn't look like they were stranded on a desert island at all. Qin Hao was very familiar with these 3 people. They were the sales manager Zhao Chuanwei, the sales champion Ning Chuyue, and the other one was the security team captain Zhang Hu. When they saw Qin Hao and Li Meiyan coming back, they hurriedly stood up to greet them. But they did not take Qin Hao, a small employee, seriously. They all greeted the beautiful lady Li Meiyan enthusiastically. Qin Hao felt a little helpless, but it was understandable since he had no power or influence in the company and was just a small employee. He also discovered that Yan Xuxin had actually changed her clothes. She was no longer wearing an almost transparent suspender skirt, but a white long skirt with an exquisite bow hanging on the collar. The white long skirt was slightly tight at the waist and clung tightly to Yan Xuxin's body. Her slender neck and slightly forked legs showed off her curvy figure to the fullest, which was very attractive. At this time, the security team captain Zhang Hu came over. His blasting muscles looked very explosive and powerful. "You are Qin Hao, Li Meiyan's little follower. You cleaned up this place so well. You are quite capable." Qin Hao had disliked Zhang Hu before. He always relied on his connections in the company's top management to be an accomplice to the evil. In addition, his strong muscles made him arrogant and domineering, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. He also realized that Zhang Hu was obviously demonstrating, thinking that he was just a small employee of the company and that it was pure luck that he could stay with people of status like them. But Qin Hao didn't want to make the atmosphere too awkward, so he had to deal with it. "These are just minor incidents, not worth mentioning." Zhang Hu patted Qin Hao's shoulder with his strong palm and laughed, "Then you will follow me from now on. Although I can't guarantee that you will have delicious food and spicy drinks, I guarantee with my personality that as long as I have meat to eat, you will definitely have soup to drink." Qin Hao was sarcastic in his heart and didn't bother to pay attention to him, completely dismissing him. "You should think about how to survive on this deserted island first. I won't bother you with that." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu quickly raised his arms, showing off his bulging muscles and said, "Based on my strength, this challenge is nothing." Qin Hao remained indifferent. He walked to the fire and saw that the fire was a little small, so he added some dry firewood. At this time, Yan Xuxin, who had changed her clothes, was obviously in a much better mood, but her hunger had not diminished. "Qin Hao, how was the harvest?" Before Qin Hao could answer, Li Meiyan came over with 2 wild fruits. She didn't want to deal with the sales manager Zhao Chuanwei at all, because they had known each other for a long time. Li Meiyan knew Zhao Chuanwei's character. He was a narrow-minded and thoroughgoing lecher. He often made advances towards some female sales staff in the company and was often reported to the police, but he had never changed. "This is what Qin Hao and I gained this morning." Zhang Hu laughed with a face full of ridicule. "Haha, this is it, not even enough to fill our stomachs, and it can be called a harvest." Sales manager Zhao Chuanwei took a wild fruit from Li Meiyan without any hesitation and started eating it, not looking like he had just joined them. "I'm a little hungry, so I'll try one first." Qin Hao could see that Li Meiyan felt a little distressed, but since Zhao Chuanwei, Zhang Hu and others had just joined, he didn't say much. He took an axe and went to the beach to look for some seafood, and asked everyone to deal with it for a day. Soon, Qin Hao picked up a lot of sea fish and seashells and came back. Maybe because of yesterday's storm, there were quite a few of these seafood washed ashore on the beach. Everyone, there's not much food, so let's just make do with this for now. Everyone started to work, skewering the seafood that Qin Hao had picked up with branches and roasting it by the fire. This little bit of food was gone before everyone could enjoy it properly, and they could only smack their lips, reluctant to leave. Zhang Hu complained, "Qin Hao, why didn't you pick up more food just now? I haven't even started yet and the food is gone." Qin Hao had been annoyed with Zhang Hu just now, and finally couldn't stand it anymore. He said impatiently, "The beach is right in front of you, you can pick it up by yourself and eat as much as you want." Zhang Hu felt a little unhappy instantly. He didn't expect that a lowly employee would dare to speak to him like that. He immediately stood up and said angrily, "What do you mean? Say it again if you have the guts." Qin Hao was too lazy to pay attention to him and said coldly, "Boring." After saying that, Qin Hao turned around and walked towards the rocks by the sea, completely ignoring Zhang Hu's existence. However, Zhang Hu thought that Qin Hao was afraid of him and walked away on purpose. He wanted to linger on, but was stopped by Zhao Chuanwei and calmed down. With so many people joining, Yan Xuxin's relationship with Qin Hao has gradually become closer. In fact, because Zhao Chuanwei gave her address as soon as she arrived and was her right-hand man in the company, her affection for him doubled. They chatted with each other very happily, and her dependence on Qin Hao disappeared. Qin Hao saw all of this, especially the lustful look in Zhao Chuanwei's eyes, which seemed as if he wanted to see Yan Xuxin's entire body, which made him very disgusted. Moreover, he had just learned that Zhao Chuanwei and others had enough food to last until now because they did not lose their packages when they were stranded on the deserted island. But unfortunately, they had used up all their savings in the past 2 days. From now on, they could only find food with him to survive. Qin Hao lay on the rock to rest for a while, feeling leisurely and relaxed in the sea breeze. As the sun sets, the sunset dyes a large area of the sea red. Qin Hao then slowly stood up and walked towards the fire, only to see Zhao Chuanwei staring straight into the tent, his golden eyes scanning back and forth at the women. "Boss Zhao, your mouth is watering." Zhao Chuanwei, who was watching intently, was startled by Qin Hao and said unhappily, "How is that possible? Don't talk nonsense." Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiaorou finally reacted and quickly pulled up their clothes to avoid being exposed. Qin Hao shook his head helplessly, then walked into the jungle with an axe, and picked up some fish bones that were left over by everyone. Li Meiyan, who was still playing with a dagger nearby, noticed Qin Hao's disappointment and chased after him without saying a word. "Qin Hao, why are you holding a fish bone?" Qin Hao shook the fish bone slightly and said with a smile, "You don't understand this, right? If you want to catch a mountain cat, this is definitely indispensable." Li Meiyan was quite smart to become the team leader. After hearing what Qin Hao said, she roughly understood. "It seems like you're planning to sit back and wait for the rabbit to come to you." Qin Hao did not deny it. He looked up at the sky and said, "It looks like it will be dark in half an hour at most. I hope the moonlight will be brighter tonight." Li Meiyan knew that although the weather in summer was abnormal, there would always be a few sunny days after the storm. Soon, before dark, Qin Hao found the location where he lost the mountain cat that night. It was a rocky forest with overgrown weeds and countless stones piled up around it. "Sister Meiyan, this is it." After saying that, Qin Hao found a relatively hidden place, pulled Li Meiyan to sit over there, and hid himself. Li Meiyan sat close to Qin Hao. She was not afraid of the darkness, nor of the jungle surrounding her. On the contrary, Qin Hao made her feel safe. As long as she was with him, she was not afraid of anything. At this time, the night sky was already dotted with stars and the moonlight was brighter. Qin Hao felt that the position was good, so he used weeds to block them, then took out the fish bones and placed them at the corner of the stone wall beside him, then took out the axe from his waist, leaned against the stone, and waited for the prey to take the bait. "Mountain cat, come and eat quickly, these delicious fish bones are rare." Just like that, Qin Hao held the axe and stared at the fish bones at the corner, motionless, while Li Meiyan leaned on Qin Hao's back, also waiting quietly. Time passes by every second. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 1 hour. Li Meiyan was a little restless, but seeing Qin Hao still standing there motionless, she became aroused and couldn't help but hug his arms, pressing her whole body against him. Qin Hao's heart skipped a beat, and he felt the touch on his arm. His thoughts became chaotic and he began to think wildly. Li Meiyin looked at the bright moonlight in the sky, thought of her own city, and couldn't help asking, Qin Hao, if we leave this deserted island alive, what do you want to do most? Qin Hao was obviously stunned. He was a little embarrassed as he was always tense. Maybe, get married, have children, and honor your parents. Li Meiyin has never thought about this problem. She is now 28 years old and is almost 30, but her boyfriend's verbal promise to her has not come yet, and there is no prospect of marriage. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She felt very uncomfortable in her heart and leaned on Qin Hao. She didn't want to continue wasting her best years on her boyfriend. As a result, Qin Hao, who had reacted at this time, noticed the situation and saw in the moonlight that a big mountain cat appeared on the highest stone opposite. Judging from its size, it was much bigger than the cats at home. Qin Hao also knew that this kind of mountain cat was not only very fierce, but also carried certain viruses, even rabies, and could not be scratched or bitten. Sister Meiyin, it's coming. The bold idea in Li Meiyin's mind was suddenly terminated, and she blushed and felt very embarrassed. Qin Hao didn't notice any of this. He only saw the mountain cat standing on the top of the mountain, quietly and without any movement, as if it was being very careful. It called out softly, as if testing it. Li Meiyin, who was still in deep thought, suddenly heard some noise. Just as she was about to remind Qin Hao, she discovered that Qin Hao was staring straight upwards, and she knew that the mountain cat had arrived. Qin Hao was waiting anxiously. He didn't want to let this big guy go just like that, because the meat on its body was enough for everyone's needs tomorrow. He looked at the big mountain cat on the stone with impatience, his palms full of sweat. Come and eat, little kitty. The big mountain cat looked around, bared its teeth, but saw nothing. Then it slowly took a step and jumped under the stone. Qin Hao could see everything clearly in the moonlight. Seeing the big mountain cat was coming, he was very excited. Hurry, hurry up, my axe is thirsty. The big bobcat is very careful. It looks once before taking a step and is very cautious. Perhaps this is the nature of wild animals. Being safe is the key to success. Time passed quickly, and when the bobcat was less than 1 meter away from the fish bones, it suddenly changed direction and jumped to the other side of the fish bones. This scared Qin Hao, and he quickly hid himself behind a rock. Li Meiyin was helpless and could only watch quietly and wait for Qin Hao to succeed. The big mountain cat sniffed around and was indeed attracted by the scent of the fish bones. Unable to control itself any longer, it jumped directly in front of the fish bones, picked them up in one bite and prepared to retreat. But how could Qin Hao, who had been guarding for so long, let it go? The axe that had been impatiently falling down instantly hit the big mountain cat right in the heart, flattening its head with one blow. It fell straight to the ground with the fish bone it had just bitten off in its mouth. Qin Hao jumped up and said happily, "Haha, I finally caught you." Although Li Meiyin did nothing, she was happy from the bottom of her heart after waiting for so long. That's great. Now I don't have to go hungry anymore. Qin Hao excitedly picked up the mountain cat, but he didn't expect it to be quite heavy. Sister Meiyin, let's go home. Of course Li Meiyin would not object. She followed Qin Hao and returned to the beach. However, just as they were about to return to the beach, they suddenly heard a woman's cry from the side of the jungle. Ah, Zhao, Mr. Zhao. Qin Hao and Li Meiyin looked at each other, and Li Meiyin said in high spirits, from the voice, "It seems to be Ning Chuyue." Qin Hao knew without even thinking that the man was Zhao Chuanwei, and said helplessly, "It's really a match between a sales champion and a manager, amazing." Li Meiyin showed a long-lost smile and said with great interest, "Why not go and take a look?" Qin Hao wanted to try to stop her, but Li Meiyin had already run over, so he had to follow her reluctantly. Qin Hao said he was reluctant only on the surface, but in fact he was already impatient inside, especially to be peeping at such a beautiful woman, which made him ecstatic. "Mr. Zhao, I like you so much, ah." The two of them felt itchy when they heard Ning Chuyue's soft cry, and they deliberately lowered their footsteps to avoid making any noise and being discovered, which would be too embarrassing. Qin Hao and Li Meiyin poked their heads out from behind the tree when they heard the soft shouts. Following the moonlight, they finally saw the two figures clearly. They were the people they had guessed, Zhao Chuanwei and Ning Chuyue. Because it was late at night and they were in a jungle, there was not much moonlight shining in, so Qin Hao and Li Meiyan could only roughly see Ning Chuyue hunched over with her hands pressed against the tree. Qin Hao really wanted to see Ning Chuyue's seductive figure, but unfortunately, the moonlight only fell on the side through the leaves, and he could only see a little black shadow. "Sister Meiyan, it's almost time for us to leave." But Li Meiyan seemed not to hear Qin Hao's voice. She continued to appreciate the beautiful scenery in front of her, and her breathing gradually became rapid. Qin Hao had no choice but to forcibly drag Li Meiyan away from here. Ah. When Qin Hao heard Ning Chuyue's soft cry behind him, his heart was shocked and he suddenly felt hot and uneasy. Especially Li Meiyan's hand, which was held by him, was shaking uncontrollably, but Qin Hao did not turn back to check on Li Meiyan's condition, because they both knew what was going on, and for fear of being too embarrassed, they left here without looking back. After a while, Qin Hao pulled Li Meiyan back to the beach. Everyone was very excited when they saw Qin Hao holding a half-meter-long mountain cat in his hand. Because they had no food at noon, they just ate some seafood to fill their teeth. At this time, they were already starving. Yan Xuxin noticed that Li Meiyan was not in a good condition and had been keeping her head down and not saying anything, so she asked worriedly, "Sister Meiyan, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Li Meiyan was still immersed in the scene just now, her face flushed and she said in embarrassment, "No, nothing is wrong." Seeing this, Qin Hao hurriedly took the mountain cat to the beach to clean up, fearing that he would be discovered. Yan Xuxin saw that Qin Hao and Li Meiyan were acting strangely and felt that they were hiding something, but she didn't think much about it. She thought of Ning Chuyue who had just gone out to relieve herself, and asked with concern, "It's been almost 10 minutes, why hasn't Ning Chuyue come back yet?" Wang Xiaoro was also a little worried and said, "Yes, Mr. Zhao Chuanwei also said that he had diarrhea after eating seafood at noon, and he hasn't come back yet. Will something happen to these two people?" After hearing the names of Zhao Chuanwei and Ning Chuyue, Li Meiyan's mood, which had just calmed down, was instantly ignited again. Her face flushed and her heart beat faster. Zhang Hu on the side seemed very calm, because he already knew the relationship between Zhao Chuanwei and Ning Chuyue during the days when they were stranded on the deserted island. He comforted everyone, "Okay, we are just guessing, they should be back soon." Everyone felt that Zhang Hu was right and stopped having wild thoughts. This time, Qin Hao cleaned up quickly and finished the whole mountain cat in no time. He also used an axe to cut the mountain cat in half, skewered one half with sticks and roasted it over the fire, and hung the other half high on a tree to prevent it from being stolen by other animals. Not long after, Ning Chuyue ran out of the jungle and fiddled with her clothes. She seemed very natural, as if nothing had happened. A few minutes later, Zhao Chuanwei also followed out, and from his expression it was clear that he was extremely satisfied. Soon, the aroma of barbecue filled the air, and everyone sat down by the fire and began to feast on the food. But at this moment, Li Meiyan thought of what Zhao Chuanwei and Ning Chuyue had just experienced, and she had no appetite at all. She even saw Ning Chuyue eating the barbecue with big mouthfuls, as if nothing had happened and she was used to it. No matter how delicious the barbecue was, Li Meiyan couldn't eat a single bite. Yan Xuxin thought that Li Meiyan acted like this because she disliked cat meat, so she didn't ask any further questions. In fact, only Qin Hao knew what was going on with Li Meiyan. The moonlight was getting brighter and brighter. After eating and drinking, everyone prepared to rest, especially Zhao Chuanwei, who was extremely satisfied. He had been exhausted in the jungle for most of an hour and fell asleep as soon as he lay down. Yan Xuxin, Li Meiyan, Wang Xiaoro and others had no choice but to return to the tent and calmly recall their experiences of the past few days, and then one of them slowly fell asleep. Unexpectedly, late at night, when everyone was fast asleep, Wang Xiaoro had a nightmare. Perhaps she was too introverted and didn't know who to talk to about the depression she had felt these days. For a moment, she couldn't suppress the fear deep in her heart. "No, don't eat me, woo-woo. Manager Yan, Qin Hao, help, come and save me." At this time, Wang Xiaoro in the dream was hiding under a big tree, surrounded by ferocious beasts, all of which were strange in shape and had fangs on their faces. They were staring at her with fierce eyes, scaring her so much that her whole body was shaking uncontrollably. At this time, Wang Xiaoro, who was sleeping, also felt something touching her body, and then she felt a little breathless. "No, don't eat me, woo-woo." All the ferocious beasts in Wang Xiaorou's dream opened their mouths at her, roared, and pounced on her. This scared her awake from her dream and she sat up instantly. Just when she thought it was just a dream, a huge python suddenly appeared in front of her, staring at her with its eyes. Ah! Wang Xiaorou was so frightened that she screamed, kicked the python away, and rushed into the jungle. In an instant, everyone on the beach was awakened, especially Qin Hao, who jumped up. But when the women in the tent saw the python, they screamed and were at a loss. Ah! Following the faint light of the fire, Qin Hao saw a python under the tent, spitting out its tongue and moving towards Yan Xuxin and the others. How could he have the mood to think about anything else? He quickly picked up the axe beside him and rushed forward, chopping it horizontally at the python's head. The python seemed to sense the danger and quickly retracted its head, easily dodging the attack, then slowly retreated a few steps while spitting out its tongue. Qin Hao knew the danger of pythons. They were no less dangerous than brown bears and tigers, and they were so big. So he shouted to Yan Xuxin and the others, "Why are you still standing there? Come on, come behind me." Yan Xuxin, Li Meiyan, and others finally reacted and quickly ran out of the tent and hid behind Qin Hao. At this time, Zhao Chuanwei and Zhang Hu also reacted. Because they had no suitable weapons, they had to pick up a stick from the fire and ran over. What's going on? There's actually such a big python. Qin Hao had already recognized that this giant python was the one behind the cave because there was an obvious new wound on its forehead. You hold a grudge. When Zhao Chuanwei saw such a huge python up close, he felt a little unsure and said worriedly, "Everyone, what should we do? How about we run away quickly?" Yan Xuxin was also very worried and said, "Yes, Qin Hao, what should we do?" Qin Hao shook his head quickly, because he knew that if everyone ran away, the python would definitely not let everyone go, and the python's speed was not slow, so he quickly objected, "No, if we run now, the person who runs slowly will definitely be unlucky, so we have to resist." Zhang Hu was not afraid. He held the stick tightly in his hand and agreed, "What are you waiting for? Kill this guy and eat snake meat tomorrow." But the others did not have Zhang Hu's fearless mentality. They were all trembling with fear from the python, and their legs were even a little out of control. But before they could discuss it, the python rushed up in an instant, opened its mouth and bit Qin Hao. Zhang Hu looked at the python rushing towards Qin Hao and didn't give it any chance. He suddenly hit the python's head with a wooden stick to prevent it from getting close. Qin Hao suddenly remembered that snakes are cold-blooded animals and afraid of fire, so he shouted to Yan Xuxin and Li Meiyan behind him, "Yan Xuxin, Sister Meiyan, add more wood to the fire to make it burn more fiercely." Qin Hao then realized that the python was so vindictive, so why didn't it attack him first, but went straight into the tent? It might be because he was sleeping next to the fire, so he escaped. Yan Xuxin, Li Meiyan, and others who were frightened by the python were still a little dazed, but after hearing Qin Hao's shout, they hurried to the fire and added all the dry firewood to the fire. Zhao Chuanwei was frightened by the python and trembled with fear. He fled into the group of women and hid behind the fire. Because the dry firewood was just some dry leaves and branches, it didn't take long for a raging fire to break out. Zhang Hu, let's move back too, behind the fire. Zhang Hu did not hesitate at all, not because he was following Qin Hao's command, but because he felt that safety was best first. As a result, the python suddenly rushed up, broke through the defense of the fire from the side, knocked down Qin Hao and Zhang Hu in an instant, and appeared directly in front of Yan Xuxin, who was still trying to pick up dry firewood. Not good. Qin Hao shouted and rushed forward quickly with an axe. Just when he felt it was too late, he threw the axe in his hand out without hesitation. The axe spun in the air and flew directly towards the python's head. The python was caught off guard and was hit directly by the axe, but it was lucky because only the back of the axe hit it. Even so, Qin Hao successfully disrupted the python's attack. Li Meiyan quickly pulled Yan Xuxin to hide next to the fire while the python had not yet reacted. Qin Hao, without an axe, posed no threat to the python and rushed forward with his tongue spitting out. Zhang Hu was about to rescue him but was stopped by Zhao Chuanwei. Because everyone's eyes were on Qin Hao, they didn't notice their wishful thinking at all. But how could Qin Hao, a retired soldier, just surrender like that? A long-lost smile suddenly appeared on his face, which was originally a little worried. He leaped towards the fire and easily avoided the python's attack, leaving the python empty-handed. Qin Hao even rushed to the place where the axe fell, and just as the python pounced again, he swooped down and grabbed the axe steadily. The python missed again and its huge figure passed by Qin Hao. But how could Qin Hao miss such a good opportunity? He raised the axe high and chopped it down immediately, hitting the python's tail directly and chopping off a tail that was more than 1 meter long. The pain caused the python to roll violently on the beach, and soon it ran into the jungle and escaped. Zhao Chuanwei was shocked, and then he slowly let go of Zhang Hu's arm, as if nothing had happened. Zhang Hu also ran up and pretended to praise him. "Qin Hao, you are really good. You actually defeated such a big python. It was just luck." Qin Hao kicked the chopped-off snake's tail and looked at Yan Xuxin helplessly. Seeing that she had been pulled to the fire by Li Meiyan, he felt relieved. "Manager Yan, how is it?" Yan Xuxin was obviously frightened, but she was not physically hurt. She also knew that it was Qin Hao who threw the axe to save her, so she shook her head slightly to show that she was fine and said gratefully, "Thank you for what you did just now, Qin Hao." "It's okay, you're welcome." But at this moment, Ning Chuyue suddenly shouted, "Where is Wang Xiaoro? Where is Xiaoro?" Suddenly, everyone on the beach was in a panic. Qin Hao then realized that they were awakened by Wang Xiaoro's scream just now, but the python was too dangerous, so they forgot about it. "Hurry, everyone split up and look for Wang Xiaoro before she leaves for too long. The faster the better." Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiaoro are as close as sisters, so how could she not be worried? She and Li Meiyan immediately went into the jungle to look for her. "Xiaoro, where are you? Wang Xiaoro, did you hear that? If you did, please reply." Qin Hao, Zhang Hu and Ning Chuyue also hurriedly followed. Zhao Chuanwei looked at the quiet campfire, fearing that the python would come back to seek revenge, so he chased after it happily. "Hello, Xiaoro, this is Yan Xuxin, do you hear me? Wang Xiaoro, where are you?" For a moment, the shouts of Yan Xuxin, Li Meiyan and others were heard in the jungle, but no response was received. Qin Hao and others knew that Wang Xiaoro must have been frightened, so she disappeared in a panic. But Zhao Chuanwei, who was following at the end, was running around alone. He didn't care too much about Wang Xiaoro's safety. He just shouted to appease everyone. "Sister Xiaoro, come out." After shouting, Zhao Chuanwei complained to himself, "It's the dead of night, what kind of trouble can happen?" A python actually appeared. "I'm drunk." Seeing that everyone had dispersed and no one noticed him, Zhao Chuanwei lazily leaned against a big tree and took a rest. "I don't care. I need to rest. Anyone who wants to come can come." As a result, just when Zhao Chuanwei was about to close his eyes and rest, the grass beside him suddenly shook and made a slight sound. Sizzle. Zhao Chuanwei was startled and thought it was a python chasing him. When he was about to move away from here, he followed the moonlight and found that it was Wang Xiaoro who was huddled inside, shaking with fear. "Hey, Sister Xiaoro, are you okay?" Zhao Chuanwei couldn't help but shout, but Wang Xiaoro didn't respond at all. She lowered her head and hugged her knees tightly, huddled together, her whole body trembling, and she uttered a few unclear words. "No, don't eat me, go away. Oh, don't eat me." Zhao Chuanwei frowned, not knowing what was wrong with Wang Xiaoro. He couldn't help but be curious and pushed her gently. "Sister Xiaoro." Unexpectedly, Wang Xiaoro was pushed directly to the ground, her dress lifted up, she did not react at all, and was still talking nonsense. At this moment, Zhao Chuanwei was stunned, looking at Wang Xiaoro who had no reaction. Her clothes were disheveled, especially her sleeping posture lying on the ground, which was clearly visible. Wang Xiaoro was shaking with fear and had no consciousness at all. Her eyes were dull, as if she had lost her memory. In an instant, an evil thought emerged from the depths of Zhao Chuanwei's heart. He looked at Wang Xiaoro who had no reaction, and the last bit of rationality completely disappeared. "Sister Xiaoro, I'm sorry." Zhao Chuanwei pushed away Wang Xiaoro who was hugging him tightly and rode on her directly. Seeing that she still did not resist, he became even more unscrupulous. Yeah. The pain was unbearable for Wang Xiaoro, and she let out an unclear cry. But this did not dispel Zhao Chuanwei's evil thoughts. On the contrary, this cry aroused Zhao Chuanwei's animal nature. Zhao Chuanwei was extremely excited and tormented Wang Xiaoro to his heart's content. This was the scene he had dreamed of. However, in a big city and under such circumstances, doing so would be considered illegal and would be subject to severe sanctions, so Zhao Chuanwei did not dare to do so. But this is a deserted island, a lawless place, and he doesn't want to continue to suppress himself. He wants to be his true self. Zhao Chuanwei revealed a wicked smile, and couldn't help but reach out and caress Wang Xiaoro, wanting to taste what this woman tasted like, and whether she would be more attractive than Ning Qiuyue. But at this moment, the shouts of Qin Hao, Yan Xuxin, and others suddenly came from not far away. "Hey, Xiaoro, where are you?" "Wang Xiaoro, it's safe now, please come out quickly." Ning Qiuyue looked around and found something wrong. She asked in doubt, "Hey, where is Mr. Zhao? Why is he gone?" Everyone then realized that they had not heard Zhao Chuanwei's voice for a long time. Zhang, who received a lot of care from Zhao Chuanwei when he worked as a security guard in the company, especially the fact that he could act as an accomplice to the evildoer in the company, was more or less related to him. "Hey, Mr. Zhao, where are you?" Zhang Hu shouted around. Zhao Chuanwei was very unhappy. Looking at Wang Xiaoro, the delicate and boneless beauty in front of him, he didn't want to miss this opportunity in vain. But he didn't respond, and I didn't know how to explain it later, so I was in a dilemma for a while. As a result, Wang Xiaoro became even more frightened at this moment. She pushed him away, picked up a stick on the ground and threw it at the bushes behind her. "Don't come over here, you beast, I'm going to kill you." Zhao Chuanwei was speechless for a while. He looked at Wang Xiaoro, whose clothes were disheveled, and her graceful back, and then slowly got up from the ground. He didn't regret what he did tonight, but seeing the somewhat abnormal Wang Xiaoro and hearing the shouts from not far away, he had to respond, "Hey, Qin Hao, Zhang Hu, I'm over here, I found Wang Xiaoro, come here quickly." Zhao Chuanwei's shout reached the ears of Qin Hao and the others. They all saw him in the moonlight, and knew that he had found Wang Xiaoro, so they all ran over. Zhao Chuanwei was worried that his deeds would be exposed, so he hurried forward to help Wang Xiaoro tidy up her dress, and even then he did not forget to take advantage of her, feeling very happy. Qin Hao ran over and asked worriedly, "Zhao Chuanwei, what happened just now?" Zhao Chuanwei looked at Qin Hao, Yan Xuxin, and others who gathered around him. He didn't answer. He pointed at the crazy Wang Xiaoro and said, "Look, Xiaoro has become like this." Wang Xiaoro continued to hit the weeds with branches as if she knew nothing. Zhao Chuanwei was afraid that everyone would notice something was wrong, so he quickly changed the subject and explained, "I fell down just now because I wasn't paying attention. I happened to see Wang Xiaoro hiding in the bushes. I wanted to pull her out first. Who would have thought that she would become like this? You can see for yourself, she is completely unconscious now." Qin Hao looked at Zhao Chuanwei, who was covered in mud, in the moonlight, and didn't think much about it. Yan Xuxin was very worried. She couldn't bear to see Wang Xiaoro become like this, so she hurried forward to hug her. "Xiaoro, don't be afraid, come back with us." But Wang Xiaoro turned around instantly and hit Yan Xuxin with a stick. "Go to hell, you beast." Qin Hao was quick and stood in front of Yan Xuxin in an instant, reaching out to catch the stick. Yan Xuxin luckily avoided the attack. Yan Xuxin was a little bit incredulous and said, Qin Hao, what happened to Xiaoro?" Qin Hao knew that this might be a symptom caused by Wang Xiaoro being overly frightened, so he snatched the stick from her hand and said, "It looks like we can only use tough measures." Yan Xuxin was worried that Qin Hao would hurt Wang Xiaoro, so she asked, "Qin Hao, what are you going to do?" Li Meiyan, who was standing by, stepped forward to support Yan Xuxin. She could see that Wang Xiaoro was different and would definitely not follow them back easily. "Qin Hao, you're not going to knock Wang Xiaoro out, are you?" Yan Xuxin couldn't control herself when she heard this, and hurriedly stopped Qin Hao and said, "No, that will definitely hurt Xiaoro, I strongly oppose it." Qin Hao glanced at Yan Xuxin and knew that she was a person who valued love and friendship, so he did not make a decision on his own. "You guys are really troublesome. let me do it. After Zhang Hu said that, he took the lead, passed by Yan Xuxin, locked Wang Xiaorou's arms, and picked her up by the waist. That's all right, let's go back to the beach first. Under the surprised gaze of everyone, Zhang Hu picked up Wang Xiaorou with his strong arms and returned to the beach. Everyone finally reacted and quickly followed. Zhao Chuanwei stood there, thinking that he almost succeeded just now. He sighed regretfully, gently raised his still warm hand, put it to the tip of his nose, and slowly savored the memory. How can I let such a beautiful lady escape from my grasp? The evil idea was planted in Zhao Chuanwei's heart. Having tasted the sweetness, he was no longer restrained in this lawless place. Ning Chuyue saw that Zhao Chuanwei had not caught up yet, so she shouted quickly. Mr. Zhao, go back quickly. Zhao Chuanwei then followed with an evil look on his face and returned to the beach with everyone else. Not long after, Wang Xiaorou, who was forcibly carried back to the beach by Zhang Hu, saw the fire and her struggling body slowly calmed down. Seeing this, Qin Hao hurriedly went to the jungle with Li Meiyan and carried a lot of dry firewood to put on the fire. The huge fire illuminated the entire beach. Seeing Wang Xiaorou in Zhang Hu's arms calm down, Yan Xuxin asked with concern, Zhang Hu, Xiaorou, what happened? This little girl seems to have fallen asleep. Zhang Hu did not expect that Wang Xiaorou, who had been struggling desperately just now, actually fell asleep in his arms after seeing the fire. Yan Xuxin quickly cleaned the tent, asked Zhang Hu to put Wang Xiaorou in, and sat beside her to take care of her carefully. Yan Xuxin looked at Wang Xiaorou's half-open collar and hurriedly pulled it with her hands to cover it, but the buttons on the collar had been torn, and no matter how Yan Xuxin tried to cover it, it was of no use. Everyone thought that it was just Wang Xiaorou who was pulling madly, and didn't think about Zhao Chuanwei at all. However, Qin Hao, who had a strong insight, found something strange, especially when he saw Zhao Chuanwei's subtle movements. He always felt that he was a little suspicious, but he had no evidence, so he had to give up. Li Meiyan was worried that Yan Xuxin was too sad, so she patted her shoulder and comforted her. Xiaorou will be fine, don't worry, Manager Yan. Yan Xuxin also hoped so, but when she thought about what Wang Xiaorou had just done, she was still very worried. I hope so. As time passed, the fire gradually subsided and the beach returned to calm. For safety reasons, everyone took turns to rest, and there was always one person sitting by the fire to keep watch. Qin Hao and Li Meiyan followed the stream all the way east, but he knew that this was a deserted island with dangers everywhere, so he was still cautious. Sister Meiyan, be careful. Qin Hao instantly blocked Li Meiyan's way with his arm and slowly retreated backwards, but as luck would have it, his arm just happened to touch Li Meiyan's body, and his whole body was shocked. Qin Hao, what's wrong? Li Meiyan was not angry at all. Instead, she looked shy. Qin Hao didn't mean to take advantage. He pointed to the side of the road ahead. There was a sea snake that looked like a dry leaf. Its triangular head was staring in their direction, and it was slowly spitting out its tongue. It's a sea snake. Don't underestimate this little thing. Some of its venom is more powerful than that of a king cobra. We'd better be careful. Li Meiyan has rich experience in survival in the wild. How could she not know how powerful the venom of sea snakes is? So she was cautious just in case. Well, could you please take your arm away first? Qin Hao quickly retracted his arm that was leaning on Li Meiyan, and had no choice but to take her around the sea snake and continue moving towards the east of the jungle. Sizzle. Li Meiyan saw a mouse running past her, and hurriedly chased after it with a branch. It's a rat, Qin Hao, hurry up and hit it. Sister Meiyan, why are you chasing mice? Li Meiyan's eyes widened, and she was also embarrassed and said, when a rat crosses the street, everyone shouts and beats it. I am getting rid of this pest for the people. Qin Hao disagreed and said, I thought you wanted to eat rat meat, but it seems I was overthinking it. Li Meiyan felt that Qin Hao had seen through her thoughts, and her face turned red instantly, but she still pretended that she just wanted to beat the mouse to vent her anger. Let's go, let's go. It's already gone, let's continue looking for food. In fact, Qin Hao was quite happy to see Li Meiyan like this, but his appearance did not change at all. He continued to move forward, always paying attention to the situation around him. As a result, at this moment, Qin Hao suddenly saw a rabbit out of the corner of his eye. It was jumping beside a big tree, looking around from time to time, cautiously. Shoo! Li Meiyan hurriedly lowered her footsteps and looked in the direction Qin Hao pointed, only to see a rabbit jumping around. Oh my God, Qin Hao, you were able to see that guy even though he was hiding so secretly, you're amazing. Qin Hao saw it, but he certainly couldn't catch a hare with his bare hands. He said helplessly, it seems we can't catch it. Li Meiyan didn't think too much about it. She pointed at the bow and arrow on Qin Hao's back and said, how would you know if you don't try it? Qin Hao felt that what Li Meiyan said made sense, so he slowly took out the arrow and put on the bow, slowly approaching the hare. The jungle was silent and Li Meiyan was so nervous that she could even hear her own heartbeat. Qin Hao slowly approached, stared at the wild rabbit less than 5 meters ahead, slowly pulled the bow and arrow, and was about to shoot. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the rabbit instantly raised its head and looked behind it, turned around and ran away at an extremely fast speed. Qin Hao was angry. The meat was almost in his mouth, but it was gone just like that. However, he thought about the last expression of the hare, which showed that it was not scared away by him, but was looking towards the depths of the jungle. He also looked in that direction. But it would have been fine if he hadn't looked. Once he did, he was shocked and quickly waved to Li Meiyan to come over. What's wrong, Qin Hao? What's going on? Li Meiyan just asked a question, and was stunned before she heard Qin Hao's answer. They actually walked out of the jungle, but what they saw in front of them was not the vast ocean, but a wide grassland. There were also several towering trees standing on the grassland, as if setting off the vastness of the grassland. It looked very spectacular. Qin Hao held the axe tightly with both hands and remained alert. He saw a group of goats. The rabbit was scared away just now, probably because of the noise they made. Sister Meiyan, be careful. This is a deserted island. No one has ever been here. Who knows what might be there, even ferocious beasts. Be careful. Of course, Li Meiyan knew that what Qin Hao said was right. She suppressed her excitement and looked around carefully. Even so, she couldn't help but said excitedly, Qin Hao, now we are rich. With these goats, we will never lack food again. Qin Hao knew it well, because any goat was enough for them to eat for several days, and there were at least dozens of them here. If one goat could feed them for several days, then the goats here would be enough for them to eat for several months, or even a year. By that time, would they still worry that the rescue team would not show up? Yes, it's great. But soon, Li Meiyan realized that goats are not only fast but also agile, and it would be very difficult for them to catch them. These guys must be very fast. How can we catch them? Qin Hao was not too worried about this, because the first time he saw the goat, he had already thought of a way to catch it, and there was more than one way. Don't worry, Sister Meiyan, we have found the goats. We are not afraid that they will run away, hee hee. After being stranded on the deserted island, Li Meiyan and Qin Hao spent quite a lot of time together. After a few days of getting along, she has been completely conquered by Qin Hao, and their relationship can be completely described as trust. Even now that Qin Hao wants her, she will not resist too much. But Qin Hao is not the evil villain like Zhao Chuanwei. He is now completely attracted by the herd of goats and is trying every means to capture these guys effectively. Because there was still a lot of food on the beach, Qin Hao did not take this hunting too seriously. Instead, he took Li Meiyan and slowly stepped into the wide grassland, breathing the completely different fresh air. Qin Hao tightly grasped the axe in his hand and slowly approached the herd of goats. However, even though they hid behind the towering trees, they were soon discovered by the herd, causing a large number of goats to scatter and flee. Li Meiyan was a little surprised and said in disbelief, we were so careful, but we didn't expect that we were still discovered by these guys. Qin Hao also discovered that these goats were too vigilant, which was not a good sign. As a result, at this moment, a tiger's roar came from the opposite side of them. Fool! This sound frightened Qin Hao and Li Meiyan. They leaned tightly against a big tree and looked at the tiger glaring at them not far away. Qin Hao knew something was wrong, and he quickly urged Li Meiyan, Sister Meiyan, run. Li Meiyan also reacted instantly, turned around and ran towards the jungle where she came from. Qin Hao looked at the huge tiger figure, holding the axe tightly in his hand, and followed Li Meiyan closely, not daring to delay for a moment. Fool! The tiger roared angrily. How could it let Qin Hao and Li Meiyan escape so easily? It jumped up and chased after them. Although the tiger is huge in size, its speed is not slow at all, especially when it runs. It is even more than twice Qin Hao's speed, and the distance between them is getting closer and closer. Qin Hao was horrified and ran away in a hurry, grabbing Li Meiyan's hand tightly. Fool! The tiger chased them relentlessly, and even when Qin Hao and Li Meiyan escaped into the jungle, it followed them instantly, with no intention of letting them go. Qin Hao knew that this was not a solution at all. It wouldn't be long before the two of them would be caught by the tiger and would surely die. Sister Meiyan, this won't work. You run away first, and I'll stay behind. How could Li Meiyan let Qin Hao take risks alone? She quickly refused and said, No, I will be the one to cover the back. Everyone needs you. But Qin Hao would never agree to this. Letting a woman block danger for him would undoubtedly bring shame to him as a retired soldier. No matter what he said, he would not let a woman clear the way for him, so he grabbed Li Meiyan's arm and said solemnly, Don't worry, it's just a tiger, it can't do anything to me. Li Meiyan thought about the python that attacked the beach last night, and it was Qin Hao who chased it away alone. Looking at his determined eyes, she couldn't help but believe it. Especially Li Meiyan felt that she would be a burden if she stayed, so she nodded and agreed, I understand, then I will wait for you in the cave ahead, and I will not leave unless you come. Qin Hao smiled slightly and stopped instantly. He felt relieved when he saw Li Meiyan's back continuing to run away. He took out an arrow and put it on the bow. He aimed directly at the tiger rushing towards him and quickly fired a wooden arrow. Whoosh! The wooden arrow spun rapidly in the air, making a sound of breaking through the air, but the wooden arrow without an arrow tip soon deviated and ran around in a panic like a headless fly. Qin Hao knew that such wooden arrows had no killing power at all and could only be used to attract tigers. Qin Hao wanted to fire another one, but seeing the tiger rushing towards him, he ran away in the opposite direction of Li Meiyan. It was also for Li Meiyan's safety. He wanted to attract the tiger away from Li Meiyan. Fool! The tiger roared and quickly chased after Qin Hao. But Qin Hao, who was concentrating on attracting the tiger to chase him, did not notice that the disappeared Li Meiyan turned back and followed in the direction he fled. Qin Hao was the last person on duty. When he saw the dawn in the east, he knew that the long night was over. But he did not sit idle. He stood up with the axe beside him and walked into the jungle. When he came back again, he had a long stick in his hand, which looked bright and tough. Soon, the dazzling sun illuminated the beach, and then everyone woke up one after another. Xiao is awake. Wang Xiao, who was in a daze, slowly opened her eyes when she heard Yan Xuxin calling her name, and found that the originally dark beach had disappeared, replaced by dazzling sunlight. She looked at Yan Xuxin, whose face was filled with worry, and Li Meiyan, who looked nervous, as well as Qin Hao, Zhang Hu, and Ning Chuyue behind her. Everyone surrounded her, watching her quietly. You guys, what's wrong with you? Wang Xiao asked with some confusion. When Yan Xuxin saw that Wang Xiao had recovered, the heavy stone in her heart finally settled down, and a smile even appeared on her nervous face. But she found that Wang Xiao was a little strange, and asked worriedly, Xiao, don't you remember what happened to you last night? Wang Xiao slowly shook her head and said in a daze, Boss Yan, what do you mean? I have been sleeping all the time. I even had a nightmare. I dreamed that there were many monsters who wanted to eat me. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to explain for a moment, because Wang Xiao's performance clearly showed that she didn't remember anything. Zhang, who didn't have too many thoughts, and said directly, Wang Xiao, you were scared by the python last night and ran into the jungle. You were like crazy and wanted to attack manager Yan Xuxin. Wang Xiao was a little incredulous. What, am I crazy? That's impossible. How can I not remember anything at all? Zhao Chuanwei, who was hiding in the corner, was worried that what he did to Wang Xiao last night would be exposed, and he was a little scared. But when he heard what she said, he suddenly felt relieved and felt that God was on his side. But he was still worried, so he plucked up his courage and walked up to her, asking with lingering fear, Sister Xiao, don't you remember anything that happened in the jungle last night? Wang Xiao said depressedly, What jungle? I've been sleeping on the beach. Can you please stop teasing me? At this point, Zhao Chuanwei was completely relieved. Knowing that Wang Xiaoro didn't remember anything, he breathed a sigh of relief. When Qin Hao saw Wang Xiaoro like this, he didn't know what was going on for a moment and shook his head helplessly. At this time, Li Meiyan reacted and said solemnly, "Everyone, Xiaoro may have transient amnesia." For a moment, everyone felt that what Li Meiyan said made some sense, especially in the case of Wang Xiaoro, who had obviously lost her memory and just couldn't remember what happened yesterday. Yan Xuxin was extremely anxious and asked worriedly, "Li Meiyan, is Xiaoro in any serious condition?" Li Meiyan spoke truthfully, although transient amnesia does not cause any harm to the body, it causes great trauma to the mind. It can be said that if Xiaoro is overstimulated in the future, a situation like today may happen again at any time. Wang Xiaoro really couldn't bear to listen any longer and was too lazy to pay attention to them. She stood up, straightened her clothes, and walked to the beach to wash up. "What are you talking about? I don't understand anything. I'm going to ignore you." Everyone looked at each other. Although they were not very reassured, there was nothing they could do. Seeing that Wang Xiaoro was no longer seriously injured, Qin Hao no longer paid attention to this side. Instead, he took the bright tree sticks he had just cut down in the jungle, found some cloth strips, twisted them into ropes, and made a strong bow. He tried the strength of the bow and found that it took a lot of effort to pull it, so he knew that the strong bow was made. When Zhang Hu saw the strong bow made by Qin Hao, he actually forgot that they had a quarrel yesterday. He walked forward and tried to pull it. He felt that the strength was okay, and praised, "A small employee is a small employee, he is always fiddling with these things, but this bow is really good, but I don't know if it can shoot accurately." Qin Hao would never tell Zhang Hu that he was a veteran and these things were easy for him to get. "My archery is all based on luck." When Zhang Hu saw Qin Hao split the wooden board on the beach into long and thin wooden strips with an axe, he knew what he was going to do. "Qin Hao, this wooden board is so light, and there is no arrowhead. Even if this bow is good, it is impossible to hit it." "Ha ha." Qin Hao sneered, but didn't say much. He used an axe to remove the edges of the wooden strips, polishing them like real arrows, and even sharpened spikes at the front end of the wooden strips. Before Qin Hao had finished polishing all the wooden strips, Li Meiyan had already prepared the food and even cleaned the python's tail. In order not to waste food, she roasted it all next to the fire. Qin Hao ate a few bites casually and continued to fiddle with his bow and arrow. When everything was done, he took out the arrow and tried it out. Whoosh! The wooden arrow was shot out instantly at an extremely fast speed, but it was so light and had no trajectory, making it impossible to aim at the target. Zhang Hu sneered at the side and said, "See, it's just like what I said. It won't work unless you can find the arrowhead." How could Qin Hao not know? He said nonchalantly, "No hurry, no hurry." He tried it a little later, and it was the same as the first time. The wooden arrow had no target to speak of when it was shot out, but if the distance was close enough, the lethality was still quite good. Li Meiyan came over and took the bow and arrow from Qin Hao's hand to try it out, but she couldn't even pull the bowstring. She said excitedly, "Qin Hao, with this thing, hunting should be much easier now, right?" Qin Hao shook his head and responded, "There is still one thing missing, but there is no rush now. I think there is still a lot of food. I plan to go into the jungle to see if there are other victims or clues to the rescue team." Li Meiyan would not let Qin Hao act alone, she would follow him no matter what. "I want to go too." Qin Hao had gotten used to having Li Meiyan follow him around these days, so he didn't object. "Okay then, wait for me for a moment." After saying that, Qin Hao went to the campfire to discuss with Zhao Chuanwei, Zhang Hu and others. "Now everyone is trying to survive, so you two should also do your best to help. Go to the beach and take a look. Maybe you can get what everyone needs." Zhao Chuanwei and Zhang Hu were obviously unhappy. They didn't expect that a small employee would dare to give them orders. However, considering Qin Hao's strength in driving away the python last night, he did not intend to make things awkward and responded casually. "Okay, these are just small things." Seeing that Zhao Chuanwei and Zhang Hu agreed, Qin Hao, carrying a bow and arrow and an axe, went back into the jungle with Li Meiyan. This time, they did not go to the mountains in the west. Although there were wild fruit trees there were big black bears patrolling there. Especially after they had suffered a crisis from it, the inexplicable fear made them dare not set foot there casually. Because the python was seriously injured last night, Qin Hao and Li Meiyan went to the pond behind the cave to find out what was going on. As soon as they arrived at the pond, they found that the python had turned into a shell, with only a head dragging a long snake skin lying on the ground, and its insides had been eaten by an unknown beast. Li Meiyan was obviously startled. She hugged Qin Hao's arms with both hands and pressed her body against him tightly. She was at a loss and said, "Qin Hao, what should we do next?" Qin Hao felt the softness on his arm and wished he could take Li Meiyan down right now, but the python under his feet had been devoured. He didn't know what kind of ferocious beasts were nearby and didn't dare to stay for long. There are big black bears in the west, and there are beasts here that can kill pythons. In the east, I don't know what will happen. Will there be other victims or news about the rescue team? Li Meiyan was not sure, but she knew that wherever Qin Hao went, she would follow. We can just go and take a look and find out. Qin Hao made up his mind, nodded solemnly and said, "Okay, there is still a lot of food on the beach anyway, so let's go to the east side of the deserted island today to see what is over there." Because it was a jungle, Qin Hao exerted his speed to the extreme, but it was still a pipe dream to want to get rid of the tiger. The distance between the two sides was not very far to begin with, and soon the tiger caught up with Qin Hao with its bloody mouth wide open, fangs exposed, looking very ferocious. As a result, a deep ditch suddenly appeared in front of Qin Hao, which should have been formed by the water flow after the storm. Fool! Qin Hao knew that he was not destined to die, so he rushed down the slope and slid into a deep ditch. On the other hand, the tiger, because it was about to bite Qin Hao, did not slow down, jumped over the deep ditch, and crashed into the grass. Qin Hao got a chance to relax and was about to continue running away when he saw Li Meiyan not far from the ditch. He was extremely surprised. What's going on with this woman? I told her to keep running, but why is she following me? Fool! The tiger's roar came, and Qin Hao didn't have time to think. He immediately ran to Li Meiyan and asked anxiously, "Didn't I tell you to go back first? Why are you running back again?" Li Meiyan already had someone in her heart for Qin Hao, and she said worriedly, I'm worried about you. If anything happens to you, what should I do?" Qin Hao was obviously stunned. He didn't expect that he was more important to Li Meiyan than her life. He felt warm in his heart. Fool! But the tiger jumped into a deep ditch in an instant and pounced towards Qin Hao and Li Meiyan fiercely. Ah! Li Meiyan was so frightened that she didn't even need Qin Hao to remind her. She screamed and turned around and ran away. Qin Hao was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect the woman to react so quickly, and he quickly chased after her. Because the ditch was too narrow, the tiger's speed was obviously greatly reduced. Qin Hao and Li Meiyan quickly rushed up from the deep ditch. Li Meiyan worriedly asked, "Qin Hao, what should we do now?" Qin Hao looked back at the tiger stuck in the ditch. He knew that the tiger could not be stopped at all, so he quickly looked around. In addition to a large number of small trees, there was only a huge rock left. He decided, climb up the big rock and hide for a while. Li Meiyan looked at the big rock about 4 or 5 meters high not far away and asked in surprise, What, it's so high, how can I get up there?" Bluff, bluff. The tiger suddenly freed its 2 front legs from the deep ditch, and Qin Hao was so scared that he quickly pulled Li Meiyan to the bottom of the big rock, quickly found a crack, and said anxiously, "Let's use the old method, step on my back and climb up through the crack." Li Meiyan did not hesitate and stepped on Qin Hao's back as Qin Hao said, grabbed the crack of the big rock and climbed up quickly. At this moment, after struggling desperately, the tiger broke free from the obstacle in an instant, jumped out of the deep ditch, and roared towards the sky to show its power. Fool! Li Meiyan was frightened by the roar and almost lost her footing on the big rock and fell down, but she finally managed to hold onto the rock wall tightly with both hands and escape the disaster. Almost fell. The tiger's eyes were extremely ferocious, and it instantly exerted force with its hind legs and rushed towards Qin Hao again. Qin Hao was so scared that he stepped on a crack in the rock that originally took him 3 steps to climb. He quickly jumped up and grabbed the rock wall to climb up. The tiger pounced up suddenly, but ended up missing Qin Hao's feet. Qin Hao and Li Meiyan stood on a big rock and looked down at the tiger at their feet. Only then did they have time to catch their breath and calm their inner excitement. Li Meiyan saw the scene clearly and said in fear, "Qin Hao, you were in danger just now." Qin Hao certainly knew it, but now, he was standing on a high place looking down at the tiger and saw that it had not given up yet. Fool! The tiger roared, stood up instantly, put its front legs on the big rock, and tried to climb up, but his heavy body could not hold on and he slid down again. At this moment, Qin Hao no longer had the fear he had before. Instead, he showed a hint of sneer on his face and said, "Haha, you still don't give up. Then today I will let you, a big insect, know that fighting with others is to seek death." Fool! The tiger roared as if claiming its territory. Qin Hao looked down at the tiger with its feet crawling on the stone, roaring at him madly. "Damn, I was afraid of you just now, am I still afraid of you now, you stinky tiger?" The tiger seemed to understand what Qin Hao said, and roared a few more times. Fool! Qin Hao showed an evil smile on his face, slowly took off the strong bow on his back, then took out a wooden arrow from his back, put the arrow on the bow. "Haha, even though there's no arrow, I don't believe I can't kill you at such a short distance, bug." Li Meiyan stood behind Qin Hao, watching him aiming his bow at the tiger, and said in surprise, "Qin Hao, you don't want to kill the tiger again, do you?" Qin Hao did not answer Li Meiyan's words, but used actions to tell her that she was right. Qin Hao was seen standing on the edge of a big rock, bending over, taking an arrow and putting it on the bow. He used all his strength to pull the bow to the maximum angle and aimed it at the tiger's head. "Go to hell, big bug." Whoosh! The wooden arrow was shot out instantly and rushed towards the tiger's head at a high speed. However, the wooden arrow without an arrowhead was light and fluttery, and did not achieve the effect Qin Hao wanted. When it quickly reached the top of the tiger's head, it deviated, brushed past the tiger's neck, and shot directly into its thigh. Ah! The tiger was shot by a sudden wooden arrow and howled in pain. It took a few steps back and fled towards the grassland. Li Meiyan was so shocked that her jaw dropped. She didn't expect that Qin Hao could actually fight off the tiger. She shouted with joy. "Wow, Qin Hao, you actually beat the tiger away, that's amazing." But Qin Hao kept shaking his head. If it weren't for the arrows, the tiger would not just be beaten back. Alas, what a pity to waste so much good meat. Although Li Meiyan knew that Qin Hao had some skills, she didn't believe that Qin Hao could really kill the tiger. She felt that it was already amazing that he could drive it away. All right, we're already safe now, that's good enough. Let's quickly figure out how to get down." Qin Hao jumped down from the big rock without thinking. He landed quietly on the rock which was 4 or 5 meters high, showing great skill. "Sister Meiyan, first grab the stone wall and step down a little through the cracks in the stone, then step on my shoulders and slide down." Li Meiyan looked at Qin Hao who was leaning against a big rock, and suddenly felt embarrassed when she thought about going topless. Qin Hao was afraid that the tiger would turn back out of hatred, so he hurriedly said, "Hurry up, it's too dangerous here." Li Meiyan had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree, "Then I'll go down, and you are not allowed to look up and peek." Qin Hao then realized that Li Meiyan was still topless. Although it was normal for men to be lustful, he knew his limits. "Okay, don't worry." Seeing that Qin Hao kept his head down and had no intention of looking up, Li Meiyan confidently grabbed the edge of the big rock and slowly slid down. Unexpectedly, at this moment, because of her proud posture, Li Meiyan was not careful and the protruding clothes scraped against the stone wall. The stone wall, like a blade, made a squeak sound while Li Meiyan was sliding down, and it cut the miniature fur on her body. Qin Hao heard the sound of clothes being torn and became a little nervous. He didn't know what happened to Li Meiyan. Out of respect for Li Meiyan, he didn't dare to look up, for fear of seeing the wonderful scenery. "Sister Meiyan, are you okay?" "No, it's okay, don't look up." Li Meiyan was panicked. Even so, she didn't want to be seen naked by Qin Hao, so she quickly stopped him from looking up. She grabbed the steep stone wall with one hand and used the other hand to adjust the miniature fur on her body. But because she was too excited, before she could step firmly on Qin Hao's shoulder, the hand that was holding the stone wall broke free, and her whole body fell backwards uncontrollably, and the pocket fur also jumped away instantly. Ah. Before Qin Hao heard the scream again, he had already felt a different weight on his shoulders and knew that something was wrong. Reacting instinctively, he quickly looked up at Li Meiyan, only to see Li Meiyan's entire body falling uncontrollably in front of him. Qin Hao did not hesitate. He quickly stretched out his arms and caught the falling Li Meiyan. He held her tightly in his arms like a prince holding a princess. Li Meiyan was still terrified, but when she saw that she was already in Qin Hao's arms and was fine, she felt relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Hao, thank goodness for you. It's a small matter. Although she survived the disaster, she was extremely upset about Qin Hao. Without any thought, she released her hands that were covering her breasts, slowly put her arms around Qin Hao's neck, and then blocked Qin Hao's thick lips with her sexy little mouth. Qin Hao was at a loss and his mind went blank, but with Li Meiyan's light kiss, he quickly took the initiative. Qin Hao. Seeing that Li Meiyan was flustered, Qin Hao no longer remained reserved and took the initiative. Fool. However, a sudden tiger's roar, compassionate and heroic, came from a distance, lingering and made the passionate Qin Hao and Li Meiyan panic. Li Meiyan was instantly awakened from her intoxication, and shyly stood up from Qin Hao's arms, pulling the dilapidated pocket fur with a blushing face. Qin Hao, why don't we leave here first? Qin Hao was also worried that the tiger would return for revenge, so he did not object, identified the direction, and started to return. Soon, the sun reached overhead, scorching hot. At this time, Qin Hao and Li Meiyan appeared near the cave. They did not rush back to the beach, but searched around the jungle to see if there were other people in distress or even a rescue team, but unfortunately, they found nothing. Moreover, Li Meiyan has now tied up the dilapidated miniature fir tree with rattan. Qin Hao, it looks like there are no other victims. Why don't we go back first? If we continue like this, I'm afraid I'll run out of energy. Qin Hao had no choice but to stop and look at Li Meiyan's sweaty forehead, with the sweat slowly soaking her neck, and he swallowed hard. Yeah, it looks like we're the only ones left. It's a pity we didn't kill the tiger just now, otherwise we could go to the eastern beach to look for it. Li Meiyan said with great satisfaction, I feel that it is good enough that we can survive. It doesn't matter whether we can kill the tiger or not. Qin Hao understood that although he really wanted to kill the tiger with one arrow, which would not only provide food for everyone but also provide a best hunting place, he also knew that tigers were not so easy to kill, so he shook his head helplessly and comforted himself in his heart. Yes, that's the king of the forest. Let's go back to the beach. Not long after, Qin Hao successfully brought Li Meiyan back to the beach. However, after a hard day's work, they did not receive the treatment they deserved. Instead, they saw Zhao Chuanwei lying leisurely on the beach, letting Ning Chuyue give him a back massage, and he was enjoying it very much. But Qin Hao didn't want to interfere, because a day's travel had left him exhausted and hungry. As a result, when Li Meiyan was about to get some food to eat, she found that the remaining food had disappeared. Qin Hao, the cat meat is gone. Qin Hao frowned, but before he could ask more questions, he heard Zhao Chuanwei, who was still enjoying himself, said coldly, we were so hungry just now, and since you guys didn't come back, we roasted the cat meat and ate it. This time, Qin Hao was really angry. The anger that he had been suppressing exploded, and he said angrily, you can't do anything, but you eat, 1 or 2, it's useless, waste. Everyone on the beach was stunned for a moment. They never expected that the usually calm Qin Hao would get so angry. But how could the proud Zhao Chuanwei tolerate being scolded like this, let alone a small employee? You poor worker, who are you talking about? Qin Hao didn't want to continue to endure, because this was no longer a company, but a deserted island. He said bluntly, I'm talking about you. What's wrong? This is a deserted island. Don't think you are still the high and mighty sales manager. You still want to continue to be an accomplice to the tiger and do whatever you want. Zhao Chuanwei was immediately furious and said arrogantly, you stinky employee, don't think you can take yourself seriously just because you can find that little bit of food. If you are really capable, take us away from here, otherwise, stop talking nonsense. Li Meiyan couldn't stand it any longer and accused Zhao Chuanwei, Manager Zhao, stop calling us employees stinky. Without us employees, what would you sell? If you think the food Qin Hao and I found is not good, then you can find it yourself. Otherwise, don't eat other people's food and look disgusted. You are obviously a hypocrite who is destroying the bridge after crossing it. Zhao Chuanwei was speechless for a moment and didn't know what to do. At this time, Yan Xuxin came out of the tent and persuaded everyone, "All right, stop arguing. We have finally gathered together after many life-threatening situations. We should think of ways to survive instead of wasting time arguing here." Zhang Hu, Ning Qiuyue and Wang Xiaorou also tried to persuade them, not wanting things to become too awkward. Yan Xuxin also handed the food wrapped in a cloth strip to Qin Hao. "This is what everyone left for you. You and Li Meiyan must be starving. Eat it first." Qin Hao was not too polite. He took the food handed to him by Yan Xuxin and shared it with Li Meiyan, half each. "Thank you very much." Qin Hao gave face to Yan Xuxin and did not argue too much with Zhao Chuanwei. He also knew that Zhao Chuanwei had sprained his foot while looking for something on the beach in the morning, and Ning Qiuyue was just massaging it for him, hoping that he would recover soon. Time passed quietly, and before I knew it, it was already dark. Qin Hao was sleeping next to the fire at this time. He felt a headache at the thought of having no food tomorrow. Zhao Chuanwei was also injured, so he had to stay on the beach to recuperate. But Qin Hao didn't believe in Zhao Chuanwei's character, because he knew that Zhao Chuanwei was a notorious lecher in the company. He didn't intend to let Yan Xuxin or Wang Xiaorou stay on the beach with him, so he began to rack his brains, thinking of ways. Qin Hao was stunned. After seeing the ferocious black bear, he realized that he had escaped too hastily and actually entered the black bear's territory. Li Meiyan looked at the big black bear and two wild wolves attacking from the front and back, and was already at a loss. She said in fear, "We are in trouble now, Qin Hao, think of a solution quickly." Qin Hao was also panicked, but when he looked back and saw the wolves eager to try, he knew that they were not willing to give up on him and Li Meiyan, the two prey, so he made up his mind. "Sister Meiyan, let's retreat." Li Meiyan looked at the two wild wolves behind her and said hurriedly, "There are two wild wolves behind us. What should we do if they bite us?" Qin Hao was confident and said confidently, "Don't worry, just listen to me." Li Meiyan was half believing and half doubting, and followed Qin Hao to slowly retreat away from the big black bear, but the two wild wolves behind them rushed towards them. Qin Hao thought quickly and quickly pulled Li Meiyan, who had not yet reacted, and rushed straight towards the big black bear. This change scared Li Meiyan. Just when she thought she was doomed, Qin Hao suddenly changed direction and took her and jumped into the slope nearby. The two wild wolves were not careful for a moment and could not control their speed and rushed towards the big black bear. Roar. The big black bear roared, stood on its hind legs, and slapped the wolf with its huge paws. The wild wolf was not a good guy either. It quickly dodged the attack, but seeing there was no way to retreat, it started to fight with the big black bear, attacking the big black bear's side and blind spot. Qin Hao jumped into the slope and didn't dare to stay at all. He took advantage of the duel between the big black bear and the two wild wolves to quickly escape along the slope. Ouch! As a result, a wolf howl was heard, and Qin Hao discovered that a wild wolf was slapped away by the big black bear's claw and fell heavily to the ground. He felt relieved, knowing that this blow was extremely heavy for the wild wolf, and it might not dare to come out from the depths of the jungle anymore. Suddenly, Qin Hao came up with a bold idea. Seeing that the big black bear had no intention of letting the wild wolf go, he secretly took Li Meiyan to the wild fruit tree, which was the big black bear's lair. Li Meiyan looked at the bloody black bear's den on the ground and felt terrified. "Qin Hao, I'm scared." Qin Hao looked at the bright red wild fruits on the top of the wild fruit tree. For them who were now out of food, that was a lifesaver. He quickly comforted them, "Don't worry, the big black bear is fighting with the two wild wolves right now. I will make a quick decision, pick the wild fruits and leave here." Li Meiyan looked around and found no danger, so she hurriedly said, "Okay, then hurry up." Needless to say, Qin Hao climbed up the wild fruit tree in no time, identified the target, swung the axe and chopped off the branch, and the wild fruits fell to the ground. Li Meiyan also picked up the wild fruits that fell on the ground with trepidation. Although she was happy in her heart, she still looked around worriedly. Because the remaining wild fruits were on the top of the tree, just as Qin Hao was cutting another branch to pick the wild fruits, a stone hit the back of his head. A familiar feeling arose spontaneously, and Qin Hao looked over quickly. He really found those wild monkeys, jumping anxiously on the trees. Qin Hao was only thinking about food now. He had no mood to argue with these wild monkeys, so he prepared to pick up the axe and continue chopping the fruit tree. Pa! Another stone hit him, and Qin Hao was completely furious, but he seemed to have reacted. Qin Hao raised the axe in his hand calmly, but a group of wild monkeys became nervous and raised stones to hit him. Qin Hao slowly put down his axe again, and a group of wild monkeys also lowered their hands that were raised in preparation for attacking. At this moment, Qin Hao understood the importance of this fruit tree to this group of wild monkeys, so he had to reluctantly give up the fruit tree. He slid down from the tree and pulled Li Meiyan away from this dangerous place. Along the way, Li Meiyan kept looking at the wild fruits in her hands. Even though her stomach was growling with hunger, she was reluctant to taste a bite. Sister Meiyan, your stomach is growling. You must be starving. Why don't you just eat the wild fruit? Li Meiyan shook her head repeatedly, because this wild fruit was the day's harvest for her and Qin Hao. Ever since they escaped from the wild fruit tree, which was the black bear's lair, they had been looking for food, but unfortunately they had not gained anything. Originally, a few wild birds were discovered, but unfortunately the wooden arrows were too light and deviated too much, so the bow and arrow could not hit them at all, and ultimately ended in failure. Qin Hao, we have been looking for a whole day and are exhausted. Why don't we go back to the beach first? Qin Hao had no choice but to agree and return to the beach, as he felt it was hopeless to continue looking. Before I knew it, the sun had already set. Soon, Qin Hao took Li Meiyan back to the beach and found that everyone was lying on the beach to rest. When Zhang Hu saw Qin Hao stepping out of the jungle, he excitedly stood up from the fire and greeted him. Qin Hao, it's been a day, you guys are finally back. The rest of the people also gathered around, but when they saw Qin Hao with empty hands, they all became dejected and listless. Qin Hao knew that everyone was starving, but it was not his responsibility that they could not find food because he had tried his best. I'm sorry everyone, Sister Meiyan and I encountered some tricky things today. Zhang Hu, Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiao also searched on the beach for quite some time, but they only found a little bit of seafood. They were so hungry at noon that they grilled it and ate it, but that little bit of food was not enough to fill their stomachs. Qin Hao, what should we do now? Is everyone going to be hungry tonight? Li Meiyan took out the wild fruit in her hand, handed it to Yan Xuxin in front of her and said, "This is all that Qin Hao and I have harvested today. Here you go." Yan Xuxin took the wild fruit, which was bright red. She thought about how Qin Hao had picked it before and ate as much as he wanted. Unfortunately, now even the wild fruits were gone. She didn't know what to say for a moment. But at this time, Zhao Chuanwei snatched the wild fruit from Yan Xuxin's hand, pointed at Qin Hao and asked suspiciously, "It's just one wild fruit, how are we 7 going to divide it? And you are so generous, are you eating it outside secretly and coming back only when you are full?" Li Meiyan was frightened back a few steps by Zhao Chuanwei's vicious eyes. Qin Hao frowned. He never expected that Zhao Chuanwei would dare to complain first. "Mr. Zhao, what do you mean?" Zhao Chuanwei tightly grasped the wild fruit in his hand and snorted coldly, "Why, you ate it secretly and you dare not admit it, are you still a man?" Qin Hao was furious. He took 2 steps towards Zhao Chuanwei and snatched the wild fruit from his hand without mercy. He said confidently, "You saw us stealing it with your own eyes. And I tell you, this was found by Sister Meiyan and I. Even if we ate it, what does it have to do with you? If you have the guts, go find it yourself and come back after you've eaten enough. No one will do anything to you." Yan Xuxin couldn't bear to watch it any longer, so she quickly walked between the two of them and said, "All right, stop arguing. We should think of a way to get food now instead of wasting our energy here." Qin Hao didn't even bother to pay attention to Zhao Chuanwei, so he took Li Meiyan towards the fire, intending to make a big deal out of a small matter and let it go. But at this moment, he discovered that the furious Zhao Chuanwei walked with great vigor and did not look like he had sprained his foot at all. Qin Hao knew that Zhao Chuanwei was faking illness, and he was immediately furious. He could no longer tolerate Zhao Chuanwei, so he walked straight up to him and punched him in the face. His teeth were chattering and his eyes were flashing with uncontrollable rage, like an enraged lion. Zhao Chuanwei, you don't do anything except ask for food or drink, and you even dare to pretend to be sick. As the sky brightened, the east began to rise. Qin Hao had already stood up from the fire. Since there was no food, he had to go to the beach to look for some seafood. But this time, he was not as lucky as last time because of the storm. He only picked up 2 conches and turned back. Everyone looked on with great disappointment and remained silent for a while. Qin Hao threw the 2 conchs aside and said to everyone, "Everyone, Zhao Chuanwei has sprained his foot and may need to rest for a few days. Zhang Hu, you, Manager Yan, and Wang Xiaoro will go to the beach and see if you can find some food or floating objects that can be useful to us." Although Zhang Hu, with his explosive muscles, didn't want to follow Qin Hao's arrangement, but now everyone was stranded on a deserted island with no food, so he had to agree. Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiaoro also nodded in agreement. They were very willing to share some of the burden with everyone. Ning Chuyue on the side hurriedly asked, "Qin Hao, what about me?" "You, stay and take care of Mr. Zhao." After saying that, Qin Hao packed his equipment and went into the jungle again with Li Meiyan. After these days of exploration, the two of them have gained a certain understanding of the jungle outside the deserted island. A lot of territories have been occupied by wild beasts, and they dare not set foot in those places again. Qin Hao checked the trap as he did before, and seeing that there was nothing found, he took Li Meiyan to the pond behind the cave. Because the storm had passed for several days, the pond was now crystal clear and there were some small fish chasing each other happily. Grasshoppers are also meat. How could Qin Hao miss such a good opportunity? He quickly took out an axe and cut a spear, then carefully observed the situation in the pond. Seeing this, Li Meiyan became tense and stood aside, holding her breath and keeping quiet. A small fish as long as a chopstick had no idea that the god of death was hovering over its head and swimming back and forth unsteadily. Swish! Qin Hao made his move instantly, and the little fish had no chance to escape. It was lifted out of the water by his spear, and it jumped a few times before becoming motionless. Li Meiyan was very excited, clapped her hands and praised repeatedly, "Awesome, awesome, Qin Hao, you are awesome." On the contrary, Qin Hao didn't care too much about it, because these things would be useful for survival in the wild when he was still in the army. But before Qin Hao handed the fish to Li Meiyan, a wolf howl was heard from the other side of the stream, and the sound was very close. Ouch! Qin Hao was horrified and looked quickly towards the other side of the stream, only to see 2 wild wolves walking out from the depths of the jungle, staring at them fiercely. Li Meiyan was frightened and exclaimed, Qin Hao, what's going on?" Qin Hao then remembered that the giant python must have been swallowed by the 2 wild wolves, and was shocked. Li Meiyan looked at the wolf's ferocious appearance and hid behind Qin Hao in fear, wondering, what should I do? Qin Hao looked at the 2 ferocious wolves and didn't know what to do, but he understood that the only way now was to escape. "Needless to say, of course we should run," Qin Hao said, then he pulled Li Meiyan and turned to flee. Ah! Suddenly, the 2 wild wolves roared and chased in the direction Qin Hao and the others were fleeing. Although there was a stream more than 3 meters wide in front of them, they jumped over it without any delay. Li Meiyan had no idea that the wolf could be so fast, and she felt panicked. "It's over, it's really over now. They are too fast. We can't outrun them at all." Ah! Qin Hao did not expect that the wild wolf could be so fast. It was just on the other side of the stream, at least 100 meters away from them, but in just a short while, it was less than 50 meters away from them. Qin Hao instantly threw the small fish in his hand over, causing the 2 wild wolves to scramble for it, thus delaying a little time. "Sister Meiyan, you keep running, I will lead them away," Qin Hao said first. But Li Meiyan immediately retorted, "How can this be possible? I was the first one to escape from the tiger yesterday. No matter what you say today, I will follow you. At worst, I will fight them." Qin Hao was speechless for a while, but he also knew the attack power of the wild wolf, so he said sternly, "Don't talk nonsense, if you don't want to die, just listen to me and keep running. No matter what happens, you are not allowed to stop." Li Meiyan was obviously stunned, but when she thought about how Qin Hao dealt with the tiger with ease yesterday, she had to force herself to agree and continue to run away. At this time, Qin Hao, holding an axe, was also surrounded by 2 wild wolves that had eaten the fish. He wanted to run, but his speed was no match for the wild wolf, so he had to confront it head-on. Ah, come on, who's afraid of who? It was not known whether the 2 wild wolves were frightened by Qin Hao's momentum, and they did not pounce on him immediately. Instead, they formed a 2-sided pincer attack, surrounding Qin Hao in the middle, baring their fangs and looking extremely ferocious. Qin Hao obviously knew that he couldn't leave his back to them, so he quickly retreated to a big tree, leaned his back against the tree, and pointed the axe at them. Come on, I want to see who dies first, you or me. Ouch. The 2 wild wolves yelled fiercely and rushed towards Qin Hao at the same time. Qin Hao was no ordinary man either. He raised his axe and chopped at a wild wolf, but the wolf reacted quickly and dodged in an instant. Moreover, the other wild wolf took advantage of Qin Hao's free time and pounced on him directly. Qin Hao saw that the 2 guys were coming at him fiercely, especially their exposed claws, which were very sharp and left long scratches on the trees they caught. He didn't dare to take it head-on, so he had to dodge and roll over to avoid the danger. The wolf missed its target and grabbed the tree with its claws, leaving 3 deep cuts in the bark flying everywhere. Before Qin Hao, who had just dodged, could react, another wild wolf pounced on him with its bloody mouth wide open. But this time, Qin Hao did not dodge again. Instead, he held the axe tightly in his hand and hit the wild wolf with a horizontal chop, knocking it to the ground. Qin Hao was stunned. He didn't expect that in his haste, he actually used the back of the axe. He felt a pity. But when he saw the 3 scratches on the big tree, how could he not be frightened? He quickly made a decision. Before the 2 wolves could react, he turned around and chased in the direction Li Meiyan escaped. The 2 wild wolves quickly followed and chased after him. Although they were moving quite fast, Qin Hao was not a pushover either. In addition, the area was surrounded by weeds and jungle, which put the wolves at a disadvantage. But just when Qin Hao thought he could escape, he unexpectedly ran into Li Meiyan, who had returned. He was startled and rushed over. Sister Meiyan, run away. Before Li Meiyan could react, Qin Hao grabbed her arm and she started running away breathlessly. Qin Hao asked, "Why are you back again? Didn't I tell you to escape first?" At this time, Li Meiyan realized that the 2 wild wolves were still behind Qin Hao. She knew that she had done something wrong and quickly explained, "I'm not afraid that something will happen to you, so I came back to find you and want to help you." Qin Hao felt warm in his heart, but he also understood that now was not the time to be happy. Roar. As a result, at this moment, a roar suddenly came from not far away, and a big black bear suddenly appeared in front of them, blocking their way. Zhao Chuanwei also became angry after being punched by Qin Hao. He jumped up from the ground in an instant and was about to punch Qin Hao in the face. But how could he, who was so fat, be a match for Qin Hao except for his fat body? The punch he just threw was easily caught by Qin Hao, and then he felt a sharp pain in his abdomen and was kicked hard by Qin Hao again. Zhang Hu, help! When Zhang Hu heard Zhao Chuanwei's cry for help, he hurried forward and blocked Qin Hao's attack. He also wanted to help Zhao Chuanwei regain his dignity, but Yan Xuxin screamed and stunned everyone. Ah, stop it! At this moment, everyone stopped and Qin Hao was pulled back by Li Meiyan. Zhang Hu looked at everyone who was silent, and said insincerely, "Qin Hao, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but look at you now, you are so self-righteous. You came back from eating outside and beat up Mr. Zhao, bullying him like he was powerless. If this doesn't work, then we'll break up. We don't want to be with you." Zhao Chuanwei was furious. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, looked at Qin Hao arrogantly and roared, "You are just a stinky employee, what's so great about you? If you have the ability, just leave and don't come back. Let's see who is living a better life." Qin Hao sneered, because he had already seen that the 2 men had already colluded with each other and were in cahoots with each other. Yan Xuxin watched things develop into this state, which was totally not what she had intended. "Everyone, we are now stranded on a desert island. This is no joke. We should unite, how can we separate?" Qin Hao glanced at Li Meiyan beside him, and seeing her nod slightly, he pointed at Zhao Chuanwei and said, "Okay, leave if you want to. When the time comes, don't kneel down and beg me." When Yan Xuxin saw Qin Hao was about to leave, she quickly stood in front of him and insisted on keeping him. "Qin Hao, you can't leave, we need you." Zhao Chuanwei continued to speak harshly, angrily saying, "If you want to get out quickly. You are not welcome here." Qin Hao glared at Zhao Chuanwei fiercely, and his vicious eyes scared him so much that he hid behind Zhang Hu. But now Qin Hao didn't take Zhao Chuanwei and Zhang Hu seriously at all. He looked at Yan Xuxin in front of him and said sincerely, "Yan Xuxin, come with me and Li Meiyan. I will protect you." Zhao Chuanwei was reluctant to let Yan Xuxin leave, and quickly nodded to Ning Chuyue beside him, as if it had been planned in advance. Ning Chuyue had already been Zhao Chuanwei's human doll, and she also wanted to drag the arrogant general manager Yan into the water, so she stepped forward to persuade him to stay, and even took Yan Xuxin's arm, appearing particularly intimate. "Manager Yan, please don't leave." Wang Xiaorou followed Yan Xuxin. Wherever Yan Xuxin went, she would go without any hesitation. However, just when Yan Xuxin was hesitating, Zhao Chuanwei took out a smartphone from his backpack. "I have a cell phone and a GPS. The rescue team will be here in a few days. If I follow you, my chances of being rescued will increase greatly." Yan Xuxin was extremely surprised, and even Qin Hao couldn't believe it. It was summer and cell phones were difficult to carry. They had lost their cell phones when the ship sank. Zhao Chuanwei knew that everyone was moved, and said with a wicked smile, "Everyone, although my phone is soaked in water and cannot be turned on, it has a positioning system. As long as I carry it with me, it will be located at all times, and the rescue team will be able to find me easily." Qin Hao could see that Yan Xuxin was moved, but when he thought of the crashed rescue helicopter, he lost interest in Zhao Chuanwei's phone. Looking at Yan Xuxin in front of him, he handed Li Meiyan's dagger to her. "Take this dagger. The deserted island jungle is full of dangers, and people's hearts are unpredictable. Keep it for self-defense." Yan Xuxin looked at the dagger in her hand, feeling mixed emotions, and for a moment she didn't know how to persuade him. Zhao Chuanwei looked at Li Meiyan with a wicked smile, especially the perfect figure in the dilapidated miniature fur, and said temptingly, "Sister Meiyan, why don't you stay here too? The rescue team will be here soon." Li Meiyan did not hesitate just because Zhao Chuanwei had a cell phone. She only wanted to follow Qin Hao and was too lazy to even look at Zhao Chuanwei for more time, because she knew Zhao Chuanwei too well. He was a hypocrite and a lustful man. "Everyone, Qin Hao and I were actually in the jungle and had already found the rescue helicopter, but unfortunately it had crashed and the rescue team was killed. We can only rely on ourselves now." No one could believe that the rescue helicopter would crash. They all shook their heads, feeling that Li Meiyan's words were not credible. "How is that possible? Li Meiyan, don't scare us. The rescue team will definitely come. I also feel that it is impossible for the rescue team's helicopter to crash. It must be an exaggeration." Zhao Chuanwei was also afraid that the trust he had just gained from Yan Xuxin would be destroyed, so he started to attack her. "That's right, if you want to leave, leave quickly and don't try to disrupt our morale." Seeing that Yan Xuxin was so determined to stay, Qin Hao had no choice but to look at Zhao Chuanwei fiercely and said domineeringly, "If anyone dares to bully Yan Xuxin, I will make sure he dies without a burial place." Zhao Chuanwei had an evil smile on his face, as if he had ignored Qin Hao's words. "If you want to get out of here quickly. Don't be an eyesore here and ruin my mood." Qin Hao's pupils shrank, emitting an incomparable coldness, even the air seemed to be frozen, and a breeze blew everywhere, which made Zhao Chuanwei feel frightened from the bottom of his heart. "Remember this, if anything happens to Yan Xuxin, I will make sure you guys know how powerful I am." After Qin Hao finished speaking, he took the axe, carried the bow and arrows, and left the beach with Li Meiyan without looking back. In fact, Qin Hao had already thought of a place to go, which was the cave where they had previously avoided the storm. Although there were wild wolves, they encountered a big black bear today. They must have been injured and hid deep in the jungle, not daring to show up again. Not long after, Qin Hao brought Li Meiyan to the cave entrance with ease. Li Meiyan was very happy, but for the sake of safety, she still followed Qin Hao closely and did not dare to go too far away from the cave. Although it was not dark yet, the cave was pitch black and nothing could be seen with the naked eye. Qin Hao was still cautious and threw a stone in to test it out first. After hearing the clattering sound of rocks coming from inside the cave, there was no other sound, and they both walked in with peace of mind. Qin Hao, this cave is too dark, can we make a fire first? Of course Qin Hao would not refuse, so he quickly walked out of the cave and soon came back with a large pile of hay. After a while, he rubbed 2 sticks together to make a fire, which slowly illuminated the cave. Now, they could see everything clearly in the cave. There was only one entrance and exit, and the rest were stone walls. It was quite spacious and could be considered a place that was easy to defend but difficult to attack. Qin Hao also handed the wild fruits he harvested today to Li Meiyan, knowing that she hadn't eaten for a day and must be starving. But Li Meiyan did not eat it all by herself. Instead, she used an axe to cut the wild fruit into 2 halves. She and Qin Hao both ate a little and managed to get by for the night. Soon, the sky darkened. At this moment on the beach, Zhao Chuanwei was staring at the 3 beautiful figures in the tent with glowing eyes, especially when his gaze passed over Wang Xiaorou. The scene in the jungle before instantly emerged in his mind, making him reminisce endlessly, and he could feel a trace of gentle fragrance still lingering on his fingers. The more Zhao Chuanwei thought about it, the more amorous his heart became. All the evil thoughts in his heart were reflected on his face, and it was difficult for him to hide them. He wished he could pull Wang Xiaorou to a deserted place right now, let him knead her to his heart's content, and release the evil thoughts deep in his heart. But Zhao Chuanwei was not stupid enough to act now, but carefully planned in his mind, ready to act on this innocent little beauty. The next morning, it was dawn. Li Meiyan was still asleep with a hazy consciousness. She seemed to have dreamed that she touched something. She instantly felt something was wrong. She opened her eyes wide and became dazed for a moment. She found herself lying on Qin Hao's thighs. Ah! Qin Hao was instantly awakened. Looking at Li Meiyan in front of him with eyes as big as copper bells glaring at him, he understood and was unable to refute. Sister, this is my body's natural reaction. I can't decide even when I'm asleep. Humph. Li Meiyan snorted coldly, not willing to believe Qin Hao's explanation at all. Well, then you can't let me sleep on your lap, facing my face, or even right in front of my eyes. But soon, Qin Hao reacted and explained quickly, this is your own problem. There were mosquitoes in the cave. You slept very soundly last night and insisted on sleeping on my shoulder, asking me to help you drive away the mosquitoes. But you seemed uncomfortable leaning on my shoulder while sleeping, so you swayed your head and fell asleep on my thigh. Thinking about it now, Qin Hao felt that last night was very uncomfortable, and because of his posture problem, he couldn't sleep for a long time last night. However, because he was too sleepy, he fell asleep in a daze. At this time, Li Meiyan realized that she was indeed disturbed by a lot of mosquitoes last night, but because she was too sleepy, she really couldn't remember what happened afterwards. Just when she didn't know what to do, the chirping of wild birds suddenly came from outside the cave. Quack! Qin Hao didn't argue, picked up the bow and arrow beside him and ran out. Li Meiyan followed closely behind, but she had just walked out of the cave and before she could react, she heard Qin Hao excitedly say, Sister Meiyan, look over there. My God, it was so easy to get it. Li Meiyan looked in the direction Qin Hao pointed, and saw a group of wild ducks preening their feathers by the stream, looking very comfortable. Hey, there are wild ducks. Qin Hao, you better go slower and don't let them run away. Of course. Qin Hao was also nervous. He slowly took out the arrow and put it on the bow, then moved towards the wild ducks. He tiptoed the whole time, fearing that the loud footsteps would scare them away. He also knew that whether he could have a hearty meal today depended on whether he could catch a wild duck at this moment. I don't know if it's because the wild ducks are too stupid or they live too comfortably. Qin Hao has already appeared behind it, but it hasn't noticed it yet and is still slowly combing its gray feathers. Qin Hao had a wicked smile on his face. Although the wooden arrow had no tip, he felt that this distance was already the best. He slowly pulled the bow, aimed at the wild duck's body, and shot the wooden arrow out instantly. Perhaps because the distance was too close, the arrow broke through the wild duck's body like a bolt of air. When Li Meiyan saw the wooden arrow hit the wild duck, she could no longer suppress her inner excitement and became overjoyed. Yeah, that's amazing, Qin Hao, you're awesome. As a result, Li Meiyan's scream instantly scared away dozens of other wild ducks, which flapped their wings and flew away from the nearby stream. Qin Hao felt a little regretful, but he was not so greedy. He quickly caught the shot wild duck in his hand to prevent it from being washed away by the stream. Li Meiyan walked over awkwardly, and seeing Qin Hao already cleaning up the wild ducks, she said embarrassedly, "It's all my fault for not paying attention just now. I scared the wild ducks away." Qin Hao didn't care too much, because although the wild ducks flew away, he found that they did not go too far, but stopped downstream of the stream. "It's just a small matter. Besides, we have already caught such a big one. It's enough for both of us to eat today." Li Meiyan was in a good mood as she watched the wild ducks that Qin Hao had cleaned up. However, she discovered that the wild ducks could actually fly, so she asked in doubt, "By the way, Qin Hao, aren't these ducks? Why can they fly?" "These are wild ducks. They are different from the ducks raised in the countryside. They are similar to wild geese. Not only can they fly, but they also migrate every year and like to live in groups." Qin Hao answered Li Meiyan's question absent-mindedly, thinking in his mind why there were no wild ducks yesterday but suddenly appeared today. Could it be because the 2 wild ducks left here after being beaten by the big black bear, so this group of wild ducks dared to appear so unscrupulously? This guess made Qin Hao ecstatic, because if it was true, then the cave would be very safe. Qin Hao felt that his guess was correct and was in a good mood. He took the cleaned wild duck, skewered it with branches, and went back to the cave with Li Meiyan to roast it. At this time, the seaside and the beach are a completely different scene. Because of hunger, Yan Xuxin, Zhao Chuanwei, and others had to split into 2 teams and disperse to look for food. Yan Xuxin and Zhang Hu went into the jungle in search of food and fresh water. As Wang Xiaoro was weak, Yan Xuxin was worried that she would suffer from transient amnesia due to overwork, so she left her at sea. Yan Xuxin formed a team with Zhao Chuanwei and Ning Qiuyue, and searched along the beach for seafood and useful things floating on the sunken ship. When Zhao Chuanwei saw Yan Xuxin and Zhang Hu disappear into the jungle, his evil eyes fixed on Wang Xiaoro. Looking at her graceful figure lying in the tent, his heart was burning with excitement, knowing that he was one step closer to his plan. "Ning Qiuyue, come here first. I have something to discuss with you." Ning Qiuyue didn't hesitate at all when she heard Zhao Chuanwei's voice. She was still fantasizing about leaving this deserted island and returning to her previous company. With Zhao Chuanwei as a strong backer, she would definitely make a fortune, or even rise to the top. But when Ning Qiuyue heard what Zhao Chuanwei meant, she was completely stunned. What, Mr. Zhao, this is against the law, I definitely can't do it." Zhao Chuanwei's face was obviously gloomy. He grabbed Ning Qiuyue's throat, making it difficult for her to breathe. "Zhao, Mr. Zhao, don't." However, Zhao Chuanwei did not intend to let Ning Qiuyue go easily. Seeing that Wang Xiaoro was still packing up in the tent, he reached his other hand directly into her shirt. Ah! A sharp pain made Ning Qiuyue involuntarily let out a cry, but she did not dare to resist at all, for fear that all her efforts of these days would be wasted. "Mr. Zhao, it hurts so much." Zhao Chuanwei didn't care. He kept staring at Wang Xiaoro who was lying in the tent. He felt excited and his hands reaching into her shirt became more active, making Ning Qiuyue obedient. "Yeah. Okay, I promise you." Zhao Chuanwei stopped what he was doing after hearing Ning Qiuyue's answer. If Wang Xiaoro wasn't in the tent next to him, he would definitely not miss this opportunity and would let Ning Qiuyue serve him well. But when Zhao Chuanwei saw Wang Xiaoro leave the tent, he restrained himself and told Ning Qiuyue the whole plan with an evil face. Seeing that she not only did not object but also looked expectant, he walked towards Wang Xiaoro with confidence. "Sister Xiaoro, let's go." It was a hot summer day and the whole beach was like a steamer, so hot that it made people breathless. Zhao Chuanwei had nothing in his hands, so he had to take Ning Qiuyue and Wang Xiaoro into the jungle to avoid the scorching sun. "Qiuyue, Sister Xiaoro, you two take a rest first. I'm going to go to the bathroom." When Ning Qiuyue saw Zhao Chuanwei running into the jungle in a hurry, she knew that the plan had begun. Soon, she also held her stomach, her face showing pain and said, "Ah. Wang Xiaoro, my stomach hurts too, I think I'm having my period." Wang Xiaoro was a little panicked, and hurried forward to ask with concern, "Then, are you okay?" Ning Chuyue knew that Wang Xiaoro had been fooled, so she continued to pretend and said, "No, I have to go to the bathroom too, you wait here first." But before Wang Xiaoro could say anything, Ning Chuyue had already rushed into the jungle with her belly in her arms, and her figure was blocked by the big trees, and she disappeared without a trace. Wang Xiaoro suddenly lost her support and felt a little scared looking at the deserted jungle. "Ning Chuyue, don't run too far, I'm scared." However, there was no response from Ning Chuyue. Apart from the sound of leaves being blown by the wind, there was deathly silence all around. Wang Xiaoro's pupils contracted and her whole mind began to shake and feel dizzy, making her unable to stand steadily. "Ning Chuyue, Mr. Zhao, where are you?" There was no sound in the silent jungle that responded to Wang Xiaoro. She was completely panicked. Her eyes began to shake and her consciousness became blurred. Ah! Unexpectedly, at this moment, a scream came from the jungle, attracting Wang Xiaoro's attention. "Ning Chuyue, is that you?" Wang Xiaoro still didn't hear any answer, so she hurriedly walked into the depths of the jungle, trying to find Ning Chuyue and Zhao Chuanwei. But she was so frightened that she even walked unsteadily and had to hold onto a big tree every few steps. Zhao Chuanwei and Ning Chuyue, who were hiding in the dark, smiled at each other when they saw their plan succeed. Especially Zhao Chuanwei, with a wicked smile on his face, he said, "Chuyue, you can hide here and admire my strong masculinity." Ning Chuyue did not object, as she could already imagine Wang Xiaoro's tragic end. "Oh, no, don't." Ning Chuyue discovered that Zhao Chuanwei did not let go because he was being deliberately careful. He did not want to tear Wang Xiaoro's clothes or get her covered in injuries, otherwise he would have a hard time explaining himself when he returned. "Oh, no, don't." Ning Chuyue looked at Wang Xiaoro, who was struggling to resist, wondering if she had temporary amnesia. She was afraid that after Zhao Chuanwei was done, she would remember everything. If that was the case, Yan Xuxin would definitely know everything, and imprisonment would be waiting for them. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Wang Xiaoro, who was struggling and resisting, broke free with one foot and kicked Zhao Chuanwei in the abdomen, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. Just when Ning Chuyue thought it was bad, Wang Xiaoro did not run away. Instead, she hugged the tree in a somewhat stupid manner, shook her head repeatedly, and shouted in opposition over and over again, "No, no." Zhao Chuanwei stood up holding his stomach. He knew that his plan had succeeded, so he walked over with a wicked smile on his face. Ning Chuyue knew that Wang Xiaoro, who had suffered a relapse of transient amnesia, could not escape her bad luck. Ah! After a long time, Wang Xiaoro's scream stopped abruptly. The severe pain in her body made her unable to stand steadily, and she sat down on the ground. Ning Chuyue knew that it was her turn to perform, so she walked over to Wang Xiaoro in a pretentious manner to check the situation. "Xiaoro, how are you?" "Wang Xiaoro." But no matter how Ning Chuyue shouted, Wang Xiaoro didn't respond at all. The pain made her curl up all the time. "Mr. Zhao, Xiaoro seems to be in a serious condition." Zhao Chuanwei had just finished enjoying himself and was still immersed in that comfortable state of mind, in a very good mood. "Never mind, clean her up first and get her dressed." Ning Chuyue had no choice but to do as she was told, but Wang Xiaoro had lost her memory and refused to cooperate, so she had to work for a while before she could finish cleaning up. "Mr. Zhao, what should we do next?" Zhao Chuanwei saw that he had almost recovered, so he stood up and put on his clothes. Seeing that Wang Xiaoro did not seem to have any problems, he said contentedly, "Isn't this great? We were looking for floating objects on the beach, and Wang Xiaoro went to the jungle to relieve herself. I don't know what frightened her. When we found her, she was already like this. How great! What a perfect answer." Zhao Chuanwei almost believed the perfect explanation, but when he saw Wang Xiaoro staggering after being helped up by Ning Chuyue, the evil thoughts in his mind popped up again. "If this woman is always under my control, I will be so happy, ha ha." Ning Chuyue looked at Zhao Chuanwei with an evil smile, wondering what bad ideas he had. But after thinking about it, she felt that this reason was very good. "Okay, Mr. Zhao, we've been out for quite some time, it's time to go back." Soon, Wang Xiaoro returned to the tent smoothly with the help of Ning Chuyue. But looking at the empty beach, I didn't see Yan Xuxin and Zhang Hu, so I knew they hadn't returned yet. I was shocked. I didn't expect food to be so hard to find. Until the sun was about to set, in the evening. Yan Xuxin and Zhang Hu just returned to the beach carrying a wild rabbit, exhausted. Seeing that there was food, Zhao Chuanwei hurried forward and said attentively, "You have worked hard, take a rest first, I will go and clean up the hair." Yan Xuxin was indeed tired after a day's work and wanted to go into the tent to rest for a while, but when she saw that Wang Xiaoro didn't respond, she patted her shoulder and called out, "Xiaoro." "Ah!" Wang Xiaoro suddenly screamed, as if she was frightened by something, and curled up tightly, trembling and saying, "No, no." Yan Xuxin was horrified. Not knowing what was going on, she hurriedly asked, "What happened? Why is Xiaoro like this?" Ning Chuyue hurriedly followed Zhao Chuanwei's plan and told him the entire imagined process in detail, and only then was she able to get away with it. Zhang Hu couldn't believe it. He didn't expect that Wang Xiaoro's illness relapsed in just one day. Yan Xuxin didn't have any doubts, and quickly hugged Wang Xiaoro to comfort her. "Oh, it's okay, I'm here for you." Wang Xiaoro seemed to be able to feel Yan Xuxin's kindness, and she slowly moved closer to her arms without any struggle. This scene frightened Zhao Chuanwei. He thought Wang Xiaoro was pretending to be crazy and stupid, deliberately making him let his guard down and waiting for the right opportunity to tell Yan Xuxin. But after a long time, Wang Xiaoro was still lying quietly in Yan Xuxin's arms, occasionally shouting "no" as her body trembled. Zhao Chuanwei was relieved and quickly cleaned the rabbit and roasted it next to the fire. Even so, Zhao Chuanwei did not forget to praise Zhang Hu, saying, "Zhang Hu, you are quite capable. You caught a wild rabbit in one trip. Not bad." Zhang Hu looked at the roasted hare on the fire, shook his head helplessly and explained, "Actually, this hare was caught in a trap set by Qin Hao. Mr. Yan and I searched the jungle for a whole day without finding any food. We thought we would return empty-handed when we happened to encounter this hare struggling in the trap on our way back, so we caught and killed it." Zhao Chuanwei coughed at Zhang Hu. He didn't like hearing the name Qin Hao, so he said coldly, "He's just a lousy employee who doesn't know how to work in a team. Even if he has strong personal abilities, what's the use? He'll still be eliminated." Yan Xuxin was already upset because of Wang Xiaoro's relapse of amnesia, and she felt even more disgusted when she heard Zhao Chuanwei say this about Qin Hao. "Boss Zhao, Qin Hao is gone, so don't say these things. Besides, this meal of meat for us is also thanks to the trap Qin Hao set before." Zhao Chuanwei didn't want to leave a bad impression on his boss, so he said with a smile, "Ha ha. That's right, Mr. Yan is right. I said the wrong thing. I won't do it again next time." Although Zhang Hu was strong, he was not stupid. When he smelled the aroma of the roasted rabbit, he became very happy in order to ease the embarrassment. "Everyone, the fragrant roasted hare is almost ready, let's eat it." Zhao Chuanwei looked at Wang Xiaoro who had gotten away with it, and he was excited. If it was really as he thought, as long as Yan Xuxin and Zhang Hu went out to look for food, then Wang Xiaoro would become a living doll for him to play with. In the evening, in the cave. At this time, Qin Hao and Li Meiyan were sitting by the fire, happily eating the leftover roast duck from the morning. It was a busy day for the two of them. In order to drive out the mosquitoes in the cave, they went to the jungle to search for a long time before they found a pond surrounded by cattails. Qin Hao's family was poor when he was a child and he had no money to buy mosquito coils. So he knew that cattail sticks could repel mosquitoes, so he brought back a lot of them. He also got a lot of cattail leaves and prepared to weave a door curtain, which could not only keep mosquitoes out of the cave, but also cover the entrance of the cave to make it less conspicuous and guard against wild animals. Because it is summer now and the cattail sticks are still wet, Qin Hao put them on the top of the mountain to dry in the sun, preparing to put them on the fire at night to repel mosquitoes. "I spent the entire afternoon arranging the cattail leaves neatly and stringing them together with vines to make a door curtain that was almost the same size as the cave entrance, waiting to hang it over the cave entrance after the mosquitoes were driven away." Soon, Li Meiyan had finished the roast duck in her hand and couldn't wait to say, "Qin Hao, it's almost time. The sun is about to set. We can use cattail sticks to repel mosquitoes." Qin Hao did not spoil Li Meiyen's interest. He finished the food in a few bites, then walked to the top of the mountain and came back with a dozen cattail sticks. He calmly threw the cattail sticks one by one onto the fire, and thick smoke immediately rose up. Qin Hao still underestimated the power of cattail sticks, especially when there were more than a dozen of them. After a while, the whole cave was filled with smoke, making it difficult to breathe. He quickly pulled Li Meiyen out of the cave and watched the thick smoke drifting upwards from the cave entrance. Li Meiyen was a little surprised and asked, "Qin Hao, with so much smoke, will the cave be set on fire?" "Don't worry, this is what cattail sticks do. Otherwise, how can they repel mosquitoes?" Qin Hao said seriously. Li Meiyen looked at the thick smoke that kept coming out and felt helpless. "There's so much smoke, when will it clear?" Qin Hao ignored Li Meiyen and walked towards the back mountain of the cave with the duck bones and axe he had prepared in advance. He thought of the traps by the beach. He didn't know if they caught any small animals or not. However, a day and a night had passed. Even if they did, they might be discovered by Zhao Chuanwei, Zhang Hu and others. Qin Hao thought about it for a while, then found a crevice in the back mountain. He used an axe to dig a small hole in front of the crevice. Then he found a large semicircular stone and placed it in front of the small hole to create a small trap. Then they used a branch to prop it up, put the other end of the branch into the cave, and tied a few duck bones on it. If a bobcat or something pulled the duck bones, it would pull the branch away, and then the big rock would roll into the cave entrance, blocking it, and the prey inside would not be able to get out. After Qin Hao finished doing all this, he clapped his hands, took the remaining duck bones and continued to look for a place, intending to set up another trap like this. It was already dark when he finished his work. He looked at the two traps he had made and was very satisfied. At this time, Li Meiyen's voice was heard. "Qin Hao, where are you?" Qin Hao was worried that Li Meiyen was scared, so he quickly responded, "Sister Meiyen, I'm behind the mountain." After hearing Qin Hao's response, Li Meiyen came over following the sound. Seeing him busy with an axe, she asked in doubt, "What are you busy with? Why did you come all the way to the back mountain?" Qin Hao did not hide anything and told the truth, "Let's make some traps. We may catch prey someday, and then we can relax a little." "You are so thoughtful. Thank you for your hard work." After Li Meiyen finished speaking, she leaned over and kissed Qin Hao on the face. Qin Hao was stunned, and asked inexplicably, What's going on?" Li Meiyen blushed and said happily, "This is just a reward for you. I just want to see how hard you've worked. Don't let me have any wild thoughts." Qin Hao thought about it and threw the problem to Li Meiyen, teasing, "What can I think about? At most, I can think about you and recall our experiences these days." Li Meiyen thought of the longing look on her face when she was on the top of the mountain with Qin Hao on the stormy day. Her face turned even redder. She punched Qin Hao twice in embarrassment and said awkwardly, "What are you talking about? I'm not going to talk to you anymore." Qin Hao saw that Li Meiyen was really shy, so he stopped teasing her and changed the subject. "In the cave, how is the smoke coming out of the cattail stick?" "Ahem." Li Meiyen coughed twice to ease the embarrassment, and then she recovered a little and said bluntly, "The smoke has almost dissipated, and the mosquitoes must have died. I'm just waiting for you to go back and see what to do next." Qin Hao did not waste any more time and quickly returned to the cave with Li Meiyen. There was still a lot of smoke left in the cave, especially the strong smell of cattail that filled the nose. Li Meiyen was still a little uncomfortable, and couldn't help but cover her nose and complained, "This smell is too strong." Qin Hao was fine, he didn't care about it, but tidied up the fire first and put some dry firewood on it to prevent the fire from going out. It's better than being bitten by mosquitoes, and the smoke will dissipate in a while, so it's okay. Li Meiyen still believed what Qin Hao said, so she stopped nagging and helped him clean up the remains of burnt cattail sticks beside the fire. Seeing that the cave was almost cleaned up, Qin Hao walked out of the cave. He and Li Meiyen hung the straw curtains they had made in the afternoon over the cave entrance to prevent mosquitoes from invading again after the smoke dissipated. Li Meiyen looked at the straw curtains blocking the entrance to the cave and liked it very much. A sense of security arose naturally. After finishing everything, Qin Hao took Li Meiyen back to the cave and sat opposite each other by the fire. The approaching darkness made Qin Hao think of Yan Xuxin involuntarily. He didn't know how she was doing, whether she had eaten anything, and whether she was starving. All these concerns made Qin Hao fall into deep thought, and Li Meiyan, who was sitting opposite him, saw something suspicious. "Hey! Qin Hao, what are you thinking about? Are you thinking about Manager Yan?" Qin Hao was a little surprised when he was found out. Sometimes he really admired women's sixth sense, it was so accurate. But he did not respond, instead he stood up and walked out of the cave. Seeing Qin Hao was about to go out, Li Meiyan hurriedly asked, "It's so late, why are you still going out?" Qin Hao pushed open the straw curtain and responded without turning his head, "People have 3 urgent things to do. Go to sleep first and don't wait for me." How could Li Meiyan not know what Qin Hao was going to do, so she shook her head helplessly. At this time, the moonlight was bright and the stars were twinkling over the deserted island. Qin Hao did not go to the bathroom as he said, but walked to the beach under the moonlight. He stood in the jungle and looked at the tent on the beach and the slightly flickering flames. He did not walk out of the jungle, but climbed up a tree and observed quietly for a while. Seeing that Zhao Chuanwei and Zhang Hu were sleeping beside the fire, he slowly slid down from the tree, walked gently out of the tent, and checked on Yan Xuxin inside. Qin Hao looked at the comfortable Yan Xuxin and felt somewhat comforted. He couldn't help but want to rush up and touch her face, but he held back, because not only was he at odds with everyone else, but in Yan Xuxin's heart, he might still be a proud, indulgent, selfish villain. "Xuxin, I'm sorry." Qin Hao looked at Zhao Chuanwei who was sleeping next to the fire. He had a lewd smile on his face even in his sleep. He really didn't know what good thing he had done. He hated him secretly, hating this kind of villain the most, but in the end he disappeared into the night. As soon as Qin Hao left the beach, Yan Xuxin was awakened by a nightmare. "Qin Hao, don't leave me." But when Yan Xuxin came to her senses, she looked at the empty beach. There was nothing there except the waves, one after another. Where did Qin Hao come from? She had no choice but to hug herself tightly, curl up her body, and silently endure this desolation. Qin Hao walked alone in the jungle, looking so lonely. It was already late at night when he returned to the cave. Li Meiyan had already fallen asleep beside the fire. The next morning, Li Meiyan slowly opened her eyes, looked at the empty cave, and felt depressed. What's going on with Qin Hao? He didn't come back all night. Where did he go? At this time, the straw curtain was slowly pulled open, and Qin Hao walked in carrying the cleaned wild duck. "Sister Meiyan, you slept so well. It's almost noon." "Ha ha." Li Meiyan sneered and said unhappily, "How dare you criticize me? What did you do last night? Tell me the truth." Qin Hao did not hide it and said frankly, "I went to the beach and visited Yan Xuxin and the others." After saying that, Qin Hao nonchalantly set up the wild duck and started roasting it next to the fire. In fact, needless to say, Li Meiyan had already guessed it, but after hearing what Qin Hao said, she still felt depressed and unhappy. Oh. Qin Hao was stunned and noticed the subtle changes in Li Meiyan. Thinking that they might have developed some feelings for each other during these days of getting along, he told her about his morning catching of wild ducks. Li Meiyan then realized that the wild ducks did not fly away, but just flew downstream. She was immediately in a good mood, because with these wild ducks, they no longer had to worry about food. Soon, the aroma of wild duck meat spread, covering the choking smell of cattail smoke in the cave. Qin Hao pulled off the best duck leg and handed it to Li Meiyan, fearing that she would be in a bad mood. "Sister Meiyan, I plan to explore the deep jungle later." Li Meiyan was a little worried because they had never been deep into the jungle and didn't know what kind of dangerous beasts there might be. A sudden decision seemed too risky. "We have food and water, why would we venture into the deep jungle?" Qin Hao was eating roast duck while checking his bow and axe. He didn't want to stay on this deserted island forever, so he said bluntly, "Food is only temporary. Maybe we can meet a rescue team or something. It's better than waiting in this cave." Li Meiyan felt that what Qin Hao said made some sense, so she agreed, "Okay, I'll accompany you." Qin Hao smiled slightly but didn't say anything more. Soon, they both had their fill. Qin Hao packed up and took Li Meiyan out of the cave. Without any delay, they crossed the stream and headed into the depths of the jungle. Along the way, they saw many animals they had never seen before, but none of them were dangerous. Although Li Meiyan has the temperament of a mature queen, she has a natural girlish heart and gets very excited when she sees strange little animals. "Qin Hao, look, there's a little red bird over there. Is it a parrot? It's so cute." Qin Hao looked in the direction Li Meiyan pointed, and saw a small long-billed bird covered with red feathers standing on the top of the tree in a daze. "It looks like a parrot, but it's a bit high, so it's a bit difficult to eat it." When Li Meiyan heard that Qin Hao wanted to eat the parrot, she quickly pushed him forward and told him to leave quickly. "You are really wasting food. How can you eat such a beautiful parrot? Let's go quickly." Qin Hao was just talking and had no intention of eating it. Moreover, at a glance, he could tell that the parrot was made up of nothing but feathers and a skeleton, so there wasn't much meat to eat. Okay, let's go." The two of them had been walking for a long time since they came out of the cave, and given the hot summer weather, they were already sweating profusely. Qin Hao couldn't help but look back at Li Meiyan, and saw that she was also sweating profusely, so he gave a helpless smile. However, out of the corner of his eye, he discovered that something was faintly visible inside her tattered pocket quilt. "Wow, that's quite interesting." Li Meiyan didn't understand what Qin Hao meant at first, but when she looked down at her chest following his unconcealed gaze, her face immediately turned red, and she quickly pulled up her pocket hat to cover it. "Ah, you big pervert, stop looking." Qin Hao smiled slightly, and wisely stopped admiring it. He had to concentrate on looking around and moving forward cautiously. Li Meiyan couldn't help but secretly take a look at her chest. Feeling that it was indeed pretty good, she couldn't help but feel complacent. Hee. Fortunately, he has some knowledge and knows that this girl has something to offer. Qin Hao had no idea what Li Meiyan was thinking behind him. He looked around, afraid that he might encounter some ferocious beast or something, which would be bad. Shwa. Bang. A fist-sized stone passed by Qin Hao, scaring him. Li Meiyan was still immersed in the fantasy of her own Hungarian world. She didn't understand the situation for a moment and thought that Qin Hao was just teasing her. "Qin Hao, you." But before Li Meiyan could finish her words, she was knocked to the ground by Qin Hao. A long stick was stuck straight into the place where she had just stood, which scared her so much that her face turned pale. "Qin Hao, what's going on?" Qin Hao quickly checked the surrounding trees for movement. Hearing countless leaves falling, he knew it was the group of wild monkeys. He quickly pulled up Li Meiyan and started to run away. "It's a group of wild monkeys. We may have destroyed their wild fruit trees, so they came to take revenge." As soon as Qin Hao finished speaking, a dozen wild monkeys jumped out from the dense leaves, each holding a stone stick, and smashed towards the two of them madly, roaring. Chirp. Qin Hao pulled Li Meiyan and dodged the flying stones and sticks while running towards the wild monkey. But soon, Qin Hao felt that something was wrong, but it was too late. He saw a wild monkey jumping out from right in front of them. Although it was standing on the tree with only a branch in its hand, there was a half-meter-long beehive under its feet, which was knocked down by it in an instant. Even though Li Meiyan was standing behind Qin Hao, she could still clearly see the beehive fall to the ground and countless wasps flew out, buzzing. She knew this kind of wasp, it was a very poisonous wasp. "Oh no, it's a poisonous bee." Qin Hao recognized them of course, but the countless wild monkeys behind him were standing on the treetops holding stones and sticks, smashing them at them, leaving him and Li Meiyan with no way to retreat. Qin Hao looked around anxiously and saw a pond not far to his left. Without hesitation, he pulled Li Meiyan and rushed over. Li Meiyan looked at the poisonous bees that formed a black mist behind her and quickly chased after them. "Qin Hao, the poisonous bees are catching up." Qin Hao didn't have time to check on the condition of the poisonous bee. Looking at the pond just one step away, he yelled at Li Meiyan. "Jump." Li Meiyan jumped up without any hesitation, following Qin Hao. When the poisonous bees were about to catch up with them, the two figures instantly fell into the pond. A cool feeling entered her body, and Li Meiyan covered her mouth tightly, not wanting the oxygen in her mouth to dissipate too quickly. Qin Hao was in the water. He looked up at the water surface and saw that the swarm of poisonous bees had no intention of leaving. Instead, they were hovering over the pond waiting for an opportunity. But how could Qin Hao, a retired soldier, admit defeat so easily? He vowed to hold his breath and fight this group of poisonous bees to the end. As a result, at this moment, Li Meiyan pulled the corner of his clothes, pointed at her mouth, and kept spitting bubbles out of her mouth. Qin Hao instantly understood what Li Meiyan meant. She could not hold it any longer, but the water surface was full of poisonous bees. She would probably die the moment she got out and become an ugly woman with pimples all over her face. Qin Hao held Li Meiyan's hand tightly, not wanting her to take any risks, otherwise she would surely die if targeted by this group of poisonous bees. However, Li Meiyan struggled more and more. Qin Hao had no choice but to pull her into his arms and kiss her mouth to mouth. Li Meiyan was stunned by Qin Hao's kiss. Before she could react, she felt a lot of oxygen in Qin Hao's mouth. Facing the life and death decision, she didn't care about so much and gasped desperately. Qin Hao did not expect that Li Meiyan did not resist too much. Instead, she alternated breathing with him to maintain balance. This woman really knows what is important and what is not. Li Meiyan was still breathing because she had oxygen, and she had no idea that Qin Hao was taking advantage of her. Gurgle. Li Meiyan was careless for a moment and let out a light cry. Because they were in the water, a large amount of oxygen escaped from her and Qin Hao's lips, which were tightly pressed together, and floated to the surface of the water in the form of bubbles. Qin Hao thought Li Meiyan would resist, but Li Meiyan not only did not struggle, but she was worried that oxygen would escape from her mouth again, so she sucked his thick lips tightly and wrapped her arms around his neck. At this point, Qin Hao was completely relieved, and even bolder ideas came to his mind. Li Meiyan did not resist, but enjoyed it very much, especially in the water. No matter what Qin Hao did to her, their lips never separated an inch, for fear of losing oxygen. Seeing this, Qin Hao became even bolder, and his restless hands actually moved downwards, causing Li Meiyan to panic. Gurgle gurgle. Li Meiyan could no longer control herself. A burst of violent bubbles emerged from the water, followed by two figures rushing out from the bottom of the water. They looked around worriedly, fearing that the swarm of poisonous bees would attack them, but fortunately, they had left at some point. Just when Qin Hao thought that Li Meiyan would blame him, Li Meiyan unexpectedly pounced on him and kissed him directly when he was unprepared. Qin Hao was shocked and reacted quickly, but he was not in a hurry. Instead, he gently picked up Li Meiyan and slowly put her on the grass. Qin Hao. Li Meiyan's face flushed, and she looked very embarrassed. She was ashamed to show such a shy side of her in front of him. Such temptation made Qin Hao extremely enjoyable and ecstatic. Buzz buzz buzz. As a result, the noisy sound of a swarm of poisonous bees came over, scaring the two people who were still immersed in it. Li Meiyan was startled and said nervously, "Qin Hao, it seems to be a poisonous bee. Judging from the sound, it may not be far away from us." Qin Hao didn't dare to delay and stood up quickly. He knew that playing and making noises were one thing, but one couldn't joke with his life. "Sister Meiyan, it looks like we can't stay here for long. Let's retreat first." Li Meiyan lost interest after hearing the buzzing sound in her ears, and responded, "Okay, let's leave here first." Qin Hao was distracted for a moment when he saw Li Meiyan adjusting her dress. "What are you looking at, little rascal?" Especially since Li Meiyan was soaked all over, her sleeveless shirt looked like she was not wearing anything, and her skirt was extremely thin, which stuck tightly to her body after coming into contact with water, showing off her curvy figure. He couldn't help but praise her. "Of course I'm looking at my goddess. She has such a perfect body. I can never get enough of her." Qin Hao's words caused Li Meiyan to laugh. "You only know how to use sweet words. I wonder how many girls have been deceived by you." Qin Hao hugged Li Meiyan's waist and pressed her tightly against him, saying teasingly, "I wonder if I have tricked you into losing your mind." Li Meiyan is an experienced person and has seen all kinds of storms, but when she wanted to push Qin Hao away, she felt his strong chest and was extremely eager. She was deeply attracted by an inexplicable temperament, which made her unable to resist. Buzz buzz buzz. Another sound of a swarm of poisonous bees was heard, this time it was continuous and obviously closer. Qin Hao didn't dare to delay any longer, so he had to suppress the passion in his heart and pulled Li Meiyan away from there. Just when he wanted to find a quiet place to be intimate with Li Meiyan again, he happened to run into a group of wild boars. Their long fangs were intimidating and they chased them through the jungle. Only then did Qin Hao realize that the patch of earthen forest was the territory of wild boars. There were at least a dozen adult wild boars, which were slightly larger than the domestic pigs raised in the countryside. By the time they escaped from the wild boars' pursuit, it was already noon. The sun was at its hottest, and waves of heat swept in, causing even the leaves to curl up to avoid the sunlight. Ah! Another burst of wolf howls was heard. Qin Hao knew that it was not a good idea to keep searching like this, and there were dangers lurking everywhere in the deep jungle. He did not dare to go any deeper, so he identified the direction and returned along the same route with Li Meiyan, who was sweating profusely. At this time, on the beach, Yan Xuxin was adding some dry firewood to the fire. She felt very uncomfortable when she saw Zhao Chuanwei lying under a big tree and having his legs massaged by Ning Qiuyue, as if nothing had happened. In addition, she had already eaten the rabbit meat she had found yesterday. She thought of the dream she had last night and Qin Hao, and she felt very depressed. Zhao Chuanwei's fat belly growled, and he shouted to Zhang Hu, Manager Yan, what are we having for lunch? Zhang Hu said bluntly, Boss Zhao, have you forgotten that we have already eaten all the rabbit meat this morning? We are out of food now. Yan Xuxin didn't bother to pay attention to Zhao Chuanwei and walked straight into the tent. She stroked the dazed Wang Xiaorou and picked up the dagger beside her. Xiaorou, you rest in the tent first. Zhang Hu and I will go out to find food. Be sure to protect yourself. Wang Xiaorou seemed to understand Yan Xuxin's words. She held her arm tightly and shook her head desperately to refuse, not wanting her to leave. No. Yan Xuxin had no choice but to comfort Wang Xiaorou, but she had to go out with Zhang Hu to find food, otherwise everyone would starve to death. After comforting her for a while, she walked out of the tent. Boss Zhao, Ning Qiuyue, please take good care of Xiaorou. Zhang Hu and I will go out to find food. Zhao Chuanwei happily agreed and comforted her, don't worry, we will take good care of Xiaorou. You just need to look for food with peace of mind. Yan Xuxin hummed lightly, and walked into the jungle with Zhang Hu. If she knew the evil thoughts in Zhao Chuanwei's heart at this time, she would never let Wang Xiaorou stay alone. Zhao Chuanwei looked at Yan Xuxin and Zhang Hu, who disappeared into the jungle, and walked into the tent eagerly. Ah, no, don't. Ning Qiuyue saw this. How could she not know what Zhao Chuanwei was going to do, so she hurriedly followed him and stood outside the tent to admire everything inside. After a long time, in the jungle, Yan Xuxin and Zhang Hu were not so comfortable. They first went to the place where Qin Hao had set the trap, but unfortunately found nothing. They had to continue searching and move towards the jungle. Zhang Hu's strong muscles were exposed. Looking at Yan Xuxin, who was already sweating, her wet white dress was sticking to her chest, vaguely visible. His heart was shocked and he couldn't calm down for a long time. Although Yan Xuxin had been looking around for food, she of course noticed Zhang Hu's lustful eyes, staring at her without any concealment, which made her very disgusted, so she coughed twice lightly to signal him. Ahem. Zhang Hu finally realized that he was not as daring as Zhao Chuanwei, who would do anything to get a woman. He awkwardly retracted his evil gaze and said with a wry smile, Manager Yan, we have been looking for more than 2 hours, and the weather is so hot, you must be exhausted, just take a rest. Yan Xuxin knew that it would take some time to find food and that they should conserve their energy, so she did not object and agreed, okay, there's a stream ahead, let's go sit there. Okay. Zhang Hu agreed and walked over with Yan Xuxin. Yan Xuxin, who was feeling dry-mouthed, walked to the stream, looked at the clear water, scooped up some water with her hands and drank a few sips. She instantly felt a lot more relaxed. After 2 days of searching for food, Yan Xuxin finally realized how difficult it was for Qin Hao. She also understood why he got so angry over such a small amount of cat meat. It turned out that there was not much food to be found on this deserted island. Zhang Hu, what should we do if we can't find food? Will we starve to death? As a result, Zhang Hu, who had just finished drinking the water, suddenly discovered that in the clear stream, there were many small fish chasing each other happily. Manager Yan, look in the water, aren't these the food we need? Yan Xuxin, who had just reacted, discovered that there were small fish in the water. If they could catch some and bring them back, they would definitely be able to fill everyone's stomachs. Zhang Hu did what he said. He used Yan Xuxin's dagger to sharpen a sharp branch, made it into a spear, and walked into the stream. He carefully approached a small fish and instantly stabbed it with the spear in his hand. Unfortunately, fishing was not as easy as he imagined. It actually ran away. Yan Xuxin also imitated Zhang Hu and made a spear. She stood on the shore and aimed at the small fish. Unfortunately, she didn't catch any after stabbing for more than 10 times. Ah! These fish are so cunning, why are they so hard to catch? Zhang Hu saw that Yan Xuxin, who was always aloof, was actually getting anxious. Seeing that she was slowly losing her patience, he comforted her. Okay, Manager Yan, let me do this little job. You can just take a rest on the side. Just at this moment, Zhang Hu's spear fell down instantly. When he picked it up again, there was actually a lively little fish stuck on it. This made Yan Xuxin very happy and excited. Wow, I finally got something. Zhang Hu didn't want the food to escape, so he quickly took it to the shore, away from the stream, and placed it next to a big rock. When he looked at Yan Xuxin, he found that she was more serious than before, so he didn't say anything more. He continued to observe Xiaoyu's movements and prepared to attack. Haha! Manager Yan, I caught another one. Yan Xuxin looked at the 2 small fish beside the stone and nodded with satisfaction. It's a good harvest, 2 fish now. I just don't know how Xiaoro is doing, and whether Zhao Chuanwei has gone to the beach to look for floating objects. Zhang Hu shook his head helplessly. It was normal for Yan Xuxin not to understand Zhao Chuanwei, but he knew Zhao Chuanwei very well. Even in the company, Zhao Chuanwei often went to his residence to take a rest, and sometimes brought some sales girls with him. They would not let him in at all, and no one knew what he did inside. He smiled bitterly and muttered quietly, Haha, if we rely on him, we will really starve to death. Maybe he is lying under a big tree and lazing around, and he may even be hugging Ning Chuyue. Yan Xuxin seemed to hear Zhang Hu's voice, but it was not very clear, so she asked quickly, Zhang Hu, what are you talking about? Zhang Hu quickly smiled and shook his head, saying, Nothing, I just said these small fish are too hard to catch, alas. Yan Xuxin did not doubt it and comforted him, Yes, take your time. Maybe you can go back earlier today. Zhang Hu had no choice but to work hard. He aimed his spear at a small fish he had been eyeing for a long time and instantly stabbed it with his spear. The splashing water sprayed onto his face. At this moment on the beach, it was just as Zhang Hu said, but Zhao Chuanwei was not lying on Ning Chuyue, but in Wang Xiaoro's arms, with a look of enjoyment on his face. Looking at the fear on Wang Xiaoro's face, it is not difficult to see how desperate she is at this moment. Ning Chuyue, who was sitting outside the tent, couldn't bear to watch it any longer. She was afraid that Wang Xiaoro would be forced into a desperate situation, so she reminded Zhao Chuanwei, Boss Zhao, it's been so long, if you can't get up, Yan Xuxin and Zhang Hu will be back soon. When Zhao Chuanwei heard this, he was shocked and quickly climbed up from Wang Xiaoro's arms, drooling at the corners of his mouth. He said arrogantly, Come back if you want to. What's there to be afraid of? Yan Xuxin will be my woman sooner or later anyway. So what if she sees me? Ning Chuyue was helpless, but she was just Zhao Chuanwei's plaything and did not dare to act rashly. I'm doing this for your own good. If Yan Xuxin finds out at this time, she will definitely go to Qinhao for help. Then it will be difficult for you to have such a good opportunity again. When Zhao Chuanwei heard this, he felt that what Ning Chuyue said made sense, so he hurriedly urged, Yes, 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 there is also Qinhao, the stinky employee, so what are you waiting for? Hurry up and deal with her. Ning Chuyue had no choice. In order to survive, to leave this deserted island and to thrive in her career, she had to obey the men in front of her. The sun was setting, but the sunlight was still dazzling. At this time, Qinhao brought Li Meiyan back to the cave, and they stumbled all the way. In addition, they were chased into the pond by poisonous bees, so their clothes were not dry and were covered in mud. Qinhao was straightforward and jumped directly into the stream to wash himself clean. Li Meiyan was very disgusted with herself. She used to be a beautiful lady without any flaws, but now she looked so sloppy. She even went out topless with only a short miniskirt covering her. It was very awkward. The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. She didn't want to make herself look so miserable anymore, so she walked straight into the stream without caring about the rules of physical contact between men and women and began to wash every part of her body. Qin Hao looked at the crystal-clear stream, his eyes widened, and he said in disbelief, "Sister Meiyan, I'm still here." Li Meiyan said unhappily, "Why, I don't mind, but you're embarrassed." Qin Hao smiled bitterly. How could he let a woman suppress her temper? Not only did he wash her whole body, he even took off her shirt and pants and rubbed them. Li Meiyan blushed upon seeing this. After spending these days with Qin Hao, she no longer dared to act like a queen, for fear that he would force her on the spot. So she walked out of the stream with shyness on her face, and walked towards the cave without even looking back. Qin Hao looked at Li Meiyan's delicate back and couldn't help laughing. He quickly got dressed and followed her, still thinking in his heart that maybe something would happen between them in the cave. As a result, before he entered the cave and saw Li Meiyan's stunning figure, he heard her politely say, "Qin Hao, go out for a while, and come back after I dry my clothes." Qin Hao didn't even have time to pull open the straw curtain. He was shocked and asked, "Why? Are you planning to take off your dress and bake it?" Li Meiyan blushed and said righteously, "Behave yourself and don't peek." Qin Hao still couldn't believe it. His mind was full of his fantasy scenes. He peeked inside through the gap in the straw curtain, but unfortunately he was caught by Li Meiyan on the spot. "Go away. You're drunk. It's not like you haven't seen it before. You've touched everything you need to touch. Why are you still keeping it a secret?" Bang. A branch suddenly hit the straw curtain, and Li Meiyan's angry voice came from inside. "Roll." Qin Hao smiled awkwardly, knowing that he would not be able to see it for sure, so he had to walk to the back mountain with an axe in his hand dejectedly to see if the trap he set yesterday had any results. Before he reached the back mountain, he heard some noise and the cry of mountain cats came from the trap. "Ouch. It's not like we've got something so soon. Looks like we've got food for tonight." Qin Hao walked towards the trap, muttering to himself, and slowly moved away some of the stones blocking the trap. He saw a ferocious mountain cat lying in it, and it wanted to stretch out its claws to grab his hand. How could he not be prepared? The moment he saw the mountain cat for the first time, he was already prepared and dodged quickly. "Fuck, you are still so arrogant even when you are about to die. I think you want to die." Qin Hao looked at the mountain cat with its mouth open, fangs showing, and all its hair standing up. He showed no mercy and swung the axe down on it, splashing blood on the spot. In fact, he didn't want to be so cruel, but this was a deserted island, a world where the strong preyed on the weak. If he wasn't cruel to these animals, then life would be cruel to him. Qin Hao didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the mountain cat and walked towards the stream. He used an axe to remove the mountain cat's skin and washed it clean in the stream. By the time he finished his work, the sun was setting even more sharply and the sunset glow was already beginning to appear. "It's been so long, Sister Meiyan must be fine." Qin Hao carried the mountain cat back to the cave, and just in case he stood outside the straw curtain to ask for instructions. "Sister Meiyan, are you okay? It's almost dark. Come in." When Qin Hao heard Li Meiyan's voice, he knew that she was already well, so he pulled open the straw curtain and walked in with the mountain cat meat in his hand. Li Meiyan was excited when she saw so much bobcat meat. "Wow. Qin Hao, I just dried some clothes. What did you do to catch such a big animal? This is enough for us to eat for several days." "Nothing, just good luck." Qin Hao was very humble. He cut the mountain cat meat with an axe and started roasting it next to the fire. Li Meiyan looked at so much meat and thought of the people on the beach. She felt that hunting would be very difficult for them without Qin Hao. "I don't know what happened to Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiaoro." Qin Hao's hands paused as he was cutting up the mountain cat meat. He originally wanted to cut up all of it, but in the end he only roasted one thigh. "Don't worry about them, as long as we have enough food and drink." Li Meiyan just smiled and didn't say much, because she knew Qin Hao was not such a heartless person. On the beach, the setting sun completely dyed half the sky red. Zhao Chuanwei leaned against a big tree and closed his eyes to rest. He couldn't be more relaxed. Ning Chuyue is speechless about him now. Not only can he not satisfy herself, but he is also extremely lazy all day long. I don't know when Yan Xuxin and Zhang Hu will be back. It's been almost a day. As she thought this in her heart, she looked into the jungle helplessly, and actually saw two figures. Who else could it be but Yan Xuxin and Zhang Hu? Boss Zhao, they are back. Zhao Chuanwei slowly opened his eyes and looked over. He indeed saw Yan Xuxin and Zhang Hu, so he stood up and went to greet them. Boss Yan, Zhang Hu, you are finally back. Zhang Hu said happily, well, time has indeed been delayed for a long time today. Zhao Chuanwei looked at the few small fish in Zhang Hu's hand, and the smile on his face became much brighter. It looks like we've made a good harvest today. Ning Chuyue and I have been searching on the beach for a long time, but we were unlucky and didn't find anything useful. Although there was no change on Ning Chuyue's face, she had already greeted Zhao Chuanwei's 18 generations of ancestors in her heart. Yan Xuxin thought what Zhao Chuanwei said was true, so she comforted him, it's okay, everyone is the same, and they have all worked hard. Zhao Chuanwei then discovered that Yan Xuxin's body was already soaked. The white dress clung to her body, showing her curvy figure, which was almost perfect. Yan Xuxin also noticed the evil look in Zhao Chuanwei's eyes and frowned, but there was nothing she could do. It was because she accidentally fell into the stream while fishing and got soaked. Ning Chuyue now felt somewhat disgusted with Zhao Chuanwei, so she moved her body to block Yan Xuxin and urged, Manager Yan, you should go see Xiaoro. I don't know when she will get better. Yan Xuxin nodded to Ning Chuyue to show her gratitude, and walked towards the beach tent with her. Zhao Chuanwei glared at Ning Chuyue fiercely, but when he looked at Yan Xuxin's almost perfect back, his heart was excited. Zhang Hu, you are lucky. You can see such a sexy goddess every moment. Zhang Hu also smiled and said, of course you must. You didn't see the scene when she fell into the stream just now. Her skirt was lifted up, and it was so pleasing to the eyes. Zhao Chuanwei could fully imagine it, and his heart was burning with excitement again. Zhang Hu did not talk much with Zhao Chuanwei, but took the fish to the beach and started cleaning it. Before long, the aroma of grilled fish spread across the beach, attracting many people to gather over. Zhao Chuanwei was so hungry that he wanted to swallow all the fish bones and was reluctant to waste a single bite. Yan Xuxin was not happy at all at this moment. She looked at Wang Xiaoro who was eating the grilled fish slowly, but she thought of Qin Hao in her heart. Especially when he was around, she didn't have to worry about food at all. She had meat and fruits for every meal, and even hot soup. But when she looked at the people now, even eating grilled fish was considered a luxury, and she felt inexplicably sad. The next morning, on the beach, Yan Xuxin woke up sleepily. Seeing that Wang Xiaoro was still asleep, she did not disturb her. Instead, she got up and left the tent and added some dry firewood to the fire. She felt a little angry when she saw the evil smile on Zhao Chuanwei's face while he was sleeping, but there was nothing she could do. Since the other person had a cell phone, she was counting on his positioning so that the rescue team could find her earlier. So she had to swallow her anger and prepare to go to the jungle to relieve herself. But just as she walked towards the jungle, she saw a lot of meat hanging on a tree, which was definitely enough for them to have a good meal. Qin Hao, is that you? Yan Xuxin shouted, but unfortunately she didn't hear Qin Hao's response, but she woke up everyone on the beach. Zhao Chuanwei and Zhang Hu came over and were very excited when they saw the large amount of food. Wow, there's meat, this is so good. Yes, finally there is meat to eat. Yan Xuxin, however, was uncharacteristically angry and said, is he pitying us, bastard, big bastard? Zhao Chuanwei was a little at a loss, but after thinking about it carefully, he realized who else could have put the meat there except Qin Hao, and he knew why Yan Xuxin was so angry. Zhang Hu didn't care about all this. He quickly took the meat down from under the tree, took it to the beach, washed it, and started making breakfast. Ning Chuyue also took Wang Xiaoro to sit by the fire and they all gathered together. Yan Xuxin had a mixture of love and hate for Qin Hao. Looking at the barbecue next to the fire, she said to Zhao Chuanwei bluntly, Boss Zhao, what we lack now is food, and you and Ning Chuyue haven't found anything in the past few days. The food that Zhang Hu and I have found is not enough for everyone. Zhao Chuanwei didn't know what Yan Xuxin meant, so he looked at Ning Chuyue beside him and signaled her with his eyes what to do. Ning Chuyue was helpless because she knew that it was not that she and Zhao Chuanwei couldn't find food, but that they didn't even look for it, which tortured Wang Xiaorou for 2 whole days. Xuxin, Mr. Zhao and I have looked for it, but there is nothing on the beach. We can't find it and there is nothing we can do. Zhang, who didn't know why Yan Xuxin was angry today, but it was definitely not about the food. Perhaps it was caused by Zhao Chuanwei's irresponsibility and inaction. Okay, Mr. Yan, how about the 3 of us go together today and let Ning Chuyue stay alone to take care of Wang Xiaorou? Although the chance of finding food will be much smaller, it is fair to everyone and we can supervise each other. Zhao Chuanwei's face was obviously a little gloomy. This way he couldn't be lazy, let alone play with Wang Xiaorou. He felt a little unhappy. But when he saw that Yan Xuxin and Ning Chuyue had not expressed their opinions, he didn't know how to say no. Yan Xuxin took a bite of the barbecue and thought this method was good, so she nodded in agreement and said, "Okay, fishing with 3 people is definitely much easier than with 2 people. The remaining meat can be saved as reserve food for emergencies." Zhao Chuanwei felt a sense of loss. He stared at Wang Xiaorou for a long time, especially the beautiful scenery under her short skirt. Her tight thighs made him unable to extricate himself. He simply hadn't played enough. He didn't know when her transient amnesia would be cured, and he felt very reluctant to let her go. But Yan Xuxin and Zhang Hu had already made their decision, so he couldn't refuse and had to continue eating meat to show his agreement. Soon, Zhang Hu finished eating and hung the remaining meat on the tree again. After cleaning up, he was ready to go. "Manager Yan, President Zhao, let's go." Yan Xuxin held the dagger Qin Hao gave her in her hand, and immediately felt very relieved. She specifically asked Ning Chuyue to take good care of Wang Xiaorou, and then followed Zhang Hu's pace. Zhao Chuanwei had no choice but to pick up a suitable stick and follow Yan Xuxin into the jungle. One could tell from his expression how reluctant he was to leave. Time passes quietly and the sun is at its highest. Zhang Hu has brought Yan Xuxin and Zhao Chuanwei to the stream where they fished yesterday, because they don't know where else to find food, and the stream is the only place where they have ever had any harvest. Zhao Chuanwei was already sweating profusely before he even started working. He sat down on a rock beside the stream and didn't want to move. "Ah. I'm so tired and hot. I've had enough." Yan Xuxin then realized that it was no wonder that Zhao Chuanwei and Ning Chuyue couldn't find food. If they hadn't forced Zhao Chuanwei to walk all the way, they might have fallen behind halfway. Yan Xuxin gave the dagger to Zhang Hu, asked him to cut a spear and handed it to Zhao Chuanwei, saying, "Okay, Mr. Zhao, it's time to rest. It's almost time to go fishing." At this moment, Zhao Chuanwei really wanted to press Yan Xuxin under his body and knead her as much as he wanted, but it was just a thought, so he had to take the spear and start fishing like Zhang Hu. But before they could catch any fish, a roar of a ferocious beast suddenly came from somewhere. Roar. The roar startled a large area of the jungle and also startled Zhao Chuanwei, Yan Xuxin, and others. They all held their spears tightly and looked around, trying to find out the source of the sound. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the sharp-eyed Zhang Hu suddenly discovered that on the opposite side of their stream, a big black bear was slowly walking past them with a motionless wild monkey in its mouth. Zhang Hu found that Zhao Chuanwei's legs were shaking with fear, so he waved at him and Yan Xuxin, signaling them to sit down and not talk. "Shoo, keep quiet, don't move." For a moment, the jungle was silent. The big black bear saw Zhang Hu and others, put down the dead wild monkey in its mouth, and roared towards them. Roar. Zhao Chuanwei was so scared that he crawled on the ground. Fortunately, Zhang Hu held him down tightly, otherwise he would have escaped long ago. The big black bear would definitely not let him go. Yan Xuxin was not in a much better condition. She held the spear tightly in her hand, but her body could not stop shaking. This was the body's emergency response measure in a state of extreme fear. But after a while, seeing that the 3 people did not move, the big black bear picked up the wild monkey again and walked towards the depths of the jungle. Its speed was neither fast nor slow, but it frightened Zhao Chuanwei and others so much that they dared not breathe. Zhang Hu saw the black bear disappear and relaxed his guard. He shouted, "Wow! That's too scary. Fortunately, that guy has food, otherwise we would be in trouble." Zhao Chuanwei's legs were so limp from fright that he could not muster any strength for a moment. He sat down on the ground and quickly wiped the cold sweat from his face. Oh my God, this place is too dangerous, why don't we go back? Yan Xuxin recovered a lot after seeing the big black bear leave. She now dislikes Zhao Chuanwei very much. It would have been fine if she didn't know this guy before, but she didn't expect that he was not only lazy but also more timid than herself. When she thought about it, she regretted why she didn't choose Qin Hao at that time, otherwise she wouldn't be in this state now. If you want to go back by yourself. We don't want to starve to death on this deserted island. Zhang Hu didn't care. Seeing that the surroundings became much quieter after the big black bear left, he picked up his spear to comfort Zhao Chuanwei and said, "Okay, Boss Zhao, the big black bear is gone. There shouldn't be any danger. Hurry up and catch a few more fish so that everyone won't be hungry when they go back at night." Zhao Chuanwei was helpless. Looking at the busy figures of Zhang Hu and Yan Xuxin, he had to pick up the spear on the ground and walked over unsteadily. On the other side, in the direction of the cave, Qin Hao and Li Meiyan were heading to the beach at this time. They were not going back to the tent to look for Yan Xuxin and others, but were walking towards the beach from the mountainous road in the west, trying their luck to see if they could find an iron pot, or even an iron box, to boil water and stew meat. "Qin Hao, tell me the truth. Did I ask you to give the half of the mountain cat meat to Yan Xuxin and the others?" Qin Hao felt a headache because Li Meiyan had been asking this question all morning. He said awkwardly, "Didn't I tell you that I sent them there last night? I'm not feeling sorry for them. I'm just worried that they'd starve to death before the rescue team arrives. That would be such a pity." "Humph." Li Meiyan snorted coldly, saying disdainfully, "You are just being stubborn, saying one thing and thinking another." Qin Hao's face was full of black lines, but it was understandable. He was indeed worried about Yan Xuxin's safety and didn't want her to get into trouble. Soon they passed through the jungle and walked onto the beach. Li Meiyan was very excited when she looked at the sea which she had not seen for several days. "Wow! I can finally see the sea again, haha." Qin Hao brushed past her and said, "Sister Meiyan, if you like, how about we stay on the beach? I'll build a tent for you." Li Meiyan quickly shook her head and refused, "No, no, no, I still prefer the cave. I am not afraid of wind and rain, and I can protect myself from wild animals. It is much better than the beach." Qin Hao smiled evilly and said, "Hee hee. The cave is so narrow and so secretive, aren't you afraid of what I might do to you at night?" Li Meiyan's aloof team leader temperament instantly emerged, and she said arrogantly, "I am not afraid of anything, so why should I be afraid of a little brat like you? Just don't say that I bullied you." Qin Hao's face was filled with embarrassment. He just wanted to tease Li Meiyan, but he didn't expect that she would dare to say anything. He had no choice but to admit defeat and admit defeat. But when he looked at the sea, he saw nothing useful except the waves hitting the beach and pushing some broken wood boards onto the shore. "It looks like this is a wasted trip." At this time, Li Meiyan saw a floating object and ran over quickly. Unexpectedly, it was an empty bottle, made of plastic. She wanted to throw it away with some disgust, etc. Qin Hao suddenly stopped her and explained, "Sister Meiyan, take it first. It will come in handy someday." Li Meiyan threw the empty bottle to Qin Hao without hesitation, and said bluntly, "If you want to take this broken thing, take it yourself, I don't care." Qin Hao reached out to take the empty bottle that flew over, smiled bitterly, and shook his head. But after searching for a long time, they didn't see anything useful, and the dazzling sun became scorching. Qin Hao looked at Li Meiyan's sleeveless shirt soaked with sweat, clinging to her chest, looming, and her short skirt fluttering in the wind. He was shocked and said, "Sister Meiyan, why don't we forget about it today? It looks like all the useful things have sunk to the bottom of the sea." How could Li Meiyan not understand that they had been looking very hard but still found nothing? "So what do we do now, go back to the cave?" Qin Hao shook his head, looked at the figure not far ahead, and said with a smile, "Let's go and say hello to our old friend." Only then did Li Meiyan realize that they had unknowingly walked near the tent, and Ning Chuyue was walking towards them in small steps. "Qin Hao, Li Meiyan, why are you two here?" When Li Meiyan saw Ning Chuyue for the first time, she thought of what happened that night and felt a little resistant. "Oh. It's okay, we're just wandering around." Ning Chuyue looked at the empty bottle in Qin Hao's hand and knew that they were looking for floating objects. Even you can't find anything useful. It looks like everything has really sunk to the bottom of the sea. Li Meiyan responded, indeed, it's empty. Where are Yan Xuxin and the others? Ning Chuyue did not hide anything and said bluntly, Manager Yan, President Zhao, Zhang Hu and others went to find food. I stayed to take care of Xiaoro. Li Meiyan was shocked and asked worriedly, what happened to Wang Xiaoro? Is she okay? When Qin Hao noticed that Ning Chuyue seemed to be hesitant to speak, he knew that something bad was going to happen. Without any hesitation, he walked straight towards the tent. When he saw Wang Xiaoro sitting in the tent with a dazed look on her face, he realized that she had a relapse of transient amnesia. But as a retired soldier, he was very observant. How could he not notice the signs of pulling on Wang Xiaoro's collar, especially the serious missing of buttons, which made him even more suspicious? How could this happen? Could it be that Wang Xiaoro didn't suffer from a relapse of transient amnesia, but was murdered by someone? The more Qin Hao looked, the more frightened he became. He wanted to check Wang Xiaoro's body closely, but he was met with fierce resistance from Wang Xiaoro before he even stepped into the tent. No, don't come over. Ning Chuyue heard the noise and ran over, pulling Qin Hao out of the tent. She then went in to comfort Wang Xiaoro, saying, it's okay, don't be afraid. Soon, Wang Xiaoro calmed down. Qin Hao narrowed his eyes and asked, how did Wang Xiaoro get scared like this? Ning Chuyue's eyes were obviously evasive, and she replied, the day after you and Li Meiyan left, Xiaoro and I were looking for floating objects along the beach. She suddenly needed to go to the bathroom, so she went to the jungle alone. When I found her, she was like this. It's just you and Wang Xiaoro, no one else? Qin Hao asked. Ning Chuyue didn't dare to mention Zhang Wei, for fear of being discovered by Qin Hao, so she shook her head and said nothing more. Li Meiyan felt a little sorry for Wang Xiaoro. She was in her prime years, but her ship capsized and she was stranded on a desert island, which left her with psychological trauma. Qin Hao always felt that something was wrong, but he didn't dare to believe his suspicion, so he had to plan to go back first. Sister Meiyan, let's go back. Li Meiyan was stunned. She noticed Qin Hao's abnormality, but even if she stayed, it would be useless, so she had to agree, okay. Ning Chuyue saw Qin Hao and Li Meiyan disappearing into the jungle through the gap in the tent, so she hurriedly got up and followed them. Li Meiyan, who walked into the jungle, didn't know what was going on with Qin Hao, and asked in doubt, Qin Hao, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Alas. Qin Hao sighed deeply and said bluntly, Wang Xiaoro may not have a relapse of transient amnesia, but was harmed by someone. When Qin Hao entered the tent just now, although Wang Xiaoro resisted strongly, he still saw the shallow marks on her neck, which were obviously caused by someone forcibly pulling her collar. This meant that she might have been persecuted and was still resisting very much. But Qin Hao did not tell Li Meiyan about this, for fear that she would worry too much. Li Meiyan said in disbelief, how is that possible? You must be overthinking it. As a result, at this moment, the perceptive Qin Hao clearly discovered that someone was following him. He knew it must be Ning Chuyue, so he continued to move forward. Okay, I hope I'm just overthinking it. Li Meiyan said firmly, it's not hope, it's certainty. Who would be so bad as to intimidate a weak woman? Qin Hao hummed lightly and did not respond, but walked straight through the jungle towards the cave. He did not hide his residence, just wanted to tell Ning Chuyue that he and Li Meiyan lived in this cave. At this time, beside the stream, Yan Xuxin, Zhao Chuanwei, and Zhang Hu were still concentrating on fishing, which took them quite a while. Zhao Chuanwei looked at the sun in the sky feeling a little dizzy. Although it was already setting, it was still so dazzling. Fortunately, he was standing in the stream, so it was still relatively cool. He thought of Ning Chuyue and Wang Xiaoro on the beach. If he had not come out to hunt, he would either be lying in Ning Chuyue's arms or on his way to humiliate Wang Xiaoro. The more Zhao Chuanwei thought about it, the more excited he became, and soon his body reacted uncontrollably. He thought of Ning Chuyue and planned to take her to the jungle at night to enjoy herself. Zhang Hu, how's it going? Any fish? After hearing Yan Xuxin's voice, Zhang Hu quickly shook his head and said, "No, there are a lot fewer fish today than yesterday. I've only caught 2 so far." Yan Xuxin looked at Zhao Chuanwei, who had gained nothing, but seemed like the most tired person. Zhao Chuanwei continued to thrust his spear into the stream, not even caring whether there were any small fish in the water. He then raised his empty spear and sighed, "Oh, I'm so tired. I haven't caught a single fish so far. It looks like I'll have to starve tonight." Yan Xuxin now hates Zhao Chuanwei the most. If it weren't for him, Qin Hao wouldn't have left, and she wouldn't be working so hard to catch fish here because of lack of food. "Zhao Chuanwei, are you still a man? Zhang Hu and I are working hard to catch fish, but it's okay that you didn't catch any, but you still have the nerve to complain about being tired." Zhao Chuanwei was furious. He wished he could push Yan Xuxin into the water right now, let her drink enough of the stream, and then drag her into the woods nearby. But he was also worried that the matter would be exposed and Qin Hao would retaliate, so he secretly bore a grudge, but on the surface he did not change at all, and responded, okay, catch fish, I will definitely catch fish well." Zhang Hu on the side attacked instantly, pierced a small fish as long as a chopstick, and lifted it high. "Haha, I caught another one." Zhao Chuanwei was just about to praise Zhang Hu when a stone flew in from somewhere and hit him right next to him. The splashing water fell on him, scaring him. Who threw the stone?" Zhang Hu was at a loss and said, "Boss Zhao, what's wrong?" Zhao Chuanwei looked left and right but didn't find anything wrong, especially since Yan Xuxin wouldn't play such a prank, so he shook his head and didn't take it seriously. "It's okay, it might just be a small fish jumping around." As a result, another wooden stick fell into the stream, scaring everyone. This time everyone saw it with their own eyes. A tree stick appeared out of nowhere and flew into the water. They hurriedly looked around, but they didn't see any figure at all. Everyone was a little confused. Just then the stick floated in front of Yan Xuxin, so she picked it up and asked, "What's going on? Why is there a stick flying out?" Zhao Chuanwei walked forward and took the stick from Yan Xuxin's hand, which was almost as long as his arm. He asked in confusion, "Yes, this is a deserted island. Besides us, there are only Qin Hao and Li Meiyan left. Could it be that they are hiding nearby and causing trouble?" Yan Xuxin shook her head. She didn't believe that Qin Hao would be so bored as to do such things, so she retorted, "How is that possible? Even if Ning Chuyue came, I don't believe it was Qin Hao." Zhang Hu nodded slightly, feeling that what Yan Xuxin said made sense. Who would be so bored as to do such a thing? Zhao Chuanwei didn't care about all this. He actually hoped that it was Qin Hao who was causing trouble, and then he would be caught by Qin Hao so that he could vent his anger. "Who the hell is that? If you're brave enough, come out here or I'll beat you to death." There was no reaction around, but the leaves on the tree moved. Everyone noticed it and looked over. Yan Xuxin had sharp eyes and saw a monkey sitting among the dense leaves. Although it was difficult to spot, some parts of it could still be seen. "Where is it?" "It's a wild monkey." Zhao Chuanwei looked over quickly and found that it was indeed a wild monkey, and it was holding a half-meter-long stick in its hand. He knew that it must have thrown the stone and the stick. He said angrily, "Damn, it turned out to be you, a beast. Since you disturbed our fishing, you can become our food." Zhao Chuanwei raised the spear in his hand and threw it over, cursing, "Get down from here." Seeing that Zhao Chuanwei's attack missed, Zhang Hu was afraid that the wild monkey would run away, so he picked up the spear in his hand and threw it over, hoping to catch a wild monkey for everyone's dinner. Unfortunately, their aim was too poor and the spears just brushed past the wild monkey's feet. Moreover, the wild monkey seemed to know that it was in trouble. It simply threw away the stick in its hand, jumped onto another tree, and started to run away. How could Zhang Hu let it escape so easily? He took the spear from Yan Xuxin's hand and chased after it at an extremely fast speed. Zhao Chuanwei and Yan Xuxin were of course no exception. They watched the wild monkey jumping back and forth on the tree and chasing after it, not forgetting to pick up the small fish on the ground. Zhang Hu was the fastest. He chased and cursed at the monkey while stabbing with his spear, trying to knock the wild monkey down. The wild monkey was frightened by him and ran away on the tree, squeaking loudly. Everyone chased it frantically, wanting to catch it and make it into food so that they could have a big meal in the evening. Suddenly, a larger wild monkey jumped out from the tree. It had a long scar on its face. It stood in front of the fleeing monkey and glared at Zhang Hu and others. Everyone stopped and watched quietly. They did not expect that the wild monkey that appeared later did not show any signs of being afraid of them, but instead had a face full of hatred. Zhao Chuanwei ran out of breath, spitting 1,000-year-old phlegm to the side with disdain, and cursed, "Damn, it's just a scar, can it scare us, you stinky monkey?" After cursing, Zhao Chuanwei picked up a stone and threw it at him. But Yan Xuxin realized that something was wrong and shouted, "Stop, something is wrong." Zhao Chuanwei was so frightened that he immediately stopped what he was doing and was shocked to see countless wild monkeys jumping out from all around him. Squeaky. A large number of wild monkeys stood behind the wild monkey with scars on his face, and each wild monkey held stones and sticks in his hands. Zhao Chuanwei, Zhang Hu, and Yan Xuxin were all horrified and couldn't help but step back a few steps. Zhao Chuanwei had never seen such a scene before. He was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat and asked fearfully, What does this mean?" Seeing that the monkeys had no intention of taking action, Zhang Hu whispered to Zhao Chuanwei and Yan Xuxin, "We can't worry about that now. When I count to 1, 2, 3, we will run." Zhao Chuanwei and Yan Xuxin nodded stupidly, feeling somewhat worried. 1, 2, 3, run. The three of them didn't dare to stay for a moment, especially Zhao Chuanwei. He didn't look tired at all and ran away very quickly. Chirp. The scarred wild monkey screamed, and all the wild monkeys rushed forward, smashing the three people with the stones and sticks in their hands. Zhang Hu took the lead in running away, and Zhao Chuanwei and Yan Xuxin chased after him. The three were already tired and out of breath. But countless leaves were scattered on the big tree behind them, and dozens of wild monkeys were throwing stones and sticks, jumping on the trees and chasing them. Zhao Chuanwei couldn't run at all with his fat body. When he saw the wild monkeys catching up with him, he was so scared that he quickly threw 3 small fish at them, which disrupted the speed of the wild monkeys. Soon, they fled to a corner, and the wild monkeys stopped one after another, squeaking loudly to express their protest. They ran for a while and stopped only when they saw the monkey group behind them completely disappeared. Zhao Chuanwei fell to the ground exhausted, panting, "Oh my god, this is too scary." Zhang Hu and Yan Xuxin were also extremely tired, but they were still able to hold on and did not react as strongly as Zhao Chuanwei. Suddenly, Yan Xuxin saw Zhao Chuanwei with empty hands and asked, "Where's the fish?" How could Zhao Chuanwei dare to admit that he had thrown the fish away? He said innocently, "It was just in my hand, how come it was lost?" When Yan Xuxin heard that was the day's catch for the three of them, she complained, "Why don't you just throw yourself away? That was what Zhang Hu and I worked so hard to catch." Zhao Chuanwei greeted Yan Xuxin's family in his heart, and even imagined that he had stripped her naked and forced her to the ground to torture her. Zhang Hu quickly persuaded, "Okay, Manager Yan, the situation just now was too critical. It's normal for Mr. Zhao to lose the fish. Don't pursue it too much." "Oh." Yan Xuxin sighed helplessly. She looked at the sky and it was getting late. Even if there were no wild monkeys interfering near the stream, it would be too late for them to catch fish. "It looks like we're going to return empty-handed today." Zhao Chuanwei kept staring at Yan Xuxin's chest and snow-white legs. Her dress was almost transparent due to being soaked by sweat and stream water. Zhang Hu saw Zhao Chuanwei's reckless look and urged him, "Okay. Let's go back first. Qin Hao just happened to have some meat. Let's make do with it tonight and think of a solution tomorrow." Yan Xuxin had no choice but to do this, so she did not object to returning the same way. Originally, the stream was not far from the beach, and since they were chased by a group of wild monkeys for a distance, they soon returned to the beach. Because no food was found, everyone was not in a very happy mood, let alone being happy. Ning Chuyue was quite sensible. Seeing that everyone returned empty-handed and with gloomy faces, she put the remaining food next to the fire and started to roast it. Yan Xuxin walked into the tent listlessly. Looking at Wang Xiaorou who had not yet recovered, she felt sad. She wanted to cry but didn't dare to. She could only hug her quietly to calm down. She thought of Qin Hao, the young man who rescued her on the beach, the man who did not hold a grudge against her even after she slapped him, the little employee who would appear at the first moment when there was danger, who took care of her meticulously when she was sick, treated her well, and would never tell her to do anything. Unfortunately, everything changed after Zhao Chuanwei and Zhang Hu appeared. It was not Qin Hao who changed, but she herself who changed. She did not believe him at the first time and stand on the same line with him without leaving any room for negotiation. "Hello, Manager Yan, Manager Yan." Yan Xuxin woke up instantly. She looked at Ning Chuyue outside the tent and asked awkwardly, "What's wrong, Chuyue? Is the meat ready?" "Yes, I called you several times just now, but you didn't seem to hear me. Are you thinking about something?" Yan Xuxin smiled and shook her head, saying, "What could possibly worry me? I just miss home." Ning Chuyue was stunned because she didn't know what it felt like to miss home because she had never had a real home. "It's okay. It's normal to miss home." After Ning Chuyue finished speaking, she calmly walked to the fire with Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiaoro. Zhang Hu handed the remaining 3 pieces of barbecue to Yan Xuxin and Ning Chuyue, and said bluntly, "There is not much meat, so we can only give each of you 1 piece. Don't worry about who eats more and who eats less." Yan Xuxin and Ning Chuyue took it gratefully, gave a piece to Wang Xiaoro, and started eating. Zhao Chuanwei was so tired that he could hardly hold on any longer, so he ate very quickly and swallowed the meat in just 2 bites. He looked at the empty fire and said with regret, "There is too little meat, not enough to eat." Zhang Hu also finished it in 2 bites. For a man of his physique, this little bit of meat was undoubtedly just enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Suddenly, Ning Chuyue seemed to have thought of something, and said bluntly, "By the way, I ran into Qin Hao and Li Meiyan on the beach today. They seemed to be having a good time and were hanging out on the beach." Yan Xuxin's body shuddered, and then she pretended to be calm and ate the barbecue in her hand, as if nothing had happened. Zhang Hu, with his ripped muscles, was also envious and said, "I'm just a small employee, but I didn't expect that he knows so much more than us on this deserted island, and he also knows how to hunt and survive." Zhao Chuanwei thought about the past few days. Not only were they all starving, but he himself was also exhausted. He said bluntly, "Everyone, why don't we go to Qin Hao for help? Otherwise, if we don't wait for the rescue team, we will either die of exhaustion or starvation." Ning Chuyue opened her eyes wide and looked at Zhao Chuanwei in disbelief. She had not expected that Zhao Chuanwei would actually rely on people who offended him just for food. Is this the way to survive? How is it different from her using her body every day to satisfy those hypocrites and fake good people in the company in order to get better resources to survive? Doesn't she act according to other people's faces? She takes off clothes when she is told to and serves people how she is told to, for fear of offending those people. If she doesn't serve them well, her contract will be withdrawn and she will lose her investment. Zhang Hu said with some concern, "Boss Zhao, aren't we being too undignified?" Zhao Chuanwei said without hesitation, "At this time, what dignity do we need? The most important thing is to survive." Yan Xuxin looked at Zhao Chuanwei in disbelief. She didn't expect him to say such a thing, so she asked, "Then what you said about the mobile phone positioning and the rescue team arriving soon were all lies?" Zhao Chuanwei was in a state of distress, unable to express his feelings. His cell phone location was real, but he had no idea why the rescue team had not shown up for so long. "How would I know that? Could it be true, as Li Meiyan said, that the rescue team's plane has crashed?" Only then did Yan Xuxin realize that she had been deceived by Zhao Chuanwei. The positioning of the mobile phone was completely useless. If a rescue team really showed up, they would definitely be found on such a large deserted island even without mobile phone positioning. She found the suffering she had endured these days somewhat unbearable. Not only did she have to look for food every day, but she also didn't have enough to eat every meal. She was exhausted and suffered unspeakably. However, Zhang Hu quickly agreed with Zhao Chuanwei's opinion, because he could act so arrogantly in the company with the position of security captain, and it was because of Zhao Chuanwei's care that he was able to succeed and prosper. "I agree with Mr. Zhao's suggestion. With so many of us joining, Qin Hao will surely lead us to catch a lot of prey. Then we will have no shortage of food or water." Since Zhang Hu said so, Yan Xuxin couldn't refuse, because she also knew that if she joined Qin Hao, her life would definitely be much better than it is now. Seeing that no one objected, Zhao Chuanwei looked at Yan Xuxin and suggested, "Manager Yan, Qin Hao and you have the best relationship here. How about you go and talk to him? Yan Xuxin recalled Qin Hao's firm determination when he left, and how he had caused such a scene with everyone. Especially herself, she had already refused Qin Hao's strong invitation, so how could she have the nerve to bring so many people to disturb him? So she objected, "Boss Zhao, it was you who drove Qin Hao away. If you want to say something, go and say it yourself, why involve me?" After saying that, Yan Xuxin helped Wang Xiaoro back to the tent without caring about everyone's reactions. She didn't want to be the first to stand out and would rather suffer a little more on the beach than embarrass herself. Zhao Quan gritted his teeth in anger, but there was nothing he could do. He couldn't bring himself to do it, so he looked at Ning Chuyue beside him. A bold idea suddenly popped up in his mind. He winked at her, then stood up and pretended to go to the bathroom and left the fire. Ning Chuyue was a woman who had crawled out from a group of men. How could she not know what Zhao Chuanwei meant by that look? She slowly stood up and walked into the jungle under the gaze of Zhang Hu. Ning Chuyue walked into the jungle and looked back at the setting sun. The setting sun was as red as blood, just like her body, dilapidated. She had no way to retreat, so she had to move forward until she came to the old place where she had made an appointment with Zhao Chuanwei. She couldn't help but recall what happened last night, so she let out a sigh of relief and walked over. "Boss Zhao, you asked me to come over so late, are you missing me?" Zhao Chuanwei leaned against a big tree and watched Ning Chuyue coming over. The soft voice made his eyes widen. He was completely attracted by her perfect figure, which looked even more stunning against the backdrop of the setting sun, especially her proud part, which made her even more attractive. "Hey, a beauty is a beauty." Ning Chuyue blushed and walked in front of Zhao Chuanwei, gently leaning against his chest, and said delicately, "Oh. You are so mean, how can you say that to me?" Zhao Chuanwei was so fascinated by Ning Chuyue that he instantly became horny and could no longer control himself. He pushed her down under a big tree. Soon, Ning Chuyue's soft cry was heard in the jungle. "Yeah, Mr. Zhao." Unfortunately, Zhao Chuanwei's intentions were good but his abilities were not enough. The foreplay was rough and intense, but the afterplay was unsatisfactory. Ning Chuyue had just reacted, and before she had time to enjoy it, Zhao Chuanwei became like a deflated ball, and he became motionless on top of her. Ning Chuyue felt very depressed, and her spiritual dissatisfaction made her even more uncomfortable, but she did not show it, because she understood men, knew what men did not like to hear, and even more unwilling to see the dissatisfaction on a woman's face. Ning Chuyue was a little breathless, but she was still gentle and said delicately, "Boss Zhao, you are really amazing." When Zhao Chuanwei heard this, he was shocked, sat up with a wicked smile on his face, and went straight to the point, "Chuyue, let me discuss something with you." Ning Chuyue's face was full of questions. Looking at the greasy Zhao Chuanwei in front of her, what else could she do besides using her body to cool him down? "You're discussing something with me, right? Is there anything we can discuss between the two of us?" Zhao Chuanwei did not beat around the bush and said directly, "It's what we discussed on the beach just now. I proposed that we go to Qin Hao for help. I wonder if you can go." Ning Chuyue understood what Zhao Chuanwei meant. He wanted her to go find Qin Hao, but how could she do that if Yan Xuxin didn't go? She shook her head and objected, "Boss Zhao, don't make fun of me. Manager Yan has the best relationship with him. You should let Yan Xuxin go." "I can't do that." Zhao Chuanwei's face darkened. He didn't expect that Ning Chuyue, who had always obeyed him, would dare to reject his proposal. He felt a little displeased. "Why can't you? With your figure and looks, what's the difference between you and that stinky woman Yan Xuxin? Once you take off your clothes, are you afraid that Qin Hao, that lousy employee, will dislike you?" If other women heard such words, they would definitely get angry, but for Ning Chuyue, this was already commonplace. Zhao Chuanwei ordered her to use her body to satisfy many men, and even made her a sales champion at one point. Ning Chuyue saw that Zhao Chuanwei was a little angry, and with fear from the bottom of her heart, she trembled and said, Can I? Zhao Chuanwei was obviously much calmer, and he consoled with a smile on his face, "Of course you can, with your means, you can just casually throw a wink at Qin Hao, and everything will be solved. Hee, I believe in you, you can definitely do it." Zhao Chuanwei skillfully coaxed Ning Chuyue, and judging from his experience, it was obvious that this was not something that could be done in just 1 or 2 times. Chuyue, look at us now. Apart from being able to move, what else can we do? Can we find food? No. If we continue like this, we may die before the rescue team arrives. So, Qin Hao is my only hope. I can't delay any longer. Ning Chuyue also knew that it would not work for them to look for food in this way. On the contrary, Qin Hao's place was not bad, as they lived in a cave, had water and meat, and had everything they needed. It's okay for me to go, but I have one condition. Zhao Chuanwei said excitedly, as long as you are willing to go, let alone 1, even 100 will be fine. It won't be a problem. Ning Chuyue shook her head and said softly, no, just 1 will do. But from now on, you have to get my consent before you can do that with me. Zhao Chuanwei thought that he already had Wang Xiaoro, so he could do whatever he wanted and he didn't need to have too high demands on Ning Chuyue, so he readily agreed. Okay, I'll wait for your good news tomorrow. Night falls, stars are shining, the cave is located. Qin Hao and Li Meiyan came back from a stroll in the jungle with only a pangolin in their hands. Qin Hao had to work very hard to catch this pangolin in the stone forest. He was so obsessed with the pangolin not because of the meat on its body, but because of the scales on its body, which could definitely be used as the arrowhead of a wooden arrow. Sister Meiyan, please go back to the cave first. I need to clean up the pangolin. Li Meiyan was already sweating from exhaustion, with the miniature fur clinging to her body, looming. She nodded slightly and walked into the cave. Qin Hao was worried that the smell of the pangolin's blood would attract wild animals, so he took it to the stream to clean it up. He also threw all the pangolin's internal organs into the stream, allowing them to float downstream with the current, thus reducing the remaining bloody smell. When Qin Hao finished cleaning the pangolin and walked to the entrance of the cave, he was worried that the strong smell of the leather would affect Li Meiyan, so he threw it outside the cave, and then pulled open the straw curtain and walked in. At this time, Li Meiyan had already added a lot of firewood to the fire. Seeing Qin Hao coming in with a lot of meat, she was surprised and said, "Oh. I can't believe that guy, who is covered with shells, actually has so much meat." Qin Hao walked to the fire and noticed Li Meiyan's miniature fur, which was soaked with sweat. Although it had been dried a little by the fire, it was still faintly visible, which made him excited. Of course it is. It's at least half a meter long, so there is still some meat. Li Meiyan is not very picky about food, especially on this deserted island. No matter what it is, as long as it can be made into food, it's fine. Soon, the aroma of pangolin meat filled the entire cave, and the fragrance was everywhere. Wow, this little thing's meat smells so good. Qin Hao smiled slightly and felt that it was almost done, so he picked up a piece and handed it to Li Meiyan. You must be starving, eat more. Li Meiyan took it without hesitation, smelled it first, and then started to eat it with big mouthfuls. It tastes good. Qin Hao picked up another piece and took a bite. The fragrance lingered in his mouth, but he felt that it would definitely taste better if there was some salt, so he had some plans in his mind. This is top-quality game, Sister Meiyan, you should eat more of it, it will beautify your skin and is a great tonic. When Li Meiyan heard about the tonic, she said with a smile on her face, then you have to eat more, otherwise you may not be able to bear it after such fatigue. Qin Hao shook his head helplessly. He really had no way to deal with Li Meiyan. Time passed slowly, and after Li Meiyan fell asleep peacefully, Qin Hao took a few scales from the pangolin's skin and polished them under the firelight. Soon, Qin Hao had polished a piece of scale, and quickly took a wooden arrow. He used an axe to chop a small crack at one end, then put the polished scale in. He then tore a strip of cloth from his shirt, tied the scale to the wooden arrow, and fixed it firmly. A brand new wooden arrow was completely completed. With the arrow tip, the strong bow was no longer just a decoration, but became a handy weapon. Now, there must be lethality. Qin Hao showed a look of satisfaction, but had no intention of stopping. Instead, he took out another scale and continued polishing it. But at this moment, a roar came from outside the cave, which scared him. Roar. Qin Hao was horrified. Although the roar was very small, based on his intuition, it was definitely a ferocious beast. Roar. Qin Hao was horrified and quickly put out the fire, not daring to leave even a trace of sparks. Then he picked up the strong bow, tightly gripping the wooden arrow he had just made, walked carefully to the cave entrance, and looked outside through the gap in the straw curtain. Under the moonlight, everything outside the cave seemed normal, but Qin Hao always felt something was wrong. He checked for a while again, but it was still the same, so he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a tiger jumped down from the top of the cave and stopped at the entrance, swinging its tail casually towards the straw curtain and Qin Hao. Qin Hao was terrified. He looked at the tiger with its injured front limbs. He tightly grasped the bow and arrow in his hand, and even breathed carefully. How did this big bug get here? Shouldn't it be in the grass in the east? The tiger looked around, sniffed again and again, slowly turned around and looked at the straw curtain. It was almost face to face with Qin Hao, just separated by a straw curtain. At this time, Qin Hao was already sweating coldly. If the tiger broke through the straw curtain, both he and Li Meiyan would be doomed. Just in case, Qin Hao had to raise the bow and arrow and aim it at the tiger's forehead through the straw curtain. As long as it dared to touch the straw curtain, he would shoot the arrow. At such a close distance, Qin Hao believed that even if he couldn't kill the big bug, he could at least seriously injure it. Just as the tiger was about to touch the straw curtain, it seemed to smell something, bit the pangolin skin next to it, let out a roar, and ran away. Fool! Qin Hao was so scared by the tiger that his hands and feet were covered in sweat, but fortunately the tiger changed its target at the last moment. Li Meiyan was awakened by the tiger's roar. She slowly opened her eyes, but it was pitch black in front of her. She was so scared that she screamed. Qin Hao, where are you? Qin Hao confirmed that the tiger had left, and then responded to Li Meiyan, Sister Meiyan, it's okay, I'm here. Li Meiyan felt relieved when she heard Qin Hao's words, because it was pitch black in the cave and she couldn't see anything, so she had to slowly climb up by feeling the stone wall. Qin Hao, how did the fire go out? And why was there a roar just now? What happened? Qin Hao was glad that Li Meiyan woke up late, otherwise her series of questions would definitely trigger the tiger's attack. It's okay, go back to sleep, and we'll talk about any problems tomorrow. Li Meiyan felt that things were not simple, but it was pitch black in front of her eyes and she couldn't see her hand in front of her face. She was very scared. Just then, a faint moonlight shone through the gap in the straw curtain at the entrance of the cave. She saw Qin Hao standing there. She didn't know what he was doing, so she groped over there. Then why are you standing at the entrance of the cave so late at night instead of sleeping? Qin Hao had been paying attention to the situation outside the cave, but when he heard Li Meiyan's footsteps, he dissuaded her, it's really okay, you don't have to come over, just lie down and continue to sleep. But as soon as he finished speaking, Li Meiyan screamed and fell to the ground. Ah! Qin Hao hurriedly asked with concern, Sister Meiyan, are you okay? Li Meiyan cried and said coquettishly, woo-woo. I couldn't see what was under my feet and I tripped over a big rock. Ah, my feet hurt so much. Qin Hao knew something was wrong and that Li Meiyan must have sprained her foot, so he hurried over in the dark. Okay, don't move yet, I'll be right there. Seeing that Qin Hao cared about her so much, Li Meiyan got up from the ground with a smile on her face, and pretended to fall down again, shouting, ah. It hurts, Qin Hao, I can't seem to move. Qin Hao had no idea that Li Meiyan was teasing him. He was very worried and his pace quickened significantly. Be obedient and don't move. Qin Hao was so anxious, the smile on Li Meiyan's face became more obvious, and she still said coquettishly, well, I'll sit here, it hurts. Because the entrance of the cave was blocked by straw curtains, only a hint of moonlight could shine in. The entire cave was like a dark hole with no sunlight. Apart from being able to distinguish the source of the sound, nothing else could be seen. Qin Hao could only slowly approach following Li Meiyan's voice, as if it was right next to his right hand, so he gently groped over. However, before he could react, Li Meiyan slapped his hand away and said angrily, you big pervert, please stop touching me. Qin Hao knew clearly what he had touched just now, and he couldn't help feeling excited and happy. It's unfair, Sister Meiyan, I didn't mean it. Humph. Li Meiyan snorted coldly and asked back, then you still have intentions? Qin Hao was extremely embarrassed and quickly comforted her, no, I'll be more careful, okay. Li Meiyan was delighted in her heart and still a little excited, but she pretended to be angry on the surface, and her cold and aloof aura instantly appeared. Just know it, if you touch me again, I'll kill you. Seeing that Li Meiyan was not really angry, Qin Hao felt relieved and helped her up again. This time, he touched Li Meiyan's arm, which felt very smooth, and helped her up. Come on, be careful. Li Meiyan slowly stood up following Qin Hao's pull. Because it was a deserted island, Qin Hao was afraid that Li Meiyan had really sprained her foot, so he asked with great concern, "Did you fall anywhere? Does your foot still hurt?" Li Meiyan showed a hint of pride in the darkness, and her eyes turned, as if she had thought of some clever idea. It hurts. It hurts so much. Qin Hao was very worried, but he didn't dare to make a fire. He could only send Li Meiyan to her sleeping place and then check her. It's so dark, I'll help you back first, be careful. Li Meiyan responded with a smile on her face, as if her trick had succeeded. Yeah, okay. Qin Hao supported Li Meiyan and walked along the stone wall towards their sleeping place, but after taking a few steps, Li Meiyan suddenly fell down, and fell right into his arms. The incident happened suddenly, and Qin Hao was not careful for a moment, and his back was unstable and he fell backwards. He instinctively hugged Li Meiyan tightly and fell heavily to the ground. But Qin Hao said nothing, and hurriedly asked Li Meiyan, "Sister Meiyan, how are you?" Li Meiyan fell into Qin Hao's arms, her little face pressed against his chest. The warm chest made her feel relaxed and happy, and she was reluctant to leave. Qin Hao saw that Li Meiyan didn't answer and was still lazy on him, especially the soft sound coming from her chest made him unable to calm down for a long time, and his heart was instantly distracted. Li Meiyan was shocked and said, "What are you thinking, little rascal? What should I do with you?" Qin Hao smiled bitterly and tried every means to hide his embarrassment, but unfortunately he was firmly suppressed by Li Meiyan, so he had to try his best. "Who else can I think of besides you?" Li Meiyan immediately sneered and said, "Haha, you miss me, then you must not be thinking of anything good." If Qin Hao could see Li Meiyan's pretty face at this moment, he would definitely notice that she was blushing. "If it's a good thing, I won't be distracted, right?" Qin Hao said bluntly. Li Meiyan couldn't help but move in front of Qin Hao twice, put her lips in front of his lips, and said with hot breath, "So what do you want to do now?" Originally, their faces were very close to each other, and now that Li Meiyan leaned so close to him, their faces were almost touching. Every time Qin Hao breathed in, he could smell Li Meiyan's light body fragrance, and the secretion of hormones made his dantian surge. He took the opportunity to hug Li Meiyan's slender waist, and his heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. However, Qin Hao had no idea what Li Meiyan was thinking at the moment, so he could only try his best. "Can I think you are seducing me?" Li Meiyan not only did not resist at all, but slowly moved closer to Qin Hao's ear and said with a warm breath, "What do you think?" Qin Hao couldn't bear it any longer, so he directly covered Li Meiyan's sweet lips, and his restless hands began to move up and down. "Ah, Qin Hao." After a soft cry, Li Meiyan also took the initiative and quickly threw away the only two remaining skirts on her body. Qin Hao felt Li Meiyan's strong reaction and immediately took the initiative. He rolled over and pressed her down, saying affectionately, "Sister Meiyan, I'm here." Aha. In the dark cave, the sound of rapid breathing was full of reverie, making people even more excited. The next morning, the sky was clear. Qin Hao suddenly woke up. He looked at the empty cave and asked in confusion, "No way, how could I fall asleep? Where did Sister Meiyan go again?" He slowly stood up, looked at his bald body, quickly picked up the clothes beside him and put them on, then he walked out of the cave with peace of mind. Qin Hao looked around but couldn't find Li Meiyan, but he saw broken scales of pangolin skin that was taken away by the tiger near the cave entrance, so he had to walk towards the back mountain. "I don't know where this woman has gone." As a result, when Qin Hao just walked to the back mountain, what came into his sight was Li Meiyan sitting in the pond, washing every part of her body. It was very lyrical. The crystal-clear stream water allowed him to see everything at a glance. Of course, Li Meiyan also heard the footsteps and found that it was Qin Hao who came over, but she did not hide it. Instead, she said in a casual manner, "It turned out to be Qin Hao's brother, do you want to take a shower together?" Qin Hao was a little at a loss, but when he saw Li Meiyan's almost perfect figure, his heart suddenly became hot. But he didn't go over. He felt relieved to see that Li Meiyan was fine. Well, forget it. Qin Hao felt a little embarrassed. He turned around awkwardly and took a look at the clothes hanging on the treetop. He thought of everything that happened last night and felt very embarrassed. He quickly slipped away, causing Li Meiyan behind him to laugh. Qin Hao was helpless, but he did not sit idle. Instead, he fixed the scales that he had polished last night on the wooden arrows and completed the strengthening of all 6 wooden arrows, turning them into powerful bows and arrows with real lethality. After he finished all these, he originally planned to make a fire and barbecue, but when he saw that Li Meiyan had not come back yet, he picked up the plastic bottle he picked up on the beach, walked out of the cave and headed towards the sea. Because when he was eating barbecue last night, he thought of getting some sea water and adding some salt to the barbecue. This would not only prevent their limbs from becoming weak due to lack of salt in their bodies, but would also increase the taste and make the barbecue more delicious. As a result, at this time, Qin Hao obviously noticed some movement behind him, and thought it was a tiger, so he reached out to feel the axe at his waist, but he couldn't touch it no matter how hard he tried. Then he remembered that the axe was placed inside the cave, and his heart suddenly became nervous. He had no choice but to clench his fists, muster up his courage, turn around and punch behind him, but he found that it was Ning Chuyue, so he stopped immediately. Ah! Ning Chuyue screamed and was frightened. She had originally intended to scare Qin Hao, but she almost got punched. Looking at the fist so close to her, she was still frightened and let out a sigh of relief, which made her feel much more relaxed. Qin Hao retracted his fist and said awkwardly, "Ning Chuyue, why is it you?" Ning Chuyue didn't feel the slightest bit of strangeness, and said tenderly, "Oh. I was going to scare you, but you scared me half to death with one punch." Qin Hao knew that Ning Chuyue was frightened by him, so he shook his shoulders helplessly and said, "Beauty, this is a deserted island. If I were to hold an axe, it would be very dangerous." Ning Chuyue was really scared when she thought of the scene of the axe chopping down on her. "That's scary. Are you that nervous?" If Qin Hao told Ning Chuyue that he encountered a tiger last night, she might not have found the atmosphere so creepy. But he didn't say that. Instead he asked, "Why are you the only one here, where are the others?" Ning Chuyue said without hiding anything, "We are short of food." Yan Xuxin, Mr. Zhao, Zhang Hu and others set out to look for it early in the morning. Qin Hao felt that Ning Chuyue was in trouble, so he asked, "Then why are you here?" Ning Chuyue was quite straightforward and said, "I came here early in the morning, specifically to find you." Before she finished her words, her face suddenly turned red, and she explained her experience in the morning. "Originally, I saw Li Meiyan walk out of the cave and go to the back mountain. I wanted to go in and look for you, but when I opened the straw curtain, I saw you, without any clothes." Ning Chuyue pointed at Qin Hao's clothes shyly and continued, "I was too embarrassed to go in, so I had to wait for you outside." Qin Hao thought that he was too exhausted after fighting hundreds of rounds with Li Meiyan last night. He fell asleep before he had time to get dressed, and only put on his clothes when he woke up in the morning. If Ning Chuyue went in before he woke up, she would definitely see him naked. "No way, you saw it all." Ning Chuyue nodded slightly, her face still a little red as she said, "I didn't realize that you have so much muscle in your small body." Qin Hao was a little at a loss, but Ning Chuyue came to see him early in the morning, so there must be something wrong, so he quickly changed the subject and asked, "Why are you looking for me so urgently? What's the matter?" Ning Chuyue noticed Qin Hao's embarrassment and told him the purpose of her visit. "I came to find you. Everyone called me." Qin Hao showed a look of surprise. He couldn't understand why it was not Yan Xuxin or Zhao Chuanwei, but Ning Chuyue who was called instead. It seemed that it was not a simple matter. "Just tell me straight, don't keep me in suspense." Ning Chuyue was more and more optimistic about Qin Hao's straightforwardness, and simply said, "We have discussed it and want to join you. Otherwise, if we continue like this, we will not be able to find food and will surely die." Only then did Qin Hao understand why Yan Xuxin didn't come, and Zhao Chuanwei would not come either. He shook his head cautiously. "No, it's hard for me to support such a large group of people by myself. Sorry, you better think of another way." Ning Chuyue was shocked. She didn't expect Qin Hao to refuse so directly. She quickly persuaded him, "Qin Hao, please think about us and manager Yan carefully. You can't just stand by and watch us die. Qin Hao was obviously stunned for a moment, but he knew that his ability was limited, and he objected without hesitation. The food I can catch is limited, only enough for Sister Mei Yan and I to consume, and can only feed the two of us. Any more will be a burden. Ning Qiuyue was obviously nervous and no longer wore the light makeup she had before. She really hoped that Qin Hao would agree, otherwise their hard days would eventually become a big problem. Qin Hao, please, think about it again. Qin Hao did not continue to answer because his position was firm and could not be shaken. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Ning Qiuyue suddenly unbuttoned her clothes, slowly walked towards Qin Hao, and a proud look appeared in front of him. Qin Hao was stunned. He looked at Ning Qiuyue's perfect figure and proud posture, which was definitely not inferior to Yan Xuxin and Li Meiyan. Ning Qiuyue, what do you mean? Ning Qiuyue was charming and her sweet tongue licked her lips, attracting Qin Hao's attention. As long as you agree, this body will be yours from now on. I can do whatever you want me to do. Qin Hao is also a normal man. How could he turn a blind eye to such a scene? His blood suddenly boiled, but unfortunately he was helpless. If he had not secretly seen what Ning Qiuyue and Zhao Chuanwei were doing that night, he might really not be able to control himself now. But Qin Hao has a bottom line, he will not think with only his lower body, not to mention Ning Qiuyue even listens to a man like Zhao Chuanwei, which makes him not interested at all, and even disgusted. Qin Hao was not moved by Ning Qiuyue's embrace, and said reluctantly, Ning Qiuyue, please don't embarrass me. Qin Hao was also helpless, because this kind of thing was too difficult to choose. If he didn't let them join, they would not be able to find food and would die. If he asked them to join, he alone would not be able to find so much food and everyone would die. This choice really gave him a headache. Seeing that Qin Hao still disagreed, Ning Qiuyue had no choice but to use her ultimate move, because in the past, as long as she used this move, there was no contract that she could not get. With tears in her eyes, Ning Qiuyue threw herself into Qin Hao's arms, leaned her proud body against his chest, rested her chin on his shoulder, and burst into tears. Wow. Well, this is a deserted island and we're all trying to survive. We won't blame you for making this choice. We can only blame ourselves for not having the ability to survive. Qin Hao had never seen such a scene before, crying and being so soft. When he saw Ning Qiuyue crying, the whole situation seemed to be out of control and he felt overwhelmed with sympathy. Qin Hao thought that the food problem was not unsolvable, so he comforted her, okay, don't cry, isn't it enough that I agree? Ning Qiuyue was instantly delighted when she saw that her plot had succeeded. She hugged Qin Hao's neck tightly and jumped up and down, extremely excited. Wow, Qin Hao, you are so nice. I love you so much. Qin Hao clearly felt Ning Qiuyue's proud figure colliding with his body, and he sighed in his heart, this woman is really thoughtful, no wonder she can make Zhao Chuanwei and those clients crazy. Ning Qiuyue, wait a minute. I agree, but I have conditions. Ning Qiuyue then stopped and looked at Qin Hao quietly and asked, conditions, what conditions? Qin Hao took Ning Qiuyue's hands off his neck, took a few steps back a little embarrassedly, and then stated his conditions. You can come and take refuge with me, but you must listen to me and find food according to my instructions. Otherwise, even if you come and take refuge with me, you will have nothing to eat, because I can't afford to support so many idle people, especially Zhao Chuanwei. If he is still so lazy and likes to stir up trouble, it's better not to come and take refuge with me, otherwise I will not be soft-hearted to him when the time comes. Ning Qiuyue understood that it was because Zhao Chuanwei was rather lazy and always blamed others, otherwise Qin Hao would not have decided to leave at that time, and they would not have lived a life of hunger. Okay, I will definitely bring back your words. I hope you can lead us to a life with plenty of food by then. Qin Hao nodded slightly. He felt that he had done his best. Okay, Wang Xiaoro definitely still needs your care, so don't delay too long and go back early. Ning Qiuyue took a look at her figure. She didn't know why Qin Hao didn't treat her like those men. She felt a little puzzled. Qin Hao, what do you think of me? When Qin Hao was asked this by Ning Qiuyue, he was suddenly stunned and didn't know how to answer. Well, you are very good. Yes, I think you are very good. You are pretty and beautiful. Ning Chuyue felt a little jealous towards Li Meiyan. Why could Li Meiyan meet a man like Qin Hao, while she had to meet someone like Zhao Chuanwei? Her task was either to deal with men or to conquer men. Qin Hao, Before Ning Chuyue could finish her words, Qin Hao hurriedly comforted her. Okay, there's no need to say thank you. Wang Xiaoro is not feeling well and has temporary amnesia. It's definitely not safe for her to stay on the beach alone. You should go back early to take care of her. If you want to chat with me, you can wait until you all join us and we can have a good chat. It doesn't matter how long it takes. How could Ning Chuyue not understand what Qin Hao meant? This was clearly an order to expel her. She said helplessly, well, I'm leaving. Qin Hao nodded slightly. He looked at Ning Chuyue's back and his heartbeat suddenly quickened a bit, because he was also a normal man. After experiencing such a scene just now, how could he not be moved? This woman is really extraordinary. No wonder she is the best-selling woman in the world. There is a reason for her. She is unforgettable. Qin Hao patted the plastic bottle in his hand, and instead of continuing to go to the beach, he returned to the cave. He wanted to tell Li Meiyan about this so that she could be mentally prepared. When Qin Hao returned to the cave, Li Meiyan had already washed herself, but she did not enter the cave. Instead, she climbed to the top of the mountain, facing the dazzling sunlight, as if she wanted to dry the clothes that were clinging to her body as soon as possible. Sister Meiyan. After hearing the call, Li Meiyan lazily looked at Qin Hao at her feet. Her royal sister's aura had obviously been restrained a lot, and she looked more ladylike. What's wrong, brother Qin Hao? Qin Hao looked up at Li Meiyan, whose slender legs stretched all the way to where she sat, and exclaimed, beautiful, so beautiful. Li Meiyan said calmly, why, you just discovered it now. How is that possible? Qin Hao denied it directly, and climbed up to the top of the mountain along the slope. He roughly told him what happened when Ning Chuyue came just now, but he did not also tell him about the scene where Ning Chuyue threw herself into his arms. Ning Chuyue came to see me just now and said that they wanted to come and join us. You agreed? Li Meiyan asked. Qin Hao nodded lightly and expressed his thoughts. We separated at the beginning because of impulse. Besides, this is a deserted island. We should really unite a little. Human lives are at stake. Otherwise, it will be easy to get into trouble. Li Meiyan was not polite and said, okay, I know who you are. You can't easily agree to it unless Ning Chuyue throws herself into your arms and promises to marry you. Especially with Zhao Chuanwei around, how can you easily change your mind and join them? Qin Hao said with some embarrassment, I admire you. I didn't say anything, but you know everything. Li Meiyan said angrily, the rumors about Ning Chuyue and the company have been going on for a long time. The reason why she can be so successful in the company is entirely because of Zhao Chuanwei's idea. She is just doing the work. Okay, you're right, but I didn't touch her at all. Qin Hao refuted and continued, I agreed to her only because of Wang Xiaoro. I was worried that her transient amnesia would relapse, and Yan Shuxin didn't have time to take care of her. If she continued to stay on the beach, something unexpected would happen. Besides, people's minds are unpredictable. Zhao Chuanwei is not a good person. Well, it's up to you to make up your mind. Li Meiyan didn't mean to blame Qin Hao. She just felt that something had just happened between them last night, and before they had time to calm down, everyone came to rely on them, which made her feel a little empty. Qin Hao, I was wrong last night. We should control ourselves from now on and not act like this anymore. But Qin Hao had no intention of paying attention to Li Meiyan. He put his arms around her waist and blocked her sweet lips with his thick lips. Li Meiyan, whose mouth was blocked by Qin Hao, began to struggle, but she had little strength. The movements of her hands were like tickling Qin Hao, without any power. Woo-woo. Qin Hao hugged Li Meiyan tightly and kissed her fiercely. Just when he wanted to go one step further, he felt a sharp pain in his lips. He immediately let go of Li Meiyan in pain. Sister Meiyan, you actually bit me. Li Meiyan didn't give Qin Hao a good look, and emphasized again, why did I bite you? Don't you know? I've already said that we were both too impulsive last night. We must restrain ourselves in the future and not be so willful. The pain on his lips made Qin Hao feel alert. He understood Li Meiyan to some extent and knew that they were just stranded on a deserted island and would have to go back sooner or later. If they continued like this, it would not be a good sign. He felt somewhat regretful because he had finally made some progress with Li Meiyan, but ended up back to the starting point. Okay, I'll go get ready. Li Meiyan did not object. She looked at Qin Hao walking towards the hillside. She did not feel any regret about what happened last night. She was even a little moved. Her face slowly flushed. Qin Hao was not sad because of Li Meiyan's rejection. He felt that the possibility of leaving the deserted island was not very high, and something was bound to happen between him and Li Meiyan. It was impossible for it to end so hastily. Originally, he planned to get sea water and then make fire by drilling wood, but unfortunately he was delayed by Ning Chuyue and could not get sea water. He had to get some dry grass and the like to light the fire. He took another piece of pangolin meat, skewered it with a branch and roasted it next to the fire. He had more important things to do, which was to add protection measures to the entrance of the cave, otherwise he would not be able to bear it if the tiger came again. Li Meiyan saw Qin Hao coming out again and running around, so she asked in doubt, "Qin Hao, what are you going to do now?" Qin Hao chopped a long stick with an axe, took it to the entrance of the cave, and responded, "I'll see about adding a trap to the cave to prevent wild animals." In fact, Qin Hao didn't have a clear idea of what to do, so he had to make a simple one first. At least there were some protective measures, unlike last night when the tiger came and he could only worry. Li Meiyan was not idle either. Seeing Qin Hao busying around, she walked down the slope and into the cave to help with the barbecue. Qin Hao was very fast. He took the axe and put any suitable small trees or long vines he saw into his pocket. After a while, Qin Hao came back with a large bundle of long branches and vines and threw them at the entrance of the cave. I saw him placing long branches across the front of the cave, and then placed a few large stones on top. Li Meiyan pushed aside the straw curtain and looked at everything in front of her. She said in disbelief, "Qin Hao, what did you do? It doesn't seem to have any practical effect." Qin Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head. "How is that possible? Just watch." After Qin Hao finished speaking, he gently touched the branch with his hand, and the stones on it fell to the ground with a loud bang. Li Meiyan was not that stupid and quickly understood the secret. "It turns out this isn't a trap. It's just to wake us up to prevent any wild animals from entering the cave silently." Qin Hao said seriously, "You are only half right. Whether it is a tiger or a black bear, they are all carnivores. They are very sensitive and cannot distinguish right from wrong like us humans. This thing I made can not only wake us up when we sleep at night, but also make a crashing sound to scare those beasts and prevent them from approaching the cave easily." After hearing Qin Hao's explanation, Li Meiyan suddenly understood. "I see. I understand." Qin Hao continued to be busy. He planned to make the entire cave entrance like this. As long as the tiger wanted to get close to the straw curtain, it would definitely touch these mechanisms and make a noise so that the two of them could be prepared and use bows and arrows to defend themselves. When he finished his work, the aroma of meat wafted out of the cave, followed by Li Meiyan's shouting, "Qin Hao, the delicious barbecue is ready." After a busy morning, Qin Hao was already starving, but when he looked at the traps surrounding the cave entrance, with only a narrow path for them to pass through, he was relatively satisfied. "It's done, let's eat first." When Qin Hao returned to the fire, Li Meiyan served him barbecue, and he started to eat it without any hesitation. Li Meiyan asked in doubt, "Qin Hao, when will Manager Yan and the others arrive?" Qin Hao had no idea, maybe it would be a while, maybe it would be at night, he was not sure of the time. "I don't know. I just discussed it with Ning Chuyue about them coming to seek refuge. I really don't know when Yan Xuxin and the others will come." "Okay." Li Meiyan didn't ask any more questions, but just hoped that Yan Xuxin could arrive earlier. Qin Hao and Li Meiyan deliberately sped up their food, preparing to look for some more prey so that they could have a full meal when everyone arrived. After Qin Hao finished eating, he took an axe, a bow and arrow and walked out of the cave with Li Meiyan. He did not go far, but just went downstream of the stream to catch a wild duck. However, Li Meiyan looked around quietly and saw no trace of wild ducks. She said in distress, "What's going on? Where did the wild ducks go?" Weren't they nearby in the past few days? Qin Hao knew that the wild ducks might have been scared away by the tiger that came here last night, but he didn't feel too sorry. Instead, he looked at the small fish in the stream, then he used an axe to cut a spear and started fishing. Li Meiyan went to the trap in the back mountain, hoping to try her luck and maybe catch a mountain cat or something. But when she looked at the empty trap, she felt somewhat helpless. Unexpectedly, at this time, Qin Hao skillfully caught a small fish, which made her very happy. Qin Hao's hard work paid off. With the skills he learned after retiring from the army, he successfully caught 7 or 8 small fish. He even came up with a bold idea, but he didn't have time to do it now. He could only try it later when he had more free time. In the afternoon, Li Meiyan hung the cleaned fish in the cave and asked doubtfully, "Qin Hao, do you think everyone will come again?" Now, Qin Hao didn't dare to make any guarantees. He had already prepared everything he could, and now all he could do was wait. "I don't know. If Ning Chuyue tells Yan Xuxin what I said, she will definitely come. But I'm afraid she will discuss it with Zhao Chuanwei, so it's hard to say." Li Meiyan also knew the relationship between Ning Chuyue and Zhao Chuanwei, and she even obeyed his orders, so she understood. "I hope Yan Xuxin won't be as unreasonable as before and come here sooner." Qin Hao also hoped so, but he was afraid that things would not be as simple as he imagined. "Forget it, there's no point in thinking so much. Let's just think more about ourselves and how to survive better." The sun sets, and the sunset illuminates most of the sky. Qin Hao and Li Meiyan sat on the top of the mountain, but never waited for Yan Xuxin and others to arrive. In fact, this cannot be blamed on Yan Xuxin, but because they just dragged their tired bodies to the beach at this time, and Zhang Hu, who was in tatters, followed closely behind them. Ning Chuyue saw this scene and quickly ran over to support Yan Xuxin, and asked worriedly, "What's going on with you? How did it become like this?" Before Yan Xuxin could answer, Zhang Hu, who was following behind, yelled angrily, "We finally found a herd of goats, but a tiger suddenly appeared and caused us great harm." When Ning Chuyue heard about the tiger, she was shocked and couldn't believe it. How could it be possible? There are actually tigers. It's unbelievable. Zhao Chuanwei sat down beside the fire and said with disdain, "We also encountered a big black bear yesterday, but it was not as miserable as today." Ning Chuyue couldn't stand still and said in horror, "Isn't this a deserted island? How come there are so many beasts? It's too scary. Are you not injured?" Zhang Hu patted his thigh and said with some heartache, "It's not injured, but it's a pity for the lamb, otherwise we could have a feast now." Zhao Chuanwei thought about what had just happened. He and Zhang Hu were carrying the lamb they had caught with great difficulty and were about to leave the eastern grassland when a tiger suddenly jumped out. Originally they were reluctant to abandon the lamb, but they didn't expect the tiger to be so ferocious. No matter how Zhang Hu attacked with his spear, it was of no use. He almost died in the tiger's mouth. Fortunately, at the last moment, he threw the lamb at the tiger and got a chance to escape. What a shame. I wish I could kill the tiger, eat its meat, and drink its blood. This is too much. Yan Xuxin dragged her tired body back to the tent. Seeing that Wang Xiaorou's complexion had recovered a lot, all her fatigue disappeared in an instant. "Well, we're lucky that everyone is all right today. Save your energy and stop thinking about useless things." Ning Chuyue saw that everyone was a little frustrated, so she looked at Zhao Chuanwei and made some stealthy gestures. Zhao Chuanwei understood instantly and shook his head when no one was paying attention. Ning Chuyue didn't understand what Zhao Chuanwei was thinking, so she pointed slightly in the direction of the jungle. After she and Zhao Chuanwei exchanged secret codes, she stood up and said to Yan Xuxin, "Manager Yan, I'm going to the bathroom." After that, she walked into the jungle. Not long after, Zhao Chuanwei also said he was thirsty and wanted to go into the jungle to drink some water. In fact, the affair between Zhao Chuanwei and Ning Chuyue was just deliberately hidden from Yan Xuxin. Zhang Hu was onto something, so everything they did was a bit redundant, because Yan Xuxin's mind was full of Qin Hao. Hunger made her care about Qin Hao's goodness, and she didn't care at all what Zhao Chuanwei and Ning Chuyue had just said. After Zhao Chuanwei entered the jungle, he went straight to their old place without any pause. When he saw Ning Chuyue, he walked over with a smile on his face and slowly put his arms around her slender waist, appearing very intimate. Ning Chuyue seemed to be used to it and asked, "Why didn't you let me talk by the fire? Why did I have to go through all the trouble of coming to the jungle?" Zhao Chuanwei quickly comforted her, "I just want to understand the cause of the matter first, so that I can make a better decision whether to tell Yan Xuxin. I don't want things to go beyond my expectations." Ning Chuyue didn't quite understand Zhao Chuanwei's thoughts, but she still obeyed him. "Qin Hao," he agreed. Zhao Chuanwei was surprised and a little bit unbelieving, and said doubtfully, "No way, that stinky employee would agree so readily." Ning Chuyue shook her head slightly and said bluntly, "He agreed, but he also set a condition." "Conditions? What conditions? Tell me quickly." Zhao Chuanwei's face was obviously much darker. The hand that was holding Ning Chuyue's waist also pressed on her shoulder, and he said hurriedly. Ning Chuyue was obviously shocked to see Zhao Chuanwei so excited, so she told him everything Qin Hao had said in the morning. Qin Hao's meaning is very simple. He said that those who come to him must obey his arrangements and find food according to his methods. Don't be idle, otherwise there will be no food even if you come to him. That's all he said. The rest is not important. When Zhao Chuanwei heard this, his originally gloomy face instantly darkened to the extreme, and he said resentfully, idle, this lousy employee, his whole family is idle, and they actually targeted me like this." Ning Chuyue felt that what Qin Hao said was right. This was a deserted island, not the outside world. If they wanted food, they should find it themselves. I think what Qin Hao said is right. He taught us how to find food. How great! Zhao Chuanwei was already angry, and when he heard Ning Chuyue say this, he immediately became furious and kicked her to the ground. "You stinky woman, you didn't speak up for me, but for a stranger. Are you obsessed with him today, or are you two already in love?" Ning Chuyue held her aching stomach, knelt on the ground, and said in pain, "Zhao Chuanwei, are you still a man? You actually hit me, but I am your woman." "Humph." Zhao Chuanwei snorted coldly, revealing a ferocious look, and said arrogantly, "It's fine that Qin Hao called me an idle waste, but you actually scolded me too, and even defended him, you stinky woman." Ning Chuyue instinctively felt a little scared and tried to escape by holding her stomach, but Zhao Chuanwei suddenly grabbed her waist tightly and dragged her back in an instant. "No matter where you want to go, there's no way. Now I'm going to tell you if I'm a man or not." Ning Chuyue struggled desperately, but was locked tightly by Zhao Chuanwei, so she had to beg for mercy. "Zhao, Mr. Zhao, no, please, let me go." Zhao Chuanwei's eyes were red with anger, and he was so furious that he lifted up Ning Chuyue's dress and said angrily, "Weren't you so arrogant just now, you stinky woman?" Ning Chuyue only felt a chill on her back and knew what would happen to her next, so she had to bow her head and accept her fate. Ah. Yan Xuxin, who was sitting in the tent, seemed to hear something. She looked at Zhang Hu, who was sitting by the fire, and asked, "Zhang Hu, did you hear anything just now?" It sounded like Ning Chuyue was calling out. Zhang Hu was sitting outside the tent. He had very sensitive hearing, so how could he not know what the sound was? In his heart, he had already cursed Zhao Chuanwei's family, but on the surface, he remained calm and said, "How is that possible? Are you fainted from hunger? Are you hallucinating? Why didn't I hear anything?" Gurgle. Yan Xuxin covered her rumbling stomach. She hadn't eaten for a day and was really hungry, but they didn't have any food at the moment, so she could only endure it tonight. Zhao Chuanwei was certainly not stupid. He pressed Ning Chuyue tightly under his body and covered her mouth with one hand to prevent her screams from being heard on the beach. "You all know how to bully me, you rubbish. Sooner or later, I will let you know how powerful I am. And that Qin Hao, I will make you kneel before me and beg for mercy." Ning Chuyue stopped struggling. She could only force herself to accept everything. Tears rolled down her eyes and she felt filled with regret. Seeing this, Zhao Chuanwei not only did not repent at all, but continued to be complacent and said, "Now you know I am a man, you stinky woman." Ning Chuyue struggled to hold on. Fortunately, she had already gotten used to it, otherwise she would have died long ago. Not long after, Ning Chuyue returned to the tent looking sad and haggard. She said good night with a forced smile, then lay down on her side and fell asleep. Yan Xuxin didn't notice anything unusual, but how could this escape Zhang Hu's eyes? He sneered in his heart, knowing that Zhao Chuanwei must have bullied Ning Chuyue a lot. Soon, Zhao Chuanwei came back with a look of having had his fill, and a smile on his face. Zhang Hu leisurely added a piece of dry wood to the fire and whispered, "Boss Zhao, you are having a good time, right? You haven't eaten for a day, but you still have so much energy. I really admire you." Zhao Chuanwei understood what Zhang Hu meant. Thinking of the scene just now, he became excited again. Looking at Yan Xuxin in the tent, with her peerless beauty and perfect figure, he whispered, "If I can get Yan Xuxin, I would be willing to die, ha." Zhang Hu was also speechless, fearing that Yan Xuxin in the tent would hear him. He felt relieved when he saw that she did not react. But he didn't dare to agree with Zhao Chuanwei in his heart. He didn't believe that Yan Xuxin would be like Ning Chuyue, the kind of woman who was manipulated by others. The next day, the sun had already risen. After a night of fruitless waiting, Qin Hao and Li Meiyan looked at each other in the cave and shook their heads helplessly. "Qin Hao, it's already daybreak. It looks like Manager Yan and his team won't be here." Qin Hao smiled bitterly. He wanted to go to the beach to find out the reason, but he was worried that Zhao Chuanwei would gossip about him, thinking that he couldn't wait to let them join. "There's nothing we can do about it. Whether they join or not is not something we can decide." Li Meiyan handed the grilled fish to Qin Hao and comforted him, "Okay, don't think about it, we just need to eat and drink enough." Qin Hao hummed lightly and started eating. Li Meiyan looked at the pieces of pangolin meat and 2 small fish on the wall and asked, "We have enough food now, so what are we going to do today?" Qin Hao has been in the cave for a day, but he didn't wait for Yan Xuxin. So he doesn't plan to wait any longer today. Instead, he plans to go deep into the jungle to look for clues about the rescue team and check on the wild boars. If they are lucky, they might be able to catch one. That would be perfect. Moreover, he now has a bow and arrow and is confident enough to protect Li Meiyan's safety. We won't wait any longer today. Let's go into the jungle and have a look. Hopefully we can find something. Li Meiyan ate the grilled fish without objection and followed Qin Hao's arrangements. Not long after, they had eaten and drunk their fill. Qin Hao also took his axe, carried his bow and arrow, and walked out of the cave with Li Meiyan. At this time, the sun has begun to shine, dazzling and dazzling. They crossed the stream and moved forward slowly. This time when they entered the depths of the jungle, they were no longer as excited as the first time and were more alert to everything they saw. Especially Qin Hao, after the last farce caused by the wild monkeys, he was obviously more attentive to the movements in the surrounding trees, and was also cautiously wary of the 2 wild wolves. But they encountered no danger along the way and soon arrived at the hill forest. "Sister Meiyan, be careful, we're here." Of course Li Meiyan also noticed it, and followed Qin Hao closely, slowly walking towards Tuqilan. Qin Hao lay vigilantly on the edge of the mound, stretched his head and looked up. There was still a large group of wild boars, at least a dozen of them, all pitch black and with fangs, and looked very ferocious. There were also 2 larger ones chasing and fighting, causing dust to fly all around, as if they were fighting for territorial sovereignty. Qin Hao retracted his head, and seeing that Li Meiyan was still staring at him, he gently pulled her skirt. Suddenly, he remembered that she was topless, and was afraid that it would be pulled down if he pulled too hard. Li Meiyan then stepped back. Seeing Qin Hao remain silent, she knew what he meant and asked in a low voice, "There are so many wild boars. If we catch just one, it would be enough to eat for several days." Qin Hao also wanted to, but he knew that it was impossible to take action in the Tuqiu forest, unless they wanted to seek their own death. This is a wild boar, not one of those raised in the countryside. We need to think long and hard. Li Meiyan also found that these wild boars were obviously much scarier, so she said worriedly, "Yeah, no wonder they look so fierce." Qin Hao put the axe back to his waist, slowly took out the bow and arrow, looked around, and felt that this was the only place that was relatively hidden. He prepared himself mentally and said, "It's no exaggeration to say that the 2 adult wild boars fighting in the middle might even give a tiger some respect if they get fierce." Li Meiyan was shocked. She could see that these wild boars were unusual, but she didn't expect them to be so strong. When Li Meiyan found that Qin Hao had already taken out the arrows and put them on the bow, she hurriedly said worriedly, "Qin Hao, we are not short of food anyway, why don't we come back next time?" Qin Hao shook his head slightly, because he was hunting the wild boar this time not for food, but to test how thick the wild boar's fur was, and whether he could kill it with one shot with a bow and arrow like this. Don't worry, Sister Meiyan, I have a plan, you just need to hide aside and watch. Li Meiyan knew that Qin Hao had made the decision, so she did not try to stop him. Instead, she lay quietly by the side and watched everything in front of her. At this time, a smaller wild boar came over here, but it was still about 7 or 8 meters away from them. The sharp-eyed wild boar also discovered Qin Hao hiding beside the mound, and became a little defensive, not daring to move forward. Qin Hao always felt that the distance was still a bit far. Even if he was sure to hit the little wild boar, the power of the wooden arrow would be weakened and it would not be able to kill with one blow. Li Meiyan was afraid that the wild boar would run away, so she hurriedly urged, Qin Hao, hurry up, or it will run away if we don't do anything. Qin Hao did not hesitate at all, shook his head and refused, no, wait a little longer, we are not in a hurry to hunt anyway, wait until it gets closer. As a result, at this moment, on the other side of the Tukilin, Zhang, who jumped out with a spear in his hand, roared, and stabbed a smaller wild boar. Ah, give me your life. In an instant, more than a dozen wild boars were frightened and ran around in panic, and the situation was extremely out of control. Zhang, who also successfully stabbed the wild boar that had been waiting for a long time, but the wild boar had thick skin and flesh, and it was impossible to kill it easily with his wooden stick sharpened by a dagger. He only scratched a little bit of the wild boar's fur. Yan Xuxin and Zhao Chuanwei also followed Zhang, who with spears in their hands and rushed into the hill forest, continuing to chase the wild boar. But suddenly, the situation changed drastically. An adult wild boar suddenly twisted its body, turned back in an instant, and directly rushed towards Zhang, who was still trying to attack. Ah! Zhang, who screamed and was knocked 3 or 4 meters away by the wild boar. He rolled and crawled on the ground and fell at the feet of Zhao Chuanwei. Zhang Hu, are you okay? Zhao Chuanwei said worriedly, and helped Zhang Hu up, trembling with fear. He looked at the wild boars that had already reacted and looked at the 3 of them, each of them glaring at them like a ferocious monster. Zhang Hu shook his head to indicate that it was okay, but he was stunned when he saw the herd of wild boars surrounding him. Only then did Li Meiyan believe that what Qin Hao had just said was actually true. She had never expected that these wild boars were so scary and ferocious, and were no worse than black bears and tigers. He. The herd of wild boars screamed and launched an attack in an instant, rushing towards Zhao Chuanwei, Yan Xuxin, and others. Zhao Chuanwei finally reacted and was so frightened that he dropped the spear in his hand and fled with Zhang Hu. However, Yan Xuxin was completely separated from Zhao Chuanwei and the others because of a sudden charge from a herd of wild boars. Seeing that the wild boars were about to charge over again, she had no choice but to flee in the opposite direction. Even so, there were still 5 or 6 wild boars following her, bearing their long fangs, and chasing her relentlessly. Qin Hao felt that something was wrong. Even if Yan Xuxin was smart and escaped around the big tree, she could not be a match for the wild boars and would definitely be in danger. Li Meiyan saw it all clearly and was extremely anxious. Qin Hao, think of a solution quickly, Manager Yan is about to be caught up by the wild boars. How could Qin Hao not be worried? He wanted to use a bow and arrow, but was afraid of hurting Yan Xuxin by mistake. He had to look around and quickly picked up a big rock and threw it at the herd of wild boars. It is not known whether Qin Hao really has the ability or it was just an accident, but he ended up hitting a wild boar on the spot, causing it to scream, which scared all the wild boars away. After hearing the noise, Yan Xuxin turned around to check and found that it was Qin Hao and Li Meiyan. However, the herd of wild boars behind them did not allow her to think too much. She did not dare to stop for a moment and had to continue running away. Sister Meiyan, let's go too. After Qin Hao finished speaking, he took Li Meiyan around the Tukilin and chased in the direction where Yan Xuxin fled, fearing that she would run around and encounter wild wolves or monkeys. That would be bad. Not long after, Qin Hao and Li Meiyan caught up with Yan Xuxin. Li Meiyan was out of breath and said hurriedly, Manager Yan, it's okay now. Yan Xuxin heard the shouting and stopped panting. Seeing that the wild boars had long disappeared, she looked at Qin Hao and Li Meiyan with relief and said gratefully, Qin Hao, Li Meiyan, thank you so much for what you did just now. If it weren't for you, I might have, already, whoa. Yan Xuxin hadn't finished her words when she visibly choked up. Although Li Meiyan was much lower in rank than Yan Xuxin in the company, he was slightly older and more stable. He slowly hugged Yan Xuxin and comforted her, "It's okay, it's okay." Qin Hao was also distressed and said politely, "You are being so polite to us. It's too formal." Yan Xuxin slowly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and she felt much calmer. "By the way, why are you guys here too?" Qin Hao said bluntly, "Sister Meiyan and I have already discovered this place, but we were afraid that the wild boar would be too ferocious and we didn't dare to take action." Li Meiyan quickly gave Yan Xuxin a thumbs up and said, "You guys are awesome. You actually dared to charge forward and fight against the wild boars with just a few sticks." Yan Xuxin's face obviously turned red, but suddenly, her stomach made a gurgling sound. She said with some disappointment, "Actually, we are only like this because we are forced into a corner. I almost can't remember when I had my last meal." "What? No way." Li Meiyan couldn't believe it. She said incredulously, "How is it possible? Last time, Qin Hao couldn't bear to eat it and secretly gave you half of the mountain cat meat. How can you be so hungry?" Qin Hao was a little at a loss for what to say. Just then, his eyes met with Yan Xuxin's. In order to avoid the embarrassment, he had to look up and around to ease the embarrassment. Yan Xuxin was obviously a little shy, but she didn't hide it and told the truth. "Since you left the beach, it has been difficult for Zhang Hu and I to find food. It's all thanks to the meat Qin Hao sent us that time, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to hold on until now." While Li Meiyan felt sorry for Yan Xuxin, she was also glad that she followed Qin Hao. Otherwise, she didn't know what her life would be like now, and she might not even be living as well as Yan Xuxin. By the way, Manager Yan, Ning Chuyue came to see Qin Hao yesterday and said, "Ah." As a result, at this moment, a wolf howled, which frightened the three of them. Frightened Yan Xuxin didn't know what was going on and hid behind Li Meiyan in an instant. "What's that sound? It seems very close." "Ah." Another low growl was heard, and the sharp-eyed Qin Hao looked in the direction of the sound. Surprisingly, he found that it was the two wild wolves, who emerged from behind the big tree with a fierce look in their eyes, glaring at the three of them. Qin Hao was horrified. Although he knew that there were two wild wolves lurking here, he did not expect to actually run into them. He felt worried. "Sister Meiyan, listen to my orders. You will take Yan Xuxin and run towards the cave. No matter what happens, don't look back, and don't stop." Li Meiyan knew the seriousness of the situation, so she held Yan Xuxin's tender hand tightly and nodded quickly, saying, "Okay, I understand." "Ah." But the two wild wolves didn't give them any time to prepare. They jumped over the tree in an instant and rushed towards them quickly. "Run!" Almost at the same time, Qin Hao also shouted to Li Meiyan, and the three of them began to flee all the way south, not daring to stop for a moment. The wild wolf was moving very fast. Its four claws dug deeply into the mud, and then it threw a lot of mud behind it, speeding up its body. "Ah." Qin Hao was horrified and hurriedly urged, "Sister Meiyan, run faster." Even so, how could their speed be compared with that of the two wild wolves? They were simply not on the same level, and the distance between them was quickly closed by the two wild wolves. "Ah." Both wolves roared angrily, but Qin Hao quickly charged forward, pulling Li Meiyan and Yan Xuxin around a big tree to escape, leaving the two wolves helpless for a moment. Qin Hao knew that even so, they had no hope of escape. The wild wolf glared at the three people in front of it, jumped up instantly, and pounced on them with its long claws stretched out. "Sister Meiyan, this way." How could Qin Hao not see it? He quickly pulled Li Meiyan and Yan Xuxin around behind a big tree, and with the help of the tree's barrier, they avoided the wolf's pounce. The wild wolf didn't react in time and flew far away in an instant. It used its claws to firmly grasp the soil and then it stabilized its body. Li Meiyan looked at the ferocious wolf and said worriedly, "Qin Hao, what should we do?" Qin Hao didn't dare to stay at all, and said hurriedly, "There is no other way, I can only continue to escape." Of course Li Meiyan and Yan Xuxin knew how to escape, and they followed Qin Hao closely, not daring to slack off for a moment. "Ah." Seeing that the two wild wolves were about to catch up with him again, Qin Hao was as anxious as an ant on hot pan. Yan Xuxin no longer looked like a goddess. She said in fear, I don't want to die in the mouth of a wild wolf. It must be so painful to be bitten by it. A bloody scene suddenly popped up in Qin Hao's mind, and his whole body went numb. He didn't expect that Yan Xuxin could still say something shocking at this time. He quickly turned around to check the movements of the two wild wolves, and found that they had instantly rushed behind the three of them and were very close to them. No, run away. Qin Hao no longer hesitated. He took the arrow and put it on the bow. He shot an arrow that flew past the wild wolf in front and hit a big tree heavily. The arrow was still trembling, and one could feel how powerful Qin Hao's arrow was. When he saw that the wooden arrow had slowed down the wolf, he hurriedly said, Sister Meiyan, Yan Xuxin is now in your hands. Li Meiyan knew what Qin Hao was going to do, and quickly objected, No, how can we let you take risks alone again? If you want to stay, the three of us will stay together. Even if we die, we will let these two wild wolves taste our power. Qin Hao frowned and said seriously, What's the use of life or death? They are just two wild wolves. I will be fine. If you stay, you will only hinder me. That's dangerous. Go away. Li Meiyan's face was full of black lines, but she also knew Qin Hao's ability. She and Yan Xuxin would not be able to help if they stayed, and would even cause trouble for him, so she had no choice but to agree. Okay, then you have to pay attention to your own safety. Well, don't worry. Qin Hao nodded lightly, and stopped instantly. There was an axe in his hand, shining brightly under the sunlight. Seeing this, Li Meiyan gritted her teeth and made up her mind to continue running away with Yan Xuxin. According to Qin Hao's instructions, they ran all the way south towards the cave. Ah! The two wild wolves roared angrily and pounced on Qin Hao in an instant. Qin Hao did not dare to be careless. Facing the two wild wolves' pounce, he quickly jumped behind a big tree to avoid the attack. The two wild wolves missed their target at first, but then stretched out their claws to grab the soil under their feet, turned around and rushed towards Qin Hao again. But at this time, Qin Hao, who was no longer held back by Li Meiyan and Yan Xuxin, reacted much faster. Seeing the wild wolf stretching out its claws and pouncing on him again, he quickly took 2 steps back to avoid it. Ah! The other wild wolf was also very angry. It howled to the sky and grabbed Qin Hao again. Qin Hao swung the axe in an instant and hit the wolf directly. The sharp axe instantly tore the wolf's skin and flesh, and blood flowed profusely. Ouch! The wild wolf behind him attacked him again, and Qin Hao dodged in a hurry. Although the wild wolf was hit by his attack and was bleeding profusely, the wound did not seem to be too deep. It soon glared at Qin Hao again. The two wild wolves formed a pincer attack and surrounded Qin Hao. Qin Hao knew the strength of himself and the two wild wolves. It would still take some effort to kill them. Besides, this was a deserted island and he didn't want to fight a life-and-death duel. If he wasn't careful, he might get hurt. It would be troublesome on this deserted island. Ah! Seeing two wild wolves attacking him from the front and back, he quickly jumped away and hid behind a big tree. Suddenly, Qin Hao thought of Tuqilan. Knowing that the wild boars must be very angry, he put away his axe and ran towards there quickly. Of course, the wild wolf also noticed Qin Hao's movements and chased after him without hesitation. But Qin Hao, a retired soldier, quickly ran around the big tree, and his speed was getting faster and faster, leaving the two wild wolves helpless for a while. The dense jungle completely affected the speed of the wild wolves, especially when Qin Hao was escaping around a big tree and moving like a snake, which not only tested the wild wolves' reaction ability, but also checked their agility. Soon, Qin Hao saw Tu Qiulin, and quickly picked up a stone and rushed over. Two wild wolves followed closely behind. They were so obsessed with killing that they had no time to pay attention to the surrounding situation. Ouch! They flew towards Qin Hao at an extremely fast speed, but at the same time, Qin Hao also made a big jump and instantly threw the stone in his hand directly into the herd of wild boars. Hee hee hee. The still furious wild boars were ignited even more. When they saw the two wild wolves, they rushed directly towards them without leaving any room for them. The two wild wolves were frightened and retreated repeatedly. Qin Hao took the opportunity to roll down the mound and disappeared here. Half an hour later, beside the stream in front of the cave, Li Meiyan and Yan Xuxin were waiting anxiously. They were very worried about Qin Hao's safety, fearing that something serious might happen. Li Meiyan, do you think Qin Hao will be okay? Li Meiyan has full confidence in Qin Hao's ability, especially the two experiences with the big black bear and the tiger, which she will never forget in her life. Don't worry, it's not a big problem. I believe in Qin Hao. He will definitely come back safely. Yan Xuxin felt relieved, but then she felt sad because she thought that even if she survived this time, she would still starve to death if she couldn't find food. But she thought of what Zhao Chuanwei had discussed the night before, so she said bluntly, Li Meiyan, no, Sister Meiyan, can you help me tell Qin Hao to let us all come over? Li Meiyan looked at Yan Xuxin in disbelief, and said, what? Don't you know? Yan Xuxin was obviously stunned when Li Meiyan asked this. I don't know what. Li Meiyan finally understood what Qin Hao meant. She never expected that Zhao Chuanwei would actually dare to do this and hide it from everyone. Yesterday morning, Ning Chuyue came to find Qin Hao and discussed with him about joining, and Qin Hao has agreed. We waited for you in the cave for a whole day yesterday, but you didn't show up. We thought you didn't want to come. At this point, Yan Xuxin was completely confused. It had been a whole day and a night, and if Li Meiyan hadn't said it at this time, she would not have had any news at all. If I knew you agreed to join, how could I refuse? Li Meiyan had no intention of hiding anything and told the truth. When you didn't come yesterday, Qin Hao guessed that it was Zhao Chuanwei's doing, but Qin Hao didn't dare to guarantee it, so he didn't go to the beach to confirm it. If we hadn't met you today, we wouldn't have known that you didn't know anything. Yan Xuxin had always been resentful of Zhao Chuanwei, and now she was even more furious. That bastard Zhao Chuanwei hid such a big thing from us. And what about Ning Chuyue? How could she, a woman, collude with Zhao Chuanwei? At this time, Qin Hao suddenly ran out of the jungle. Seeing Li Meiyan and Yan Xuxin standing by the stream waiting anxiously, he felt warm in his heart. Plum. Sister Meiyan, Xuxin, are you both okay? Li Meiyan shook her head slightly and helped Qin Hao brush off the dirt on his body. What could possibly happen to Yan Xuxin and me? But you, who led those two wild wolves away, are not worried about yourself but about the two of us. Qin Hao smiled slightly, appearing very relaxed. Don't worry, they are just two wild wolves. I don't take them seriously. Just bragging. Li Meiyan said with disdain. Yan Xuxin saw this and was very jealous seeing how close Qin Hao and Li Meiyan were. Qin Hao, Sister Meiyan, I'll go back first and bring Wang Xiaoro here soon. After saying that, Yan Xuxin returned towards the beach without looking back, leaving Qin Hao with a confused look on his face. By the time Qin Hao reacted, Yan Xuxin had already disappeared into the jungle. Sister Meiyan, what happened to Yan Xuxin? Only then did Li Meiyan tell everything that had just been discussed. When you were not back, I had already told Manager Yan about Ning Chuyue coming to see you the day before yesterday. It turns out that she really knew nothing. It seems that Ning Chuyue was completely conquered by Zhao Chuanwei. Unexpectedly, such a big thing was not leaked at all. So she is going back now. Is she planning to bring everyone here for refuge? Li Meiyan nodded slightly and said, that's for sure. Qin Hao thought that the herd of wild boars in the Tuqiu forest were almost all there, which meant that Zhao Chuanwei and Zhang Hu should have escaped successfully. He just didn't know whether they were on the beach now. Li Meiyan on the side said worriedly, Qin Hao, I'm a little worried that if Manager Yan goes back so blindly and angrily, he might have a conflict with Zhao Chuanwei and Ning Chuyue. Don't let it get out of hand. Qin Hao felt that no matter how bad Zhao Chuanwei's character was, he couldn't do anything to Yan Xuxin in front of so many people in broad daylight, so he comforted her, don't worry, it's okay. Let's go back to the cave and rest for a while. Maybe Yan Xuxin will bring people here soon, and then we will be busy. Li Meiyan had no choice but to follow Qin Hao back to the cave and add some dry firewood to the fire. 10 minutes later, the sun was high in the sky and it was noticeably hotter. Yan Xuxin walked quickly in the jungle. It was so quiet around her that she felt a little uneasy. As a result, at this moment, she suddenly saw a figure hiding behind a big tree in front of her, and she was so scared that she quickly took out her dagger. "Who is it? Is it Qin Hao? Don't scare me." The figure hiding behind the big tree knew he was exposed, so he walked out swaggeringly. Who else could that person be but Zhao Chuanwei? "Hey! Sister Yan, it's me, Zhao Chuanwei." Yan Xuxin couldn't believe it when she saw that it was Zhao Chuanwei who came out from behind the tree. Why are you here? Where are the others?" Zhao Chuanwei approached Yan Xuxin with a wicked smile on his face and explained, "Zhang Hu and I escaped from the wild boars, but found that you were missing. We had to separate to look for you. I came back first, but found that you were not on the beach, so I was about to go back. Who knew that I would meet you here? We are really destined to be together." Yan Xuxin looked disgusted and said confidently, "Who is destined to be with you? Why did Qin Hao ask us to join them yesterday, but you and Ning Chuyue kept it a secret from everyone? Aren't you too selfish?" Zhao Chuanwei saw that his evil deeds were discovered, so he stopped pretending and said arrogantly, "I was wondering how you could escape from the wild boars. It turned out that it was that lousy employee who saved you. It seems that you know everything, so I have nothing to hide." "You're right. It was me who told Ning Chuyue not to tell you about this. I did everything." Yan Xuxin said angrily, "Zhao Chuanwei, what else are you hiding from us? If you have the guts, tell us what you have." Zhao Chuanwei approached Yan Xuxin with an evil smile on his face, grabbed her hand holding the dagger, and said bluntly, "There are many things you don't know, especially that I have always liked you silently in my heart. Every time I see you, I can't help but want you, and imagine what it feels like to hold you under me, but I just didn't dare to tell you." Yan Xuxin looked embarrassed. Seeing Zhao Chuanwei staring at her with a squinting face, she was so scared that she let go of the dagger and took a few steps back in fear. Zhao Chuanwei, this is a society ruled by law, don't come over here." How could Zhao Chuanwei easily give up on something he had already decided? He believed that as long as he got Yan Xuxin once, she would be as obedient as Ning Chuyue and let him do whatever he wanted. "Sister Yan, I have always liked you, why don't you just obey me today?" Yan Xuxin looked at Zhao Chuanwei who was slowly approaching, and was so scared that she retreated directly to a big tree, with nowhere to retreat. "Zhao Chuanwei, you are worse than pigs and dogs, sir, don't come over here." "Don't worry, Sister Yan. I've been thinking about you at the company. I heard that you've been single and probably haven't experienced anything between a man and a woman yet. So don't struggle. Otherwise, if I'm a little heavy-handed, don't blame me." Yan Xuxin was already trembling with fear and didn't dare let Zhao Chuanwei get close to her. "You are dreaming. Even if I die, I will never let you touch me." Zhao Chuanwei was obviously a little displeased. He threw away the dagger in his hand and said arrogantly, "Hee hee. Yan Xuxin, let me tell you, I was afraid of you in the company before, that's because you were higher in rank than me, and I just respected you. But this is a deserted island. No one will know what happened here. Even if you die now, I will not let go of your body. I will need every inch of your skin until I am happy." Yan Xuxin was frightened by Zhao Chuanwei's madness and devil-like face. She no longer cared about her own safety and turned around to run towards the cave. "Ah! Help! Qin Hao, help!" On the beach, Ning Chuyue, who was sitting by the fire, suddenly heard Yan Xuxin shouting and knew what had happened. She cursed in her heart, this bastard Zhao Chuanwei actually attacked Yan Xuxin. He really doesn't know whether to live or die. Wang Xiaoro, who suffered temporary amnesia, also heard the cry for help. Knowing it was Yan Xuxin, she rushed out of the tent without hesitation and rushed into the jungle in a confused state. "Manager Yan, don't be afraid, I'm here." Originally, Ning Chuyue didn't want to meddle in other people's business, thinking it was better to have less trouble than more, so she pretended to be ignorant and stupid, and would try to persuade the other party later depending on the situation. But when she saw Wang Xiaoro rushing into the jungle, she had no choice but to chase after her. She was even praying that Zhao Chuanwei would not cause any chaos. But when she thought of what had happened to Wang Xiaoro before, she became even more worried and her pace obviously quickened. In the cave, Li Meiyan looked at the dancing flames, feeling a little restless, and said, Qin Hao, why do I always feel like something is wrong, as if something is going to happen? Qin Hao frowned, but after thinking about it, he thought Yan Xuxin should have reached the beach by now, so he didn't care. Don't worry, Yan Xuxin is not a child. She definitely knows what to do. Nothing will happen. Even so, Li Meiyan was still not at ease. In the jungle at this time, Yan Xuxin desperately ran towards the cave, shouting for help as she ran. Help, Qin Hao, help. But this place is at least several miles away from the cave. Even if Yan Xuxin shouted at the top of her lungs, there would be no response from inside the cave. Yan Xuxin looked at Zhao Chuanwei, who was slowly approaching, and tried desperately to resist. Zhao Chuanwei, don't come over here, get out of here. Ha ha. Zhao Chuanwei laughed loudly. How could he miss such a good opportunity? While Yan Xuxin was running away, he chased her in a few steps and pushed her to the ground without hesitation. Ah. Zhao Chuanwei, don't come over here, help, help. Qin Hao, help. Zhao Chuanwei looked at Yan Xuxin, who was trying hard to move her body backwards despite the pain, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. Because at this moment, there was only Yan Xuxin's body in his eyes. The white dress fully showed her peerless figure, and now she was in a messy state, struggling desperately, and the dress was still vaguely visible. Run, keep running. You just act noble every day and think you are so great. In my opinion, you are just born into a good family, a famous family, you stinky woman. Yan Xuxin struggled desperately to retreat, crying and trying to get up and continue running, but Zhao Chuanwei grabbed her throat and pressed her tightly under him. Sister Yan, don't struggle. I have liked you for a long time. Ha ha ha. Zhao Chuanwei's creepy evil laugh scared Yan Xuxin so much that she resisted desperately. Ah, Zhao Chuanwei, please let me go, you bad guy, you will die a miserable death. But with Zhao Chuanwei's size, riding on Yan Xuxin, no matter how she resisted and struggled, it was useless. Haha, the more you struggle, the more excited I am. Your figure really makes me unable to extricate myself. I didn't expect that today, my long-awaited wish will finally come true. Ah, let me go, no. Yan Xuxin resisted desperately and refused to obey. She didn't want Zhao Chuanwei to succeed no matter what. But Yan Xuxin was overthinking. Her struggle by shaking her body was of no use to Zhao Chuanwei. No matter how she hit with her hands or kicked with her feet, it was of no use. Ha ha. Zhao Chuanwei laughed loudly and forcibly pressed his knee on Yan Xuxin's thigh. The severe pain instantly made Yan Xuxin's head go blank, and she felt as if her heart was being torn apart. Ah, it hurts, Zhao Chuanwei, don't do this, let me go, ah, it hurts, let me go. Tears instantly rolled down Yan Xuxin's eyes, and her expression changed from resistance to begging for mercy. Woo, Zhao Chuanwei, please let me go. But at this moment, how could the overly excited Zhao Chuanwei let Yan Xuxin go easily? He looked at the lamb to be slaughtered with an evil face, staring straight at her proud figure, and stretched out his claws. Snap. A loud slap landed directly on Zhao Chuanwei's face, and 5 finger marks appeared instantly. Zhao Chuanwei, don't touch me, get out of here. Zhao Chuanwei was not surprised but delighted. Looking at Yan Xuxin, whose body was shrunken tightly and who was desperately protecting her chest with her hands, he had a sinister smile on his face and a creepy look in his eyes. Ha ha. How dare you hit me? I think you are tired of living. Yan Xuxin struggled desperately, but her thigh was almost broken by Zhao Chuanwei's knee, and the pain made her lose consciousness. Ah, no. Zhao Chuanwei felt the pain in his cheek, and he put a little more force on his knees. He pinched Yan Xuxin's arm, and with his other hand, he slowly patted her face and laughed. Tell me, what would happen if I slapped your delicate face hard, and then slowly cut it with a knife? Would it make you unable to see people for the rest of your life? The pain in Yan Xuxin's legs and wrists made her lose all strength. Her waist was straightened and her breath rose to her throat. Zhao Chuanwei, please let me go, it really hurts, please. Zhao Chuanwei looked at Yan Xuxin, who was no longer struggling, with a smug smile on his face. He slowly reached his hands towards her chest, and with a click, he directly unbuttoned the front of her dress. When Yan Xuxin saw that her clothes were torn and her figure was exposed, she struggled hard to free her hands to cover herself. But there was nothing a woman could do. How could she compare to a man in strength? Moreover, the pain in her legs made it impossible for her to exert any strength. "No, you bastard, let me go, woo-woo." With such a beautiful scene, how could Zhao Chuanwei let her go easily? He grabbed Yan Xuxin's hands that were blocking her chest and with a wicked smile on his face, he was about to move them away, revealing the place he had always longed for. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Wang Xiaorou suddenly appeared from behind Zhao Chuanwei. The transient amnesia did not make her forget Yan Xuxin. She came out from behind Zhao Chuanwei without any defense, hugged his neck with both hands, and pulled him off Yan Xuxin. The moment Yan Xuxin broke free, she hurriedly grabbed the clothes of Xiongkou, but she found that Wang Xiaorou's small body was unable to hold Zhao Chuanwei at all. She was counterattacked by the other party and was kicked hard in the abdomen by Zhao Chuanwei. Ah! The severe pain caused Wang Xiaorou to collapse on the ground, struggling in agony. Ah, it hurts. Yan Xuxin couldn't bear it any longer, so he picked up a dry stick and rushed forward. "I'll fight you." But Zhao Chuanwei had such a fat physique, how could Yan Xuxin be his opponent? Before she could throw the stick, Zhao Chuanwei slapped her to the ground. Her dizzy head made Yan Xuxin lose her strength. Zhao Chuanwei looked at Yan Xuxin's delicate body lying on the ground. Waves of blood and energy flowed backwards, impacting his dantian. He could no longer control himself and pounced on her. "Ah! Zhao Chuanwei, please, don't do this." Yan Xuxin's eyes were already filled with tears. She was powerless and could only beg bitterly. All of this was seen by Ning Chuyue, who was hiding nearby. She had already been frightened by Zhao Chuanwei, and seeing such a scene, she did not dare to go out to rescue. How could Zhao Chuanwei let the cooked duck fly away, especially when the other party was General Manager Yan Xuxin? He reached out and was about to pull up the hem of her skirt. This frightened Yan Xuxin so much that she no longer cared about the pain in her body and struggled desperately, shouting for help. "Ah, Qin Hao, help me, Qin Hao, where are you?" In an instant, a black shadow suddenly appeared, flew up and kicked Zhao Chuanwei hard, kicking him directly out and falling heavily to the ground. Even so, Zhao Chuanwei's fat body still slid 3 or 4 meters on the ground before stopping. Who else could the person who came be but Qin Hao? He looked at Yan Xuxin lying on the ground, already covered in wounds, and immediately became furious. "Zhao Chuanwei, you bastard!" When Yan Xuxin saw that the person coming was Qin Hao, she started crying and shrank her body, no longer having any dignity left. Woo-woo! Qin Hao's heart was bleeding. He took off his shirt without hesitation and gave it to Yan Xuxin. Then he gently helped her up and said to himself, "I'm sorry, I'm late." Yan Xuxin hugged Qin Hao tightly and cried bitterly in his arms, like a wronged little girl who finally found a little support. Qin Hao's eyes were completely filled with anger. If Li Meiyan hadn't been pushing him to come over and take a look in the cave, who knows what kind of unjust thing would happen next. "It's okay, I'm here, everything is over." Yan Xuxin was most worried about Wang Xiaorou. She ignored Qin Hao's embrace, endured the severe pain in her body, crawled over, and picked up Wang Xiaorou. "Xiaorou, are you okay?" Xiaorou was only kicked by Zhao Chuanwei, and she was obviously much better now. However, she pointed at Zhao Chuanwei in a daze, her face full of fear and said, He is a bad guy, he is a bad guy." Qin Hao had already reached the limit of his patience. He stared angrily at Zhao Chuanwei, who was struggling on the ground, then he stood up and walked towards him firmly. "Zhao Chuanwei, it seems that you treat my words as nonsense. You actually dare to attack Yan Xuxin." Zhao Chuanwei, who had been lying on the ground for a while, finally came to his senses. When he looked up and saw Qin Hao's fierce eyes, he was frightened from the bottom of his heart. "Qin Hao, what do you want to do? I'm a sales manager, you can't do that to me." With a sharp light flashing in his eyes, Qin Hao raised his foot again and kicked Zhao Chuanwei hard in the chest, causing his fat body to retreat more than 2 meters on the ground, and he instantly spurted out a mouthful of blood. "Zhao Chuanwei, I didn't bother with you before because you are the manager, but you have tested my bottom line again and again and didn't take me seriously. So today I will let you know how to write the word death. After saying this, the axe that had always been with him suddenly appeared in Qin Hao's hand. Under the dazzling sunlight, it looked imposing. He who deceives others will always be deceived. He who is deceived will always be deceived. Today is your day of retribution. Zhao Chuanwei spat out a mouthful of blood, and looking at Qin Hao's god-killing eyes, he was suddenly possessed by a cold and sinister feeling, as if he had fallen into an icy valley. Originally, Zhao Chuanwei didn't believe that Qin Hao dared to kill him. Now he was scared and completely panicked. No, I don't want to die, Qin Hao, you can't kill me. This is a society ruled by law. You can't kill innocent people. Killing someone means paying with your life. At this time, Qin Hao's mind was already filled with anger. He thought about his previous patience on the beach, which was purely to help the villain succeed and destroy his prestige, so he didn't want to endure it anymore. He walked to Zhao Chuanwei step by step with heavy steps, holding up the sharp axe in his hand high. God is watching what we do. Zhao Chuanwei, since you have done something you shouldn't have done, you must pay the due retribution. Good deeds will be rewarded with good, and evil deeds will be punished with evil. Today I am your retribution. You will pay a heavy price for everything you have done before. Zhao Chuanwei was frightened by Qin Hao. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed desperately for mercy. Qin Hao, don't kill me, please don't kill me. But Qin Hao remained unmoved. He was determined to kill him, and no matter how Zhao Chuanwei begged for mercy, it was of no avail. Zhao Chuanwei saw Qin Hao's decisiveness and knew that he would not live long, so he quickly asked Yan Xuxin for help. Sister Yan, no, Manager Yan, please, help me beg Qin Hao to spare my life. I beg you. Yan Xuxin didn't react at all. She hugged Wang Xiaoro tightly in her arms and turned her head away. She didn't expect that such a scumbag would have the nerve to beg her. It was really a pipe dream. You'd better die early, otherwise you will only bring harm to others. Seeing Yan Xuxin being so heartless and looking at the axe raised by Qin Hao, Zhao Chuanwei was already disheartened. Qin Hao was furious, his eyes flashed with cold light, and he chopped down the axe in an instant. Go to hell. Ning Qiuyue, who was hiding in the dark, had cursed Zhao Chuanwei's ancestors for 18 generations, saying that he was so evil and was not satisfied with having Wang Xiaoro. She looked at Qin Hao who was chopping with the axe, and felt that she could no longer sit idly by. Otherwise, Zhao Chuanwei would surely die, and all her efforts over the years would be wasted. The more Ning Qiuyue thought about it, the more she felt that she still depended on Zhao Chuanwei for her lower body, so she jumped out and shouted, Qin Hao, stop. When Qin Hao heard the sound, the axe instantly stopped above Zhao Chuanwei's head, with only less than a finger's length away. Zhao Chuanwei was completely frightened and collapsed to the ground, shaking. Ning Qiuyue did not hesitate and quickly persuaded, Qin Hao, wake up. Even if Zhao Chuanwei does evil again, you can't kill people casually. We are citizens of the rule of law. Do you want to bear the crime of murder at such a young age? Qin Hao came back to his senses a little after hearing what Ning Qiuyue said, but he still couldn't let go of the anger in his heart and still held the axe high in his hand. This is intolerable. Since he has done something that is against the will of heaven and earth, he must be punished accordingly. Ning Qiuyue was shocked when she saw this, and quickly stood in front of Zhao Chuanwei to prevent Qin Hao from executing Zhao Chuanwei with a knife. Qin Hao, he is Mr. Zhao. Even if you don't care about the old friendship, you should think about it carefully. He is a human being, not some random person. You can't just kill him casually. Qin Hao was still angry when he looked at Zhao Chuanwei who was hiding behind Ning Qiuyue, but now that he was a little more sober, he thought that it was okay for him to kill cats and dogs, but it was really hard for him to kill a person. However, Qin Hao thought about what Zhao Chuanwei had done to Yan Xuxin and realized that it would be impossible to let it go so easily. Even if he didn't kill him, he had to cut off one of his hands as an apology. Then cut off one of his hands and see if he dares to do evil again in the future. Ning Qiuyue blocked the angry Qin Hao. She was now very regretful that she used to hang out with such a scumbag every day. Qin Hao, you still need to calm down. Even if you abolish Zhao Chuanwei now, what will happen? What has happened has already happened and it cannot be undone. Just at this moment, Zhang Hu, who had just returned from the depths of the jungle, heard the noise here and ran over quickly. He was shocked to see the disheveled Yan Xuxin hugging Wang Xiaoro tightly, and the furious Qin Hao pointing an axe at Zhao Chuanwei who was kneeling on the ground. He was already able to guess what was going on, and angrily cursed Zhao Chuanwei as a bastard. It would have been fine if he had treated Ning Chuyue like that, but he actually dared to catch Yan Xuxin's attention. "Manager Yan, are you okay?" Yan Xuxin saw that it was Zhang Hu who ran back, so she shook her head slightly and said, "It's okay, luckily Qin Hao came in time." Zhang Hu looked at Ning Chuyue who was standing in front of Qin Hao, and quickly walked over to hold Qin Hao's right hand holding the axe, and comforted him. "Okay Qin Hao, Mr. Zhao has been punished, don't really cause a death." Qin Hao's face showed ferocity. He had always thought that his tolerance would make Zhao Chuanwei change, but he didn't expect that he would become even worse. He felt resentful in his heart. He now understood that there is no fairness or justice in this world. Only when others are cruel to you and you are even crueler to others, will you gain the respect of others. Qin Hao looked at Zhang Hu and Ning Chuyue in front of him, and he knew that it was impossible for him to kill Zhao Chuanwei. "Okay, Zhang Hu, I'll give you a favor today and let this bastard go. Tell him to be more careful in the future and never show up in front of me again. Otherwise, I'll beat him up every time I see him." Zhang Hu and Ning Chuyue felt relieved when they saw Qin Hao put away the axe. At this time, Zhao Chuanwei was so frightened that he dared not raise his head. He knelt on the ground and trembled. Snort. Qin Hao snorted coldly and stopped paying attention to Zhao Chuanwei. He slowly walked in front of Yan Xuxin and said gently, "Xuxin, I will take you back to the cave." Yan Xuxin held Wang Xiaoro in her arms and stood up with the help of Qin Hao. The severe pain in her thigh made her groan involuntarily. Ah! Qin Hao was so distressed that he didn't care about Zhang Hu and Ning Chuyue at all. He took Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiaoro and slowly walked towards the cave. Ning Chuyue began to struggle internally, not knowing what to do. She selectively glanced at Zhang Hu and said, "Zhang Hu, what about us? What should we do?" "Oh." Zhang Hu sighed helplessly, because what Zhao Chuanwei did had exceeded the moral bottom line, and he should be made to suffer the consequences. Moreover, he knew that this was a deserted island, and if he continued to cooperate with Zhao Chuanwei, it would be a matter of whether he could survive or not, so he had no intention of associating with him. "Boss Zhao, I'm sorry, this is a deserted island, life here is forced, please don't blame me and Ning Chuyue." Zhao Chuanwei slumped on the ground, and as he watched Zhang Hu and Ning Chuyue leave, he began to feel scared. He knew his own strength, and how could a person survive on this deserted island? However, he was frightened by Qin Hao's terrifying aura, and his legs were still shaking uncontrollably. He could only watch everyone disappear into the jungle. A breeze blew through the scorching jungle, causing countless leaves to fall. Soon, Qin Hao brought Yan Xuxin and others back to the cave. Ning Chuyue quickly ran to the front of the cave and pulled open the straw curtain, letting Qin Hao support Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiaoro to walk in. Li Meiyan, who was sitting in the cave, was at a loss as to what to do. She hurried over to greet Yan Xuxin. Seeing Yan Xuxin's disheveled appearance, she was shocked and asked, "What's going on?" Ning Chuyue had no choice but to tell the truth, which made Li Meiyan furious. She angrily cursed, "This bastard Zhao Chuanwei deserves death. He actually did something so evil and he will definitely be punished by God." Qin Hao gently helped Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiaoro to where Li Meiyan slept, and asked them to sit down and rest first. He said distressedly, "Xuxin, how are you? Is it still painful?" The pain in her thigh made Yan Xuxin frown, but she was worried that Qin Hao would be too distressed, so she shook her head slightly and said, "It's okay, don't worry." But Qin Hao discovered that Yan Xuxin's thighs under her dress were already bruised and purple, and said with some heartache, "You still say it's okay? You're really wronging yourself." Qin Hao quickly took out some anti-inflammatory water from his trouser pocket and handed it to Li Meiyan. He found it on the male corpse of the rescue team. Because he was a man, even if he and Yan Xuxin had something going on in the tent before, he certainly couldn't help her apply the medicine in front of so many people. After all, men and women shouldn't be intimate with each other, so he had to give this beautiful thing to Li Meiyan. Li Meiyan didn't refuse, and used a cotton swab dipped in disinfectant to wipe every purple spot on Yan Xuxin's legs. Yan Xuxin's face turned red because some of her injuries were still under her dress. Moreover, this happened in front of so many people. She lowered her head in embarrassment, endured the pain and remained silent. On the other hand, Zhang Huxian was doing nothing. He looked at the cave carefully and unexpectedly saw a large piece of meat on the stone wall. A surge of hunger filled his heart and he took it down without saying a word and started to grill it. Ning Chuyue was so hungry that she was drooling because they hadn't eaten for 2 days and 1 night. If they hadn't had water to drink, they would have died long ago. Zhang Hu looked at the slowly roasted meat and was pleasantly surprised. Then he suddenly changed the subject and said, "Qin Hao, you are living such a comfortable life. Have you ever planned how to escape from this deserted island?" Qin Hao smiled bitterly and shook his head, because he had thought of this idea a long time ago and had even conducted a field investigation, but it simply would not work. To tell you the truth, it's almost a pipe dream for just a few of us to escape from this deserted island. Because I have already climbed the highest mountain in the west to check. Except for the north of the deserted island, which is the deepest part of the jungle and cannot see the situation clearly, the other 3 directions are all covered by sea water. There is no end in sight. Even if we paddle the raft we built out to sea, how many days can we survive on the sea? Even if we have enough food to survive, how can we guarantee that we will not get lost in the vast ocean? After listening to Qin Hao's words, Zhang Hu, Li Meiyan, and others fell into deep thought. Soon, the aroma of barbecue spread, arousing Yan Xuxin and Ning Chuyue's desire, and their saliva was almost flowing. Zhang Hu was not polite either. He skipped Qin Hao and Li Meiyan and distributed the little barbecue to Yan Xuxin, Ning Chuyue, and Wang Xiaorou. "Qin Hao, Li Meiyan, please bear with it for now. We haven't eaten for several days. We are welcome." Qin Hao was straightforward and said, "Actually, this meat was originally prepared for you, but you didn't come yesterday." Zhang Hu was stunned and asked, "What happened yesterday?" Ning Chuyue knew she couldn't keep it a secret any longer, but she was still hungry, so she ate a few more bites of the barbecue before explaining, "I already talked to Qin Hao about joining yesterday. I wanted to tell you guys last night, but Zhao Chuanwei wouldn't let me. I'm a weak woman, so I dare not say anything." When everyone heard this, they finally understood what was going on. It turned out to be Zhao Chuanwei's doing again. They felt that so many of them had been fooled by him alone. Yan Xuxin didn't want to hear the name Zhao Chuanwei at all. Seeing that everyone had quieted down, she asked in doubt, "Qin Hao, how did you know that something was going to happen to me, and how did you get here so promptly?" Qin Hao put away the disinfectant that Li Meiyan handed to him and explained, "This is all thanks to Sister Meiyan. If she hadn't been thinking about you and worried that something might happen to you, and had asked me to go to the beach to check the situation, the consequences would have been disastrous." Li Meiyan was not modest and told the truth. "In fact, I have long disliked Zhao Chuanwei. I can tell from the first glance that he is not a good person. Manager Yan, you returned with a lot of anger, so I am so worried." Yan Xuxin looked at Li Meiyan with gratitude, and her heart suddenly felt much warmer. Zhang Hu had never thought that Zhao Chuanwei was so bold as to be attracted to Yan Xuxin, but he didn't care about that. Seeing that going out to sea was no longer realistic, he worriedly asked, "Qin Hao, what should we do now? Are we going to live in the cave forever?" Qin Hao had no better idea, so he nodded and said, "Almost. But we are not living in the cave to survive. Only if we survive can we have a chance to escape from this deserted island and return to the city that originally belonged to us." Yan Xuxin and others felt that what Qin Hao said was right. Why did they desperately look for food, and why did they survive in desperate situations? Wasn't it just to continue to survive? Yes, Qin Hao is right. We can only have hope if we survive. Zhang Hu and Ning Chuyue ate the barbecue and nodded in agreement. After eating and drinking their fill, they lay down beside the fire to rest contentedly. Because of what happened to Yan Xuxin, Qin Hao was not in the mood to do anything else, so he stayed in the cave with everyone else for the entire afternoon. Soon, the sky outside the cave darkened. In the entire cave, there was only a fire emitting a faint flame, which flickered and illuminated the surrounding stone walls. Qin Hao was worried that the tiger would appear late at night, so even though everyone was already asleep, he still stayed up very late and didn't dare to rest. He looked at the people sleeping around him, and saw that they had all found a sleeping position that they were satisfied with. Then he smiled bitterly and shook his head. But at this time, Qin Hao found that Yan Xuxin's body began to tremble, as if she was having a nightmare. At this moment, Yan Xuxin was dreaming that she was only wearing a thin nightgown and was tied to the bed with all her limbs fixed. It was as if she was being pressed down by Zhao Chuanwei and could not move. No matter how she struggled or resisted, it was of no use. Out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly saw a dark figure wearing only underwear, slowly walking towards her and slowly crawling onto her bed. She was terrified and shouted frantically for help, but in the end it was of no avail as no one responded to her. The black shadow had no shape, but his wild laughter was extremely creepy. He could see the scene inside completely through Yan Xuxin's thin pajamas, and his restless hands immediately grabbed her. Yan Xuxin struggled desperately, but her hands and feet had no strength at all. Qin Hao noticed that Yan Xuxin was acting unusually, so he quickly got up from the fire and slowly walked over. He found that she was shaking more and more violently, and her face was covered with sweat, so he became very worried. Suddenly, Yan Xuxin was awakened instantly. When she saw Qin Hao in front of her, the fear in her heart made her hug him, and her sweet little mouth directly blocked Qin Hao's thick lips. Before Qin Hao could figure out what was going on, he saw Yan Xuxin hugging his neck tightly and kissing his thick lips, and he immediately became excited. Seeing that Li Meiyan and the others were fast asleep and showed no sign of waking up, he stopped trying to control himself and hugged Yan Xuxin, turning from a passive position to an active one. Wu, Qin Hao. Yan Xuxin couldn't help but let out a soft cry, but then she remembered that there were so many people around her. She was afraid of waking everyone up, so she suppressed her inner excitement and didn't let herself make any sound. Qin Hao's kiss to Yan Xuxin was not as passionate as Li Meiyan's, but very slow and gentle, just like the arrival of love. Yan Xuxin's face turned red after being kissed by Qin Hao, her heart beat faster, and her breathing became rapid. Qin Hao was about to reach out and climb up that proud figure, but was suddenly stopped by Yan Xuxin. Qin Hao, no, there are so many people here, listen and don't do that. Qin Hao finally came back to his senses, and when he thought of what happened to Yan Xuxin during the day, he slowly suppressed the heat in his dantian. Not wanting to do anything against her, he gently hugged Yan Xuxin and slowly kissed her forehead. Well, I'll listen to you. Yan Xuxin threw herself into Qin Hao's arms like a happy young wife, looking reluctant to leave. Boom. There was a loud noise outside the cave, and Zhang Hu, Yan Xuxin, Ning Chuyue and others woke up instantly. They were confused and didn't know what was going on. Qin Hao was of course aware of the situation. He followed the morning light through the straw curtains and looked outside the cave. Seeing that there was no movement at all, he breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Everyone, it's okay. Don't worry." Upon hearing this, Li Meiyan yawned and said, "Qin Hao, what kind of crap did you make? I can't even sleep well this early in the morning. It's so scary." When Zhang Hu heard this, he remembered the large rocks placed on tree sticks outside the cave entrance when he entered the cave yesterday. He was puzzled and asked, "Qin Hao, why are there so many rocks made of tree sticks outside the cave? What is their use?" Qin Hao was about to speak, but Li Meiyan said first, "Because a tiger suddenly appeared outside the cave a few nights ago and almost discovered us. Fortunately, there was a straw curtain blocking the cave entrance, otherwise Qin Hao and I would have been in great danger. That's why Qin Hao came up with this plan to deal with the sudden attack of the beasts, so that we wouldn't be caught off guard by the beasts when we were sleeping in the middle of the night." Zhang Hu and others finally understood and could finally explain it. No wonder so many stones outside the cave looked so complicated and messy. Qin Hao is really amazing, he has all the tricks. Ning Chuyue also flattered him, "Yes, he is very experienced and can definitely lead us to catch enough food." Qin Hao smiled slightly. He was frightened by the stone outside the cave and lost all sleepiness. He had to look at the dying fire and added a few more dry firewood. "Everyone, the meat has been consumed. We must go out to find food today, otherwise we can only wait and starve." Yan Xuxin, who was standing by, thought about what happened between her and Qin Hao last night. Her face turned slightly red, and she felt a little embarrassed. Zhang Hu felt that he had joined Qin Hao's team, so he stopped hiding it and said bluntly, "By the way, Qin Hao, the day before yesterday, Zhao Chuanwei, Manager Yan and I found a group of goats at the easternmost part of the deserted island. It's a pity that there is a tiger guarding them. If you have a way, why don't we catch one and bring it back as food and have a roasted whole goat, haha. Yan Xuxin had already been frightened by the tiger, and hurriedly stopped him, saying, "No, absolutely not. The tiger is huge and can bite us to death in one bite. It's too scary. I strongly oppose it." Li Meiyan was more in favor of this idea, because they were now numerous and what they lacked most was food. If they could really catch a goat, that would definitely be a good thing. I agree with Zhang Hu's proposal. We are outnumbered now. It's just one tiger. Maybe it's not on the grassland in the east yet. Qin Hao looked at the bow and arrow in his hand, the shining arrow tip. He knew that there was no hope of catching the wild boar. If the tiger was really not on the grass, it should be easier to catch a goat. Okay. Then Ning Qiuyue, you stay and take care of Xuxin and Wang Xiaoro. Sister Meiyan, Zhang Hu, the three of us are ready to go. We are going to catch a goat today and give everyone a feast. When Zhang Hu heard this, he was immediately excited. He didn't expect that Qin Hao would be so to his liking and without any hesitation. But Yan Xuxin on the side was not happy, and hurriedly said, "Qin Hao, after a night of recuperation, I am fine now. I want to go too and help everyone." Qin Hao felt sorry for Yan Xuxin. Looking at the bruises on her thighs, he quickly refused, "No, you have to at least wait until your injuries are healed. There is still a lot of time in the future. There is no need to rush today." Of course Yan Xuxin understood that Qin Hao was worried about her. She looked at the injury on her thigh and had to nod and agree. Oh well. But when Yan Xuxin saw that Qin Hao was shirtless, she took off his shirt from yesterday and gave it back to him. "You should wear this yourself, just in case you don't cut yourself." Qin Hao looked at Yan Xuxin's broken chest, which was half visible, and was too embarrassed to refuse, so he took it and walked out of the cave with Zhang Hu and Li Meiyan. The three of them kept moving forward, and soon they were out of the jungle and reached the broad grassland. It was impossible for Qin Hao to say that he was not afraid. He stopped and looked around carefully, fearing that he would encounter the tiger again. But Zhang Hu on the side was very brave. Seeing that there was no movement around, he stood up and walked behind a big tree, hiding himself and watching the herd of goats not far away. "Qin Hao, look, it's a herd of goats." Qin Hao saw it clearly, and seeing that there was no sign of the tiger, he gave the order, "Zhang Hu, Mei Yan, let's follow the strategy we talked about on the way. Find the weakest goat first. I will shoot it with a bow and arrow, Zhang Hu, you use the axe to decisively harvest it, and then we will quickly leave here with the prey." Zhang Hu nodded quickly, smiling, and said, "Hee, this way, even if there is a tiger, we are not afraid. By the time it reacts, we will have already run away." In fact, Qin Hao was not afraid, but he didn't want to die in vain. Yan Xuxin was waiting for him in the cave, so he had to survive. I'd like to reiterate that life is the most important thing. If there is anything unusual, run away immediately. Zhang Hu and Li Meiyan agreed. They also felt that it was best to be cautious because this was a deserted island, not a resort, and everything was full of dangers. Good. I understand, Qin Hao. Me. Qin Hao didn't want to waste any more time, so he quickly handed the axe on his waist to Zhang Hu, then he took the arrow and put it on the bow and began looking for the target. Zhang Hu looked at the goat closest to them and said excitedly, "Qin Hao, that's the one. It's up to you." Qin Hao nodded solemnly and aimed at the target. He knew in his heart that his wooden arrows were not enough to kill wild boars, but should be more than enough to kill goats. Whoosh! The wooden arrow shot out in an instant, like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, and shot straight towards the target goat. Puff! Seeing the wooden arrow penetrate directly into the goat's body, Zhang Hu also rushed out, scaring all the goats to flee in panic. However, the goat that was shot by the wooden arrow seemed to be weak and fell to the ground after running a few steps. How could Zhang Hu miss such a good opportunity? He pounced and the axe fell down instantly, hitting the goat on the head, killing the goat on the spot. Seeing that the kill was completed, Qin Hao quickly put on his bow and arrow and ran towards Zhang Hu. Li Meiyan had been observing the situation around her. Although everything seemed quiet on the surface, she had a bad feeling and hurriedly urged, "Qin Hao, Zhang Hu, hurry up and leave." Fool. A tiger's roar was heard, scaring the three of them. Qin Hao and Zhang Hu were a little flustered. They didn't dare to delay for a moment. Each of them grabbed one of the goat's legs and pulled it into the jungle. Qin Hao looked behind him worriedly, and felt relieved when he saw that the tiger did not catch up with him. However, the three of them did not dare to slow down at all. On the other side, in the cave, Ning Chuyue looked at Yan Xuxin's dress. It was so tattered that it couldn't hide her hot body at all. Her chest was vaguely visible. "Manager Yan, your clothes are all in tatters. This is definitely not a solution. I see there are still a lot of our things on the beach, including the backpack with clothes. Why don't I go get it back now?" When Yan Xuxin heard the word beach, she thought of Zhao Chuanwei, especially since last night's experience was still vivid in her mind. How could she let Ning Chuyue take the risk alone? How can this be possible? That student Zhao Chuanwei must still be on the beach. He is not a good person. There is nothing he can't do. If you go there, you will definitely be in danger. I would rather not have those clothes. Ning Chuyue knew that Yan Xuxin was worried about her, but she knew that Yan Xuxin didn't understand the relationship between her and Zhao Chuanwei at all. Maybe the reason why Zhao Chuanwei was so bold now was because of her. If she hadn't been so cowardly and allowed Zhao Chuanwei to do whatever he wanted, how could he dare to be so unscrupulous? Don't worry, Manager Yan. Maybe Zhao Chuanwei was just impulsive last night and couldn't think straight, so he did something that damaged your dignity. Maybe he's still regretting it now. But no matter what Ning Chuyue said, Yan Xuxin disagreed and firmly opposed it. "Ning Chuyue, why are you still speaking for that student? If Qin Hao hadn't shown up in time last night and stopped him from succeeding, I might have already." Alas. Wang Xiaoro, who suffered from transient amnesia, seemed to feel Yan Xuxin's trembling body, and she quickly hugged Yan Xuxin as if she were a sister. Ning Chuyue was speechless after hearing what Yan Xuxin said, but she was still worried about Zhao Chuanwei and tossed and turned in the cave. However, after a long time, Ning Chuyue found an excuse to go to the toilet and walked out of the cave. She was confused and didn't know what to do, but she still decided to go to the beach. After a long time, in the cave, Yan Xuxin became worried when she saw that Ning Chuyue had not returned for such a long time. She thought about how Ning Chuyue had just spoken for Zhao Chuanwei and even went to the beach to get her clothes, and she felt that something was wrong. But when she looked at Wang Xiaoro beside her, she didn't dare to leave her alone in the cave, and she was very anxious. Yan Xuxin struggled internally for a long time, but finally stood up because she was worried about Ning Chuyue. What's going on with Ning Chuyue? Will she be bullied by Zhao Chuanwei? The more Yan Xuxin thought about it, the more frightened she became. She was afraid that Zhao Chuanwei would do the same thing to Ning Chuyue as he had done to her. She quickly picked up a dagger beside her and prepared to rush out of the cave. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Wang Xiaoro, who had been in a daze, suddenly shouted out. "No, don't go." Yan Xuxin was shocked. She looked at Wang Xiaoro, whose body was shrinking and showing no signs of improvement. She thought she was hallucinating. Finally, she gritted her teeth, pushed open the straw curtain and walked out. Just at this moment, Qin Hao and Zhang Hu came back carrying the goat. The moment they opened the straw curtain, they bumped into Yan Xuxin. Qin Hao saw Yan Xuxin was in a hurry and asked hurriedly, "Xuxin, what's wrong? What happened? Why are you so anxious?" When Yan Xuxin saw that it was Qin Hao, her suppressed heart suddenly collapsed. She directly pulled Qin Hao's arm and said anxiously, "Qin Hao, you are finally back." "Ning Chuyue, she went to the beach." "What?" Qin Hao was shocked, but quickly calmed down. Especially Zhang Hu and Li Meiyan were not shaken at all, because they both knew the relationship between Ning Chuyue and Zhao Chuanwei, so they did not seem very worried. Even so, Qin Hao still asked, "What's going on? Did Ning Chuyue tell you anything?" Yan Xuxin was nervous and worried and said, "She said that my dress was so torn that it was no use, and asked me to go to the beach to find some clothes for me, because Ning Chuyue had a backpack with a lot of clothes when she joined us. She said she wanted to go to the beach to get it, but I didn't let her go." As a result, she said she was going to the bathroom and disappeared. Qin Hao sighed helplessly. He was speechless when he thought of Ning Chuyue. He could only gently stroke Yan Xuxin's hair and comfort her. Okay, you stay and take care of Wang Xiaoro. I'll go take a look. Zhang Hu was afraid that Qin Hao would see something bad and cause death in anger, so he wanted to go and see. Qin Hao, I'll accompany you. Qin Hao shook his head and refused. No need, don't worry, I won't do anything to Zhao Chuanwei. You stay and clean the goat with Sister Meiyan, and I will come back with Ning Chuyue after the goat is roasted. Zhang Hu knew what was going on. He knew that Ning Chuyue had been played by Zhao Chuanwei countless times. Not only that, when he was the security captain in the company, he had seen Ning Chuyue getting into luxury cars many times. She was dressed very revealingly and even flirted with others in the car. They were very intimate and not reserved at all. Okay, then you have to be careful too. Qin Hao glanced at everyone and left the cave. Even so, he did not forget to take the plastic bottle next to him, preparing to bring back some sea water to add salt to the roasted lamb. Li Meiyan patted Yan Xuxin's shoulder gently and consoled her. Qin Hao has come personally, you should feel relieved now. Yan Xuxin watched Qin Hao disappear into the jungle and breathed a sigh of relief, because she felt that as long as Qin Hao was there, she would feel much more at ease. Zhang Hu was too lazy to care about these things. He looked at the goat beside him and a long-lost smile appeared on his face, because if this was on the beach, it would be a huge gain that he could not even imagine. Hey! Ladies, if you have nothing to do, come and help me. It will be much faster if we clean up together. Yan Xuxin and Li Meiyan finally reacted and hurried forward to help Zhang Hu carry the goat to the stream. They watched him clean the goat and cut the meat. Yan Xuxin also took out her dagger, which made things much easier for Zhang Hu. At this time, on the beach. Zhao Chuanwei, are you still a human being? It's fine that you did those things to me and Wang Xiaoro, but you actually attacked Yan Xuxin. I really misjudged you. Zhao Quan lay powerlessly in the tent. Not only was he injured by Qin Hao, but he also looked very haggard because he had not eaten for 2 days and 2 nights. Chuyue, please help me ask Qin Hao for mercy. You can let him beat me or scold me. As long as you let me join you, I am willing to serve him like a slave. Ning Chuyue no longer believed what Zhao Chuanwei said. She picked up the backpack beside her and hugged it in her arms. She said in disbelief, forget it. Everything you did is so hopeless. I cannot praise your character. And I can tell you clearly now that the dirty and shameless things you did to me before were because I needed to rely on you. But now, what do you have? What can I still rely on you for? Seeing that Zhao Chuanwei was silent, Ning Chuyue continued to speak bluntly. Zhao Chuanwei, from now on, we are done with each other. You go your way, I go mine, and we'll say goodbye now. But Zhao Chuanwei was reluctant to let go of such a good opportunity, and quickly crawled out of the tent, kneeled on the beach, hugged Ning Chuyue's thighs tightly and begged, Chuyue, no, you can't do this, this is a deserted island, I can't find any food by myself and can only wait to die, now only you can save me. Seeing that Ning Chuyue was unshakable, Zhao Chuanwei continued, Chuyue, I beg you, no matter what I did in the past, no matter how I treated you, it's all in the past. I promise you that I will never bully you in the future and will listen to you. Please, just help me talk to Qin Hao. As long as you let me join you, no matter what you ask me to do in the future, I am willing and I will listen to you. The more Zhao Chuanwei spoke, the more outrageous it became. He, who had always been strong, actually burst into tears. Wu, Chuyue, please help me beg for mercy, Chuyue, I will be willing to do anything you ask me to do in the future, okay Chuyue. Ning Chuyue looked at the miserable Zhao Chuanwei, and she, who had been born with a miserable life, actually felt pity for him again. As a result, at this moment, Qin Hao's voice suddenly came from the jungle. Hey! Ning Chuyue, where are you? I'm Qin Hao, Ning Chuyue, are you on the beach? When Ning Chuyue heard Qin Hao's shout, she was immediately panicked and quickly slapped Zhao Chuanwei, asking him to leave quickly. Zhao Chuanwei, please leave quickly. Qin Hao is here. Please leave quickly. But Zhao Chuanwei still held Ning Chuyue's thigh tightly, begging bitterly, if you don't help me, even if I escape now, it will still be a dead end. Chuyue, I beg you, only you can help me now. Hey, Ning Chuyue, are you on the beach? Ning Chuyue was obviously getting nervous as she listened to the voice getting closer and closer. If Qin Hao saw her and Zhao Chuanwei being so close, she didn't know how to explain it. Hey! Ning Chuyue, please answer if you hear me. Ning Chuyue listened to Qin Hao's shouts, and it was obvious that they were about to reach the beach. Looking at Zhao Chuanwei, who was still holding her thigh, she had to grit her teeth and agree, I promise you, but I tell you, this is the last time I will help you. If you still do this in the future, then the two of us will really end here. Seeing Ning Chuyue agreed, Zhao Chuanwei didn't care about anything else and nodded and said, yes, yes, I will definitely change, really Chuyue, I will definitely change. So what should I do now? What do you need me to do? Because women understand women best, Ning Chuyue felt that no matter how strong Yan Xuxin was, she was still a woman in the end, so how could she withstand other people's pity? I'll go back and talk to Yan Xuxin. Then tomorrow morning you put aside your so-called dignity and kneel at the entrance of the cave. Act as pitiful as possible. The two of us will work together. Even if we can't convince Qin Hao, can't we convince Yan Xuxin? Ning Chuyue, if you hear me, please answer. My Qin Hao. Zhao Chuanwei listened to the shouts getting closer and closer, and knew that Qin Hao was about to reach the beach. Without thinking twice, he turned around and rushed into the jungle. Ning Chuyue didn't know whether Zhao Chuanwei understood what she meant, but she had no time to ask more questions, because at this time, Qin Hao walked out of the jungle. Seeing that she was safe and sound with her backpack, he breathed a sigh of relief. Qin Hao did not forget to check around, and even looked inside the tent, but he did not find Zhao Chuanwei. He said in disbelief, Hey! Where's Zhao Chuanwei? He's not here. Ning Chuyue quickly made up a story, I don't know either. I didn't see him when I came here. Look, I got my backpack and was about to go back. Why are you here too? Actually, all of this was directed and acted by Qin Hao. He had already seen Zhao Chuanwei running over in the jungle just now, so he had to continue pretending and said, You guy, didn't Yan Xuxin tell you not to come to the beach? Why didn't you listen? Fortunately, you didn't meet that old pervert Zhao Chuanwei, otherwise, a weak woman like you would have let him rub you without any ability to fight back. Ning Chuyue was an experienced veteran. She knew that this was a deserted island and that Zhao Chuanwei was definitely unreliable. So she slowly approached Qin Hao, gently stroked his chest and said, If it were you, I would definitely not resist. Qin Hao was shocked and quickly took a few steps back. He didn't expect that this woman was so powerful. A rookie like him couldn't resist her at all. I'm not Zhao Chuanwei, and I'm not tempted by your beauty. How could I possibly do anything to you, right? Ning Chuyue walked behind Qin Hao with great interest. Her heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. She didn't expect that she actually had feelings for Qin Hao. Especially after these 2 days of getting along, Ning Chuyue admired Qin Hao even more. Every time they were alone together, she felt that she couldn't control herself and said seductively, Men always lose control sometimes. We are all adults. We know it in our hearts. After saying that, Ning Chuyue ignored Qin Hao's objection and hugged his waist from behind, leaning her whole body against him. Qin Hao was obviously startled when he felt the softness on his back, but he quickly calmed down because he didn't want anything to happen between him and Ning Chuyue, especially since she was Zhao Chuanwei's puppet. He broke free and urged, Okay, everyone is worried about you, let's not waste time, let's go back quickly. After saying that, Qin Hao ignored Ning Chuyue's feelings, took the plastic bottle and walked to the beach and filled it up. Ning Chuyue knew that Qin Hao's mind was not on her, so she nodded in boredom and agreed. Well, let's go back and don't keep everyone waiting anxiously. Qin Hao glanced at the wide beach and felt a lot of emotions in his heart, because this was where he and Yan Xuxin first met, and their intimate contact also started here. Especially the time when Yan Xuxin was sick in the tent, it was also the most intimate time between the two of them so far. If Li Meiyan and Wang Xiaoro had not shown up at that time, they might have really become a fait accompli. Hey, what is that? Just when Qin Hao wanted to leave the beach and take a closer look at the sea, he suddenly found a shiny reflective object floating on the beach, bobbing up and down in the waves. When Ning Chuyue heard this, she also looked in the direction Qin Hao was looking at, but she saw nothing. She asked with some doubt, "Qin Hao, what did you see?" Qin Hao didn't know either. He put down the plastic bottle in his hand and stepped into the waves. He didn't care whether the corners of his pants would get wet and walked straight towards the reflective object. The closer he got, the more real it seemed to Qin Hao. He was shocked. He didn't expect that it was a stainless steel box with a sealed lid that would drift on the sea. What a damn good luck. I got what I wanted. It's great. Qin Hao was afraid that the stainless steel box would be washed away by the waves, so he quickly put it in his pocket. Ning Chuyue asked in doubt, "What is this?" Qin Hao looked left and right, but found nothing. He finally concluded that it was a dining storage box and said bluntly, "It might be a storage box used in the kitchen. Fortunately, there is nothing in it, otherwise it would have sunk to the bottom of the sea long ago." Although Ning Chuyue didn't know all this, she knew that this stainless steel box would definitely play a big role in their survival, without a doubt. Qin Hao did not forget to bring a few wooden boards with him. He felt that the wooden arrows would definitely not be enough and he would definitely need these wooden boards, so he took them back first. "Ning Chuyue, please help me get that plastic bottle." Ning Chuyue put on her backpack, pouted her lips and picked up a plastic bottle on the beach, looking very pitiful. "Qin Hao, I can see that you are not here to see me, but to get these things." Qin Hao was so happy that his heart was beaming with joy, especially the stainless steel box, which was a completely unexpected gain and made him extremely happy. But he still lied and said, "How is that possible? I came here to take you back, and only to take these things." Originally, Ning Chuyue just wanted to tease Qin Hao, but she didn't expect to make herself laugh. With a smile on her face, she followed him into the jungle and headed towards the cave. Along the way, they chatted a lot, especially after talking about family matters. Qin Hao learned about Ning Chuyue's miserable childhood and felt distressed for a long time. No wonder she would embark on such a shameful path. Soon, they returned to the cave with heavy hearts. Yan Xuxin and others felt relieved when they saw Ning Chuyue return safely. Ning Chuyue was generous and handed the backpack to Yan Xuxin, asking everyone to take a look and see if they needed anything. When Li Meiyan heard that there were clothes, she started looking for them without hesitation. She actually found what she had always needed. She no longer had to go out braless, and she was very excited. Qin Hao was not idle. After handing the sea water in the plastic bottle to Zhang Hu, he walked out of the cave with an axe, wanting to find a stronger tree stick and make a strong bow. However, it was not easy to find a strong and elastic stick. It took him a long time to finally find one downstream of the stream, and he put it in his pocket without hesitation. As soon as Qin Hao returned to the cave with the stick, Li Meiyan happily called him to eat mutton. "Qin Hao, dinner is ready." Qin Hao walked into the cave with great joy and enjoyed the food. Needless to say, adding some sea water made the barbecue even more delicious. "Zhang Hu, I didn't realize that you have such good skills." Zhang Hu smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, "I don't have the skill, Li Meiyan taught me well." Qin Hao took a piece of good meat from the lamb leg and handed it to Yan Xuxin, saying with concern, "Xuxin, eat more." Yan Xuxin took it with satisfaction and started eating with Wang Xiaoro without any hesitation. Ning Chuyue looked at everything in front of her, feeling a little envious and jealous. She thought of Zhao Chuanwei and the clients she had met. She felt very unhappy as to why she could only meet these scumbags. She looked at Qin Hao, and suddenly a bold idea popped up in her heart. Qin Hao didn't know what Ning Chuyue was thinking. Looking at the hot water boiling in the stainless steel box on the fire, he knew that everyone would have hot water to drink in the future. Soon, Qin Hao had eaten and drunk his fill, and he found some cloth strips, twisted them into hemp ropes, and began to make a strong bow. Seeing that Qin Hao was struggling alone, Zhang Hu joined forces to help, and they finally completed the making of the strong bow. Not only that, Qin Hao also planned to make wooden arrows, but making wooden arrows was much more troublesome than making a strong bow. Not only did he have to grind each wooden strip into a stick, but he also had to grind the pangolin scales into arrow tips. Each wooden arrow took a lot of time to make, because the last few he made took him about an afternoon to complete. This time, Qin Hao was not stupid enough to do it himself. Instead, he handed the wooden strips to the group of women in the cave, while he and Zhang Hu concentrated on polishing the scales. Everyone was busy for a while, especially Yan Xuxin, who did not forget to change her clothes and walked out of the cave to show off in front of Qin Hao. Soon, the sun sets and the sunset fades. Qin Hao looked at the dozen or so wooden arrows in front of him and felt secretly delighted. Ha! Now I finally have enough. I don't have to worry about not having enough arrows anymore. Boom. However, before Qin Hao could be happy for long, a loud roar was heard outside the cave, scaring everyone. Wang Xiaoro threw herself directly into Yan Xuxin's arms, snuggled tightly against her chest, and trembled. Li Meiyan said in disbelief, "What a horrible weather! How come it thunders as soon as it said it would? Could it rain?" Qin Hao put down the wooden arrow in his hand and walked to the entrance of the cave. He pulled open the straw curtain and looked around. A strong wind was whistling past, and he was so frightened that he quickly put down the straw curtain again. It looks like it's really going to rain heavily tonight, maybe even stormy. Zhang Hu thought about the last time there was a storm and they hadn't met Qin Hao and the others yet. If they hadn't hidden behind the big tree, they would have been in danger. He thanked himself and said, "Fortunately, we are in a cave this time. We can shelter from the wind and rain and don't have to worry about the storm at all." Yan Xuxin still remembers the last storm clearly. She and Wang Xiaoro were hiding from the rain in a tent, but after a gust of wind, the entire tent was blown down, leaving them with nowhere to hide. In the end, they took refuge in the jungle and were safe. Yes, it's all thanks to Qin Hao and Sister Mei Yan for finding such a good cave that we can go there regardless of weather conditions. Boom. A strong light appeared and shone into the cave through the gap in the straw curtain, forming a beautiful shadow on the stone wall. Crash. In an instant, heavy rain poured down, instantly covering the entire jungle. Even if Qin Hao was lying on the grass curtain, it was difficult for him to see what was outside. Ning Chuyue was very confused at this moment. She was actually worried about Zhao Chuanwei. She couldn't even figure it out herself. Zhao Chuanwei didn't treat her as a human being at all. He just used her as a tool to vent his anger. So why was she still worried about Zhao Chuanwei? Her mind was filled with the shadow of Zhao Chuanwei. She clearly felt that she liked Qin Hao, but why did she have a special liking for Zhao Chuanwei, especially the vivid memories of the past and Zhao Chuanwei's rude treatment of her, which became her indelible memory? Zhang Hu sat back by the fire. Hearing the thunder and lightning outside the cave, which was still a little cold, he could not help but add some more dry wood to the fire to make it burn more fiercely. Then he sighed and said, "Alas! I don't know what happened to Zhao Chuanwei. It's stormy outside. There must be northwest good place to hide from the wind and rain." Qin Hao didn't like people like Zhao Chuanwei in the company, and said bluntly, "What's the big deal? He brought this upon himself." Boom. A thunderous roar resounded through the heavens and earth, circling over the deserted island and echoing in the jungle. At the seaside, on the beach, it's raining heavily. A violent storm swept through the jungle, and Zhao Chuanwei hid behind a big tree, trembling. But when he thought about the fact that he was a sales manager, and Ning Chuyue actually asked him to kneel down in front of a poor employee and admit his mistake, he found it a little unbearable and unacceptable. But up to now, he hasn't eaten a bite of food for a long time. If it weren't for his body size, he would have been so hungry that he wouldn't have known east, west, south, or north. Oh my God, what should I do? Zhao Chuanwei, who was completely soaked, hid in a dark corner of a tree root, shivering with cold. He felt unhappy when he thought that Qin Hao, Yan Xuxin, Ning Chuyue, and others were lying in the cave comfortably. Is it possible that I, Zhao Chuanwei, who has always been thoughtful, will really fail here today? God, I hate you so much. Boom. A deafening thunderclap startled Zhao Chuanwei. He covered his mouth tightly and shrank under a big tree. What should I do? Do I really have to throw away my dignity in order to survive? Boom. There was a howling wind, thunder and lightning, and heavy rain. Zhao Chuanwei was already trembling with cold, but he still firmly believed that a man's knees are made of gold. He shook his head and refused without hesitation, and would never yield to the dark forces of Qin Hao. Late at night, in the cave, only a faint flame was left flickering slowly on the fire. After a busy day, everyone had already fallen asleep. Qin Hao was no exception. Just as he was enjoying a sweet dream, he suddenly felt something soft near his lips. Hey! What's going on? He felt a surge of excitement, especially when the sweet little bird's tongue explored his mouth so skillfully, making him feel hot. Could it be Miss Mayenne? Qin Hao was secretly delighted and quickly hugged her, and then the two of them hugged each other tightly. Those hot jade lips were tightly pressed against his thick lips, the tips of their tongues entangled and stirred each other, and the slowly exhaled hot air made Qin Hao deeply attracted. Faced with the other party's passion, Qin Hao naturally responded by kissing her passionately, and his hands began to wander restlessly. A familiar voice woke Qin Hao up instantly. It turned out not to be Li Meiyan, but Ning Qiuyue. Qin Hao thought about what happened between Ning Qiuyue and Zhao Chuanwei in the jungle, and suddenly became annoyed. His passion collapsed instantly. He pushed her away and whispered, "Ning Qiuyue, what are you doing?" Ning Qiuyue's face flushed as she explained, Qin Hao, actually I've liked you for a long time." "What? Stop teasing me." Qin Hao could easily guess that Ning Qiuyue gave up Zhao's authority purely for her own benefit and wanted to find another man she could rely on. He also knew that Ning Qiuyue could give up Zhao Chuanwei for him on the deserted island, but after leaving the deserted island, she would still return to Zhao Chuanwei's arms without hesitation. "Okay, everyone is asleep, it would be bad if they wake you up." Ning Qiuyue still wanted to pounce on him, but Qin Hao was resolute, and they ended up parting on bad terms. Qin Hao didn't feel sorry. Instead, he looked at Yan Xuxin not far away. He felt that this deserted island was the turning point of his life. The next morning, the sky was bright, and the tranquility after the storm was very peaceful. At this time, Wang Xiaoro suddenly woke up. She held her head with both hands, had a splitting headache, and her face was full of confusion. "Where is this? How did I get here?" Wang Xiaoro was still a little confused, but when she saw Yan Xuxin still sleeping beside her, she felt relieved. She did not disturb everyone, but slowly stood up and walked out of the cave. However, when she pushed open the straw curtain, she was suddenly frightened by the scene in front of her and screamed. "Ah!" Everyone was awakened instantly, especially Qin Hao, who jumped up from the fire, thinking it was a tiger. Without caring about his own safety, he picked up an axe and rushed out of the cave. But after he ran out of the cave, he was stunned. Then everyone felt that there was no danger and surrounded him. Frightened, Wang Xiaoro threw herself into Yan Xuxin's arms and said timidly, "Manager Yan." Yan Xuxin was shocked and said in disbelief, "Xiao Rou, you recovered." Wang Xiaoro was a little confused and asked, "What do you mean I'm fine? What's wrong with me?" Yan Xuxin knew that Wang Xiaoro's transient amnesia had passed and she seemed to have returned to normal, which might be the reason why she lived in the cave with everyone else. Ning Qiuyue had already guessed that it was Zhao Chuanwei, so she walked out calmly. Seeing that Zhao Chuanwei was not in a good mental state and looked shaky, she pretended to be worried and asked, "Zhao Chuanwei, why are you here?" Zhao Chuanwei had been caught in a storm all night, and finally reacted when Ning Qiuyue asked him this. He looked at Yan Xuxin in a somewhat insane manner and kowtowed in panic to apologize. "Manager Yan, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I really know I was wrong. Isn't it enough for me to kowtow to you?" Yan Xuxin looked at Zhao Chuanwei, who was soaked all over and kowtowing half-deadly, and thought of the scene in the jungle the day before yesterday, when she was brutally kneaded and pressed tightly under him without any ability to resist. She was so angry that she didn't want to even look at him. Especially with Wang Xiaoro's recovery, Yan Xuxin paid less attention to Zhao Chuanwei and took her hand and walked back to the cave. Qin Hao knew that Yan Xuxin was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see Zhao Chuanwei in such a miserable state. He snorted coldly and said bluntly, "Humph. You actually have the nerve to beg for mercy. Get as far away from me as possible." After saying that, Qin Hao returned to the cave without any mercy and was unwilling to pay any attention to Zhao Chuanwei. Zhao Chuanwei felt somewhat panicked upon seeing this. If Qin Hao and Yan Xuxin ignored him, he would definitely die. So he desperately slapped himself in the face, looking extremely pitiful. "Qin Hao, Manager Yan, I know I was wrong, please give me another chance. But at this moment, Zhao Chuanwei's heart was filled with hatred. Not only did he not repent at all, but he was also very resentful and wanted to take back the dignity he lost today in the future. I remember them all, and I will repay you double in the future. Everyone had no idea what Zhao Chuanwei was thinking at the moment and were completely deceived by his superficial appearance. Li Meiyan was still angry about Zhao Chuanwei's bullying of Yan Xuxin. She didn't even dislike thieves in her life, but she disliked men who insulted women. What's more, Zhao Chuanwei attacked Yan Xuxin, which made her even more angry. Asshole, you are worse than a virgin. It is just as Qin Hao said. How dare you come to beg for mercy? After cursing, Li Meiyan returned to the cave angrily, as if nothing had happened. Zhang Hu had no choice, because he was now living under someone else's roof, so he shook his shoulders and followed Li Meiyan back to the cave. Ning Chuyue was also deceived by the pity shown by Zhao Chuanwei. Knowing that he had been caught in the storm all night, she actually felt a little distressed in her heart. However, Qin Hao and Yan Xuxin did not allow Zhao Chuanwei to join, so she had no choice but to let Zhao Chuanwei continue to play the victim. Zhao Chuanwei looked at Ning Chuyue in front of him and nodded slightly. He continued to wave his palms and slapped himself on the face left and right, crying and shouting, "Manager Yan, I know I was wrong. I was wrong. I was bewildered and did such an outrageous thing. Please, I really know I was wrong. Let me join you." Ning Chuyue felt that Zhao Chuanwei had done his best, so she turned around, pulled open the straw curtain and walked in. Seeing Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiaoro chatting about what had happened in the past few days, she felt even more sorry for Zhao Chuanwei. But when she thought about the relapse of Wang Xiaoro's transient amnesia, which was caused by Zhao Chuanwei, she was a little worried that Wang Xiaoro would become suspicious, especially the physical changes, which every woman could feel, and then it would be even more difficult to resolve the situation. "Sister Xiaoro, are you okay?" "Yeah." Wang Xiaoro hummed lightly to indicate that she was fine, as if she had no idea that she was no longer a girl but had become a woman. Only then did Ning Chuyue feel relieved. At this time, Zhao Chuanwei's miserable pleading voice was heard outside the cave again. "I know I was wrong. Zhang Hu, Ning Chuyue, please help me beg Qin Hao. I really know I was wrong." Yan Xuxin seemed calm on the surface, but in fact her mind was filled with everything that happened the day before yesterday, especially Zhao Chuanwei's evil laughter which kept repeating in her mind, and the scene of her clothes being torn, which made her suffer greatly. "I don't want to see that beast again, it's so abominable." Qin Hao felt very sorry for Yan Xuxin. He was very angry when he heard Zhao Chuanwei shouting outside the cave, and there was not a trace of pity in his heart. Zhang Hu, who was standing by, had received a lot of care from Zhao Chuanwei in the company. It would be hard for him to watch Zhao Chuanwei die like this, so he had to say a few good words for him. "Qin Hao, Manager Yan, Zhao Chuanwei was just too careless that day and did something like that, but he has already received the punishment he deserves. I think we should both take a step back and let it go." Before Qin Hao could speak, Li Meiyan could not help but say, "It's not that easy. If we easily forgive Zhao Chuanwei for what he did today, can you guarantee that he will behave himself in the future? He will definitely not do anything out of line again. If he continues to harm others in the future and he succeeds, who will bear the consequences?" Li Meiyan stared at Zhang Hu and said coldly, "Zhang Hu, are you responsible for this?" Zhang Hu wanted to refute, but when he opened his mouth he didn't know what to say, so he had to swallow it back helplessly. "Manager Yan, I know I was wrong. Please forgive me. I really know I was wrong. I will never do such a thing again. I am willing to work like a slave for you." Ning Chuyue listened to Zhao Chuanwei's voice getting smaller and smaller outside the cave. Seeing that everyone was silent, she was afraid that he could not hold on. She took a deep breath and said boldly, "Manager Yan, although I feel sorry for you, we and Zhao Chuanwei are from the same company after all. I can't just watch him die. Now that we are all stranded on a deserted island, we should unite. It is a very bad idea to fall apart like this. I don't agree with it." Yan Xuxin was stunned, because she didn't want this to happen, but she didn't want to see Zhao Chuanwei even more, because that would only remind her of her miserable experience all the time. Those scenes were still vivid in her mind and left a deep impression on her. No, I don't want to see him again. Even thinking about him reminds me of those scenes. They are still fresh in my memory. I am afraid. Qin Hao was extremely angry, thinking that everyone had been getting along very harmoniously on the beach, but Zhao Chuanwei had just been looking for trouble, finding fault, and disrupting everyone's mood, which eventually led to chaos and the group parting ways. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He immediately picked up an axe and walked out of the cave, cursing, "Zhao Chuanwei, you bastard, I'm going to kill you today and be done with it." Everyone was shocked to see Qin Hao's actions. Even Yan Xuxin, who was sitting on the ground, stood up instantly. Although she hated Zhao Chuanwei, she didn't want to kill him as soon as possible. Qin Hao, no. Everyone knew that this was a society ruled by law and that killing someone required a life penalty, so they all rushed forward to stop it. However, at this time, Qin Hao had already pushed open the straw curtain, and was furious when he saw Zhao Chuanwei kneeling on the ground. "Zhao Chuanwei, you bastard, give me your life." Li Meiyan quickly hugged Qin Hao from behind, and Zhang Hu even held Qin Hao's arm that was holding the axe, not daring to let go. Ning Chuyue was afraid that Qin Hao would really kill Zhao Chuanwei, so she quickly shouted, "Zhao Chuanwei, why are you still standing there? Run!" Zhao Chuanwei then realized the seriousness of the matter. Looking at Qin Hao holding the axe high, he knew that if Li Meiyan and Zhang Hu had not stopped him, the axe would have hit him for sure, so he got up in a hurry and ran away. However, he had not eaten for a long time, and because of last night's storm, he was already exhausted. He fell heavily to the ground after running only 2 steps. Even so, Qin Hao did not give up. Although the axe was taken away by Zhang Hu, he broke free from Li Meiyan's arms and rushed over angrily, saying, "Damn Zhao Chuanwei, today I will get rid of this evil for the people." Because there had just been a storm, Zhao Chuanwei was frightened by Qin Hao and crawled into the mud and water, crawling and swimming desperately, trying to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. But Qin Hao rushed over without mercy and kicked him hard on the back, causing him to roll on the ground in pain. "Ah, Qin Hao, please, let me go." Li Meiyan quickly stepped forward to stop Qin Hao and persuaded him, "Okay Qin Hao, you can't continue to fight. Now we live in a society ruled by law. This will not only kill Zhao Chuanwei, but also yourself. If you kill someone and pay for his life, what about your parents? They will definitely be heartbroken." Qin Hao simply couldn't listen to these things at this time. He was very angry when he thought about what happened to Yan Xuxin, and kicked Zhao Chuanwei hard again. Zhao Chuanwei rolled on the ground after being kicked by Qin Hao, and the pain in his body made him beg for mercy. "Ah! Qin Hao, please stop hitting me. We are employees of the same company. Even if you don't want to see the face of the monk, please spare me." Soon, Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiaorou also ran over. Seeing Zhao Chuanwei rolling on the ground after being beaten by Qin Hao, they couldn't help but reveal their unspeakable feelings. Ning Chuyue felt even worse, because Zhao Chuanwei suffered this disaster because he followed her advice. Not only was he unable to join, but he was also beaten up by Qin Hao. She felt somewhat guilty. "Qin Hao, it's over, no more fighting." Zhang Hu also held Qin Hao tightly, not letting him get close to Zhao Chuanwei, for fear that he would kick Zhao Chuanwei hard and really kill him. "Qin Hao, that's enough. We are all from the same company. Being stranded on a deserted island on the same ship is already a huge misfortune. Why do we have to kill each other? And didn't you say that as long as we stick together, we can definitely survive and wait for the rescue team? Why are you fighting among yourselves right at the beginning? You have to fight to the death to be satisfied." Although Yan Xuxin was very angry about what Zhao Chuanwei had done to her, she felt relieved when she saw that he had received the punishment he deserved, and the situation was not so irreconcilable. "Okay Qin Hao, stop fighting and let Zhao Chuanwei go." Qin Hao broke free from Zhang Hu. He looked at Yan Xuxin and understood that Yan Xuxin didn't want to disrupt everyone's unity because of this incident. "Okay. Zhao Chuanwei, I will spare your life this time for the sake of everyone else, but if you dare to lay your hands on anyone next time, I will make sure you die without a burial place." Zhao Chuanwei was covered in mud and begged bitterly, "Please Qin Hao, let me join you, otherwise even if you don't kill me, I will die anyway." Zhao Chuanwei really had no other choice. Even if he left here alive now, he could only survive for a few days. Li Meiyan didn't expect that Zhao Chuanwei would shamelessly ask to join. Although his joining could strengthen the team a little, how could such a fake good guy and a pervert make everyone feel at ease? I disagree. How can a person's character change so easily? Leaving such a person in the cave is like a time bomb. It will not only affect Yan Xuxin but also pose a great threat to the safety of me, Wang Xiaorou, and Ning Chuyue. Ning Chuyue agreed, I agree. If we leave Zhao Chuanwei alone outside, he will starve to death in no more than 3 days. Then everyone here will be a sinner, claiming to be righteous but not helping him. Li Meiyan wanted to stop it but was stopped by Qin Hao. Although he was also very angry, what Ning Chuyue said made sense. Moreover, looking at Zhao Chuanwei's condition, if he didn't eat something, he might not be able to survive tonight. Okay, let's get this over with. Zhao Chuanwei, you can join, but I hope you will remember today's lesson in the future. If you do it again, I will kill you with my own hands, even if I have to pay you with my own life. Zhao Chuanwei was so excited that he burst into tears of gratitude towards Qin Hao, and he forgot about the pain in his body. Thank you so much. However, Zhao Chuanwei was extremely vicious in his heart, and had a strong desire to kill Qin Hao, but there was no change on the surface. Qin Hao had no idea that Zhao Chuanwei would not change his ways. He only knew that he and Zhang Hu were close, so he asked Zhang Hu, Zhao Chuanwei is now in your hands. After giving all the instructions, Qin Hao no longer paid attention to Zhao Chuanwei's situation, and returned to the cave with Yan Xuxin, Li Meiyan, and Wang Xiaorou. Not long after, Zhao Chuanwei was supported by Zhang Hu and Ning Chuyue and walked in. He was shaking weakly all over, but he did not forget to apologize to Yan Xuxin. Manager Yan, I was sorry for what I did to you before. Please forgive me. I'm sorry. Although Yan Xuxin did not object to Zhao Chuanwei joining, because this was a matter of life and death, it did not mean that she would forgive Zhao Chuanwei. She turned her back slightly and did not want to even look at him. Qin Hao hated Zhao Chuanwei the most. It was fine if he was idle, but he dared to do such a thing. He said angrily, I said that whoever dares to bully Xuxin will be killed without a burial place. But this time, Zhao Chuanwei, I let you go for the sake of Zhang Hu and Ning Chuyue. If there is a next time, you can try it. Zhao Chuanwei nodded desperately and said, I know I was wrong. There will definitely not be a next time. I guarantee it with my life. Qin Hao was too lazy to pay attention to him. He took the mutton off the stone wall and started to roast it. He also chopped some small pieces with an axe and cooked soup in a stainless steel container. Then he began to prepare breakfast. Seeing that Zhao Chuanwei was still wet, Zhang Hu took him closer to the fire, hoping to dry his clothes sooner. Ning Chuyue was very excited to see that Zhao Chuanwei had successfully joined. Her empty heart felt much more fulfilled and she began to have wild thoughts. No, what's wrong with me? Why am I happier to see Zhao Chuanwei join than he is? Could it be that I have developed feelings for him? Impossible, how could I have an affair with him? Could it be dependence? It's even more impossible. With his speed of only 3 or 2 minutes, it's absolutely impossible. Ning Chuyue found it hard to accept the struggle deep in her heart, but her brain was out of control and her body became hot unconsciously. The people around were unaware of Ning Chuyue's changes and continued to be busy with their own things. Soon, Qin Hao distributed the roasted lamb to everyone, and everyone started to eat it with relish. Qin Hao looked at the people filling the cave and knew that this little bit of mutton would not last for a few meals, so he still needed to find more food. Everyone, take a rest after breakfast. When the sun dries up the jungle, we will go out and try our luck to see if we can get anything. We must ensure that we have enough food and not forget the next meal because of this one. Everyone felt that what Qin Hao said made sense, and they all nodded in agreement. At noon, the scorching sun baked the entire deserted island, making it extremely hot. If there weren't puddles everywhere in the jungle, no one would know that this was the weather after a storm. At this time, Qin Hao was walking in the jungle with Zhang Hu, Li Meiyan, and Zhao Chuanwei, heading towards the depths of the jungle. Originally, Qin Hao did not want to bring Zhao Chuanwei along, because he had indeed been caught in a storm all night and was still very exhausted. However, Zhao Chuanwei himself felt that since he had just joined the team, he still had to put in some superficial effort. Moreover, he still had the image of a big villain. Staying in the cave with Yan Xuxin and other women would definitely make everyone feel unsafe, so he rested for a while and followed them, and Qin Hao did not refuse. The four of them continued along the jungle. This time, Qin Hao did not choose to go to the eastern grassland, but took everyone to the Earthhill Forest, the wild boar territory. At first, Zhang Hu and others were reluctant because they had seen how powerful a group of wild boars could be. However, Qin Hao felt that the goat's side was not very safe because it was guarded by the tiger, but in comparison, the Tukilan side was much safer, so no one objected. But at this moment, Qin Hao became alert instantly when he heard the noise coming from his ears, and saw a hare running past them in a hurry. Li Meiyan, who had sharp eyes, of course also spotted the hare and quickly shouted, "Quick, it's a hare, don't let it escape." Zhang Hu quickly took off the strong bow given to him by Qin Hao from his back, aimed in the direction pointed by Li Meiyan, and actually saw a hare running wildly, but it was too fast. With his limited archery skills, it was impossible to hit it. He could only watch the hare disappear from his sight. Oh, what a pity! As a result, just as Zhang Hu finished sighing, he was pushed into the ravine behind him by Qin Hao. Then Zhao Chuanwei and Li Meiyan also rolled down. Qin Hao landed on his feet and landed beside them in a cool manner. "Shoo, don't talk." Zhang Hu, Li Meiyan, and others were all confused, thinking that Qin Hao was teasing them. Just as they were about to get angry, a roar was suddenly heard. Roar! At this moment, Zhang Hu, Li Meiyan, and Zhao Chuanwei were stunned, because the sound was very close to them, but they didn't feel anything unusual. Qin Hao lay in the ravine, holding down the people under him, and slowly stretched his head out to check. He saw a big black bear slowly walking towards him, which scared him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat. "I clearly avoided its territory, how could I still run into it? It's really a narrow road for enemies to cross. I'm so drunk." Li Meiyan also looked up with great curiosity, but when she saw the huge shadow of the black bear less than 10 meters away from her, she was immediately frightened and screamed. "Ah!" Qin Hao quickly covered Li Meiyan's mouth, but even so, the big black bear heard the noise and suddenly took a few steps towards the ravine, scaring everyone so much that they trembled and thought a disaster was about to happen. But at this time, the fleeing hare turned back, and after seeing the big black bear, it turned around and continued to flee. Roar! The big black bear roared angrily, and without stopping, it chased directly in the direction of the hare. In this way, everyone was lucky enough to escape the disaster. Seeing that the surroundings were safe, Qin Hao hurriedly led everyone away. Along the way, Zhang Hu was looking at the bow and arrow in his hand, and a bold idea came to his mind. "Qin Hao, do you think we can kill a big black bear or a tiger with this bow and arrow? Wouldn't we be much safer this way?" Qin Hao shook his head slightly, because he knew that if he wanted to deal with ferocious beasts like black bears or tigers, he must prepare a large number of traps to assist. Otherwise, it would be almost a pipe dream to hunt and kill these beasts with just their 2 bows and a few broken spears. I think we should just forget it. Don't let it cause too many casualties. It would be more trouble than it's worth. Zhang Hu had no choice but to give up and follow the crowd to continue heading towards Tukilan. At this time, in the cave, Yan Xuxin and Wang Xiaorou had a very pleasant conversation. Perhaps it was because Wang Xiaorou's condition had improved that Yan Xuxin was very happy. But Yan Xuxin thought of Ning Chuyue who was standing beside her. She went to the beach to get her backpack yesterday despite her objection, and she spoke up for Zhao Chuanwei this morning. She was full of doubts. That was Zhao Chuanwei, a college student who even dared to bully her, not to mention Ning Chuyue who was often with him. She had a bad feeling in her heart. The more Yan Xuxin thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. She walked over to the fire, looked at Ning Chuyue who was adding dry firewood to the fire, and asked with a worried look on her face, "Ning Chuyue, are you okay?" Ning Chuyue was a little confused when she heard Yan Xuxin's question, and asked quickly, "Manager Yan, what do you mean?" How could Yan Xuxin have the nerve to say such a thing openly? However, she was also worried that Ning Chuyue would be held hostage by Zhao Chuanwei and asked to do something she shouldn't do, which would delay her future. So she asked directly, "Zhao Chuanwei, has he ever done anything out of line with you? Wang Xiaoro, who was drinking warm water, instantly became interested and found it hard to believe when she heard Yan Xuxin's gossip. Ning Chuyue didn't expect that Yan Xuxin would ask this. She was unable to react for a moment and was caught off guard. Her eyes were obviously evasive, because Ning Chuyue didn't want everyone to know that she was Zhao Chuanwei's puppet, so she shook her head desperately and objected. How is this possible? I didn't, Manager Yan, you think too much. Yan Xuxin frowned when she saw Ning Chuyue's evasive look, and knew that her guess was probably right, but she didn't say it out loud. But Ning Chuyue already knew who Yan Xuxin was. As the general manager of the company, she had the ability to read people's expressions and must have guessed it. She grabbed her arm, her eyes full of guilt and regret, and pitiful tears slowly welled up in her eyes. Manager Yan, this is all caused by my ignorance in the past. Please keep it a secret for me. Yan Xuxin gently patted Ning Chuyue's hand and comforted her. Don't worry, I get it. At this time, Wang Xiaoro, who had suffered from transient amnesia, felt her confused mind swell after hearing these topics. Suddenly, scenes of unbearable scenes appeared in her messy memory, which terrified her. What's going on? Could that person be me? Wang Xiaoro was a little bit unbelievable. She suddenly felt something was wrong with her body and rushed out of the cave without saying a word. Yan Xuxin was still listening to Ning Chuyue talking about her miserable life and had no idea what happened to Wang Xiaoro. Before she could ask, she disappeared. But Yan Xuxin didn't notice anything. She thought Wang Xiaoro just drank too much water and was in a hurry to go to the bathroom. This girl is so anxious. Soon, when Wang Xiaoro came back, Yan Xuxin obviously noticed that she was a little distraught, so she asked with concern, Xiaoro, what's wrong with you? Wang Xiaoro thought of the scenes just now and went out to check her body. She was shocked to find that the flower of her chastity had withered. She knew that the scenes in her mind were real. She couldn't help crying and threw herself into Yan Xuxin's arms and burst into tears. Woo, Yan, Manager Yan. This scared Yan Xuxin, but no matter how she asked, Wang Xiaoro remained tight-lipped and didn't reveal a word. Ning Chuyue seemed to sense something was wrong, because she was also a woman, she could definitely feel the difference in her body, so she knew something was wrong, and quickly asked, Xiaoro, why are you crying? Have you been wronged or are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Wang Xiaoro lay in Yan Xuxin's arms and shook her head slowly, responding with a crying voice, I'm fine, really fine. Ning Chuyue found that Wang Xiaoro didn't seem to remember everything, so she felt relieved. But she was still worried in her heart. She angrily scolded Zhao Chuanwei and asked him to be more careful. He was so bold and had caused so many troubles. She was worried that one day everything would be exposed. How would she end it then? On the other side, near Tuqilan, Qin Hao, Zhang Hu and 3 others safely passed through the jungle, carefully walked to the side of the Earth Hill forest and hid themselves. Everyone be careful and don't alert the enemy. Li Meiyan, Zhang Hu and Zhao Chuanwei all nodded in agreement and explored the area nervously. They were a little daunted by the sight of so many wild boars on the mound. Zhao Chuanwei and Zhang Hu had both been chased by a group of wild boars before, and they knew how terrifying they were. Especially Zhang Hu, who had even been knocked away by an adult wild boar once. If he hadn't been physically strong, he might have died there. Qin Hao said without hesitation, everyone, let's retreat first. It's not conducive to hunting here now. Let's go and see if there are any lone wild boars nearby. That way the success rate will be much higher. Zhang Hu, Li Meiyan, and Zhao Chuanwei did not hesitate and hurried to follow. They did not dare to provoke these wild boars. Soon, the sharp-eyed Li Meiyan spotted a wild boar foraging under a big tree not far away. Everyone, look. It's a wild boar. Everyone looked in the direction Li Meiyan pointed, and they actually found a lone wild boar. Qin Hao quickly led everyone to hide behind a big tree. Looking at the wild boar in front of them, everyone knew that it was the best hunting target today. Zhang Hu, you shoot it with your bow and arrow, and I'll kill it with my axe. Zhang Hu quickly shook his head and objected, no, the distance is too far, I don't have the skills, you should do it, I will use the axe to solve it. Qin Hao thought of the last time they hunted goats and felt that the two of them had a good understanding of each other. He did not object and nodded in agreement. Okay, but you have to be careful this time. This is a wild boar with thick skin and flesh. It's not as easy to shoot as a goat. Be careful. Zhang Hu put the bow and arrow back on his back, took the axe from Qin Hao's hand, stretched his muscles, and looked very relaxed. Don't worry, just shoot and kill, I'll take care of the rest. Qin Hao hummed lightly, then took out an arrow and put it on the bow, aiming at the lone wild boar. Li Meiyan and Zhao Chuanwei also split into two groups to block the wild boar's escape route to prevent it from being frightened and escaping back to the mound. Whoosh! The bowstring trembled, and the wooden arrow flew out in an instant with great force. The moment Zhang Hu heard the wooden arrow being shot, he quickly rushed towards the wild boar with an axe in hand. Qin Hao knew that one arrow could not cause fatal damage to the wild boar, so he quickly took out a wooden arrow from his back and put it on the strong bow. Everyone saw that the wooden arrow was sharp and unstoppable, going straight into the wild boar's belly and piercing deep into it. Humph! The wild boar let out a miserable cry and began to charge around with its shaking body. Just at this moment, Zhang Hu rushed up with an axe, raised the axe high and chopped at the wild boar's head. Go to hell, you stinky wild boar! As a result, Zhang Hu was careless and was knocked to the ground by the wild boar. Before he could get up, the wild boar hit his butt hard and knocked him out. Everyone was terrified. They looked at the wild boar, which had no intention of escaping and was glaring at Zhang Hu with a fierce look, and felt a little panicked. Whoosh! Another sound of breaking through the air was heard, and a wooden arrow instantly passed by Zhang Hu and shot into the wild boar's neck in full view of everyone. Zhang Hu also reacted quickly. Regardless of the pain in his body, he leaped forward and hit the wild boar on the head with an axe. The wild boar bleed splattered on the spot and fell to the ground. Seeing that the hunt was successful, Qin Hao was worried that Zhang Hu was injured, so he asked with concern, Zhang Hu, how are you? Zhang Hu smiled awkwardly and said, a wild boar is a wild boar. It is much more ferocious than a goat. It hurts so much. Everyone felt relieved when they knew that Zhang Hu was fine, and began to pack up their spoils and return home. Because it was summer, by the time Qin Hao, Zhang Hu and Zhao Chuanwei, the three grown men, carried the wild boar back to the cave, they were already sweating profusely. The three of them jumped directly into the stream to wash off the sweat on their bodies. Yan Xuxin and the others were so surprised to see such a big wild boar that they were speechless. They even thought of the time when she was chased by a group of wild boars. If Qin Hao had not rescued her at that time, she didn't know what would have happened to her. Qin Hao, this wild boar is enough for us to eat for several days at least, but in this hot summer, the meat will not last long. Li Meiyan was also a housewife. She clapped her hands and said hastily, I know that salt can increase the resistance of meat to decay. Of course Qin Hao also knew that meat pickled with salt could be preserved longer, but this was a deserted island and he had no idea where to find salt. It's no different from not saying anything. Where can we get salt? For a moment, everyone was silent, knowing that this was a very troublesome matter. Wang Xiaoro stood aside without saying a word. Thinking of herself naked and crying helplessly in the tent, she stared at Zhao Chuanwei. She could already guess that he was the only one who could do such a thing. She knew that her innocence was destroyed by him, and she found it hard to accept it. But at this time, Qin Hao, who had just finished washing, slowly walked ashore. He had already thought of a perfect solution, and said confidently, I have a solution, but it will be a little troublesome. Everyone felt that it was okay to have a little trouble, as they were stranded on a deserted island and had nothing else to do. Tell me, how should we preserve it? Yeah, Qin Hao, don't keep us in suspense. Qin Hao looked at the wild boar under his feet and said quickly, smoked meat, we can roast the wild boar meat over a fire first, and then smoke it with a layer of black smoke for preservation. This way we don't have to worry about the wild boar meat going bad in a short time. Everyone suddenly realized and felt that what Qin Hao said made some sense. But Yan Xuxin asked in doubt, then do we need a lot of things? Qin Hao nodded and responded, yes, we also need some cattail sticks for fumigation. I'll go with you. Yan Xuxin said without hesitation. Li Meiyan on the side said with a smile, Qin Hao, is it enough for Yan Xuxin to go alone? Do you want me to go too? Qin Hao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He knew what Li Meiyan meant, so he agreed, okay, one more person is fine with me. Li Meiyan had no intention of competing with Yan Xuxin for love, and said calmly, I think it's better to forget it. It will be troublesome to clean up such a big wild boar. I will stay and help, so as not to disturb your world of two. Yan Xuxin's face suddenly turned red, and she was a little at a loss. Qin Hao calmly handed the axe to Zhang Hu and asked him to lead everyone to clean up the wild boar. He also specifically instructed him to throw the unwanted garbage inside the wild boar into the stream and let it float away with the current to prevent the strong smell of blood from attracting unnecessary trouble. Then, carrying his bow and arrow, he led Yan Xuxin towards the cattail bush with ease. After a long time, Yan Xuxin was already sweating profusely because of the heat wave. Qin Hao looked at Yan Xuxin, who was wearing a white dress soaked with sweat. The long dress was tightly attached to her body, revealing her curves. For a moment, he was filled with imagination and his blood boiled. Yan Xuxin was a little shy, her face flushed as she said, still looking. Haven't you seen it all before? Qin Hao couldn't help but marvel at Yan Xuxin's proud figure, swallowed wildly, and said uncontrollably, I have seen it, but it's a pity that I haven't touched it. Yan Xuxin blushed immediately, she was really impressed by Qin Hao's shamelessness. Huh? Have you forgotten about the incident in the tent? How could Qin Hao forget? That was the most difficult night in his life, but he still pretended that his memory was vague and said, what about that time in the tent? Why don't I remember anything? Yan Xuxin was immediately furious, because she still remembered the incident in the tent vividly. Not only was her first kiss taken away, but she almost gave her body to someone else. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she raised her little fist to hit Qin Hao in the chest. You, the bad guy. Qin Hao puffed out his chest and accepted Yan Xuxin's waving fist, then took a step forward and hugged her in his arms. Yan Xuxin was stunned. She didn't expect that things would happen so suddenly. She wanted to struggle, but her tiny strength was insignificant to Qin Hao. Qin Hao looked at Yan Xuxin, who was struggling slowly in his arms, and hugged her tighter, saying domineeringly, hold me. Hold me. Qin Hao's words completely stunned Yan Xuxin. Feeling Qin Hao's warm embrace, her little hands were a little hesitant, and her heart was struggling. What should I do? I really want to hug you, but isn't this too casual? Yan Xuxin was struggling internally, but she gritted her teeth and remained steadfast. Never mind, just be casual, hug her first and talk later. But at this moment, Qin Hao felt that he would lose control if he continued to hug her like this, so he let go of Yan Xuxin and said with a smile on his face, okay, let's go quickly, otherwise everyone will be impatient. Yan Xuxin felt extremely lost, as if she had been thrown into hell in an instant from heaven, leaving her with no desire to live. She really wanted to act on her impulse and hug Qin Hao tightly from behind, but as the general manager of a company, how could she, who was so proud, do such a ridiculous thing? But Yan Xuxin soon discovered that Qin Hao's walking posture was very shy, so she knew what was going on and said, Qin Hao, the way you walk is so weird. Qin Hao forced a bitter smile on his face. Fortunately, he was walking in front of Yan Xuxin, otherwise he would definitely be laughed at for his embarrassing situation. 10 minutes later. Qin Hao saw the pond, surrounded by cattails. Xuxin, we're here. Yan Xuxin looked at the cattail bushes in front of her, sweating all over, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally here, it's so hot. Seeing that the surroundings were still safe, Qin Hao put away the bow and arrow in his hand and began to collect cattail sticks. Yan Xuxin followed closely behind Qin Hao, holding all the cattail sticks he had collected. Ah! But at this moment, Yan Xuxin screamed, slipped and fell backwards. Qin Hao, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, reacted instantly. He no longer cared about the cattail stick in his hand and grabbed Yan Xuxin. However, the incident happened suddenly and in a hurry. Qin Hao had no time to control his body shape. He was not careful for a moment and he and Yan Xuxin both fell to the ground. As luck would have it, Qin Hao and Yan Xuxin's mouths touched each other. Just now, Yan Xuxin was still regretting not hugging Qin Hao quickly. At this moment, she was completely stunned and couldn't react at all for a while. Qin Hao was stunned for several seconds before he calmed down. He slowly raised his head, left Yan Xuxin's lips, and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Yan Xuxin's face flushed and she shook her head slightly. She didn't dare to look Qin Hao in the eye at all. She began to avoid him nervously. Originally, Qin Hao was planning to get up, but he felt that the current atmosphere was a little unusual and full of ambiguity, especially Yan Xuxin's shy look, which made him even more impulsive. Qin Hao didn't hesitate and slowly kissed Yan Xuxin on the forehead. Yan Xuxin wanted to dodge, but when she thought about not hugging Qin Hao quickly just now and she was reluctant to give up this opportunity, she struggled internally for a while and her heart beat faster. Qin Hao kissed Yan Xuxin on the forehead like a dragonfly touching the water. Seeing that she did not dodge at all and looked delicate and vulnerable, he became bolder and kissed her on the little mouth. Yan Xuxin looked at Qin Hao obsessively, her face flushed instantly, her breathing became rapid, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably with nervousness. She was very flustered and didn't know what to do, so she closed her eyes and shouted, Qin Hao." Qin Hao's heart was moved when he saw this. He could clearly feel Yan Xuxin's rapid breathing, especially such a gentle call, which made him unable to extricate himself. His thick lips slowly fell on Yan Xuxin's small mouth. As soon as they touched, he could clearly feel Yan Xuxin's whole body trembling even more violently. As expected, Yan Xuxin not only did not resist, she even took the initiative to move her body closer to Qin Hao, pressing tightly against his chest. "Qin Hao, don't." However, how could Qin Hao listen to Yan Xuxin's words at this moment? He kissed her passionately, and his thick tongue easily opened that sweet little mouth. Wow! Seeing Yan Xuxin struggling unwaveringly, Qin Hao's hands also began to wander restlessly. For a moment, Yan Xuxin lost her resistance to the kiss of those heavy lips. Her whole body went limp and relaxed, and then her whole body tensed up in an instant. Crash! At this moment, there was a sudden splash of water in the pond, which scared them both. "Qin Hao, something's wrong." Qin Hao looked around at the cattail bushes that were all around him and the wild birds that were startled and flew away. Feeling that something was wrong, he reluctantly pulled Yan Xuxin up and took out the arrow to put on the bow. "Xuxin, be careful." Yan Xuxin took a deep breath to calm her excitement, then slowly came out of her excited state and quickly picked up all the cattail sticks scattered on the ground. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Qin Hao suddenly pounced on her, hugged her tightly and rolled on the ground. Yan Xuxin hadn't reacted yet and thought Qin Hao was just teasing her. "Qin Hao, stop making trouble." As a result, waves suddenly surged in the pond, and a huge crocodile jumped out and bit the place where Yan Xuxin had just stood. This scene scared Yan Xuxin to death. Only then did she realize that Qin Hao had already discovered the change in the situation in advance and that was why he pounced on her. Qin Hao didn't care about all that. Seeing such a huge crocodile, he pulled Yan Xuxin up without hesitation and started running away. Seeing that its first attack failed, the giant crocodile pursued the enemy, but as it was used to being in a pond, it was obviously a little clumsy when running on 4 legs. Even so, Yan Xuxin was frightened enough that she started running wildly, picking up her skirt. "Qin Hao, hurry up, it's catching up." Qin Hao pulled Yan Xuxin and hurriedly sped up, not daring to look back, for fear of wasting a moment of time and being caught up by the giant crocodile. The giant crocodile also stopped when it saw the 2 people running out of the cattail bush. With its huge body, it was completely unsuitable for running on land, so it turned around and retreated back into the cattail bush. Qin Hao ran with Yan Xuxin for a while, and when he heard no more movement behind him, he couldn't help but look back. Seeing that the giant crocodile had retreated back to the pond, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "That was a close call." Yan Xuxin was so frightened that she broke out in a cold sweat, especially when the giant crocodile rushed towards the place where she was picking up the cattail sticks. She was so frightened that she threw herself directly into Qin Hao's arms. "I'm so scared." Qin Hao felt the softness coming from his chest, and quickly patted Yan Xuxin's back to comfort her. "It's okay, it's okay." Yan Xuxin felt very strongly that she had survived a disaster, but she soon calmed down in Qin Hao's arms. "I was scared to death just now. Fortunately, you are here, Qin Hao." Qin Hao was completely attracted by Yan Xuxin at this moment. Her proud and curvy figure was pressed tightly against his body. He could clearly feel the squeeze. The strong impact made him very excited. Qin Hao looked at Yan Xuxin in his arms excitedly, and bold ideas came to his mind. However, Yan Xuxin did not think much about this. She shook the few remaining cattail sticks in her hand and said helplessly, "Qin Hao, there are only a few cattail sticks left. What should we do?" Qin Hao, who was still daydreaming, came back to his senses instantly. He didn't care much about the cattail stick, because he was lucky to be alive and didn't dare to ask for too much. It's okay. The most important thing is that we survive. None of this matters anymore. He thought about the last time he and Li Meiyan came to collect cattail sticks. They didn't notice this giant crocodile at all, and felt a little bit unbelievable. After Yan Xuxin left Qin Hao's arms, she asked in doubt, "What should we do now?" Qin Hao looked at the cattail bushes not far away, and threw away his bold ideas. He didn't dare to stay for long, and said bluntly, "Let's go back first." Yan Xuxin nodded slightly and had to follow Qin Hao back the same way. However, when she thought of the giant crocodile just now, she felt lucky that she and Qin Hao kissed for a while, so she did not go deep into the cattail bushes, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. Time passed slowly, and when the two of them returned to the cave safely, everyone had already lit a fire by the stream and started grilling wild boar meat. The aroma was fragrant. Everyone looked at Qin Hao and Yan Xuxin, who were covered in mud and holding a few cattail sticks, and they couldn't help but have a bad feeling in their hearts. Wang Xiaoro was still very angry because she didn't have a chance to ask Zhao Chuanwei for clarification. Seeing Yan Xuxin's miserable look, she asked worriedly, "Manager Yan, what happened to you guys?" Yan Xuxin did not hide anything and recounted in detail the encounter with the giant crocodile just now, which shocked everyone. Especially Zhao Chuanwei, who in his evil heart was still thinking what Qin Hao and Yan Xuxin had done in the cattail bush. After hearing this, he was also shocked. Li Meiyan was so frightened that she jumped up and said without hesitation, "I went there once before with Qin Hao, and how come we didn't encounter such a big crocodile? It's unbelievable." Qin Hao was also very curious, but then he thought that maybe it was because he and Li Meiyan did not make any noise that they did not attract the giant crocodile. Zhang Hu looked at the large amount of wild boar meat by the fire and handed 2 pieces to Qin Hao and Yan Xuxin, asking them to eat and drink their fill first. "The wild boar meat is almost done anyway. At worst, we can just roast it a little drier. This will definitely allow the wild boar meat to be stored for a few more days." Qin Hao ate a few bites of wild boar meat. Although it was not as tender as goat meat, it had a unique flavor. "That's fine too." Everyone felt that this method was feasible because there was really no other way. The more people there were, the faster the consumption would be, so they didn't waste their time on it. It was not until nightfall that everyone brought all the wild boar meat back into the cave. Ning Chuyue was finally responsible for putting out the fire. Just as she was about to get up and walk towards the cave, she was suddenly pulled into the arms of a force, and the familiar voice of Zhao Chuanwei came to her ears. "Chuyue, I have been wanting to find an opportunity to thank you, but there are so many people around that I can only do this now that everyone is in the cave. Thank you for your method that allowed me to join successfully." Ning Chuyue's heart beat faster. Although she had seduced Qin Hao, she was very unhappy because of his disdain. She still liked Zhao Chuanwei's direct and rough approach. She had no resistance at all, her breathing became rapid, and her body gradually became hot. "No, you're welcome." Although Zhao Chuanwei is fat and incompetent, he holds a prominent position in the company and has seen countless women. Knowing that Ning Chuyue has already responded, he becomes even bolder. But Ning Chuyue stopped him immediately, and said reluctantly, "Not now, someone may come out of the cave at any time. I think we should wait until next time. Let's go to another place and I'll let you do whatever you want." Zhao Chuanwei's face was full of pride. Although he really wanted to conquer Ning Chuyue right now, he also felt that it was not safe here, so he had to give up. "You really haven't changed at all, you're still so considerate. I like that. I hope you can find time to spend with me sooner." Ning Chuyue hummed lightly and broke free from Zhao Chuanwei's arms and ran towards the cave. Zhao Chuanwei's expression changed in an instant. Thinking of what happened to him in the morning, he held a grudge against Qin Hao and his face showed a sinister look, but he quickly calmed down and walked towards the cave. This night, everyone took turns to be on duty, and they managed to get through it safely. Qin Hao was worried about everyone, so he stayed up late at night and slept until noon. When he slowly opened his eyes, he saw only Yan Xuxin sitting next to him. "Xuxin, where are the others?" "When everyone saw that you were still asleep, they went to the jungle to check the situation, hoping to find any news about the rescue team." This surprised Qin Hao a little. He didn't expect that everyone's awareness had actually improved. But when he saw that Yan Xuxin was the only one left in the cave, he hugged her with a wicked smile on his face. "This is a rare opportunity, let me hug you." Seeing that Yan Xuxin's face was rosy and she didn't show any objection, Qin Hao hugged her without hesitation and held her in his arms. Although they have had contact many times, Qin Hao has a different feeling every time, especially the faint body fragrance that wafts over, which makes him unable to extricate himself, and he can't help but kiss Yan Xuxin's hot and fragrant lips. As a result, at this moment, the straw curtain outside the cave was suddenly pulled open, and Wang Xiaoro was seen staring at everything in front of her with wide eyes, showing an unbelievable look. Wake up, wake up. Sorry to bother you, I'll leave now, you guys continue, you guys continue. The straw curtain blocked the cave entrance again, but Yan Xuxin was too shy to face the truth. She looked at Qin Hao angrily and said, let's see if you dare to do this again next time, humph. Qin Hao forced out a trace of embarrassment and watched Yan Xuxin run out of the cave with a red face. He helplessly put his clothes in order and stood up. But before he walked out of the cave, he heard Zhang Hu shouting from outside. Hey! Everyone, we found something here. Qin Hao felt that Zhang Hu was very anxious from the sound, and thought something was wrong, so he quickly pushed open the straw curtain and ran out. Zhang Hu, what's wrong? Zhang Hu said bluntly, Boss Zhao, Li Meiyan, Ning Chuyue, and I went deep into the jungle to look for clues about the rescue team this morning, and we actually found a crashed passenger plane, so we came back to ask you to come and take a look. Airliner. Qin Hao became interested when he heard this and said hurriedly, let's go, lead the way. Without any hesitation, Zhang Hu rushed towards the crashed passenger plane with Qin Hao, Yan Xuxin, and others. Originally, Qin Hao thought he might gain something, even clues about other victims, but when he arrived at the place, he found that the crashed plane was already covered with rust. Even the outer shell of the plane was covered with a thick layer of moss, and it was leaning across several large trees. It was unknown how much time had passed. Hey, where is Sister Meiyan? Yan Xuxin asked. Ning Chuyue explained, she has already climbed into the plane to check the situation. Seeing this, Qin Hao was worried that Li Meiyan might be in danger, so he and Zhang Hu climbed up the tree towards the plane. But after Qin Hao successfully entered the cabin, the passenger plane hanging between several large trees suddenly shook, and it seemed not very stable. He hurriedly stopped Zhang Hu and said, no, Zhang Hu, you go down and wait for a while, I will go in and take a look. If the situation is not right, I will call you. Zhang Hu looked at the already tattered plane, which was shaking and making some harsh metallic swaying sounds, which frightened him, so he had to nod and agree. Okay, then be careful. Seeing Zhang Hu retreating from the big tree, Qin Hao walked into the cabin following the light coming through the damaged roof of the aircraft. Hey! Miss Meiyan, where are you? Qin Hao, I'm in the driver's seat. Qin Hao hurriedly walked towards the cockpit of the plane and saw Li Meiyan rummaging around, but it seemed to be to no avail. Just as Qin Hao looked around, he suddenly heard Li Meiyan scream. She stepped on the slippery moss and fell towards the window in front of her. Because the plane was very old, the windshield had long since disappeared. Qin Hao saw this and knew that if he allowed Li Meiyan to fall like this, she would definitely fall out of the plane and fall from the tree, so he hurriedly reached out to grab her. Because the situation was urgent, he actually caught Li Meiyan with this grab, but Qin Hao pinched his palm, and a familiar feeling came to his heart. This must be Sister Meiyan's hand. You know what, Li Meiyan is really top-notch. Although there is a layer of miniature fur between them, the smoothness from the palm of her hand makes Qin Hao unable to stop. Although they were indeed passionate in the cave last time, Qin Hao has always found it hard to forget. Li Meiyan had no choice but to stand firm with the help of Qin Hao. She blushed and said, you really never miss any opportunity. Qin Hao let go of his hand awkwardly and explained hastily, I was afraid that you would fall out of the plane, so I grabbed, your hand in a hurry. What's the emergency? Li Meiyan pretended not to understand and asked back. Suddenly, Qin Hao's mind was full of imagination. If something could happen between him and Li Meiyan here, it would definitely be wonderful. Qin Hao had been under too much stimulation these days, so just such simple random thoughts made his dantian feel hot. As a person who had experienced this, how could Li Meiyan not notice Qin Hao's abnormality? She asked with a smile, "Little rascal, what are you thinking about?" Qin Hao was afraid that if he got too close to Li Meiyan, she would discover his embarrassment at the moment, so he took a few steps back guiltily and said with a wry smile, "No, what can I think of?" However, Li Meiyan stared at Qin Hao for a long time with disbelief on her face, and looked him up and down and said, "Ha, it's like this, you must not be thinking of anything good." Qin Hao was caught red-handed and was feeling embarrassed when Li Meiyan suddenly pounced on him and blocked his thick lips with her hot and fragrant lips. Qin Hao was obviously stunned for a moment, then he became excited and immediately took the initiative. He then took advantage of the situation and put his arm around Li Meiyan's slender waist. Thinking of the people anxiously waiting below the plane, he said excitedly, "Sister Meiyan, there are quite a few people waiting for us below. Isn't this very exciting? Do you want to do something here?" For a moment, Li Meiyan was kissed with a face full of love, and she did not agree directly, but asked with a smile, "I really didn't expect that you were so good at enjoying it." After hearing these words, Qin Hao felt that Li Meiyan was really brave, and he covered her mouth without hesitation. Thinking of the people with eager eyes below the plane, they would definitely not guess that the two of them were doing these things on it at this moment. Li Meiyan is a rare mature goddess, and it is no exaggeration to describe her as a beauty on earth. Qin Hao had no mercy on the woman. Just when he was about to do something big, there was a sudden sharp creaking sound from the passenger plane, accompanied by a violent shaking. This time they were both very scared, and then Yan Xuxin's worried voice was heard from under the plane. "Hey! Qin Hao, Sister Meiyan, you two should be careful, this plane doesn't seem to be very stable." Qin Hao knew that it must be because he and Li Meiyan's actions just now were too intense, and they happened at the front of the cockpit, which completely disrupted the balance of the entire passenger plane. He had no choice but to take a deep breath and said, "Okay, don't worry." Afterwards, when Qin Hao looked at Li Meiyan's perfect figure in front of him, he felt sad that he could not go on, because he was afraid that if he continued, he would be discovered. It was not a big deal. If he really overturned the passenger plane, they might both lose their lives. Li Meiyan also saw Qin Hao's depressed thoughts, and hurriedly comforted him, "Okay, as long as you don't leave the deserted island, I will always be yours." Qin Hao felt much better and stopped acting recklessly. Instead, he continued to carefully look for useful things with Li Meiyan. Because the passenger plane was not very stable after crashing into a big tree, Qin Hao moved very carefully and soon found a black box in a hidden corner. Qin Hao slowly opened it and found several well-preserved daggers inside, which he put into his pocket. Crack! A crisp sound was heard, and Qin Hao knew that something was wrong. It was not suitable to stay here for long, so he hurriedly said, "Sister Meiyan, leave here quickly." Without any hesitation, Li Meiyan followed Qin Hao and escaped from the passenger plane through the entrance. Just as she jumped onto the big tree and had not yet gained a firm foothold, the passenger plane behind her made a loud noise and then fell from the big tree. Boom! The people standing below were frightened by the scene before them and stepped back one after another. They saw the passenger plane crashed into the swamp and turned into ruins in an instant. Yan Xuxin looked at Qin Hao and Li Meiyan on the tree branch with fear and asked worriedly, "Qin Hao, Sister Meiyan, are you two okay?" "Fine." After Qin Hao responded, he slid down from the tree with Li Meiyan and distributed the daggers he had just found. To be on the safe side, Qin Hao did not give the dagger to Zhao Chuanwei, but put it in his pocket first, wanting to wait and see how he performed before making other plans. Qin Hao looked at the crashed passenger plane, and since there was nothing left to use, he led everyone back to the cave. After a busy morning, everyone was already hungry, so they roasted a lot of wild boar meat and ate it. After Qin Hao finished eating, he walked to the entrance of the cave and rearranged the traps he had made before. As long as a wild beast touched them, they would fall to the ground and make a noise, alarming everyone. But he was not satisfied with the status quo. He moved a lot of stones from all around and piled them at the entrance of the cave to reduce the size of the entrance and exit, which would help with defense. Seeing this, Zhao Chuanwei, Zhang Hu, Li Meiyan and others also stepped forward to help. Soon, most of the cave entrance was blocked by the crowd, and Qin Hao finally felt relieved. He wandered around the cave for a long time. Although Yan Xuxin was with him, they just talked and chatted about family matters, that was all. Time passed until late at night. Everyone was already asleep, with only Ning Chuyue, who was on night duty, still sitting dully by the fire, paying attention to everything outside the cave. The quiet cave not only made Ning Chuyue feel sleepy, but also reminded her of her past, especially when she entered the sales industry. She realized how deep the water was. Although she felt that Zhao Chuanwei was just a hypocrite, she had been with him for so many years and had dated him countless times, so she still had some feelings for him. But Ning Chuyue knew that she liked someone like Qin Hao who was responsible and manly, but her past was not satisfactory. She stared absent-mindedly at Qin Hao beside the fire. His delicate face reminded her of every time Zhao Chuanwei treated her well. In her mind, she imagined those unbearable scenes as Qin Hao's appearance, and she couldn't help but feel excited. After a long time, Ning Chuyue saw that the night duty was almost over, so she stood up, walked to Zhao Chuanwei, and kicked him lightly twice with her foot. "Boss Zhao, it's almost your turn to take the night shift." Zhao Chuanwei, who was bleary-eyed, had slept for a long time. For him, this sleep was enough, so he stretched his waist and sat up. He was shocked when he saw Ning Chuyue's face flushed, and he knew that his guess must be correct. He rubbed his palms and said with a sly smile, "Yesterday you said that if I change places, please do as I please. Look, tonight is just right." How could Ning Chuyue not know Zhao Chuanwei's bad intentions? Knowing what he wanted to do, she blushed and wanted to escape and go back to sleep. But how could Zhao Chuanwei let her escape so easily? He pulled Ning Chuyue tightly into his arms from behind, and his restless big hands instantly reached into her clothes. The sudden change made Ning Chuyue unable to resist, and she almost couldn't help but scream. "Mr. Zhao, this isn't a good place. Let's go out." Zhao Chuanwei kissed Ning Chuyue on the face excitedly, then picked her up by the waist and walked out of the cave. He was afraid of making too much noise and waking everyone up, so he was very cautious and careful throughout the whole process. Ning Chuyue was so nervous that she covered her mouth with her hands and did not resist at all. Zhao Chuanwei carried Ning Chuyue to the back mountain and stopped. He placed her gently on a big rock, and without caring whether she agreed or not, he directly blocked her sexy little mouth with his thick big mouth. Ning Chuyue kept her eyes closed the whole time, leaning against a big rock and letting Zhao Chuanwei do whatever he wanted. "Chuyue, you are so beautiful tonight. I really like you more and more." Ning Chuyue was so delighted by the sweet words that her mind became empty. Soon, the back mountain was filled with Ning Chuyue's soft calls, which were even clearer in the quiet night. It was unknown how long it had been before Ning Chuyue shyly tidied her clothes and ran back to the cave. The tired Zhao Chuanwei did not rush back, but drank a few sips of cool water by the stream before returning. When he returned to the cave, Ning Chuyue was already exhausted and sleeping on the grass mat, without any sound. But Zhao Chuanwei knew that Ning Chuyue was definitely not asleep, so he looked at the other beauties with a sly smile. Especially when he saw Wang Xiaoro lying tightly on Yan Xuxin's chest, he couldn't help but recall the brief and beautiful time on the beach, especially when he pushed her against the big tree. A trace of evil rose in his heart again. But he didn't dare to act recklessly now, for fear of Qin Hao's crazy revenge. He could only wait for the right time. But just now, Zhao Chuanwei had consumed a lot of physical energy and felt hungry, so he took a piece of wild boar meat from the stone wall and roasted it. Soon, the aroma of wild boar meat filled the air. Zhao Chuanwei was afraid that the aroma would disturb everyone's rest, so he tiptoed out of the cave with the roasted wild boar meat and sat under a big tree to enjoy the meal. Delicious food is just like this, haha. By the time he finished eating, the sky in the east was already turning pale. He knew that it would be dawn in a dozen minutes or so he did not waste any more time and went back to the cave to take another nap. As soon as the sun rose, Qin Hao got up and started grilling food, and also boiled a lot of hot water in a stainless steel box. Qin Hao didn't know what happened last night. For him, it was nice to have a good sleep. Then everyone woke up one after another, especially Zhao Chuanwei and Ning Chuyue, who slept until noon because of their fatigue last night. Zhang Hu pushed Zhao Chuanwei beside him to wake him up, and teased him, "Boss Zhao, did you have an affair last night? You slept for so long, ha." Zhao Chuanwei was not scared, but Ning Chuyue, who had just woken up, was frightened. She thought that the bad things she and Zhao Chuanwei did last night were discovered, and she was suddenly at a loss. Zhao Chuanwei immediately retorted, "Don't talk nonsense, there are so many people here." Qin Hao shook his head helplessly and said bluntly, "Zhang Hu, Zhao Chuanwei, follow me and look around to see if you can find any clues about the rescue team." Good. Zhang Hu and Zhao Chuanwei both agreed. They didn't want to be trapped on this deserted island for the rest of their lives. They knew that what Qin Hao said was right. They should take the initiative and not just sit there and wait for death. Seeing that Mr. Zhao didn't eat breakfast, Zhang Hu kindly handed him a piece of wild boar meat and said politely, "Mr. Zhao, why don't you eat something?" Zhao Chuanwei would not say that he had already eaten while on duty, so he had to take it. However, he had no appetite when looking at the barbecue in his hand, so he had to force himself to take a bite and chew it. Qin Hao finished eating quickly, began to pack up his axe and bow and arrow, and walked out of the cave. Zhang Hu also quickly picked up the spear and bow beside him and chased after him, not forgetting to remind Zhao Chuanwei, "Boss Zhao, let's go." Zhao Chuanwei had no choice but to follow him out clumsily, with some unfinished wild boar meat in his hands, which looked greasy. At this time, there were only 4 beauties left in the cave. They were looking at each other, not knowing what to do to pass the time. Wang Xiao stared at Zhao Chuanwei walking out of the cave in a daze, because she had no chance to find Zhao Chuanwei to ask him whether her innocence was destroyed by him. She was very flustered because everything was too terrible for her. She wanted to tell everyone but was afraid that they would laugh at her, so she had to continue to hide the truth in her heart. Time passed by minute, and at noon, the sun was high in the sky. Qin Hao, Zhang Hu and Zhao Chuanwei had been wandering in the jungle for 5 or 6 hours. They had been to countless places and even checked the wreckage of a rescue helicopter that had crashed on the mountain, but they had not been able to find any clues about the rescue team. However, at this time, they had already walked to the beach. Zhao Chuanwei was already tired and sweating profusely. He leaned against a big tree beside the beach, panting and complaining. "Oh my God, how can I figure out when this will end? This is so exhausting." Zhang Hu also walked up to Qin Hao in frustration, and saw that he was still looking out to sea, as if he was looking for a passing ship. He said helplessly, "Qin Hao, we have been looking for a whole morning, but to no avail. What should we do next?" Qin Hao looked at the endless sea and saw nothing. He lost his patience and knew that it would be useless to continue searching. He said bluntly, "Forget it. Let's go back first. It seems that we can only look for the rescue team slowly." When Zhang Hu and Zhao Chuanwei heard that they could go back, they breathed a sigh of relief and became much happier. Even so, Qin Hao took them on some detours and checked some more places, but there was still no clue of the rescue team. After a long time, until the sun was setting, they finally returned to the cave safely. When Li Meiyin saw Qin Hao and others coming back, she knew that everyone must be exhausted, so she started to cook food. This time she did not grill it, but simmered it in a stainless steel box. Qin Hao looked at the remaining wild boar meat on the stone wall. It should be enough for everyone to have a few meals, but it was a hot summer day and he couldn't guarantee whether he would be able to eat it tomorrow. "Everyone, we may have to hunt again tomorrow. I am worried that the temperature will be too high tomorrow and the meat will go bad and cannot be eaten anymore." Zhang Hu knew that they had hunted a wild boar and it was quite good for 7 people to have so many meals. "Qin Hao, why don't we go hunt goats tomorrow? I still feel a little pain from the place where I was hit by the wild boar." Qin Hao hummed lightly. He felt that although the tiger on the goat's side was dangerous, the herd of wild boars was not easy to mess with, so he did not object. "That's fine. Eating wild boar meat every day is getting boring. It's not a bad idea to try a different kind of food." Zhang Hu still prefers to hunt goats because they are soft and easy to bully. Everyone agreed, and after the meal they spent the afternoon in peace. As night falls, late at night, Zhao Chuanwei slowly woke up, looked at Ning Chuyue who was sitting alone by the fire on night duty, and slowly got up, saying with a sly smile, "Chuyue, here I come." Ning Chuyue was still recalling every detail of last night. She was feeling confused when she was startled by a sudden voice. She also didn't expect that she didn't even try to wake up Zhao Chuanwei, but he actually woke up on his own. "Boss Zhao, how about we just forget about it tonight? I'm scared." How could Zhao Chuanwei just let it go because of Ning Chuyue's simple words? "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? How about I be gentler for a while?" Before Ning Chuyue could react, Zhao Chuanwei grabbed her by the waist and carried her out of the cave. He placed her directly on the big rock from last night and started kneading her. "Zhao, Mr. Zhao, don't do it." Zhao Chuanwei ignored him as usual, especially his promise to be gentler was forgotten. Ning Chuyue had already gotten used to all this, and seeing that Zhao Chuanwei simply ignored her and had no reaction to her resistance, she had no choice but to give up struggling and started to enjoy herself. This time, Ning Chuyue didn't return to the cave until the sky turned light in the east, dragging her tired body. Zhao Chuanwei also knew that they would go to the grassland to hunt goats today, so he did not continue to sleep, but was a little excited, because goat meat is a very nutritious food. For a man like him, mutton is the best choice, and he will definitely be able to conquer a woman like Ning Chuyue. Not long after, everyone woke up one after another. Li Meiyan, Yan Xuxin, and Wang Xiaorou prepared the food early. Seeing Ning Chuyue still tiredly sleeping on the straw mat, they asked worriedly, "Chuyue, are you okay?" Ning Chuyue was stunned, and quickly shook her head and responded, "I'm fine, maybe I had insomnia last night and didn't sleep well." Her face was flushed, and she didn't dare to look at Zhao Chuanwei for even a second, for fear of recalling everything that had happened in the past 2 nights. Qin Hao carefully checked his equipment, but he was still a little worried because he was much more afraid of tigers than wild boars. Although they successfully killed a goat last time, it was just a fluke. So he didn't want to go to the eastern grassland, but since it had already been discussed yesterday, he couldn't say more. He could only make more preparations and check every wooden arrow. Zhang Hu and Zhao Chuanwei did the same, checking all the equipment and only started eating breakfast after finding no problems. Soon, everyone finished eating and cleaned up. Qin Hao even brought an axe and carried a bow and arrow. "Everyone, get ready to go." Zhang Hu, Zhao Chuanwei, and Li Meiyan were already ready and were just waiting for the order. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Yan Xuxin suddenly stood up with a dagger in her hand and shouted, "Qin Hao, I want to go today too." Wang Xiaorou looked worried upon seeing this and quickly grabbed Yan Xuxin's hand, not wanting her to take any risks at all. Qin Hao objected without hesitation, "No, the 4 of us are enough, just stay in the cave and don't wander around." Yan Xuxin wanted to say something, but found that Qin Hao was very determined and would not allow her to have any hope at all. She sat down by the fire angrily, not wanting to look at Qin Hao anymore. Qin Hao was helpless, but for the sake of Yan Xuxin's safety he couldn't care less. He just hoped that she was safe. He walked out of the cave with Zhang Hu and others without looking back. Ning Chuyue was deeply attracted by Qin Hao's domineering side, so she comforted Yan Xuxin and said, "Okay, Manager Yan, Qin Hao is just trying to protect you, don't be angry." Yan Xuxin knew all this, but she didn't want to hide behind Qin Hao at all. Instead, she wanted to fight alongside him like Li Meiyan. Wang Xiaorou on the side didn't pay attention to all this, because she was still worried about the scene that appeared in her mind, and she wanted to find an opportunity to ask Zhao Chuanwei for clarification. Unconsciously, more than an hour passed, the sun was scorching. Qin Hao and his 4 companions have appeared on the grassland in the east, hiding behind a towering tree and watching the herd of goats in front of them. They had already chosen their target, which was a little lamb not far away. They saw it being alert to its surroundings and eating cautiously on the grass. "Everyone, the old way." Zhang Hu quickly took the axe handed to him by Qin Hao, nodded solemnly and got ready. Zhao Chuanwei and Li Meiyan also quickly dispersed and blocked the lamb's escape route with spears in hand. Seeing that everything was ready, Qin Hao took the arrow, put on the bow and aimed at the target. Whoosh! The wooden arrow shot out from the air, flew across the grass at high speed, and flew towards the unprepared lamb. Puff! The wooden arrow penetrated directly into the lamb's body. Before it could react, Zhang Hu rushed forward with an axe, and the frightened lamb fled in panic. But how could Zhao Chuanwei and Li Meiyan let it escape easily? They quickly jumped out from behind the towering ancient trees with spears in hand and blocked its way. Just when the little lamb was frightened and had no way to escape, another wooden arrow flew over and shot directly into its hind leg, completely rendering the little lamb unable to move. Zhang Hu pounced without hesitation, raised his axe and swung it down, completely ending the life of the lamb. The rest of the goats had already been frightened and fled away, leaving no trace. Li Meiyan danced with excitement as she looked at the lamb she had just caught. Yeah. Another one killed. That's awesome. Zhang Hu also showed a long-lost smile, because in his opinion, hunting lambs is indeed much easier than hunting wild boars. It's really great. Qin Hao always paid attention to his surroundings. Even if there was no movement nearby, he did not dare to be careless. Okay everyone, our mission is not yet complete, at least let's get out of here first. Zhang Hu and the others also understood the situation, so they did not waste any more time. When they were happily preparing to pull the lamb back to the jungle, they suddenly heard a fierce roar. Fool! Everyone was frightened and the originally relaxed atmosphere immediately became tense. Only then did Qin Hao realize that the ferocious tiger was actually not far from them, standing under a big tree, glaring at them with a fierce look. Zhang Hu and Zhao Chuanwei, who were pulling the goat and lamb, were so frightened that they trembled and forgot what to do for a moment. Li Meiyan said terrifiedly, Qin Hao, what should we do now? Qin Hao had witnessed the ferocity of this tiger and had even been chased by it. If he had not escaped quickly, he might have been digested by now, and not even a bone would be left. Moreover, he had encountered this tiger at the entrance of the cave. If it had not been for the straw curtain blocking it, it would have been another disaster. Everyone, the lamb is gone. I'll count to 1, 2, 3 and run towards the jungle. Got it. No one objected because they all knew that between the lamb and their own life was the best option. Qin Hao, come on. Seeing that everyone had no problem, Qin Hao shouted softly, 1, 2, 3, run. In an instant, the four of them turned around and fled towards the jungle, not daring to delay for a moment. Qin Hao was even running away while taking arrows and drawing his bow, making every effort to be fully prepared. Fool! The tiger had no intention of letting them go. It roared and rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. Qin Hao took the lead in running away, and he couldn't believe that they couldn't get rid of such a tiger even though they didn't even want to kill the lamb. As a result, Qin Hao's guess was totally wrong. The tiger didn't notice the goat at all. It leaped over the goat and ignored the goat directly. Qin Hao was so shocked that his jaw dropped and he was so angry that he cursed. What the hell, you don't want the free food and you actually come after us. But at this time, Zhao Chuanwei was so frightened by the tiger that his legs went weak and he fell on the grass without paying attention. Ah! Zhang Hu hurried back to pull Zhao Chuanwei up, but they wasted a lot of time and they had completely lost the chance to escape. Qin Hao looked back at the tiger rushing towards him. Its speed was extremely fast and was simply incomparable to those of them. Without hesitation, he made a decision beyond everyone's imagination. He walked up to Zhang Hu and Zhao Chuanwei with an expressionless face and said in a low voice, Zhang Hu, you take Zhao Chuanwei and sister Li Meiyan away first, I will stop this beast. Zhang Hu and Li Meiyan were shocked and couldn't believe it, but Zhao Chuanwei didn't appreciate it at all and continued to limp away into the jungle. Li Meiyan strongly objected, no, we should all leave together. Seeing the tiger getting closer, Zhang Hu knew that time was running out, so he held the axe in his hand, ready to fight together with Li Meiyan and Qin Hao. However, Qin Hao's cold and deep eyes revealed a hint of disdain as he said, don't worry, you two, you still want to eat me with this thing, you're just dreaming. Zhang Hu and Li Meiyan didn't know where Qin Hao got his confidence from, but they felt that staying would only hinder him, so they had to chase after Zhao Chuanwei. Li Meiyan still looked back worriedly and reminded Qin Hao, be careful, we are waiting for you in front. Qin Hao did not respond, but took out an arrow and put it on the bow. He pulled the bow to its full length and aimed it at the flying tiger, appearing arrogant and unruly. Come on, you beast. Whoosh! The wooden arrow flew out instantly, and the strong bow broke into two under Qin Hao's strong pull. Qin Hao didn't care about these material possessions. The moment the wooden arrow was shot, he threw away the broken bow, turned around and ran away, but in the opposite direction of Li Meiyan and the others. Because he knew that if the wooden arrow missed, the tiger would surely catch up soon, so he had to ensure the safety of Li Meiyan and others and did not want his efforts to go to waste. The wooden arrow flew across the grass like lightning, and the sharp tip of the arrow rushed directly to the tiger's head. The tiger stared at the flying wooden arrow with its fierce eyes, and dodged it nimbly with a leap of its huge body. Fool! The tiger roared angrily and chased in the direction Qin Hao fled without any hesitation. Qin Hao saw everything. He didn't expect that the tiger that he had injured before could still be so agile. He had more or less miscalculated. Soon, he rushed into the jungle, but the tiger chased him relentlessly, roaring furiously. Bluff! The tiger's roar not only did not scare Qin Hao, but it even aroused his fighting spirit, and his pace became obviously faster. You want to eat me? That's crazy. Qin Hao had been here several times and was quite familiar with the nearby terrain, so he jumped directly into a slope. But the tiger jumped into the slope and didn't want Qin Hao to escape easily, so it pounced on him with its fangs and claws. Fool! Then, Qin Hao unexpectedly stopped, took out a sharp dagger from his arms, and looked directly at the tiger that was rushing towards him. Come on, who's afraid of who? Qin Hao roared loudly, but when he saw the tiger did not slow down at all, he finally compromised and climbed over the slope to avoid the tiger's pounce. After rolling on the ground, he stood up and ran away, trying his best to get rid of the tiger. But the tiger is not some cat or dog that can be shaken off easily, and it keeps chasing you. Qin Hao ignored him and rushed towards a big tree with all his strength. He jumped hard and grabbed a branch to climb up the tree. The tiger also leaped up, but unfortunately it brushed Qin Hao's feet and missed the opportunity. Stinky tiger! Qin Hao couldn't help but curse, and sat on a tree branch with lingering fear, gasping for breath. However, unexpectedly, the tiger grabbed the tree trunk with its claws and climbed up the tree desperately. What the hell, this guy can actually climb a tree! Qin Hao had a confused look on his face, showing a hint of fear, especially as the tiger's two rear feet had already left the ground and were crawling upward step by step. Just when Qin Hao thought that a disaster was about to happen, the tiger's huge body slowly slid down from the tree trunk, which made him completely relieved. The tiger wandered around under the big tree and tried to climb up from time to time. Although it always ended in failure, it had no intention of leaving. Soon, the scorching sun made Qin Hao exhausted. Seeing that the tiger not only had no intention of leaving, but was also lying lazily under a big tree, he became very irritable. Qin Hao quickly used his dagger to break off many small branches and threw them at the tiger, cursing, "Damn tiger, get out of here! Fool!" The tiger roared in anger after being hit, and climbed up the tree angrily again, but its fat body caused it to slide down after only a few steps. In this way, the men and the tiger confronted each other for 4 or 5 hours. Finally, Qin Hao could not hold back and angrily took out the wooden arrow from his back. Although he no longer had a strong bow, he still threw it at the tiger from a high position. The tiger was unable to dodge and was pierced by the sharp arrow tip. The severe pain made it furious. Blubber. But the towering tree made it impossible for it to deal with Qin Hao. Then a wooden arrow pierced its head directly, causing it to flee in pain. Qin Hao never expected that it would be southwest easy to drive the tiger away, and he also thought of the broken bow. If it had not been broken, he might have been able to kill the tiger. But no matter how much he thought about it, he didn't dare to get down from the tree directly. He waited patiently for a long time. When he saw that the tiger had really disappeared, he slid down the tree and quietly left. After a long time, the white moon hung high in the starry sky. At this time, Qin Hao walked out of the jungle, and what came into his sight was the familiar cave. Qin Hao. A beautiful figure rushed into his arms, hugged him tightly, and cried aggrievedly, "Woo, you bastard, they all said you were dead." Qin Hao looked at Yan Xuxin in his arms with a smile on his face. He knew that these must have been guessed by Zhang Hu, Zhao Chuanwei, and Li Meiyan, but since he had taken so long to come back, it was understandable that everyone thought so. "It's okay, it's just a tiger, nothing to be afraid of." Li Meiyan was also very excited when she saw Qin Hao, but when she looked at Yan Xuxin who was hugging Qin Hao tightly, she felt jealous. Ning Chuyue and Wang Xiaoro were also sincerely happy because Qin Hao's return would be of great help to their survival. However, Zhao Chuanwei on the side was disappointed. If Qin Hao died, he would be lawless and all these beauties would become his possessions. He just felt it was a pity. Seeing that it was really Qin Hao, Zhang Hu never thought that he could actually escape death. He quickly stepped forward and praised, "Qin Hao, you are really amazing. You actually came back." Qin Hao hummed lightly, and then told everyone everything he had just experienced, which scared everyone. Yan Xuxin calmed down and imagined, it would be great if he could really shoot the tiger to death with one arrow. Qin Hao also wanted to, but it was impossible. What's more, the other party was a tiger. He was lucky to escape alive. Li Meiyan woke up as if from a dream and said, "So that's why. No wonder we couldn't find you when we went back to look for you. You actually hid in the tree." In order to ease the embarrassment, Zhao Chuanwei said bluntly, "Yes, we found the broken bough and thought you were in danger, so we came back and said that." Qin Hao thought about how Zhao Chuanwei ran away without looking back at noon, and he felt that he had seen through him and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Zhang Hu saw Zhao Chuanwei's embarrassment and quickly broke the deadlock and said, "Qin Hao, thank you for your timely rescue at noon, otherwise we would definitely not be able to come back." Qin Hao didn't want to embarrass Zhang Hu, so he smiled and said politely, "We have been through thick and thin together, so why should I thank you? But I have been sitting on the tree for a whole day and I am almost starving to death. Do you want to get me something to eat first?" When everyone heard this, they were amused by Qin Hao, especially Li Meiyan, who quickly took the wild boar meat off the stone wall and started roasting it. Zhang Hu was completely impressed by Qin Hao's temperament and said respectfully, "You are really capable. I admire you." Yan Xuxin, Ning Qiuyue and others were also amazed by Qin Hao, and knew that they would have to rely on Qin Hao if they wanted to survive on the deserted island in the future. "Qin Hao, we are relying on you from now on. You must bring us back alive and leave this deserted island." Qin Hao looked at the eyes cast by everyone. He understood that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. He nodded solemnly and said, "Well, don't worry, as long as we work together, we will definitely be able to conquer this deserted island." Everyone has silently regarded Qin Hao as the captain. As long as he is there, nothing will be a problem. Soon, the aroma of meat spread. Qin Hao had been hungry for a day, so he started eating with big mouthfuls. But then he found that the wild boar meat tasted different. He knew that the meat had gone bad. It would be fine to eat it tonight, but it would definitely be no good tomorrow. It would be easy to get sick if he ate it. Qin Hao had no choice but to let everyone eat and drink to their heart's content tonight, and then throw the leftovers into the stream. Time flies, late at night. Zhao Chuanwei, who was sleeping next to the fire, suddenly had a sweet dream. Yan Xuxin was kneeling in front of him naked, serving him just like Ning Qiuyue. But just when he was enjoying it, Yan Xuxin, who was kneeling in front of him, suddenly turned into a tiger and was biting him below. The crunching sound scared him awake instantly. Oh my God, it was just a dream. Ning Qiuyue, who was still on duty, was caught off guard. Although she didn't know why Zhao Chuanwei was awakened, she understood that she would definitely be tortured again tonight. Zhao Chuanwei looked at Yan Xuxin, who was still sleeping soundly, and became excited when he thought of the beautiful dream he had just had. He directly carried Ning Qiuyue out of the cave. Without saying a word, he made Ning Qiuyue turn her back to him and pressed her against the big rock. "Ah. Mr. Zhao, no, don't." Zhao Chuanwei didn't care about Ning Qiuyue's struggle at all. Thinking of everything that happened in his dream just now, he became restless and acted more arbitrarily, making Ning Qiuyue scream continuously. However, Zhao Chuanwei, who suffered from kidney deficiency, soon became disgusted with Ning Qiuyue and lost interest in her early on. However, Ning Qiuyue, who had just become interested, was a little reluctant. She caressed Zhao Chuanwei with a look of longing, wanting him to satisfy her. Zhao Chuanwei didn't care at all. Thinking of Wang Xiaorou, who had suffered temporary amnesia, he became more and more excited. He completely lost interest in Ning Qiuyue. Seeing that she was still lying on him, he became a little annoyed and pushed her away. Ning Qiuyue was stunned. She had never thought that Zhao Chuanwei would treat her like this. She couldn't believe it and said, "Boss Zhao, you." Zhao Chuanwei became even more impatient and yelled, "Get lost. I'm so annoyed." Ning Chuyue felt extremely lost and unsatisfied. She stopped pestering Zhao Chuanwei and dragged her weak body back to the cave. She stared at the fire, thinking about her past, and how she didn't give up even when she was despised by the entire sales department, and she became angry. "You are so good, Zhao Chuanwei. I love you wholeheartedly, but you treat me like this. Are you the only man on such a big deserted island? Just wait for me." Ning Chuyue broke through her inner defenses. She knew that she could not conquer Qin Hao, but she slowly looked at the muscular Zhang Hu. A bold idea emerged from the depths of her heart. Early the next morning, it was dawn. Qin Hao took Zhang Hu and others to start fishing. Because the wild boar meat had gone bad and was thrown into the stream, they had no food left and could only catch some small fish for a meal. Quack. As a result, at this moment, the calls of wild ducks attracted the attention of Qin Hao and others, and they hurriedly took Yan Xuxin, Li Meiyan, and Wang Xiao to check the situation. "Zhang Hu, Ning Chuyue, you guys go fish first. I'll go see if I can catch some wild ducks to satisfy everyone's cravings." Zhang Hu did not object, because Zhao Chuanwei was still asleep, so he had to continue fishing with Ning Chuyue. Moreover, fishing was not too difficult for him now. He raised his spear and stabbed a fish directly. Ning Chuyue, who was standing on the shore, had planned this for a long time. When she saw her chance had come, she walked over happily and pretended to help Zhang Hu collect the small fish. But just as she walked to Zhang Hu's side, her feet suddenly slipped, and she fell directly into Zhang Hu's arms, leaning her whole body against him. Zhang Hu was stunned at first when he felt Ning Chuyue's proud figure, but he quickly reacted and quickly helped her up, asking with concern, "Are you okay?" Ning Chuyue's face flushed, and she looked very embarrassed. She said shyly, "No, it's okay. Thank you." Zhang Hu felt the squeeze just now and said excitedly, "You're welcome, as long as you're okay." Ning Chuyue was very good at dealing with men. Seeing that Zhang Hu was already wavering, she bent down and rubbed her ankle. She pointed her already unbuttoned collar in front of Zhang Hu's eyes and pretended to be in pain, saying, "Ouch, I slipped and probably twisted my ankle just now. It hurts." Zhang Hu, who hadn't touched a woman for a long time, was completely attracted by Ning Chuyue's open beauty, which was looming and made him unable to stop. "Ah!" Ning Chuyue then screamed, quickly covered her collar, and said shyly, "You are so bad, I will ignore you." Zhang Hu came back to his senses instantly. His entire mind was filled with the beautiful image of Ning Chuyue, unable to extricate himself. "Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Ning Chuyue knew in her heart that she had already firmly grasped Zhang Hu, and it was only a matter of time before she could conquer him. "So you did it on purpose?" Zhang Hu panicked and said, "No, no, no, that's not the case." Ning Chuyue giggled instantly and said teasingly, "Hee hee. I'm just teasing you. Okay, give me the fish." Zhang Hu handed the fish he had just caught to Ning Chuyue without hesitation, but Ning Chuyue gently stroked his hand, which made him think deeply. However, all of this was seen by Zhao Chuanwei, who was hiding behind the straw curtain. He had already seen that Ning Chuyue was looking for a new customer and had successfully seduced Zhang Hu, so he planned to take advantage of the situation and subdue Zhang Hu. Zhao Chuanwei took the opportunity when Ning Chuyue left Zhang Hu with the fish to walk out of the cave, stretched himself, and pretended to have just woken up. Ning Chuyue saw that Zhao Chuanwei was indifferent and had lost hope in him. When she saw him walking towards her, she quickly moved away. Zhang Hu knew the relationship between Zhao Chuanwei and Ning Chuyue, but he didn't know that they had already fallen out. After calming down, he called out, "Boss Zhao, wake up." Zhao Chuanwei hummed lightly, and walked up to Zhang Hu. Seeing that Ning Chuyue had gone to the back mountain, he said bluntly, "Zhang Hu, are you interested in Ning Chuyue?" Zhang Hu was stunned and quickly shook his head in objection, because he knew that Ning Chuyue was Zhao Chuanwei's woman, so how could he take advantage of her? This is impossible, it's impossible." Zhao Chuanwei gently patted Zhang Hu on the shoulder and explained, "We are all men, we understand each other best, you don't have to be timid. To be honest, I want Wang Xiao, but I want Yan Xuxin even more." Zhang Hu frowned, looked around and said, "Boss Zhao, don't say that. If Qin Hao hears it, it will be a big trouble. Zhao Chuanwei had been dazzled by Yan Xuxin's beauty and had no regrets at all. What are you afraid of? If Qin Hao wasn't there, you and I would still have to be so timid and worried. Then, wouldn't these women be obedient and let us do whatever we want? And what's more, you can do whatever you want with Ning Qiuyue. It's all up to you. Zhang Hu's heart was moved when he heard it, but he was horrified when he saw Zhao Chuanwei's hand across his neck. How could he not understand what Zhao Chuanwei meant? He quickly shook his head and objected, No, 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 this won't do. Killing someone means paying with your life. What's more, Qin Hao is of great help to us. How can we kill him? Zhao Chuanwei was afraid that Zhang Hu's voice was too loud and could be heard by others, so he quickly whispered, Shu, keep your voice down. Zhang Hu nodded wisely, looked at Zhao Chuanwei in disbelief, and said at a loss, I object. Zhao Chuanwei didn't care about that. He knew Zhang Hu needed a woman now, so he tried to win him over again, oppose. What's there to object to? This is a deserted island, a lawless place. Don't you think about these beauties being affectionate with other men every day while you just stare blankly? Seeing that Zhang Hu was somewhat tempted, Zhao Chuanwei continued to sow discord, saying, If Qin Hao is killed, there will only be 2 men left, you and I. Then, you and I will take turns enjoying these 4 beauties. Wouldn't that be comfortable? Ha ha. But Zhang Hu was still a little hesitant, because he knew that it would be difficult for them to survive here without Qin Hao. On one side is the woman, on the other side is survival, making Zhang Hu's heart struggle. He worriedly said, Mr. Zhao, this is not possible. If Qin Hao is not here, what will happen to our food? What if we encounter a tiger or a big black bear again? However, Zhao Chuanwei didn't care about any of this and continued to brainwash Zhang Hu without leaving any room for him. You think too much. We live in a cave now. We have water, fish, goats, and wild boars. It doesn't matter if Qin Hao is not here. Besides, how can these be compared with women? You have to know that if you die under a woman's skirt, you will still be romantic even if you become a ghost, right? Zhang Hu was really moved, because he had been full of fantasies about Yan Xuxin when he was in the company, but at that time there was a huge gap in their status, and it was a luxury to even look at her from afar, let alone get her. If it weren't for the shipwreck and being stranded on a desert island, how could they have met each other and lived in the same cave? However, now, he was very jealous when he saw Yan Xuxin and Qin Hao hanging out together and supporting each other every day, because she was the goddess he longed for. Zhao Chuanwei could see that his plot was about to succeed, and he kept tempting her with beauties, saying, You have to know that if Qin Hao wasn't here, these women would have nothing to rely on. Just imagine that at that time, they would automatically come to you for food, and it would be all up to you. Just thinking about it makes me so happy. After listening to what Zhao Chuanwei said, Zhang Hu became more and more excited, and finally they reached a consensus. For the sake of the goddess, he had to give it a try. Okay. But how do we do that? Zhao Chuanwei showed an evil smile on his face, as if he had seen Qin Hao's death, and said bluntly, It's very simple. It's easy to dodge an open spear, but it's hard to guard against an arrow from the dark. As long as we accompany Qin Hao to go hunting, you walk behind him with a bow and arrow, and quietly shoot him with an arrow. Without anyone noticing, the beauty will be ours. Zhao Chuanwei had already thought of Yan Xuxin, Wang Xiaorou, and Li Meiyan, who took the initiative to kneel down in front of him, serving him wholeheartedly and begging him desperately. He was very excited. Zhang Hu admired Zhao's authoritative method very much. It was quick, clear, and without any procrastination. Okay, happy cooperation. After Zhao Chuanwei and Zhang Hu reached an agreement, they felt relieved. All the resentment that had been buried in their hearts came out, like bamboo shoots in spring, and soon filled their entire brains, wanting Qin Hao to die without a burial place. After Zhao Chuanwei and Zhang Hu reached a consensus, Qin Hao took Yan Xuxin and others to catch a wild duck and walked back. Zhang Hu, we have wild duck to eat this morning, ha ha. Zhang Hu nodded to Zhao Chuanwei and replied to Qin Hao with a calm smile, You are really amazing. I admire you. Qin Hao did not waste any time. He quickly cleaned the wild duck and a few small fish, and took everyone back to the cave to make breakfast. But he didn't know that a huge conspiracy had been planned, posing a huge threat to his life. Soon, everyone was enjoying drinking fish soup and eating roast duck. Zhao Chuanwei seemed to have already possessed Yan Xuxin. He was deeply attracted by her perfect figure, especially her snow-white skin that seemed so delicate that it made his heart beat fast and his mouth dry. Wang Xiaoro looked at Zhao Chuanwei's lustful eyes and thought of the memory when she was ill, and snorted coldly. Snort. Zhao Chuanwei was awakened by this and quickly turned his gaze from Yan Xuxin to Wang Xiaoro. When their eyes met, they were shocked. No way, could it be that this damn girl remembered something? Zhao Chuanwei sneered in his heart. Even so, he was not afraid, because once Qin Hao was dead, what else did he have to fear? Not to mention Wang Xiaoro, he would not let Yan Xuxin go and would torture her just the same. Yan Xuxin was more concerned about Wang Xiaoro and treated her like a sister. She didn't know what was wrong with her, so she asked with concern, "Xiaoro, what's wrong?" Zhao Chuanwei was a little worried because he didn't know what Wang Xiaoro would say, but he felt relieved after hearing her answer. "Manager Yan, it's okay, my throat just hurts." Yan Xuxin was relieved to see that Wang Xiaoro was fine. She patted her hand and comforted her, "It's okay. We have to survive well and we will definitely go back." Qin Hao shook his head helplessly. After eating and drinking, he did not plan to rest. He looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, the goat is guarded by a tiger. Let's not go there for now. Let's think of a way to kill the wild boar." Everyone knew that they were outnumbered now and ordinary small animals were not enough to fill their stomachs. Hunting a wild boar would be enough for several days and was the best option. Zhang Hu felt that the opportunity had come, and nodded in agreement. "Okay, then we should choose a lone wild boar, which is much better than encountering a tiger." No one objected, because Qin Hao and Zhang Hu had already made their decision, so they didn't need to make any choices. Yan Xuxin quickly raised her hand and looked at Qin Hao, recommending herself, "I'll go this time too." Zhao Chuanwei and Zhang Hu were stunned, because they could still lure away Li Meiyan alone, but if Yan Xuxin followed, they would really have no chance of taking action. But Qin Hao shook his head and objected, "No, we still need you here in the cave, just be responsible for protecting Wang Xiaoro and Ning Qiuyue." Yan Xuxin knew that Qin Hao was just protecting her. He was worried that they would encounter wild beasts in the deep jungle and didn't want her to take risks. Even so, she didn't say anything more and had to accept it with pleasure. "Okay, I got it." Zhao Chuanwei and Zhang Hu then breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that God was blessing them and that killing Qin Hao today was an indisputable fact. Qin Hao did not postpone hunting because of a powerful bow. He still took Zhang Hu, Zhao Chuanwei, and Li Meiyan and pushed open the straw curtain and walked out of the cave. Zhang Hu was carrying a strong bow on his back. Although he was a little worried and afraid, he became confident when he saw Zhao Chuanwei's confident expression and soon calmed down. After more than an hour, they arrived safely near the Earth Hill forest. Unfortunately, Li Meiyan had been following Qin Hao closely, leaving Zhao Chuanwei and Zhang Hu no chance to take action. Zhao Chuanwei couldn't wait any longer, so he pushed Zhang Hu. He felt that this was a rare opportunity and he didn't want to miss it. Zhang Hu quickly shook his head, because killing is not a trivial matter, not to mention that he just wanted to get the woman. Now Li Meiyan is here. If everyone knew that he killed Qin Hao, there would definitely be a different result. Zhao Chuanwei was very angry when he saw that Zhang Hu firmly opposed and had no intention of taking action. At this moment, Qin Hao suddenly turned his head to look at them and kindly reminded them, "Everyone, there is a hilly forest ahead, please be careful." Zhao Chuanwei was obviously startled by Qin Hao's sudden reminder, and responded hurriedly, Okay, we got it." Qin Hao felt that Zhao Chuanwei was a little abnormal, but he didn't think much about it. He shook his head and continued to lead the way forward. Li Meiyan didn't even bother to look at Zhao Chuanwei anymore, and followed Qin Hao without hesitation. Zhao Chuanwei was really frightened just now, but he felt relieved when he saw that Qin Hao had no doubts. After Qin Hao and Li Meiyan were a little further away, he quickly asked Zhang Hu, "What happened? You wasted such a good opportunity." Zhang Hu also wanted to take action, but he didn't want to lose Li Meiyan, so he explained, "Li Meiyan has been following Qin Hao, so it's not easy for me to take action." Zhao Chuanwei didn't care about that and said firmly, "It doesn't matter. At most, we can kill one more person and lose one woman. This way, at least we still have 3 goddesses. Isn't that enough for you and me to be happy? If you are willing to watch your goddess lying in someone else's arms every day and let others enjoy and abuse her, then I can't do anything about it. You can do whatever you want. This completely hit Zhang Hu's bottom line. He tightly grasped the bow and arrow in his hand, took a deep breath and said calmly, "Okay, I'll kill." Zhao Chuanwei also didn't want to fail. If Qin Hao found out, it would definitely not be a good thing for both of them. "Okay, it's up to you." Zhang Hu nodded solemnly and quickly followed Qin Hao's steps. Just as he was about to draw his bow and aim at him, Qin Hao suddenly said in astonishment, "Hey! What's going on? How could this happen?" Zhang Hu, who had just raised his bow and arrow, was startled and tensed up. He quickly put the bow and arrow back and asked, "What happened?" But he regretted his words as soon as he asked, because he had discovered that there was nothing on the huge earthen hill forest, and dozens of wild boars had already been killed. Qin Hao looked at Zhang Hu with confusion, feeling that there was something strange about him and Zhao Chuanwei today. "What are you two thinking about? I felt something was wrong with you two just now. Did something happen?" Zhang Hu was so afraid that the matter would be exposed that the strong bow in his hand trembled with fear. For a moment he didn't know how to explain it. Zhao Chuanwei was an old fox. His fat belly puffed out, and he quickly stepped forward and patted Zhang Hu on the back, pretending to be concerned and said, "Are you suffering from heat stroke? I also feel that it is too hot today. I feel uncomfortable all over." Seeing this, Zhang Hu had no choice but to go with the flow and said, "Boss Zhao, don't tell me, it seems to be true. I'm a little out of breath." Qin Hao was a little suspicious. If Zhao Chuanwei said that he had heat stroke, he would believe it. But when it came to Zhang Hu, those blasting muscles were not just for show, which made him think more. "Then you two can rest here first. Sister Mei Yan and I will go to the front to take a look." Zhao Chuanwei also cooperated very well. He supported Zhang Hu and walked step by step to a towering tree to rest. Qin Hao seemed to be thinking about something, and became a little more cautious in his heart, but as he looked at the quiet surroundings, he wondered what could have caused the entire herd of wild boars to disappear. Li Meiyan was also incredulous. "Qin Hao, it has only been 3 days since we last came to Tuqiu Forest. How could so many wild boars disappear out of thin air?" Qin Hao shook his head, because he didn't know either, so he had to look around, and unexpectedly found a pool of blood not far away. Judging from the traces, it seemed like there were tiger paw prints. "If I'm not mistaken, it must be the tiger that scared away the wild boars," Li Meiyan said with regret. "Alas, now it's good, I don't know when they will dare to come back." Qin Hao had no choice but to lead everyone to leave the Tuqiu forest and look for another place. He searched for food deep in the jungle, not missing any clues. Ever since Qin Hao suspected Zhao Chuanwei and Zhang Hu, he has been keeping a close eye on their movements, leaving them no chance. Zhao Chuanwei was also very angry because he didn't have the chance to take action, but he had no choice but to give up. Finally, they caught a sloth in an inconspicuous tree. The animal was slow and they killed it without much effort. Qin Hao then felt that he had gained a lot and returned to the cave with everyone.